Chapter 421 Swallowing the Strange Fire. Is it too cruel? She still needs to get the soul-devouring flower to see June Haotsong. If she dies here, it will be too uneconomical. However, if she doesn't get the strange fire, there is no way to cure June Haotsong's cold. Forget it. Forget it. For June Haotsong, she has put her life and death aside. Is she still afraid of this sea of fire? The worst thing is death. Humph. Another liar. Brothers, don't wait any longer. Tear her apart. The leading man looked at Su Maoyang's hesitation, rubbed his arms again, twisted his head, and exuded the spiritual power of an early Holy Spirit master. Su Maoyang was shocked when she saw this. You know, after the Xianling master, you will be the Huangling master. After the Huangling master, you will be the Zongling master. And after the Zongling master is promoted, you will be the Holy Spirit master. She is still at the Xianling master, but the man in front of her is actually an early Holy Spirit master. It's too scary and too against the sky. It seems that even if she doesn't jump into the sea of fire today, she will be torn to pieces by this group of people. In this case, she would rather jump into the sea. At least it will hurt for a while, which is better than being eaten alive. As if she had thought it through, Su Maoyang shouted and stopped them from moving forward. Wait! I have a way. As long as I get the fire and subdue this strange fire, I can take you out. The leading man seemed to be unconvinced. Humph. Even we are not the opponent of this fire. You are a waste. You are too self-righteous. I said. I am an alchemist. And I have a sensitivity to fire that ordinary people don't have. Su Maoyang explained. The people around the leading man looked at Su Maoyang with doubt for a long time, and finally leaned close to the man's ear and whispered, Boss, I think this woman is a bit weird. When we came here as royal spiritual masters, we were forced to bleed from all 7 orifices by the spiritual energy and heat here. If it weren't for our tenacious willpower to resist, we would have died long ago. And this person in front of us is obviously not strong, but she can stand in front of us steadily. Isn't it strange? When everyone heard this, they all nodded as if they had realized something, and looked at Su Maoyang with more shock and confusion. However, they didn't know that Su Maoyang was an ancient spirit. The spiritual energy here was as comfortable as a bath for her, not to mention enduring for a day. She could stay here forever. Seeing that Su Maoyang looked normal, and was not afraid of the spiritual energy here at all, the leading men felt strange, but still chose to believe her. Okay. Tell me, how to subdue this fire. Su Maoyang pointed to the sea of fire below. I want to jump down. I wonder if there is an entrance here. Jump down? Are you kidding me? The leader was so shocked that his eyes widened and he roared. Others sighed and looked at her in disbelief. Even the flames floating in the air can burn people, let alone jumping into the sea of fire. She probably burned to ashes before she jumped in. However, Su Maoyang nodded firmly. The fire is in the sea of fire. You must go down to get it. This is the only way for you to get out. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect that the girl in front of them had such courage. In order to save them, she was really willing to go up and down the mountain and into the sea of fire. But they didn't know that even if Su Maoyang didn't save them, she had to go down. She needed the soul-devouring flower and the strange fire. June Haotsong's illness needed her to treat it. She had no choice. The leading man was shocked to see her insistence and finally took her to the edge of the cliff. If you jump down here, you will be in the sea of fire. Whether you can survive depends on your own luck. The man pointed to the sea of fire below, which was boiling like a dragon, and said solemnly. Su Maoyang took a deep breath, closed his eyes suddenly, and jumped down for life, which made everyone terrified. I don't know how long it took. Everyone's eyes were almost worn out, but there was no sign of Su Maoyang. Hey, no need to wait. We have waited for 100 years, and hope has long been worn out. Why let yourself down again? The leading man sighed softly, looking at the still rolling waves of fire. His face surged with some desolation. The others also shook their heads dejectedly. Yes, we are so naive. How could that little girl defeat the burning prison? No one can break this huge cell. No one can save us. There is no time in the burning prison. 100 years is a concept in their minds. A concept that has passed for a long, long time. Maybe 100 years, 200 years, or even 500 years have passed outside. But they have no way of perceiving it. In such an environment, the only feeling they have is that life is worse than death. But they couldn't die. How could they die before their great revenge was avenged? Thinking of this, everyone gritted their teeth and clenched their fingers. The hatred that penetrated deep into their bones emanated from their pupils. However, just when everyone was about to give up and turn around to leave, the sea of fire suddenly erupted with a loud bang, and a column of fire instantly rushed out of the sea surface. On top of the column of fire, there was actually a petite figure sitting. Oh my God! Look! Isn't that the little girl? One of them saw the sudden change in the sea of fire and screamed in panic. This shout immediately attracted the attention of others, and everyone looked towards the sea of fire. Above the raging sea of fire, there stood a huge pillar of fire, and at the top of the pillar of fire, there sat a petite figure covered in flames. Her body was covered by a fireball. It was obviously a terrifying heat, but she seemed to be isolated. She sat expressionlessly, without showing any discomfort, but instead relaxed her muscles in a comfortable way. At this moment, a fist-sized flame in front of her gently flew into her brow and completely merged into her body. A golden light burst out from her body, making her look like a god. Oh my God! When everyone saw the scene, they all gasped in surprise, covered their mouths, and couldn't speak for a long time. She is devouring the strange fire. My God! She can actually devour the strange fire. They all knew that people who can devour strange fire have a talent that is rare in a century. This kind of genius is simply a heaven-defying existence. Seeing this, everyone's legs were a little weak, and they looked at Su Maoyang with unprecedented shock. After the golden light, Su Maoyang fell into a mysterious state, as if she was asleep, and sat there for a long time. Everyone only saw that in addition to the flame surrounding her, all the strong spiritual energy from all directions penetrated into her body. Everyone was shocked to see this. Oh my God! So much strong spiritual energy was absorbed by her. It has been so long, and she is still absorbing it continuously. She is simply a bottomless pit. Chapter 422. She's out. Everyone nodded stiffly when they heard this, staring at Su Maoyang with their eyes wide open, not daring to be distracted for a moment, fearing that they would miss such a thrilling scene. At this time, even the leading man couldn't help but curse in a low voice. What a pervert! This is the most perverted person I've ever seen. She was so weak, but she absorbed so much spiritual energy like a bottomless pit. It would be fine if she absorbed it, but you know that the strength of this spiritual energy is enough to explode thousands of small bodies like her. But who knew that she was completely happy with it? Pervert? Really perverted? Instructor Yuan and Song Zihan would never have thought that the pervert in their eyes was now scolding Su Maoyang for being perverted. They didn't expect that the plan to murder her would become a stepping stone for her promotion. Not only did she subdue the strange fire, but she also absorbed the powerful spiritual energy at a high intensity. She sat there for a long time. Everyone saw with their naked eyes that she jumped 3 levels in a row, and directly advanced from a high-level Xianling master to a late-stage Huangling master. Such strength is simply too amazing. My God! She is so terrifying. She has jumped 3 levels in a row, and she is still absorbing spiritual energy. What is in her little body? Someone shouted, unable to bear the blow, and was almost scared to tears by Su Maoyang. After a long time, Su Maoyang completely digested the illusionary cold flame, and then slowly opened her eyes. She suddenly found herself in the middle of the sea of fire, and was slightly stunned. This was something she did not expect. She only knew that she had endured several rounds of burning in the sea of fire, and her whole body seemed to be torn apart. In the end, she resisted it. At that time, the evil blood cauldron in her body suddenly reacted, guiding her to find the fire. But who knew that the moment she got the fire, she fell into a world of nothingness. After trying to devour it for a long time, she did not feel the rejection of the strange fire. Congratulations, young master. You have successfully devoured the fantasy cult flame and can get out of here. The old man Jinjuan congratulated happily. Su Maoyang stood up in surprise when she heard it. She flicked her fingers, and the golden flame flew out from her fingertips lightly, flashing dazzling sparks, which was so charming that it was amazing. I didn't expect the fantasy cult flame to be a golden flame, Su Maoyang exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the fantasy cult flame has the attribute of earth, so it is naturally golden, the old man Jinjuan explained. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding, and then gently raised her hand towards the sea of fire. The fire wave swayed with her command, and a fire bridge was built on the edge of the cliff, which made the people on the opposite side of the cliff stunned. It was not until Su Maoyang walked across the fire bridge and came in front of them that they woke up completely. But the eyes that were shocked by her were a little straight, and it took a long time to recover. Seeing everyone holding their breath and staring blankly, Su Maoyang waved his hand in front of them. I have taken the fire, and the exit of the burning prison has been opened. You are free. Why don't you leave quickly? The stiff crowd looked at each other when they heard this, and seemed to have reached a unified consensus. Everyone knelt down together. The leading man spoke on behalf of the group. Girl, I am the leader of this group of people. My name is Tang Chuntian. Today, you are willing to jump into the sea of fire to save us. This kindness is beyond repayment. My brothers and I are willing to swear allegiance to you until death. Please accept us. Girl. After the words fell, everyone kowtowed together, and the sonorous and powerful voices rose in this space, shaking the air slightly. Su Maoyang was shocked when he saw this. Just now, they wanted to kill her fiercely, but now their attitude changed 180 degrees, and they actually wanted to join her. This change was too sudden. If she took so many Holy Spirit masters out, it would probably scare a lot of people to death. However, with them around, stealing the soul-devouring flower would not be difficult at all. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with cunning, and he obviously had his own plans. Don't you want freedom? Don't you feel wrong to follow me? Su Maoyang was not sure of their loyalty and asked back. It was the master who saved us. Our lives belong to the master. Where the master is, we are there. Everyone expressed their opinions, and the deafening oaths roared one after another. Seeing their determination, Su Maoyang nodded. Okay, I can accept you. But you must remember one thing. I hate betrayal. Once someone betrays me, I will not be soft-hearted. Swear to be loyal to the master until death. Hearing this, everyone kowtowed and shouted again, with great momentum and determination, which made Su Maoyang nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. It's time to go out. Su Maoyang glanced at the sea of fire and ordered coldly. Now that the fire has been obtained, the spiritual energy of the burning prison is also disappearing rapidly. There is no meaning and help to stay, so it is important to go out. Tang Chuntian heard this and hurriedly said, Master, we can't go out like this. Once we get out of this burning prison, we will be sensed by those old immortals. At that time, there will be another fight. Those old immortals were very powerful 100 years ago, and their current strength can be imagined. Su Maoyang hadn't thought about this. If she let all these criminals go, she would be hunted down by the 3 major colleges and 6 major families. No. 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 She finally changed her low-key identity, and she must not expose it like this. Elder Zhenjuan knew her concerns and kindly suggested, Young master, you can put them in the medicine cauldron space. When they enter the space, they will be cut off from the outside world, and no one will find them. Su Maoyang thought it was a good idea, and then suggested to Tang Chuntian, you go into my medicine cauldron space and stay out of the limelight for a while. When the time is right, you can come out again. When everyone heard this, they all nodded in agreement. For them, no matter where they go, it is better than staying in the burning prison. Okay, we'll follow the master's arrangement. 7 days later. The head of the Mu family is not that great. His daughter's death is such a big deal. But he has to keep his tail between his legs in front of the master. What a coward. Song Zihan sneered and shook his head, his face full of contempt. He thought that the head of the Mu family would make a scene, but he was dismissed by his master in 2 or 3 moves. He is really a coward. Teacher Yuan, who was sitting in the main seat in the hall, snorted. He knows the current situation. I am the manager of the academy after all. He doesn't need to compete with me for a useless concubine's daughter. You have to know that his 3 sons are still practicing in the academy. Compared with his 3 sons, Mu Yacheng is really not good enough. Song Zihan laughed loudly upon hearing this, feeling very happy. Yes. 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 Master is in such a high position now that Master Mu can't even curry favor with him. So how could he possibly hold his daughter responsible for her death? After hearing such flattering words, Teacher Yuan also laughed happily, and their laughter echoed throughout the hall. However, just as the 2 were excited, a cold voice suddenly interrupted them. You 2 are so happy. Are you celebrating my release from the burning hell? Chapter 423 Mistakenly Taking Fish Eyes for Pearls. The crisp sound was like a thunderclap, crashing into the eardrums of Song Zihan and Teacher Yuan like a demonic sound. The two of them were shocked and their laughter stopped abruptly. The cheerful face suddenly froze. The muscles stiffened. And the two pairs of eyes that were just full of smiles suddenly became so frightened when they saw the figure coming to the door clearly, as if someone hit them on the head with a stick. And they felt a dull pain. Teacher Yuan pointed at Su Maoyang's figure, trembling his arms, and actually stuttered, You are not dead." Song Zihan was directly scared and stood aside, staring at Su Maoyang blankly, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was just the fear and shock on his face that exposed his mood at the moment. Su Maoyang smiled upon hearing this, her pretty face glowing with a charming luster, seeming to be more beautiful than before. "Death? You are not dead. How could I die first? Teacher Yuan is worrying too much." Teacher Yuan saw that she had walked into the hall and was standing in front of him alive. Her sharp rebuttal like a chuckle lingered in his ears. He felt like he was falling into an ice cellar, and broke out in a cold sweat. His shocked pupils were still dilating violently, and he shook his head in disbelief. "No! Impossible! How could you come out of the burning prison?" Song Zihan also shook his head in shock, obviously not believing it. Feng Shuai, who ranked first on the elite list, entered the burning prison and escaped from the hands of those perverts with great effort. Even so, he was still covered with scars and had to recuperate in bed for 3 months before he recovered. However, Mu Yaqing, a spiritual master, walked out unscathed and in high spirits. She didn't look like she had been to the burning hell at all, but clearly just went there for a trip, with a relaxed and happy expression on her face, which shocked them to their core. "Teacher Yuan, you promised me that as long as I came out of the burning prison, you would give me a 10th grade training room. What? Now you suddenly deny it. Do you want to go back on your word?" Su Maoyang stared at him with a sharp gaze, narrowing his eyes, emitting a cold and sharp light that immediately made Yuan Gang feel like he was stabbed. Yuan Gang naturally couldn't admit it. If he arranged a 10th grade training room for Mu Yaqing and was asked about it, then the fact that he had secretly opened the forbidden area and instigated Mu Yaqing to go to the burning prison would be completely exposed. When the head of the Mu family came to him, he claimed that he didn't know where Mu Yaqing was. The Mu family searched for her for many days before giving up the search and holding a funeral. However, she suddenly appeared and entered the 10th grade training room. Isn't this a slap in his face? If the dean knew that he let Mu Yaqing enter the burning prison, the consequences would be disastrous. So, this matter must be concealed. Thinking of this, Yuan Gang tried to calm down and forcefully refuted, "Mu Yaqing, let's not talk about how you got out for now. Take this test for example. I clearly only set you 1 day, but you used 7 days and did not pass the test I set. Therefore, you are not qualified to enter the 10th grade training room." When Su Maoyang heard this, his face suddenly changed and he frowned in anger. She really couldn't imagine that there would be such a shameless person in this world. You know, someone who can stay in the burning hell for a day is already very strong. But she stayed for 7 days and finally walked out safely. This result is obviously much better than staying for 1 day. But this bitch actually tried to argue with her and flatly denied her achievement. It was really too much. "Teacher Yuan, you are a teacher in the college, and you are a role model. How could you go back on your word like this? It's really disgusting." Su Maoyang was so angry that she couldn't suppress it. Her face turned red. She rarely got angry, but this time, the teacher in front of her was really too infuriating. Seeing this, Song Zihan shouted fiercely, "How dare you, Mu Yaqing? Don't push your luck. Although I don't know how you cheated and walked out of there, I can guess that with your strength. If you didn't have evil intentions, how could you stand here safely? My master gave you face and didn't expose you, but you actually scolded me. It's too lawless. You didn't pass the test. This is an indisputable fact. No matter how you quibble, it's useless." Song Zihan would never believe that Mu Yaqing walked out of the burning prison with her own strength. His proud self-esteem didn't allow him to believe it. But shock and doubt were like a huge rock pressing on his heart, making him breathless. The fingers under his sleeves clenched quietly, gradually pinching out a blood mark. Su Maoyang suddenly sneered after hearing this, and her anger subsided at this moment, turning cold. "Teacher Yuan, what is the strength of your disciples?" She suddenly asked a completely unrelated question, which made Song Zihan and Yuan Gang slightly stunned. and a trace of surprise flashed across their faces. Speaking of disciples, this is what Teacher Yuan is most proud of. He snorted contemptuously and answered proudly, "My youngest disciple is the one in front of you. He has reached the middle stage of the Imperial Spirit Master. And 2 of his senior brothers have reached the late stage and peak Imperial Spirit Master. My eldest disciple is even more unmatched by you. Now he has been promoted to the early stage of the Zong Spirit Master. Do you think you are qualified to worship me as your master?" After hearing these humiliating words, Su Maoyang laughed instead of getting angry, and nodded as if she agreed. The disciples under Master Yuan are indeed very strong. "I am sorry to bother you today. Goodbye." As she said this, Su Maoyang turned around in style. A hint of sarcasm flashed across the corner of her mouth, and strode out of Master Yuan's house. She was not so cowardly as to flatter such a scum for a practice room. But Su Maoyang could leave calmly. But the medicine cauldron space was in an uproar. "Damn it. I'm going to go out and argue with that old guy. My master only spent 7 days to advance from a Xianling master to a late Huangling master. He dared to refuse such a perverted genius, and even compared his trash students with my master. Damn it. Is there something wrong with my ears or his brain?" Tang Chengtian had never heard such a ridiculous thing in his life. He was so angry that he was like a boiler about to explode. His eyebrows stood up. His cheeks and neck were full of blue veins, and his fierce roar echoed throughout the medicine cauldron space. The old man Jinjuan held the sleeping stone baby and hid aside. For some reason, the stone baby was particularly sleepy recently, and he couldn't let this irritable madman wake him up. The heavenly demon Martin and the golden lion king sat aside, watching the show with their legs crossed, and smacked their lips to comment. The blue cloud leopard lay on the ground and dozed off. He was too lazy to pay attention to this group of people. He just moved his head and continued to sleep. Only Tang Qianqing's men were so scared that they stopped him immediately and patiently comforted him. "Boss, don't be impulsive. If you run away, it will only cause trouble to the master, and you can't help her. Besides, you should be glad that the master didn't worship under such an idiot. It's really not worth getting angry with such an idiot who mistook pearls for fish eyes." Chapter 424. Oh my god. She is a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master? After hearing this, Tang Chengtian gradually calmed down, spit heavily, and cursed with bared teeth. These stupid people who look down on others will regret it sooner or later. He can see clearly that his master is a rare genius in a century. There is absolutely no second person in Huanqi continent who can absorb spiritual power like a bottomless pit. They also accepted the 3-level upgrade and swallowed the strange fire. But they didn't expect that they would find the spirit of the weapon when they entered the medicine cauldron space. You know, only the artifact can have the spirit of the artifact. And his master actually contracted the artifact. Not to mention that the origin of the spirit of the artifact is not small. This can no longer be described as perverted. Okay. However, what surprised him the most was the blind old thing just now. He, a Holy Spirit Master, was full of admiration for Su Maoyang. That old thing actually looked down on his master and dared to compare her with a group of Imperial Spirit Masters. It was really outrageous. As for the Sect Spirit Masters, his subordinates were all Sect Spirit Masters. A lot of them. And there were not even the initial Sect Spirit Masters that he was proud of. They were all in the late stage or above. Far better than his eldest disciple. What was so great about them? What was so great about them? Tang Chengtian was a man with a bad temper and extremely protective of his shortcomings. Seeing his master being humiliated, he was furious. Fortunately, his subordinates persuaded him. Otherwise, Su Maoyang really believed that he would jump out and beat that teacher Yuan to pieces. Su Maoyang was a little annoyed by their noise and automatically blocked the sound of the medicine cauldron space. But as she walked along, she soon attracted the attention of other disciples in the academy. Everyone was shocked when they saw her appearance, and many people had already started to talk about it. Su Maoyang felt puzzled, frowned slightly, and looked around. Finally put away her doubts and strode towards an Yingshuan's practice room. She still had some questions to ask an Yingxian, but when she walked to an Yingshuan's practice room, she found that there was no one in the room. Confused, she immediately pulled a passing student to ask, "Girl, please tell me, where is an Yingxian?" The woman who was pulled saw Su Maoyang's face clearly, and was immediately frightened and turned pale. Stammering back, aren't you Muyaching? You are not dead." "Of course I'm not dead. I want to ask where an Yingxian went. Can you tell me? Su Maoyong frowned even more when he heard this. The frightened woman stared at her blankly, shocked for a long time, and finally pointed in a direction. And Ying Xian was taken to the underground warehouse of the college by Gu Jinglin. And now she is probably beaten to death. Underground warehouse. What is that place? Su Maoyong heard this, and had a bad premonition in his heart. That place is a pile of ruins. Some disciples have offended big shots, and they usually deal with them there. Su Maoyong cursed under his breath, let go of the woman, and ran towards the underground warehouse. In the dark and damp warehouse, there were many disciples from the intermediate class. They all surrounded a woman who was tied to a cross and covered with scars, admiring her miserable condition and laughing and playing. Ha. Boss, this little bitch has fainted. I guess she won't make it tonight. It was the purple-clothed boy who flattered last time. He approached Gu Jinglin and smiled evilly. Gu Jinglin looked at the delicate body on the wooden frame that was whipped and bloody, and raised a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. She laughed happily. Humph. This little bitch is stubborn. She refused to repent even when she was about to die. Others said she was stupid. And she was really stupid. She actually got together with the useless concubine of the Mu family. I really don't know what kind of future she can get with that kind of person. Ha. Yes. Everyone in the intermediate class follows the boss lead. Only this little bitch and the ignorant Mu Yaching dare to offend the boss. Their strength is at the bottom. And I don't know who gave them the courage. Another woman in an orange dress next to Gu Jinglin pinched her throat and sneered in flattery. Gu Jinglin's lips curled up sarcastically. It's a pity that Mu Yaching is dead, and there is no chance to torture her. However, this little bitch is about to go down to accompany her, so I will be kind and send her off. Gu Jinglin, are you still asleep? Or is your brain broken? I didn't even know I was dead. At this time, a cold voice suddenly rose behind everyone, like jade beads falling on a plate. Crisp and pleasant. Just ignore the pleasant tone. The content of the word shocked everyone's expression, and turned to look at her in astonishment. You're not dead. Gu Jinglin was so scared that she took 2 or 3 steps back. Her face turned pale, and then turned extremely red. Others were no better than Gu Jinglin. They all stared at Su Maoyong in disbelief, with their eyes wide open and mouths wide open. Wasn't Mu Yaching dead? How could she suddenly appear here? Su Maoyong glanced at an Ying Xian, who was miserable on the cross. The anger in her heart gradually boiled. Then she retracted her sight, and swept her eyes to the small gang headed by Gu Jinglin again. Her pupils flashed with flames, and she raised her eyebrows slightly. The corners of her eyes outlined a bloodthirstiness that made people shudder. The cold voice suppressed the danger on the eve of the storm, and slowly floated out from her lips. Sorry. I disappoint you. I am not dead, and I will not die. You will die. At the end, the light tone suddenly became sharp, like thunder that shocked everyone. Su Maoyong's face suddenly changed, and a powerful and fierce spiritual power suddenly surged out of his hand. The air seemed to be vacuumed and solidified. The pressure from all directions instantly made everyone breathless. Gu Jinglin saw the spiritual energy fluctuations wrapped around Su Maoyong's arm, and she was so scared that her face turned pale and trembled all over. Huang late Huang Lingshi. Oh my god. It's actually a late Huang Lingshi. My god. I must be crazy. The purple-clothed boy next to him slapped his head in disbelief and shook it hard a few times, hoping that he could wake up. Others were also stunned by Su Maoyong. They stood there motionless, feeling cold sweat running down their spines. Mu Yaching is a late-stage imperial spiritual master. Is there anything more shocking than this? Is there anything more unbelievable than this? They actually offended a late-stage imperial spiritual master for a mid-level mysterious spiritual master. They are indeed crazy. Completely crazy. No. I don't believe it. Why are you a late-stage imperial spiritual master? You lied to me. You liar. The strength shown by Su Maoyong was the biggest blow to Gu Jinglin. Although Gu Jinglin's strength was not very good, she was arrogant and had a strong self-esteem. In her mind, Mu Yaching was just a waste. But now this waste has become a late-stage imperial spiritual master. You know, this kind of strength can jump into the top few of the elite list. How can she believe it? How can she accept it? Chapter 425. Hold a funeral for her. Su Maoyong raised her eyebrows slightly, and a cold voice came out from her thin red lips. Why is it a late-stage imperial spiritual master? Go to the underworld and ask clearly. After she finished speaking, she waved her long sleeves, and without waiting for everyone to beg for mercy, the spiritual power in the sky fiercely smashed towards everyone. A dazzling white light flashed, and the terrified people had no time to scream. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the body fell heavily to the ground. Looking around, dozens of corpses fell in a pool of blood. No one survived, and it was horrible. The terrified faces were enough to show the fear before death. After a while, the whole warehouse was filled with a strong smell of blood, and Su Maoyang frowned with disgust. She stepped over the corpse, picked up the energy card on Gu Jinglin, and then walked to an Yingxian. Seeing an Yingxian being tortured and covered with wounds, she had already fainted. Su Maoyang's face was extremely ugly. He suddenly regretted letting those bitches die. He should have cut them a few more times. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's spiritual power cut through the ropes on an Yingxuan's body with his fingertips, rescued her from above, and then fed her a healing pill before taking her out of the warehouse. Now it was night, and no one noticed anything unusual. Su Maoyang successfully took the unconscious and Yingxian back to her room. After everything was settled, she came out of the academy and returned to the Mu family. However, when she walked to the gate of the Mu family, she was completely stunned. She didn't expect that a white lantern with the word Zong on it was hung on the gate of the Mu family. Thinking that many people said she was dead today, could the funeral be held for her? Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was shocked. Her face twitched slightly, and she walked quickly into the Mu mansion. The Mu mansion seemed particularly cold today. When she walked into the yard, she only heard sobbing coming from the front hall. When she looked carefully, she saw a faint candlelight in the distance, flickering, and showing a bit of gloom. A heavy coffin was located in the center of the hall. On the table in front of the coffin were oil lamps, white wax, and fruit offerings. At the end of the coffin was a brazier with burning paper money. In front of the brazier, only Mu Yaqing's biological mother Jiang Qianlan was crying and telling something. Mu Yuanhang beside her also had red eyes. Although he was silent, his expression was very sad. In addition to these two relatives who really loved Mu Yaqing, the head of the Mu family and two fake people were also standing in the hall. The head of the Mu family was naturally in a very bad mood. He had finally arranged the academy and let Mu Yaqing go to study, but he didn't expect that she would be gone after only one day. However, Teacher Yuan insisted that he had never seen Mu Yaqing, and he couldn't put the blame on Teacher Yuan. So, he sent people to look for her for a few days, and when he had no choice, he held a funeral for Mu Yaqing. Now hearing Jiang Qianlan's crying voice, Mu Rong was upset. Cry? You only know how to cry. You are so embarrassed to cry. Look at what kind of daughter you gave birth to. She is good for nothing except causing trouble. In the end, I have to waste my money to hold a funeral. Nothing makes people worry-free. It's so damn unlucky. Mu Rong glared at Jiang Qianlan fiercely and roared with gritted teeth. After being yelled at like this, Jiang Qianlan no longer dared to cry wantonly. She could only sob sadly, which made her slender and frail body tremble. Mu Yuanhang angrily stared at his father, who had no feelings but only interests. As a junior, he naturally could not contradict his elders, but he was extremely dissatisfied with Mu Rong in his heart. At this moment, he endured his anger, stretched out his hand to hold his mother in his arms, and patted her comfortingly. The eldest lady Lu Biki beside him saw it, took a handkerchief to gently cover her laughing mouth, and then added insult to injury, Yuanhang. What is that look in your eyes? Are you dissatisfied with your father? Your father has done his best for your sister, and he has arranged the academy and prepared the funeral. He also sent so many people out to look for her. It's just that your sister is a short-lived ghost and has no happiness. Shut up. How could my sister disappear for no reason? I think it's probably related to you. Mu Yuanhang was so angry that he spoke without thinking, and refuted on the spot. Lu Biki's face changed when she heard this, and she pointed at Mu Yuanhang and cursed, You dare to contradict your stepmother? Are you lawless? Humph! Stepmother? Bah! You are not worthy. Don't think I don't know how many vicious things you have done. My sister is kind by nature. She is not your opponent, let alone a threat to you. Why do you still want to hold her and kill her? Mu Yuanhang said here, and his angry voice was choked. Hearing this, Mu Shiyuan retorted disapprovingly, Third brother, what you said is not right. Although my mother is not Mu Yaqing's biological mother, she has never treated her badly over the years. She has nothing to wear and eat. Humph. She's just a useless waste. But you still treat her as a treasure. It would be better if this useless thing died, so as not to waste the Mu family's food and cause trouble to the Mu family. As soon as Mu Shuyuan finished speaking, Mu Yuanhang stepped forward and slapped her in the face. Everyone present was stunned with a crisp sound. Mu Shuyuan widened her eyes in shock, covered her painful cheek, and after a moment of stiffness, she suddenly burst out, "Mu Yuanhang, you dare to hit me? I will fight you!" Roaring, Mu Shuyuan was about to rush up to hit Mu Yuanhang. Seeing this, Jiang Qianlong was afraid that the matter would get out of hand. So she immediately stood up, hugged Mu Yuanhang, and blocked Mu Shuyuan's palm. With a puff, Jiang Qianlong immediately spit out a mouthful of blood, fell weakly in Mu Yuanhang's arms, and moved her pale lips. "Hang her. No. Today is your sister's funeral. Don't make trouble. Let your sister go on peacefully." Mu Shuyuan didn't expect that she punched Jiang Qianlong. She was stunned for a moment, and finally kicked her. Humph. Just like Mu Yaqing. Both are useless. However, just as she finished her words, she saw a shadow suddenly passing by her side. Before Mu Shuyuan could react, there was a loud bang, and a black pit suddenly appeared in the whole hall, and the coffin and the spirit table were all exploded. At this moment, dust was flying, wood chips were flying, and a fierce spiritual power was shaking, scaring everyone. The smoke dissipated, and a white figure came into view. Even though the surroundings were dusty, the white clothes were spotless. The snow-white sleeves fluttered with the wild spiritual power, outlining a thrilling beauty. That beautiful and extraordinary face was like frost, so cold that it seemed that one look at it could freeze people into ice. Mu Yaqing. Lu Biki opened her eyes wide in shock and screamed in disbelief. The head of the Mu family, Jiang Qianlong and Mu Yuanhang all looked at Su Maoyang in shock. However, what shocked them even more was that Mu Shuyuan, a high-level Xianling master, was stepped on by Su Maoyang, spitting blood and dying. And the spiritual power fluctuations lingering around Su Maoyang made everyone horrified. Chapter 426, Destroy Mu Shuyuan. The head of the Mu family almost dropped his jaw on his feet, and the look he had on Su Maoyang seemed to be locked, unable to move. Late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. Oh my god! What did he see? He actually saw a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. You know, none of his 3 sons have reached the late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master level. However, the Mu Yaqing in front of him was actually a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. Mu Rong was too late to be shocked as to why Mu Yaqing was still alive, because all his attention was attracted by the strength that Su Maoyang had burst out. Mu Yuanhang and Jiang Qianlong were surprised by Su Maoyang's sudden appearance, and their eyes were filled with tears. Mu Yaqing didn't die. She came back alive. Seeing this, Lu Biki's face changed in horror, and he screamed, "Mu Yaqing, let my daughter go." Su Maoyang glanced at Lu Biki, and then he stepped on Mu Shuyuan's body and slowly exerted force, crushing the latter's heart heavily. Mu Shuyuan was almost beaten to death by her punch just now. Now Su Maoyang stepped on her sore spot. She was worse than death, and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood again. But even so, she still tried to raise her head and look at Su Maoyang, and said with difficulty, You are actually a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master." When she was knocked into the water by Mu Yaqing, she didn't notice her spiritual power, nor did she know her level. She just thought that she was careless and fell into Mu Yaqing's trick. But she didn't expect that she actually had such a powerful strength of a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. Su Maoyang looked down at her and asked grimly, "You hurt my mother. How do you think I should repay you?" Seeing this, the eldest lady was frightened and pale, and roared fiercely, "Your mother is a cheap bone. So if she is hurt, she is hurt. Yuan'er is the daughter of the Mu family, and her status is noble. If you hurt her, the Mu family and the Lu family will not let you go." Su Maoyang frowned even more in disgust when he heard this, and his cold eyes suddenly shot at her. "Don't worry. I won't touch her hair, because I will take her life." As soon as the word life fell, Mu Shuyuan's eyes were horrified, and she saw Su Maoyang's fist with fierce spiritual power suddenly attacking her, and a punch hit her heart. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing on Su Maoyang's cheek, drawing a bloodthirsty and cruel arc. Mu Shuyuan was horrified, and before she could speak, she was knocked out of her body by the fierce attack. Her eyes were bulging, Her limbs were stiff, and she twitched twice before she died. Her bloodshot eyes were wide open, reflecting Su Maoyang's cruel and cold face, and could no longer move. Su Maoyang exhaled lightly, finally avenging Mu Yaqing. And it was also a relief. However, everyone who saw this scene was shocked by such powerful spiritual power and clean and neat means. And the whole place was silent. The first to react was Lu Biki. She roared wildly, baring her teeth and rushing towards Su Maoyang fiercely. Mu Yaqing, you killed my daughter. I will fight you. However, before the lady could get close, Su Maoyang snorted coldly, and suddenly waved his sleeves, and immediately threw her several meters away. The old man's body drew a parabola in the air and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up due to the pain. The strong wind at this time rolled up the fierce spiritual power, scraping across everyone's cheeks like a sharp blade, causing a pain and oppression from the depths of the soul. Everyone was shocked and took a few steps back, staring at Su Maoyang with shock on their faces, whose clothes were flying in the surge of spiritual power. The sinister and cold breath came with the air wave, and everyone broke into cold sweats in an instant. Although Mu Rong was shocked by Mu Yaqing's strength, he would not allow her to be presumptuous anyway. Looking at Mu Shuyuan's body and Lu Biki, who was beaten to the ground and struggling, he suddenly roared with his eyes wide open, Mu Yaqing, you are presumptuous. You dare to kill people under my nose. The roar was like a huge bell, shaking the entire hall, frightening Mu Yuanhang and the weak Jiang Qianlan to pale faces. Mu Rong really didn't expect that Mu Yaqing would kill his daughter and beat his wife under his nose. It was too lawless. Seeing that the matter had gotten out of hand, and he had caused a big disaster, Mu Yuanhang immediately stepped forward and said firmly, Father, today's incident has nothing to do with Yaqing. All the responsibility is on my head. If the Lu family asks you to give an explanation, just hand me over. Mu Rong gritted his teeth and glared at him fiercely. Humph. Hand you over? Do you think the Lu family is so easy to get rid of? Su Maoyang heard the words, wiped the blood on his hands, walked over slowly, patted Mu Yuanhang's shoulder to signal him to step back, then walked to Mu Rong, stared at him coldly, and spoke softly. Father, I believe you are a smart man. You should have weighed the difference between the death of a daughter of a Xianling master and the gain of a daughter of a late-stage Huangling master. The Lu family has been suppressing the Mu family for many years. Isn't it because the Lu family has produced geniuses on the elite list, while the Mu family has not? You have spent so much effort to train your three brothers. Isn't it because you hope that the Mu family will have successors and can suppress the Lu family in terms of younger generations? Now I can help you realize this wish. Are you really willing to let the Lu family touch me? Su Maoyang's words immediately shocked Mu Rong. Are you threatening me? Mu Rong suppressed his anger, narrowed his eyes slightly, and growled with gritted teeth. Su Maoyang smiled. My daughter dare not. My daughter is reminding her father whether to continue to be suppressed by the Lu family or to turn over and suppress the Lu family. It all depends on your father's thoughts. Her cold tone was light and fluttering, and Mu Rong felt a cold wind pouring into his collar, making him sweat. Su Maoyang undoubtedly grasped Mu Rong's psychology. She knew that Mu Rong had been swallowing his anger in front of the Lu family for too long in these years, and he had already accumulated resentment in his heart. If he was not afraid of the strength of the Lu family, and there was a genius on the elite list among the younger generation, he would have wanted to turn against the Lu family long ago. But he had lost hope because his three sons could not make the elite list, and there was no way to revitalize the Mu family. But now it is different. Mu Yaqing is already a late-stage imperial spiritual master at a young age. If she is trained more, it is very likely that the Mu family will give birth to a sect spiritual master. By then, let alone the elite list, even the first place in the elite list will be hopeful. Mu Rong had to admit that Mu Yaqing was right. How could he bear to let such a good seedling be ruined by the Lu family? If Mu Yaqing really died, the Mu family would never be able to turn things around. Mu Rong looked at this daughter, who made him feel strange for the first time, and his heart was complicated, shocked, angry and entangled. He was shocked by Mu Yaqing's forbearance for so many years, and angry that she actually killed Mu Shuyuan and caused such a big disaster. But he was entangled about how to face this daughter, and how to deal with this matter. Perhaps he thought too much. Mu Rong suddenly felt a splitting headache, glared at Su Maoyang with hatred, and then angrily threw his sleeves and left. After watching him leave, Mu Yuanhang approached him worriedly and said anxiously, Sister, What should we do now? You killed Mu Shuyuan and beat the first lady. The Lu family will definitely not let you go. Su Maoyong smiled softly and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry. Father didn't refute just now, which means he agreed with what I said. He is a smart man, and will never let anything happen to me. Looking at his sister's confident and beautiful face, Mu Yuanhang was slightly distracted, and an indescribable shock surged in his heart. I don't know when this weak sister became so strong. So strong that even he couldn't help but be impressed. Chapter 427, Is she the alchemist of the King of Pills? Su Maoyong ignored Mu Yuanhang, who was too shocked to recover, but stepped forward, helped Jiang Qianlong, who was pale and breathless, and helped her walk to the backyard. Jiang Qianlong held Mu Yaqing's hand again. Her heart was very excited, and her pale cheeks were full of tears. She didn't care how powerful Mu Yaqing was. She didn't care whether she could revitalize the Mu family. She only cared that she was alive and well. As long as she was alive and stayed by her side, it was better than anything else. Su Maoyong felt the pair of hands that were tightly holding her and trembling with excitement, and her heart seemed to be touched by someone, and some inexplicable emotion surged. Although he knew that Jiang Qianlong's feelings were for Mu Yaqing, Su Maoyong couldn't help but fall into it. So this is how it feels to have a mother. Mu Yuanhang, who was left behind, saw the two people leaving, and then he came to his senses and chased after them. He still had a lot of questions to ask. Walking into Jiang Qianlong's room, Su Maoyong helped her sit down, then took out a pill from the space and handed it to her. Mom, this is a healing pill. Take it, and your injuries will be fine. Mu Yuanhang, who was standing aside, saw the pill in Jiang Qianlong's palm and was frightened and dumbfounded. Isn't this a Xian grade 5th turn solid foundation pill? Su Maoyong nodded and acquiesced to his guess. Seeing Mu Yuanhang's shocked look, Jiang Qianlong was also shocked and asked in confusion, What's wrong with this pill? Mom, you don't know? This pill is a Xian grade pill, which can only be made by a pill king level alchemist. It has a miraculous effect on injuries. Even if you take it to the auction house, it can be sold for hundreds of thousands of energy stones. Mu Yuanhang opened his eyes wide and explained excitedly. Oh my god! This pill is so precious. How can I eat it? Jiang Qianlong was so scared that she immediately reached out and handed the pill back to Su Maoyong. Mu Yuanhang stared at her in shock, with a bad premonition in his heart. Sister, tell your brother honestly. Where did you get the Xianbin pill? You must not do stupid things like stealing. If you kill Mu Shuyuan, the Mu family can still cover for you. If you offend the alchemist, the whole Mu family will not live. In this world, don't offend the alchemist. Even if Mu Yaqing is now a late-stage imperial spiritual master with great talent, if she provokes the alchemist, she will only be wiped out. And it is very likely that the entire Mu family will be wiped out. Su Maoyong stared at him with a look of astonishment. He associated stealing and the extermination of the Mu family with a pill. Isn't he thinking too much? The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she spoke stiffly. Brother, calm down. This is the elixir I made myself. No one is looking for trouble with us. Mu Yuanhang was frightened when he heard this, and his expression changed drastically. He took a deep breath, stared at Su Maoyong with bated breath, and asked in a trembling voice, You? What did you say? Say it again. Su Maoyong sighed helplessly. This is the elixir I made myself. It will not bring any trouble to the Mu family. Mother can enjoy it with confidence. Mu Yuanhang was completely shocked. You said you are the king of alchemy. Su Maoyong nodded with a smile. Mu Yuanhang's pupils suddenly dilated, and then he just shook his head in disbelief, grabbed Su Maoyong's arm, and advised earnestly, Sister, you can't lie like this just to covet this elixir. You are asking for trouble. Do you know? Su Maoyong rolled her eyes. She felt that she had made it clear enough. Then she struggled to break free from his hands, took out 2 medicine bottles from the space again, and handed them to Mu Yuanhang. This is a lower-grade Jinong Foundation building pill, which helps to improve spiritual power. You keep it. It should be of some use to your promotion. In fact, she didn't like to give pills to others casually. After all, the medicinal materials of the Xian-grade pills were very precious. But the scene of Mu Yuanhang standing up for her and taking the responsibility alone just now touched Su Maoyong a little. So she took out the pills as a reward. Mu Yuanhang took the medicine bottle in shock, quickly opened the medicine stopper, and took a closer look. seeing that it was indeed filled with Xian-grade pills of amazing purity. The whole person was shocked. If Mu Yaqing stole a pill, it would be reasonable. But she took out 2 bottles of so many Xian-grade pills in a row. It was really not as simple as stealing. Which alchemist is so careless that he lets people steal so many pills? Besides, Mu Yaqing doesn't have that ability. There is only one reason to explain why she can easily take out so many pills. She is really a pill king level alchemist. Realizing this, Mu Yuanhang held the medicine bottle, his hands trembling with excitement, and looked up at Su Maoyang stiffly. His pupils were filled with uncontrollable shock, and a stream of heat instantly surged in his head. His handsome cheeks also turned red because of excitement. Jiang Qianlong also stared at Su Maoyang in astonishment, and couldn't recover for a long time. No matter how ignorant she was, she knew what kind of role the Pill King alchemist was. He was a big man who was admired by everyone. With her humble status, she probably would never have the chance to see the Pill King alchemist in her life. However, her daughter is such an unreachable figure. Is she really not dreaming? Okay. It's late at night, and mother is injured, so I won't disturb her rest. After saying that, Su Maoyang turned around and walked out of the house without any delay, leaving Mu Yuanhang and Jiang Qianlong stunned in place, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. The most important thing for Su Maoyang right now is to practice. As soon as she returned to the house, she took out the evil blood cauldron to control the phantom cult flame that she had just subdued not long ago, and failed several times. But hard work pays off. After a night of practice, her method of controlling the strange fire has gone from unfamiliar to proficient, and this practice lasted until the morning. Su Maoyang slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes in surprise. Finally reached the peak of the Dan King. Perhaps because of swallowing the strange fire, Su Maoyang only took 1 night to advance, which can be called a miracle. Tang Chuntian and others in the medicine cauldron space were shocked and cursed a pervert. His master refreshed their worldview every day. Young master, you can now refine the Qingshan Huadu pill for the Golden Lion King. However, I checked the herbs Jun Haocong sent you, and found no Qingyan grass. This kind of herbs is rare, so you may have to work hard. At this time, the old man Jinjuan spoke up to remind. Su Maoyang nodded. Although the Golden Lion King's internal injuries were cured by her, there were still toxins in his body. At the beginning, she was not strong enough to refine the detoxification pill. But now her level has reached the level, and she only lacks herbs. So she really has to think of a way. However, before that, she had to go to the academy. I wonder if an Ancien has woken up. Lingyi Academy. When Su Maoyang just walked into the training room, he saw an Ancien running towards him excitedly, looking energetic. It seemed that she had taken her pills and recovered. She shouted to Su Maoyang excitedly, her pretty face excited like a red apple. Mu Yaqing, do you know that something big happened last night? Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment. What big thing? Oh, you don't know? A few days ago, Gu Jingling's group of lackeys tied me to the academy warehouse and tortured me severely. But last night, the group of lackeys died unexpectedly. Their bodies were found and carried out this morning. The death was horrible. I don't know which master did it. So sharp. So fucking relieved. Chapter 428 Accepting the Challenge. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and said nothing. However, even with such a cold reaction, and Ning Xuan's enthusiasm could not be extinguished. I heard that these people seem to have died at the hands of a late-stage imperial spiritual master. I don't know if it's true or not. If it's true, then my savior is a genius on the elite list. Right? As she spoke, an Ancien shyly touched her hot cheeks, and was so happy that she couldn't find her direction. Yes. Yes. There is something even more shocking. I was already covered in scars, but after a good night's sleep, all the injuries healed. Obviously, the savior is likely to be an alchemist. He is so handsome and powerful. And Yingxian was so excited that she almost jumped up. It was such a great honor to let an alchemist take action. Su Maoyang looked at her infatuated face, smiled and shook his head. Really didn't want to break her dream, but still cruelly reached out and handed over 2 energy cards. I don't need these 2 4th-grade training room cards. You can use them. One of them has 20,000 energy stones. This is the energy card she took out from Gu Jingling's body last night, as a reward for Ning Xuan's kindness. Besides, she is already a late-stage imperial spiritual master. Even if she enters the 4th-grade training room, It won't have much effect. It's better to give it to an ancien for practical use. An ancien was shocked when she heard this, and immediately stopped smiling. She stared at Su Maoyang in astonishment, passively pinching the energy card she stuffed in. She looked down and suddenly saw the name on the card. She screamed in fear, "Oh my god! Isn't this Gu Jinglin's energy card?" The energy card will display the owner's name. Once the energy card changes hands, you must register it with Teacher Zhou to change it to your own name. Su Maoyang just got the card last night and gave it to an ancien. He didn't have time to register, so the card was still Gu Jinglin's name. But an ancien was so frightened after seeing the scene. Perhaps she was too shocked that she could not control her emotions and volume for a while. Her explosive scream immediately attracted the attention of the disciples passing by. Everyone stopped and cast shocked eyes at Su Maoyang and an ancien. "Oh my god! Mu Yaqing, how come you have Gu Jinglin's card?" "No! No! How is it possible?" An ancien opened her eyes wide and yelled again in disbelief. At this time, more and more people gathered around and started to discuss the fact that Su Maoyang had Gu Jinglin's energy card. How could Mu Yaqing have Gu Jinglin's card? It's really strange. Yes, I heard that Gu Jinglin's group was killed by a late-stage imperial spiritual master. No matter what, this card should have fallen into the hands of that imperial spiritual master. How could it be with Mu Yaqing? Humph! How could an imperial spiritual master look down on a 4th grade training room? I think it's likely that Mu Yaqing passed by the warehouse and took it away. She didn't have the strength to rob, so she just picked it up. How shameless! One of the women said sarcastically. The others thought it made sense and nodded in agreement. With Mu Yaqing's strength, they could never associate her with a late-stage imperial spiritual master. Just as everyone was talking about it, a woman in a blue dress suddenly stood out from the crowd, pointed at Su Maoyang and shouted, "Mu Yaqing, I want to challenge you." Su Maoyang now has 2 4th grade energy cards, not to mention that there are 20,000 energy stones in them. So he naturally became a fat piece of meat in the eyes of everyone. However, because she was the daughter of the Mu family, no one dared to snatch it openly. But there were rules in the Academy's competitions that required the energy card to be handed over automatically if one lost the game. So the woman in blue issued a challenge. Su Maoyang heard the voice, glanced coldly at the woman who stood out, and responded indifferently, "Sorry, I'm going to give this card to an ancien. You can give her the card, but I'll take the 20,000 energy stones," the blue-clothed woman said with a firm face. An ancien was frightened and pale when she saw this, and immediately grabbed Su Maoyang's wrist and reminded her seriously, "Mu Yaqing, you must not accept her challenge. She is a disciple of the advanced class. Her strength is at the level of an early imperial spiritual master. Now she lives in a 6th grade training room. Because she has no family to rely on and lacks energy stones, she often participates in competitions in the academy to earn energy stones. She is very skilled and is a great person on the elite list. If you accept her challenge, you will definitely lose." Su Maoyang was going to refuse the challenge, but after hearing what an ancien said, he immediately changed his mind. A great person in the competition. There should be a lot of energy stones in her card. Thinking of this, she looked around and carefully looked at the elegant blue-clothed woman in front of her, and nodded slightly. "Okay, I accept your challenge." After a moment of silence, Su Maoyang suddenly blurted out a sentence, which frightened an ancien so much that her legs and feet softened, and she almost fell down. What on earth did she listen to? She was clearly persuading her not to accept the challenge. So why did she go against her will? "Mu Yaqing, you are crazy. She is an early-stage imperial spiritual master, several levels higher than you. Aren't you looking for death?" An ancien tightly grabbed Su Maoyang's arm and shouted anxiously to stop him. Su Maoyang pulled her hand away, smiled and comforted, "It's okay. I know my limits. You know your limits. What the hell? She won't be soft when she hits people. You are still a member of the Mu family. She doesn't dare to touch you in private. But if you take the initiative to accept the challenge, once you lose, the card will be hers. Who will you cry to when the time comes?" An ancien was obviously very anxious, fearing that Su Maoyang would suffer a loss. The blue-dressed woman opposite saw this and sneered sarcastically. "You have the courage to pick up the card, but not the courage to challenge. It seems that you are just a waste who relies on the Mu family to survive." Faced with her humiliation, Su Maoyang just smiled indifferently and said coldly, "I accept your challenge. I just hope you don't regret it. Ha ha ha. Regret? What a joke. I don't know how to write the word regret in my life. Since you agreed to the challenge. Please. The blue-clothed woman laughed twice and strode towards the competition arena. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows slightly and followed. The news that Mu Yacheng accepted the challenge of the senior class's competitive master swept through the entire academy like the wind, causing quite a stir. The two stood on the stage, and soon the audience gathered below. Even Song Zihan and Guanixing came to join in the fun, which was enough to show that this matter had deeply aroused everyone's curiosity. After all, it was really unbelievable that a general spiritual master accepted the challenge of an early-stage imperial spiritual master. Guanixing, who was in the audience, looked at Mu Yacheng and sneered. You are really overestimating yourself. You even dare to provoke an early-stage imperial spiritual master. Mu Yacheng is in trouble this time. Song Zihan heard this, and his face also showed disdain. He snorted coldly. Mu Yacheng had previously found my master and wanted to be his disciple. She was so ignorant of the world that she could do such a thing. I am not surprised at all that she accepted the challenge of the imperial spiritual master. That's indeed her style. Ha ha ha. What? She wants to be Mr. Yuan's disciple. That's ridiculous. Guanixing laughed so hard that she was shaking with laughter. And she despised Mu Yacheng to the extreme. Chapter 429, Proud. Hearing the voices of people laughing at Mu Yacheng, the purple-clad woman on the stage smiled with satisfaction and stretched out her hand to make a 10 gesture, in order to prevent people from saying that I am bullying the weak. I will give you 10 moves. Within 10 moves, as long as you touch my hair, you will win. As soon as this was said, everyone in the audience laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Not only did she give Mu Yacheng 10 moves, but she also said that as long as she touched my hair, she would win. How useless is Mu Yacheng to be discriminated against like this? However, Su Maoyong turned his head expressionlessly and glanced at an Yingxian in the audience, and asked coldly, an Yingxian, are you sure that killing someone in the academy will not violate the rules? An Yingxian was stunned by her sudden question and nodded stupidly. When everyone heard this, they found it even more ridiculous and sarcastic, and the scolding around them became louder and louder. Oh my god! Did I hear it wrong? She actually thought she had the strength to beat an early-stage imperial spiritual master to death. How funny! Yes, I have never seen such a self-righteous person. She should be worried about being beaten to death. She even cares about whether it will violate the rules. Mu Yacheng is so stupid. She should have stayed out of the spotlight with the support of the Mu family. But she insisted on showing off, and even confronted the masters of the competition. Isn't this courting death? Haha. It's so shameful that the Mu family has such an incompetent and stupid daughter. If I were her, I would just hit my head and die to avoid embarrassment. And Yingxian heard the insults to Mu Yacheng around her, and she was so angry that her face turned red, and she yelled, Shut up. Yacheng is braver than you no matter what. At least she dared to stand up and accept the challenge. Do you dare? Calling others stupid? How smart are you? Besides, Yacheng is not stupid. She is different. You don't understand at all. Hearing this, the people around laughed at an Yingxian even more, pointing fingers at her. Sure enough, birds of a feather flocked together. No wonder Mu Yacheng and an Yingxian are so close. They are the same kind of people. Ha ha ha. They are both stupid. There is no cure. And Yingxian, you are stupid, but you still don't admit it. There are many people from the 6 major families in the academy. Why do you have to flatter Mu Yacheng? Not only does she have no strength, she is also a concubine of humble status. And now she has no brains. What benefits can you get from her? You say you are not stupid. What are you? The sharp questioning in the crowd made an Yingxian speechless, and her face flushed. Yes, she really couldn't get any benefit from Mu Yacheng. But she never thought about getting anything from Mu Yacheng from the beginning. She approached Mu Yacheng because she felt that they had a mutual understanding. Not for the benefit at all. But her move was stupid in the eyes of everyone. Completely stupid. Facing the overwhelming sarcasm and humiliation, and Yingxian clenched her fingers, gnashing her teeth in anger. But she could do nothing. Seeing this, Guanixing was particularly happy, and couldn't help but teasing Song Zihan. TSK TSK TSK. What should I do? Your pursuer is going to be beaten to the ground. And she liked you after all. Are you just going to watch it? Song Zihan had a cold face, and spat in disgust. Humph. This kind of scum. Is she worthy of my attack? She deserves to be beaten. Who told her to be useless and stupid? Hearing such a cold and contemptuous answer, Guanxin smiled with satisfaction. Mu Yaqing dared to compete with her for a man. She really overestimated her own abilities. Thinking of this, Guanxin looked back at the ring with a smile on her face. At this time, Su Maoyang faced the ridicule from all sides. But instead of being afraid, she smiled calmly. 10 moves? Well, it is indeed a difficult thing. The purple-clothed woman opposite heard it and laughed proudly. Ha ha. Since you know, it's not too late to admit defeat and hand over the energy card now. Otherwise you will be beaten to the ground, which will not only be uncomfortable but also embarrassing. It will be too late to regret it then. Su Maoyang heard this, and a cruel cold light flashed in his bright eyes like obsidian. And he chuckled twice. I mean, it's hard for me to use 10 moves. After the words fell, before the people in the audience burst into laughter again, a white figure passed by like a rainbow and rushed towards the purple-clothed woman at lightning speed. At this time, the crowd watching had not seen clearly how Su Maoyang made the move. They only saw the violent collision, and the purple-clothed woman had been thrown backwards, flying more than 10 meters out of the ring, and fell heavily on the ground. With a loud bang, everyone was stunned and looked at the place where the purple-clothed woman fell. They saw that the woman was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and she died without struggling. One move killed instantly, so fast that people could not see the moves clearly, and even the spiritual power could not be seen clearly. Are they dreaming? Isn't Mu Yaqing a general spiritual master? How could she kill an early-stage royal spiritual master in seconds? This is too shocking. Everyone was unable to digest the facts in front of them. They stood there blankly and turned their heads to look at the spotless white figure on the ring. They finally understood what Su Maoyang meant by those 2 sentences. It is indeed difficult to defeat an opponent in 10 moves, because she defeated the opponent with 1 move. With such a swift and sharp method, she would indeed worry about whether the Academy allows killing. After all, she wiped out an early-stage Imperial Spirit Master with 1 move. It is difficult not to worry about such a violent fighting style. So, Mu Yaqing's strength level is likely to be a mid-stage Imperial Spirit Master? If this is true, then her strength is comparable to Song Zihan, who ranks 10th on the elite list. Thinking of this, everyone gasped in shock, and it is hard to tell what complex feelings they had. Guanxin and Song Zihan, who saw the scene, were even more shocked. Song Zihan never expected that Mu Yaqing, who was despised by him, was really good. She was actually a mid-stage Imperial Spirit Master like him. How could this be possible? Song Zihan's handsome face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his fists under his sleeves were shaking faintly. He really couldn't accept this fact. Guanxin's face was also not good. She had always looked down on Mu Yaqing, thinking that Mu Yaqing was just a vase of low status. Unexpectedly, she was not only prettier than herself, but also stronger than herself. This was a fatal blow to the proud Miss Gua. After a dead silence, everyone soon burst into a low cry of horror. Oh my god! Mu Yaqing is actually a mid-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. It's incredible. No wonder she is so arrogant. It turns out that she has a trump card. She hid it so well. So it was really her who killed Gu Jinglin's group. It's probably true. Gu Jinglin's energy card is all on her. I didn't expect the murderer to be her. Tang Chuntian in the medicine cauldron space heard everyone's discussion and spit. What mid-stage Imperial Spiritual Master? It's obviously a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. What a group of people with no vision. At this moment, and Yingxian was so excited that her big eyes were filled with tears, and she was shocked and excited in her heart. She never expected that Su Maoyang was so well hidden, and she never expected that her savior was Mu Yaqing. Win. Ha 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 Yaqing. You are awesome. You are my pride. And Yingxian ran directly to the ring, hugged her, and jumped with excitement. Chapter 430 From Ridicule to Indie. Su Maoyang couldn't stand her enthusiasm, touched her head with a smile, and finally broke free from her arms. Then he walked towards the body of the purple-clothed woman, leaned over gently to take out the energy card in her pocket, and threw all the 2 cards in his hand to an Yingxian. 6th grade energy card. There should be a lot of energy stones in it. You can make do with it. And Yingxian suddenly raised her hand to catch the 3 cards she threw over. Looking at her in astonishment, you gave all these to me. What should you do? I will find a way myself. The spiritual power of the 6th grade training room could not satisfy her. As for those energy stones, she could exchange them with elixirs. It didn't matter. And Ancient heard this, and nodded slightly. Yes, she is now a mid-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. So is she still worried about not being able to get energy stones? Thinking of this, she didn't bother to be polite with Mu Yaqing, and smiled and accepted the energy card. The people around were jealous, and their hearts were beating. That was a 6th grade energy card. In addition, the woman was a competition fanatic. I don't know how many energy stones were stored in it. In the end, it fell into the hands of an Ancient, a junior Xianling master. It was a waste of heaven's gifts. Now, everyone had to sigh that an Ancient was really lucky. She accidentally curried favor with a mid-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. And this Imperial Spiritual Master was so generous that he threw all the spoils to her. I don't know what kind of blessing she had in her previous life to meet such a good person. They curried favor with so many powerful and influential people. But none of them was as generous as Mu Yaqing. She casually gave away the practice room and energy stones. You know, these 2 things are particularly precious in the academy, and are hard-earned treasures. That's why they said an Ancient was lucky to meet Mu Yaqing. An Ancient heard the envious voices around her, and accepted everyone's jealous gazes. She finally raised her head, and proudly looked around. Her smug look made everyone hate her. You guys are a bunch of fools. You look down on others, and say that Mu Yaqing is stupid. I think you are the stupidest. Those who call her a waste. Go back and look in the mirror. She is a mid-term Imperial Spiritual Master. What are you? You are really shameless. Bah! And Ancient returned the words that humiliated Mu Yaqing. Finally, she spit at them, and walked over happily, leaving the ring with Su Maoyang. This move made everyone's faces turn green and red. They wanted to teach an Ancient a lesson, but because of Mu Yaqing, they didn't dare to do it easily. They could only watch them leave in frustration. Guanxin was so angry that she stamped her feet. It's absurd. It's absurd. What's going on? How could that idiot Mu Yaqing be the Royal Spirit Master? Song Zihan was already in a bad mood. And when he heard her yelling beside him, he immediately growled impatiently, "Can you be quiet? I'm so annoying." Guanxin heard this, and her angry face was even more shocked. And she roared sharply, "What did you say? You actually find me annoying? Did you see Mu Yaqing showing her true strength and favor her? Do you think she is prettier than me and stronger than me? So you want to kick me and stick to her? Once a woman feels threatened, she will become extremely sensitive." Song Zihan felt ashamed to see her making a scene in front of everyone, and glared at her fiercely with a dark face. "You are simply unreasonable. I am too lazy to argue with you." After saying that, Song Zihan swung his sleeves and left angrily. Seeing Mu Yaqing leave, Song Zihan was also angry and left. Seeing that there was no hope, everyone dispersed. But the news that Mu Yaqing was a mid-term Imperial Spiritual Master spread throughout the academy. Among them, the most excited was an Ancient. "Mu Yaqing, you are so mean. You are so powerful. But you hid it from me." Although an Ancient was happy, she pouted in protest when she thought that she was kept in the dark. Su Maoyang was innocent. "I didn't want to hide it from you. My strength was indeed very low at the beginning, and I was promoted recently." At the beginning, Su Maoyang was just a mysterious spiritual master. She had the opportunity to be promoted only by going to the burning prison and swallowing the strange fire. Otherwise, how could she be so powerful? But the strange fire was too precious, and she couldn't reveal it easily. Once it was known, it would expose the traces of Tang Chengtian and others. At that time, let alone cultivation, it would be difficult for her to survive. After hearing this, an Ancient naturally thought that she was perfunctory. How could anyone level up several times in a few days? It was obvious that Mu Yaqing was hiding something. However, she was too lazy to care. Seeing Mu Yaqing getting stronger, she was also happy. "Thank you last time for saving me from Gu Jinglin and helping me get revenge." And Ancient was grateful when she thought of the warehouse incident last time. If it weren't for Mu Yaqing, she would have died long ago. Su Maoyang smiled and said indifferently, "Didn't you say that I am your friend? Between friends? Why thank you." And Ancient also laughed heartily, "Yes. I believe it now. You said that my persistence will be rewarded one day. Although I am not strong, at least I have made a true friend, which is much better than those who flatter others, but can't get any benefits. Maybe you are my reward." Su Maoyang laughed. Although she didn't think she was that good, She was happy to make this innocent little girl happy. By the way, where are you going now? An Ancient asked in confusion when she saw her walking towards the gate of the academy. Su Maoyang glanced at her. Find a way to get the 10th grade practice room. An Ancient was shocked when she heard it. Are you going to the Alchemy Association to find the dean? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. They all say you are stupid. But where are you stupid? You are obviously very smart. And Ancient is not in the mood to joke with her now. You are crazy. The dean is not so easy to see. You have to try everything. And you too. Don't give up practicing because you think you are not talented. You can only know the result after trying everything. Maybe you are better than them. Su Maoyang patted an Angshuan's shoulder, then strode out of the academy. And Angshuan stayed where she was, staring blankly at the direction she left, muttering absent-mindedly, Really? Can I be better than them? Alchemy Guild. Su Maoyang looked up at the 4 golden characters Alchemy Guild above his head, raised his eyebrows slightly, and walked in. Before he even stepped into the gate, he was stopped by 2 guards at the door. Alchemy Guild is a restricted area. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Inside, the guard shouted fiercely and waved his spear, blocking Su Maoyang out. Su Maoyang frowned and explained, I want to see the dean of Lingi College. Please pass the message on my behalf. You want to see the dean? It's a fantasy. The guard heard this and found it ridiculous. He spitted with contempt and blocked her in front of her. Su Maoyang was helpless. I really have an urgent matter to see the dean. I hope you 2 brothers can make it easier. I will be grateful. As soon as the voice fell, before the 2 guards had time to drive them away, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind Su Maoyang. Chapter 431 Certified Alchemist. You are too unkind. The one in front of you is Mu Yaching, the concubine of the Mu family. You are so harsh in scolding her. Miss Mu is scared. I will report you when I go back. You will have to pay the price. The sharp female voice was as unpleasant as a knife scratching glass. A pretty woman in a goose-yellow dress slowly walked over from behind, with a smile on her lips. But her eyes were filled with deep jealousy. When the 2 guards saw the newcomer, they immediately bowed respectfully. Miss Gua, please come in. Su Maoyang was shocked to see that they actually allowed Guanxin to enter, and immediately asked, Why can she enter? But I can't. The 2 guards heard this. Their faces changed, stared at her with contempt, and scolded, Humph. Are you blind, and didn't you see the badge on Miss Gua's chest? There are 3 small stars engraved on it, symbolizing the identity of an early great alchemist. Of course, our Alchemy Guild welcomes you with both hands. As for your Mu family, the guild has never taken it seriously. Not to mention that you are a lowly concubine. You must know that no matter who it is, only certified alchemists can enter and exit the guild. And you are not qualified. If the Alchemy Guild is to be strictly considered, it is an existence that transcends all forces, and naturally does not take the 6 major families seriously. In Ban country, except for alchemists, no one else, even the King of Heaven, is qualified to join the Alchemy Union. Not to mention that Mu Yaching, who is nothing, actually dared to threaten to meet the dean of Lingi College. She is simply ignorant of the world. You have to know that the dean is an alchemist at the peak of the Dan King level, the only alchemist who can be compared with the president. Such a powerful strength and noble status. How can a concubine's daughter meet him just by saying so? Su Maoyang heard that only alchemists can enter, and immediately retorted loudly, I am also an alchemist. Why is Guanxin qualified and I am not? The 2 guards heard this, as if they heard a big joke, and immediately laughed. Alchemists need to be certified. You say you are? So you are? I also said that I am the peak of the king of alchemy. Ha 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 ha. Guanxin, who was standing aside, saw that she had no understanding of the market at all, and was a layman in alchemy. She covered her mouth and laughed twice, and explained sarcastically, Mu Yaching, this alchemy is much more complicated than spiritual power. If you want to become an alchemist recognized by everyone, you must pass the certification of the Alchemy Union and be awarded the alchemist badge to be considered a real alchemist. Do you think you are qualified? Guanxin lost to her in spiritual power, but she made up 10% in alchemy, and the depression in her heart was finally relieved. Certification? Hearing such words, Su Maoyang frowned slightly and answered decisively, In that case, I will certify now. The 2 guards did not expect her to be so self-righteous and really intend to certify the alchemist. They suddenly felt ridiculous and sarcastic. This certification of alchemy is not a joke. People who do not have the foundation of alchemy are not qualified for certification. Hearing this, Guanxin smiled with an ambiguous smile on her face. And she spoke for the first time. Don't be aggressive. Miss Mu wants to be certified. So give her a chance. Just give me face, and let her go in to see the world. Otherwise, it will not look good if she keeps blocking here. The two guards looked at each other, seeming to be in a dilemma. What? Don't you want to give me this face? Guanxin raised her voice and asked back. The guards naturally did not dare to offend Guanxin, so they had to bite the bullet and agreed, okay. Since you are Miss Gu's friend, please come in. Su Maoyang did not expect Guanxin to be so kind as to speak for her. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she knew in her heart that she definitely had no good intentions. At this time, Guanxin walked into the Union Hall and took her to the certification place. There was already a queue at the certification office, and many people were waiting for certification. I don't know when it will be her turn. Guanxin ignored the team and walked to the front. She saluted respectfully to the two middle-aged men who were wearing black robes and wearing 3 medium-sized stars on their chests. My lords, I am here to certify my alchemy level today. The two men looked up at her and recognized her immediately. One of them smiled and nodded. It turns out to be Xine Guru. You just certified as an early great alchemist a few months ago, and you are going to certify again today. Your alchemy talent really did not disappoint us. The two men smiled with satisfaction and were quite satisfied with Guanxin's alchemy ability. Guanxin's face showed a hint of pride, but she said modestly, No. It's the two lords who taught me well. Haha. If you succeed in certification this time, you will be a midterm great alchemist, the same level as us. It's hard to say who will teach whom in the future. From the tone, the two men were more or less trying to curry favor with Guanxin. After all, a young great alchemist is really rare. Guanxin smiled and waved her hands. I don't deserve it. I will need your care in the future. By the way, I brought a friend this time. She also wants to be certified as an alchemist. As she said that, she pointed to Su Maoyang behind her. The two adults looked in the direction of her finger. I wonder who that is. Guanxin smiled and explained, she is the concubine of the Mu family, named Mu Yaqing. I saw her outside the door shouting for an audience with the dean. I couldn't bear it, so I brought her in. She is not an alchemist. She came to the union to see the dean. Did I hear her wrong? One of the adults frowned angrily and spoke unhappily. The other adult looked at Guanxin with reproachful eyes. Don't be too kind in the future. If everyone sympathizes, then our union will become a relief center. You should get her out. Su Maoyang heard their discussion and walked up quickly. Two adults. I am anxious to see the dean of Lingyi College. I heard that only certified alchemists can enter. So can you arrange for my certification as soon as possible? Hearing this, the two adults took a deep breath in disbelief. They probably had never seen such an arrogant person. They waved their hands impatiently. Who are you? You have the nerve to see the dean. Get out before we get angry. Isn't your alchemy union specialized in certifying alchemists? What do you mean by not accepting my certification and forcing me to leave now? Su Maoyang was repeatedly rejected and became angry. One of the men didn't expect Su Maoyang to dare to talk back. He was so angry that his face turned black. He was about to curse, but was stopped by the man next to him. This gentleman seemed to be able to hold his temper better. He glanced at Su Maoyang with disdain and snorted coldly. It's okay for you to get certified, but don't think that you can't see the dean after you get certified, because you are not qualified. Su Maoyang suppressed his anger and asked back, what do you think is qualified? Hee. The dean is an alchemist at the peak of the Dan King. Unless you are also a strong man at the peak of the Dan King, how can you be qualified to invite him? The man said this just to humiliate her, but he didn't expect to get her firm answer. The peak of the Dan King. Right. Very good. Arrange for me to get certified now. Chapter 432, second on the elite list. The two adults didn't understand whether Mu Yaqing didn't understand or felt too good about herself. Did she really think she could be certified as a Dan King peak alchemist? That was too much of a fantasy. The people around him also complained one after another, and were speechless about Su Maoyang's self-confidence. Dan King Peak was considered the top alchemist in Ban country. It was ridiculous that this ignorant little girl wanted to become such a powerful figure. Guanxin laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. She looked at Su Maoyang as if she was watching a joke. She was kind enough to bring her in today just to see Mu Yaqing make a fool of herself. Fortunately, Mu Yaqing's performance did not disappoint her. Mu Yaqing, you don't seem to understand that spiritual power and alchemy are two different things. Having strong spiritual power does not mean that alchemy is strong. Alchemy is hundreds of times more difficult than spiritual power cultivation. How can it be as easy as certification? Guanxin has a sense of superiority as an alchemist, so her words are somewhat reproachful. At this time, before Su Maoyang could reply, a clear male voice suddenly came from behind, as clear and pleasant as a spring, which shocked everyone. You are not her. How do you know whether it is easy for others? Besides, this has not been certified yet, and the Alchemy Union has rejected and denied it in various ways. This seems to violate the purpose of the Union. The purpose of the Alchemy Union is to continuously discover and cultivate alchemists, and their behavior of looking at people through the cracks in the door obviously violates the purpose. When everyone heard that someone dared to criticize the Alchemy Union, they all looked at the person in shock. I saw a tall and elegant man walking towards me from a distance. He was wearing ice blue brocade, a jade belt around his waist, holding a folding fan, and a white silk thread tied more than half of his black hair high behind his head. His chin was slightly raised, and between his apricot-shaped eyes, the stars were shining brightly. He came towards me, with a faint smile on his lips, a bit of the frivolity of a romantic young man, so gentle that he seemed to be able to tolerate everything, just like the clear lake water with ripples in the spring, which made people unable to help but immerse themselves in it. Ah, isn't this Xiao Linchen, who ranks second on the elite list of Lingyi Academy? Oh, it's him. I heard that he has been promoted to the peak of the great alchemist some time ago. This time he appeared in the Alchemy Guild again. Could it be that he has been promoted again? Oh my god. If that's true, he is too talented. Yes, not only is he an early-stage Zhong Lingshi, but also an early-stage Dan Wang. He is indeed a rare genius in Lingyi Academy. After hearing everyone's discussion, Su Maoyang came back to his senses from his amazement and looked at the man in front of him with some surprise. It turned out that he was the second on the elite list, the disciple that teacher Yuan was proud of. Su Maoyang was thinking deeply, and the two alchemists sitting behind the table stood up in surprise and greeted him in person. Oh, Mr. Xiao, we didn't refuse her just now. It's just that it's not easy for her to see the dean, so we let her recognize this fact. We didn't mean to violate the purpose. Mr. Xiao misunderstood. One of the adults apologized quickly, and his respectful look was simply shocking. Seeing this, another adult immediately asked in a flattering manner, Mr. Xiao, are you here for certification this time? Xiao Linchen glanced at the two coldly and hummed coldly. It can be seen that Xiao Linchen did not take the two people seriously. However, even such a cold answer still made the two adults widen their eyes excitedly. Mr. Xiao, your speed is too amazing. You just certified the peak of the great alchemist 2 months ago, and now you are going to certify the early stage of the Alchemy King. With such talent, you are simply the best in Ban country. The two smacked their lips in shock, looking at Xiao Linchen with eyes full of Indian worship. When Guanxin saw Xiao Linchen, she thought of what he had just refuted her, and hurried forward, saluted in fear. My daughter meets Mr. Xiao. Such a great person. Her Gua family really can't afford to offend. Xiao Linchen didn't seem to like Guanxin very much. He frowned and looked at her coldly. He didn't say anything to her. Instead, he looked up at Su Maoyang and raised his eyebrows with interest. Are you the Mu Yaqing who pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger? Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? He actually used this word. Su Maoyang's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he nodded slightly with an embarrassed look on his face. Xiao Linchen looked her up and down. His thin lips raised slightly, outlining a beautiful arc, and his pleasant voice was as refreshing as wine. Haha. It's quite hidden. Quite interesting. However, it is indeed not easy to be a certified alchemist. If you ask me, I can consider helping you. Su Maoyang found it a little funny, and couldn't help asking, how are you going to help me? Xiao Linchen saw that she looked cold and not excited at all, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. You should know that I have now been promoted to the early stage of Dan King. As long as I give you some pointers, you will make rapid progress in alchemy, and it will naturally not be difficult to be a certified alchemist. Alchemy techniques do need guidance from teachers. Without guidance, even the best talent is useless. If you meet a good mentor, he can give you a few pointers, and the speed of improvement is probably more effective than practicing hard for a year. Su Maoyang used to have talent but no one to guide her. If she hadn't met the old man Jinjuan, her alchemy talent would probably still be buried. Therefore, being able to get guidance from a master in the early stage of Dan Wang is something that many people dream of. So much so that everyone looked at Su Maoyang in shock after hearing these words. And it was hard to believe that she had won the favor of Xiao Linshan. Even Guanxin was jealous and tightened her fingers, staring at Su Maoyang, gritting her teeth. I thought I could ridicule her and make her look bad. But I didn't expect that Xiao Linshan would suddenly appear and be willing to help her. Even she didn't have this kind of honor. How could Mu Yaqing, who didn't know how to make pills at all, be qualified? But at this time, Su Maoyang didn't have any surprise or gratitude. She just smiled and refused. My little girl is stupid, so there's no need to trouble Mr. Xiao. When these words came out, everyone was shocked, and all were shocked by her refusal. There are actually people in this world who refuse the help of alchemists. Oh my god! Did they hear it wrong? Even Xiao Linshan himself stared at her, with a look of astonishment on his face. For a moment, he couldn't understand Mu Yaqing in front of him. He kindly helped her because she was interesting. But he didn't expect to be rejected by her. This was the first time he was rejected in his life. The man next to him saw that Su Maoyang had put Xiao Linshan in a difficult position, and his face froze. He shouted at the top of his voice, Mu Yaqing, don't push your luck. Young Master Xiao is the king of alchemy. Many people have begged him for guidance, but they couldn't get it. You dare to refuse. Su Maoyang thought it was a little ridiculous, and asked coldly, according to what you mean, don't I even have the right to refuse help? Xiao Linshan frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, since she is unwilling to accept my help, I won't force her. Just certify her directly. Chapter 433 Rejected Xiao Linshan. Guanxin really hated people like Mu Yaqing who took advantage of others and acted cute. She couldn't help but sarcastically said, Humph. Why are you pretending to be noble? It's really disgusting. I don't know why this kind of people have such good luck. Su Maoyang touched her nose, feeling helpless. She just didn't need an alchemist who was lower than herself to guide her. Is there anything wrong with that? Besides, if it comes to guidance, isn't the old man Jinjuan more qualified than him? She obviously has a ready-made teacher. Why should she owe a stranger a favor? Besides, she doesn't know what Xiao Linshan's intention is. But her attitude fell into the eyes of people who didn't know the truth, and she became hypocritical and self-righteous. The two alchemists in charge of certification also glared at Mu Yaqing fiercely. At a glance, he immediately extended his hand to lead the way for Xiao Linshan. Mr. Xiao, don't bother with such an idiot. Your certification room is over there. I'll take you there. Then, another alchemist pointed to the most remote room and said to Su Maoyang with a bad face, your room is over there. Go by yourself. Remember, you only have 1 hour. If you exceed the time or fail to refine the elixir, you will not be eligible to obtain the alchemist's badge. Su Maoyang looked at the room pointed by the alchemist, and it was written with the words Alchemy King Peak on it. Originally, there were many people waiting for certification, but no one dared to challenge the peak of the Alchemy King. So this room was vacant and just left for Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang nodded, strode over, and closed the door after entering. Seeing this, Xiao Linshan also retracted his gaze and was led into the alchemy room by the alchemist. Guanxin snorted disdainfully. Although she hated Mu Yaqing, she couldn't delay the business, so she followed him into the alchemy room of the intermediate great alchemist. This time, she had to show her alchemy skills and trample Mu Yaqing under her feet. Other people waiting for certification were also arranged into the room one after another, and the first round of certification began. As soon as Su Maoyang walked in, he saw the pill questions that had been prepared in the room. What kind of pill to refine is determined by the union, and there are only the medicinal materials needed to refine this kind of pill in the room. During the certification process, it is forbidden to decide the type and medicinal materials of the pill privately. Every certified alchemist must follow the regulations of the union. This is to avoid cheating and make the certification exam more fair and just. Su Maoyang doesn't care what kind of pill to refine or what medicinal materials to use. Anyway, she has reached the peak of the pill king now. As long as the medicinal materials are complete, there will be no problem with the technique and the temperature. Thinking about it, she didn't delay at all, and immediately picked up the herbs and began to peel and pick them. After she had done the preparations, she released the strange fire on her fingertips and gently put it into the alchemy furnace designated by the union. After a while, a dazzling golden light appeared, And then a golden flame quickly jumped up. The enchanting flame illuminated the entire alchemy room like daylight, which was extremely strange. And Su Maoyang's smart fingers passed through the flames flashing with golden stars, bringing waves of fire waves. The quick and skillful technique matched the beautiful and dazzling flames, which was perfect and impeccable. It's just that people outside don't know the situation inside. If they see the scene, they will definitely be amazed. The pill that Su Maoyang refined this time is a high-grade dueling pill, which helps the peak Imperial Spirit Master break through the bottleneck and advance to the initial Sex Spirit Master. It is very precious. If it is sold, it can be sold at a high price of hundreds of thousands of energy stones. This is why the alchemists at the peak of the Dan King are so popular. It's just that the process of making the upper Xinggrade dueling pill is more complicated and time-consuming. So when the time is about to run out, Su Maoyang has not started to finish. At this time, there were noises coming from outside. Guaningxin was the one who came out. Seeing this, the master in charge of certification immediately stepped forward and took the medicine tray in her hand, and then opened the lid in the expectant eyes of everyone. A full-shaped and bright-colored Zhongting grade pill came into view. Everyone was in an uproar, all praising Guaningxin's talent, and undoubtedly praised her very highly. Accepting praise from all sides, she held her head high with a smile on her face, as proud as a peacock. Coincidentally, at this moment, Xiao Linchen also walked out of the alchemy room. Guaningxin wanted to get his appreciation, and hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Xiao, I have successfully authenticated it. This is my elixir." When Xiao Linchen heard this, he just glanced at her lightly, and did not take her elixir seriously, but handed the medicine tray in his hand to the master in charge of authentication. Seeing that he had no reaction, Guaningxin gritted her teeth in anger. Although she was not as good as him in alchemy skills, she was a rare existence among women. Why couldn't she get his attention? However, Xiao Linchen knew that if he wanted to go far in the alchemy world, he must have a calm and careful temperament. And Guaningxin's noisy personality, even if she had talent, would only be temporary, and she would never achieve anything in alchemy. When the two masters saw Xiao Linchen coming out, they all came forward flatteringly, quickly took the medicine tray, and opened the lid with expectation. A pure and strong medicinal fragrance wafted out instantly, and everyone gasped in shock. Wow! It's a lower-grade Jinqing pill. So powerful! The crowd burst into exclamations, and Xiao Linchen's pills once again set off a climax in the audience. The two masters were also so excited that their faces twitched, their voices trembled, and their old faces flushed with excitement. Ha ha! Mr. Xiao, congratulations on your successful entry into the early stage of the Pill King. You are really amazing. Not only did you advance in a short time, but you can also refine such a high-purity pill. It's really shocking. Seeing this, Guaningxin also swallowed her saliva with envy and admired him. Sure enough, Xiao Linchen is a rare genius in alchemy, and he has never disappointed anyone. Xiao Linchen's mouth corners raised slightly, and he glanced slightly at the room that certified the peak of the Pill King. Seeing that the time was about to come, Mu Yaqing seemed to have not moved yet. I really don't know what kind of elixir she can make. He has never heard of her making elixirs before. For some reason, Xiao Linchen was full of curiosity about her. Even if she refused, he still wanted to wait for her result. Guaningxin saw that the time was almost up, but Mu Yaqing showed no sign of coming out. She couldn't help but sneer. It's been almost an hour, and she hasn't come out yet. Mu Yaqing probably can't make elixirs. You don't have to wait for her. Just announce the result and give us the badge. However, just as Guaningxin finished speaking, the door of the Dan King Peak was suddenly opened, and Su Maoyang walked out quickly with a medicine tray. Guaningxin and Xiao Linchen were both slightly stunned. Before they could react, Su Maoyang handed the medicine tray to the certified master. The master took it perfunctorily, as if he had expected the result long ago. There was no expectation on his face, and he slowly opened the tray. Chapter 434, Be Her Little Brother. A golden light flashed by, and the unprepared people narrowed their eyes. After the light, everyone looked at the golden pill in horror, and they were stunned for a moment. They never knew that pills could emit light. Is this really a pill? But seeing the round particles and pure color, everyone had to admit that this was indeed a pill. And it was a high-grade dueling pill, which was 2 levels higher than Xiao Linchen's low-grade Jinqing pill. If we compare the purity, I don't know how many streets ahead of Xiao Linchen. After all, No one has ever seen someone refine a pill that can emit dazzling light. It's really shocking. I guess even the president of the alchemy union doesn't have this skill. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Su Maoyang with unprecedented weirdness. With shock, amazement, fear, jealousy, and envy, Guaningxi was in disbelief. Her face was even paler than the window paper. This was probably the worst blow in her life. Mu Yaqing's spiritual power was stronger than hers. And even her talent for alchemy, which she was proud of, was surpassed by Mu Yaqing. No, it can't be said to be surpassed. It is clearly crushed. She was just a midterm great alchemist, while Mu Yaqing was already a peak alchemy king. A huge gap has completely widened the gap between the two. Such a humiliation made Guaningxi live a life worse than death. The two masters in charge of certification beside her were also shocked by this scene. They were stunned for a long time before they woke up. They were holding the medicine tray carelessly just now. But now they had become cautious and even terrified. It was as if what she held in her hands was not a pill, but the most precious and fragile item in the world. Oh my god! She actually refined a high-grade spirit-gathering pill. Am I really not dreaming? Yes. It actually worked. Such purity is really amazing. The two masters were still in shock, their mouths wide open, as if they were electrocuted. Their minds were in a state of half-dementia, and only excitement was left in their hearts. However, after the shock, there was fear. They didn't know what stupid things they had done just now. And they actually offended a powerful Dan king. They also said so many humiliating and sarcastic words. They were really going crazy. The two masters' backs were instantly covered with cold sweat. And they immediately knelt down and cowed out, "Master, spare me. Master, spare me." Su Maoyang was startled by their sudden actions. When did she want to kill them? What was this acting? But she didn't know that everyone was in awe of the alchemist. If you offend the alchemist, even if the alchemist does not take action, there will always be someone who flatters her to take action for her. Therefore, the alchemist is a very terrifying existence. Not to mention that Su Maoyang is a pervert at the peak of the Dan King. Seeing this, Xiao Linshan couldn't control the shock in his heart, and he wanted to slap himself a few times. He just said shamelessly that he wanted to give advice to the peak of the Dan King. Now thinking about it, it's really ridiculous. He has just been promoted to the early stage of the Dan King. And looking at the Juling pill refined by Mu Yaqing, you can tell at a glance that it is the result of a long period of promotion. However, he shamelessly said in front of a master who is 2 levels higher than him that he wants to give her advice. This is definitely the most embarrassing and stupid thing in his life. Xiao Linshan wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. His handsome face was already flushed. Things to apologize kept surging in his mind. But his mind was a little dazed by the scene. And there was no way out. Su Maoyang didn't notice Xiao Linshan, who was almost buried in the ground in shame, and asked the 2 alchemists directly, "Am I qualified to see the dean now?" The 2 alchemists nodded quickly and answered hurriedly. "Yes. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. If you are not qualified, no one in Bang country is qualified. Then don't kneel down. Get up and lead the way," Su Maoyang commanded. After hearing this, the 2 masters stood up and led the way for her. But before she could take 2 steps, Xiao Linshan seemed to have mustered up great courage, quickly blocked in front of Su Maoyang, and knelt down and clasped his fists. "Master Mu, please accept me as your disciple." When everyone saw this, they were so surprised that it was like a thunder explosion above their heads, and they were all shocked. Even Su Maoyang was shocked by his sudden action. "Mr. Xiao, what are you doing?" Su Maoyang asked back with his eyes wide open, unable to believe it. Xiao Linshan's face was sincere, and he explained sincerely, "Master Mu, I admire your talent and skills in alchemy, and I want to learn from you. Please accept me." Su Maoyang's face twitched slightly when he heard it, and he pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. "Mr. Xiao, I don't accept disciples, and I can't teach you anything. You better get up quickly." She came to the Alchemy Association to become a disciple. But how come it became someone else's disciple? Is it wrong? "Miss Mu, do you dislike my dullness and lack of strength? And are you afraid that I will embarrass you?" Xiao Linshan asked aggrievedly when he saw her refuse. Su Maoyang was ashamed. This was the second on the elite list. How dare she despise him? "Are you crazy? Mr. Xiao, you misunderstood. You are very powerful. It is me who cannot reach you. Besides, I really don't plan to accept you as a disciple. You kneeling here will only make it difficult for me. Su Maoyang accused seriously. Seeing her anger, Xiao Linshan had to make the second best choice. If you don't want me to be your disciple, then let me be your little brother. If you refuse again, I will really kneel down for a long time today. Seeing that he insisted, Su Maoyang sighed helplessly and waved his hand. It's up to you. Xiao Linshan stood up excitedly when she heard her promise. Ha ha ha. Boss, I will follow you from now on. Su Maoyang was a little indigestion by his sudden change of attitude, and black lines flashed across his forehead. It was weird that the second on the elite list wanted to follow her. If the people in the academy knew about it, they would probably be scared to death. Hey, go back first. I have something to do. Su Maoyang saw that he was so excited that he couldn't find the direction, and was afraid that he would pester her. So she quickly waved her hand to drive him away. Xiao Linshan really had the consciousness of being a younger brother, and didn't cause any trouble for her. Yes, boss. After saying that, he strode out of the union, and faded out of everyone's sight. Su Maoyang breathed a sigh of relief, and followed the two alchemists into the backyard of the alchemy union. Master Mu, this is the dean's alchemy room. The two alchemists led her to the outside of the dean's room. She nodded slightly, pushed the door and walked in. At this time, a violent roar suddenly came from inside. I said, no one is allowed to disturb me while I am making alchemy. The roar was like thunder, and Su Maoyang scratched her painful ears. She looked in the direction of the sound, and saw an old man in a black robe and disheveled face standing in front of the alchemy furnace in front. He quickly controlled the flames with both hands, cursing and emitting a violent aura. Su Maoyang was surprised when he saw this, and then he saluted with his fists. Disciple Mu Yaqing greets the dean. Get lost. Chapter 435 Accepting an Old Apprentice. Su Maoyang just said a word and was yelled to get out. This temper is really not ordinary. Dean, I heard that you are competing with the president of the alchemy union in alchemy. Maybe I can help you. Su Maoyang had heard about this from an Yingxian a long time ago, so this became her only bargaining chip to obtain the 10th grade training room. Sure enough, the dean looked up and looked at her in surprise. He found that she was not wearing the alchemist's badge. Then he frowned and growled, Humph. You are not even an alchemist, but you have the courage to say such big words. Get out now before I get angry. Su Maoyang was not angry, and replied calmly, I have just certified the alchemist, and the dean can trust me completely. The dean heard this and sniffed coldly, with a very disdainful tone, Humph. Even if you are certified as an alchemist, what I want is someone who can refine. You are an alchemist, who can produce the top-grade blue jade pill. Can you do it? Su Maoyang nodded, although I have never refined this pill. It should be no problem if I prepare it. Bah! This pill is extremely complicated. Even I can't make it. You little girl dare to talk nonsense. Get out. Get out now. The little girl in front of him probably doesn't even know what blue jade pill is, but she dares to say it's no problem in front of him. I don't know why young people nowadays are so impetuous. It makes people feel sick. So, this is why he has not accepted disciples for so many years. Because no young people can catch his eye. The two alchemists waiting outside the door heard the roar from inside, and they were so scared that they were sweating profusely. They stumbled in and suddenly crawled on the ground, trembling. Seeing the two people who broke in, the dean snorted angrily and scolded loudly. How do you do things? Can anyone come into my alchemy room? The two wanted to cry, but had no tears. Can the strong man at the peak of the Dan King be called anyone? Even if the Dan King wanted to go to heaven, they couldn't stop him. Dean, spare me. Dean, spare me. The dean and Mu Yaqing couldn't afford to offend them, so the two of them had to kowtow and beg for mercy. Now, immediately, take her away. The dean slapped his palm on the table, making a violent sound. The two alchemists' hearts skipped a beat, and they were almost suffocated. I dare not. I am just a great alchemist. I can't afford to offend the Dan King. I still want to live for 2 more years. Please forgive me. Dean. The two cried with snot and tears, and it seemed that they were really scared. The dean frowned in confusion when he heard this. What did you say? The peak of the Pill King? Yes. Master Mu has just certified the peak of the Pill King. I still have the soul-gathering pill she just refined. The heat has not yet dissipated. As he said this, one of the alchemists quickly reached out and held out the pill with a faint golden glow and showed it to the dean. The dean's eyes suddenly hit the pill in his hand, and he was shocked. He rushed over and snatched the soul-gathering pill, his hand shaking with excitement. This was the first time he had seen such a fine pill. Whether it was the purity and concentration, the appearance and color, or even the faint golden glow on the outside, it was the best he had ever seen. This should be considered the top quality of the soul-gathering pill. However, they told him that such a top-notch pill was made by a yellow-haired girl. Thinking of this, the dean looked at Su Maoyang in horror, and asked in disbelief, "Did you make this yourself?" Su Maoyang nodded and agreed. The dean's eyes almost popped out. "How old are you this year? Did the man in front of him practice some secret technique to stay young?" Su Maoyang wanted to blurt out her real age, but suddenly remembered that she was Mu Yaching now, not Su Maoyang, and immediately changed her words. 17. Now she couldn't reveal Su Maoyang's identity. Otherwise, she would be in danger of death, and she would be even more unable to calm down and practice. "What? You're only 17? The dean was obviously hit hard, and felt dizzy for a while. He quickly held the table beside him to stabilize his body. He and the president of the Alchemy Union are considered the most authoritative alchemists in the alchemy world. At their age, they are only at the peak of the alchemy king. Now a young girl has reached his level. Judging from the quality of the dueling pill, her alchemy skills are obviously better than his. Is she going to let people live? Even if he doesn't believe everything in front of him, the temperature of the pill can't deceive him. This is definitely just made. There is no fake. What's more, if she cheats, who can help her? The old guy. The president? That old guy is afraid that he can't make such a top-notch pill. If he can't make it, then no one in the entire Ban Kingdom can make it. What's more, how could that old guy be so stingy and be willing to give such a good pill to others? So there is only one possibility, that this pill is really made by the little girl. The dean was so frightened that he took a deep breath and calmed down for a long time before he came to his senses. He pushed aside the hair covering his cheeks and looked at Su Maoyang seriously again. Finally, he chuckled twice and asked shamelessly, "Master Mu, I wonder if the help you just said still counts?" Su Maoyang saw that he changed his attitude instantly, and knew that he had taken the bait. Then he raised his lips and nodded slightly. "Of course it counts. But I have a condition. I need a 10th grade practice room." "Oh, you are a Dan King at the peak. Why worry about the practice room? As long as you help me defeat that old guy. Don't talk about the 10th grade. I will give you my practice room directly." The dean's old face was red with excitement, as if he had found a treasure, staring at Su Maoyang with his eyes wide open and drooling. The two alchemists who were kneeling on the ground and trembling were also shocked. The dean actually gave his practice room to Mu Yaching, which is really unprecedented. For so many years, no one in Lingyi Academy has had such an honor. Both of them envied silently. Su Maoyang readily agreed. "Okay. About the elixir you mentioned, bring me a pen and paper. I will write down the specific refining process and precautions. As long as you follow what I say, there should be no problem." Yuanzi heard this and rubbed her hands happily, quickly handed over the pen and paper, and looked at her expectantly. Su Maoyang wrote down everything that the old man Jinjuan said and handed it to the dean. The dean took it excitedly and read it carefully. The refining process was indeed explained in detail and was amazing. Genius. Really a genius. This is a real genius. I admire you so much. The dean was so excited that he knelt down, which was a deep admiration. Su Maoyang's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately went to help him. "Dean, what are you doing? You are already this old. Are you trying to embarrass me?" No, Master Mu. Whether you recognize me as your disciple or not, I have already recognized you as my master. Please accept my disciple's kowtow." This old man with gray hair and a beard that reached his navel actually kowtowed heavily to her, shocking Su Maoyang so much that she was dumbfounded. Chapter 436, How could it be a woman? The two alchemists next to him could not believe their eyes and ears. It was like a bolt from the blue. They were completely dumbfounded. Their eyes, mouths and even noses were wide open, and they looked frightened. Is this still the famous Dean Lingyi? Is this still the mysterious and powerful Dean who cultivates both spiritual power and mental power? The godlike figure in their hearts actually kneeled in front of a little girl and bowed his head. Speaking of which, Dean Ho Jianwei is actually an alchemy maniac. When his spiritual power reached a certain level and could not be broken through, Most of it was used for alchemy. Coincidentally, he had a friend who was against him. That is, the president of the alchemy union. The two often competed with each other in alchemy, which has become the only fun and belief in his life. They are equally strong and are at the top of the alchemy world in Bain country. They have never met an alchemist who is more powerful than them. Now that they have met, it means that they still have the possibility of improvement. How can he not be excited? Besides, this alchemist who is stronger than him is only 17 years old. It is hard to imagine what great achievements she will have in the future. So, it is not a loss for him to be able to worship under such a master. Su Maoyang's muscles twitched awkwardly, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dean, I came here to worship you as my master today. I want you to help me with my spiritual power, not to worship me. This time, in addition to wanting to fight for a training room, she also wanted the dean to accept her as a disciple to help her improve her spiritual power. In terms of alchemy, she has the guidance of the old man Jinjuan, so she is not worried. It's just that if she explores spiritual power by herself, she will not only take a detour, but also waste time. She doesn't have much time to waste. However, the dean waved his hands hastily, looking like he couldn't bear it. No. Master wants to improve his spiritual power, and I will do my best. All the energy stones are on me. As long as I can help, I will be there at any time. As he said, he had already taken out an energy card from his body and handed it to Su Maoyang. This is the energy card of my room. I rarely go back to the academy. There is basically no one living in that yard. There is a practice room inside. The spiritual power is more abundant than the 10th grade practice room. The location is also more remote, and the environment is quiet. You can practice in peace without being disturbed. Hearing this, Su Maoyang took the energy card and looked at the energy stones on it. As calm as she was, she hissed in surprise. There are actually 1 million energy stones. Now I don't have to worry about energy stones when practicing. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang was overjoyed and nodded with great satisfaction. Taking a disciple with such benefits, it would be a waste not to take one. This time she agreed readily. Okay. Thank you for the energy card. But I still want to ask you for something. What is it? Master, just tell me. Does your alchemy guild have Qingyan grass? Su Maoyang asked in a low voice. Ho Jianhui was stunned, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Qingyan grass is relatively rare, and ordinary elixirs do not use it. So the guild has not prepared it. Su Maoyang heard this, and a look of disappointment flashed across his face, and he sighed softly. Even the alchemy guild did not have it. It seemed that it was not easy to get Qingyan grass. Seeing that she was a little discouraged, Ho Jianhui immediately suggested, Master, you can go to the mercenary guild to have a look. As long as you post a task in the mercenary guild, there should be many terracotta army willing to find it. Su Maoyang's eyes lit up, and she nodded slightly. This is indeed a good idea. She had heard from Wang Feng that several brothers of the Blood Battle Group had been affiliated with a group called the Hurricane Mercenary Group to do missions for a while. Maybe the Hurricane Terracotta Corps could be hired to help find it. With an idea, Su Maoyang's expression eased a little, and then she took out a medicine bottle and handed it to the dean. I'm in urgent need of beast cores of the Holy Spirit beast recently. I want to ask the dean to help me take these high-grade pills to the auction house for auction. How many beast cores can I get in exchange for? She heard that the auction house in Bain country is different from others. The auction house here is more about bartering, because alchemists are no longer short of money. What they lack is precious medicinal materials, alchemy furnaces, and other strange things. So pure gold coins or energy stones cannot attract them. So they will take the pills to the auction house, decide on the items they need, and everyone will auction the pills with items through the auction. Whoever has better items can get the pills. Now the Golden Lion King, the Blue Cloud Leopard, and the Sky Demon Marten are all in urgent need of improving their strength. So Su Maoyang came up with this idea. However, with her current identity, she would probably be questioned at the auction house. Taking out so many pills would also attract the attention of other people, and she would be in trouble. Now there is a free errand runner, so why not use it? The key is that it is still useful. So she handed it over to the distinguished dean to do it. I think that with him coming forward, things should go smoothly. Upon hearing this, the dean hurriedly took the medicine bottle, opened the medicine stopper, and took a look. Surprise flashed across his face. It turned out that there were all fine pills inside. He wanted to take them for himself. Then he swallowed hard, tried to restrain his inner desire, and nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll take care of this matter. Seeing that he agreed, Su Maoyang nodded with relief. I still have things to do, so I won't delay the dean's alchemy. I'll take my leave first. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the room without waiting for the dean to stay. The dean sighed softly, looked down, and realized that he was still holding her gathering spirit pill in his hand. He immediately raised his voice and shouted, Your gathering spirit pill. Just consider it as a fee for running errands. Su Maoyang only replied from a distance and disappeared from his sight. The dean took a deep breath in shock. This errand fee was too expensive. Su Maoyang came out of the alchemy guild and contacted Wang Feng through the soul card, who knew that something happened to Wang Feng. Master, the Hurricane Mercenary Group encountered some troubles. Several brothers of the Blood Battle Group were injured. Now I'm afraid they can't help you for a while. Wang Feng's low voice seemed a little hoarse, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Su Maoyang's heart was filled with anxiety, and a gloomy face flashed across her face. She said in a deep voice, Don't move there. I'll come over now. There is a mercenary union in Ben country. This union is dedicated to hiring mercenary groups. As long as people in need go to the union to post tasks, there will be mercenary groups to take the tasks. So the union is equivalent to an intermediary. There are many mercenary groups, but only one or two can be called famous. Of course, the most powerful and famous mercenary group is called the Poison Bee Mercenary Group. This group often acts tyrannically, not only stealing the business of other groups, but also bullying people from other groups. Su Maoyang walked into the hall of the Hurricane Mercenary Group, and what caught her eyes was a large group of defeated soldiers, cruel and unpredictable. She saw Wang Feng and the brothers of the Blood Battle Group sitting aside, sorting out the wounds. Even with gauze tied, the blood still seeped out fiercely, and it was obvious that the injuries were serious. Wang Feng and Lin Water stood up happily when they saw Su Maoyang and shouted, Master, you are here. When the people of the Hurricane Mercenary Group saw this, they all looked at Su Maoyang in surprise. One of the tall and burly men frowned when he saw Su Maoyang and asked unhappily, Wang Feng, is this the master you said came to save the day? How come you are a woman? Are you kidding us? Chapter 437, Go and Destroy the Place. After the other members of the Hurricane Mercenary Group found out that the master Wang Feng was talking about was a woman, they all glared at Wang Feng angrily, waiting for his explanation. At the beginning, Wang Feng said how powerful his master was, and they really believed it, and were looking forward to meeting this strong man. Everyone was very happy to hear that his master was coming, thinking that a strong man would come to save the situation. But they didn't expect that a delicate woman would appear. Isn't this playing tricks on them? Hey, isn't this the third lady of the Mu family? Mu Yaching? A question suddenly broke out in the Hurricane Mercenary Group. Once again, everyone's attention was drawn to Su Maoyang. When the burly man heard this, his sword eyebrows frowned even tighter, almost crushing a fly to death, and roared angrily, What? You said she is the useless concubine of the Mu family? Yes, Captain. It's her. A man in the crowd nodded affirmatively. The man who was called the leader was so angry that his face turned black. He glared at Wang Feng with bulging eyes. Is this the master you mentioned? King found a loser to save the situation. Are you trying to make fun of me? His expression clearly showed that he was going to get angry. Lin Water got angry when she heard the leader call Su Maoyang a loser. Who is a loser? Keep your mouth shut. She is our master. So what? Do you have any objections? When the leader Jiang Zheng saw that Lin Wana was angry, he softened his attitude, winked, and said flatteringly, Haha, that's not what I meant. Now that the brothers are seriously injured, I am worried. Besides, your master is a woman and can't really help. It can be seen that the leader still likes Lin Water a little. Even if he is dissatisfied with Su Maoyang, he still dare not tear his face in front of Lin Water. But Su Maoyang was a godlike figure in Lin Water's heart. When he looked down on her master, she was dissatisfied and shouted, Bah! What's the difference between a woman and an unwomanly woman? Am I not a woman? Am I not better than some men in your group? Don't look down on women. Lin Wana was a hot pepper in the Hurricane Mercenary Group. Although her spiritual power could not catch up with them, her combat power and skills were excellent, which was not a disgrace to her usual experience. In addition, she was beautiful and had a good temperament, so Jiang Zheng liked her very much. Therefore, even in the face of her harsh words, he could swallow his anger and nodded quickly. Yes. Yes. You are the best in my heart. Lin Water saw that he smiled in a flattering way, like a punch on cotton, and was very angry. She simply ignored him and walked quickly to Su Maoyang and comforted him. Master, don't bother with him. They are just a bunch of people without vision. Su Maoyang was naturally too lazy to bother with strangers. She heard that the brothers of the blood battle group were injured, so she rushed over to help. Thinking about it, Su Maoyang looked at their injuries. His face became more gloomy, with a hidden fire flashing in his eyes, and asked in a low voice, "Who beat you like this?" Wang Feng sighed and said awkwardly, "It was the Poison Bee mercenary group, because we accepted a mission with a lot of rewards. They knew about it and came to our door. Alas, their people are generally one level higher than us in strength, and there are more of them than us, so they are outnumbered." So, hearing this, Su Maoyang took a deep breath in anger, took out a bottle of fifth turn solid foundation pill from his arms, and handed it to Wang Feng. "This is a fifth turn solid foundation pill. For healing, feed it to the brothers." Everyone was stunned when they heard about the fifth turn solid foundation pill. That was a high-grade pill. Only the alchemists at the peak of the Pill King level were qualified to refine it. One pill was extremely precious, but the woman in front of them actually took a bottle. Oh my god! Who is she? How could she be so generous? Is she really just an inconspicuous concubine of the Mu family? Even the head of the Mu family, I'm afraid, can't afford so many high-grade pills. The people of the Hurricane Mercenary Group were shocked, and only the people of the Blood Battle Group took the pills very calmly and swallowed them. They had seen the genius of their master a long time ago and were numb to it. Even if one day their master became the Pill King, they would take it for granted. It was just a matter of time. The Hurricane Mercenary Group was stunned to see that Wang Feng and others were recovering from their wounds at the speed of blinking an eye. They were stunned on the spot and couldn't speak for a long time. The first to break the deadlock was the leader of the Hurricane Group. "Are you all healed?" The leader rubbed his eyes, not believing what he saw. After Wang Feng and the others took the pills, they stretched their muscles and exhaled comfortably. Their spirits and complexions were much better than before. Seeing this, Jiang Zheng knew the answer even without asking. The upper Xian grade pills are really awesome. Seeing this, the other members of the Hurricane Group all looked at the Blood Battle Group with envy, and swallowed their saliva eagerly. No wonder they admired their master so much. He turned out to be a rich man, with so many pills on him. I don't know how much he spent on them. The Blood Battle Group was really lucky to meet such a rich and generous master, who scattered the upper Xian grade pills like scattering sugar beans, which was simply unbelievable. Although everyone was envious, no one dared to ask for it. After all, the elixir was too precious, and they were too embarrassed to ask for it. While everyone was still in the shock created by Su Maoyang, she had already loudly ordered, "Wang Feng, you lead the brothers of the Blood Battle Group to go to the Poison Bee Mercenary Group with me." Wang Feng was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "What are you going to do?" Su Maoyang rolled his eyes and roared angrily, "You are stupid. Of course, I am going to destroy the place." Oh. Wang Feng nodded in understanding. But everyone in the Hurricane map was shocked. The Poison Bee Mercenary Group is the top mercenary group in Bain Country. They were already defeated by the Poison Bee before they lost their soldiers. If they go to destroy the place now, they will die. Jiang Zheng was the first to stand up and object. "No. The Poison Bee Mercenary Group is too powerful. You guys are no match for them. You will die if you go." Su Maoyang snorted coldly. "I want to see who dies in the end." Su Maoyang will not show mercy to those who dare to hit her. Jiang Zheng thought Su Maoyang was showing off when he heard this, and immediately scolded fiercely, "Mu Yaqing, you are a woman. Don't point fingers here. You are a rich lady who never goes out of the house. You don't know how powerful the Poison Bee Mercenary Group is, nor do you know the cruel fighting between mercenary groups. If brothers die because of you, I, Jiang Zheng, will be the first to cut you into pieces. The Hurricane Group has already lost several brothers, and it can't stand the tossing. Now is not the time for revenge, but the time to calm down and recuperate." However, Lin Water agreed with Su Maoyang's decision and shouted excitedly, "Let's go and destroy the place. With the master here, I don't believe that the poisonous bee won't be scared to death." The other brothers of the Blood Battle Group shouted excitedly after hearing this, which was completely a personal worship of Su Maoyang. They believed too much in the strength of their master because Su Maoyang never let them down. But the people of the Hurricane group could not understand this feeling. And they all looked at this group of crazy people in disbelief. Oh my god! You are really tired of living. How can you be the opponent of the poisonous bee? Jiang Zheng was anxious to death. Chapter 438 Perverted Woman. With Su Maoyang here, the people of the Blood Battle group naturally no longer listened to Jiang Zheng's command. They all followed Su Maoyang out of the yard and rushed towards the Poison Bee mercenary group. Jiang Zheng was so angry when he saw the scene. He had no choice but to command the remaining defeated soldiers, "Hurry up and follow her. That woman will definitely do something bad. A general spiritual master. I don't know where he got the confidence to smash the Poison Bee mercenary group. I don't know how he will die later." So, Su Maoyang kicked open the door of the Poison Bee mercenary group, and Jiang Zheng rushed there with his men. Seeing Su Maoyang rushing in with Wang Feng and others, he immediately shouted, "Mu Yaqing, get out of the way quickly, and don't make trouble for us. When the fight starts later, we can't care about your life or death." Jiang Zheng really didn't like Su Maoyang. If it wasn't for Lin Wanner's face, he would have kicked her away long ago. And he wouldn't let her point fingers here. He was the leader of the mercenary group, and he should be the one to give orders for combat command. When did it become a woman's turn? However, before he could step forward, Su Maoyang ignored him and stepped into the yard of the Poison Bee mercenary group. Because of Su Maoyang's presence, Wang Feng roared with confidence, "Poison Bee mercenary group, come out and die." As the roar fell, a large group of men quickly rushed out from the back and immediately surrounded the people of the Hurricane group. At this time, a black figure suddenly walked out of the crowd. His tall and strong figure was even more burly than Jiang Zheng. There was a terrifying scar on his dark and sinister face. His pair of sinister eyes revealed a striking coldness, and his hoarse voice was as unpleasant as sandpaper rubbing against a table. "Heh! Hurricane mercenary group. It's you again. A group of defeated generals, suddenly running to my Poison Bee mercenary group. Are you dissatisfied that you haven't been beaten enough, and want to continue to die?" Su Maoyang heard this, threw Xing Yuan Dan to Wang Feng and others, lowered his head slightly, sneered twice, and his clear voice was cold. "No. You are wrong. We are not here to die, but to send you to die." The leader of the Poison Bee heard this, and immediately shifted his sight from Jiang Zheng to Su Maoyang, and found that this woman was standing at the head of the Hurricane group. Like a leader, after being surprised, he raised his head and laughed. "This can't be the reinforcements you invited. Ha! What a bunch of cowards. Let a woman come to the rescue." Too funny. Before the word was uttered, everyone saw a flash of white light, as fast as lightning, and a wave of wind suddenly rolled up around, sharp like a knife across everyone's cheeks. Everyone was about to use their hands to block it. But who knew that the position of the Poison Bee leader suddenly exploded and emitted a dazzling glare. The Poison Bee leader was actually blown away by a punch, and slammed into the wall behind him. With a bang, he fell to the ground, splashing dust all over the ground. Everyone was stunned by this shocking scene, like thunder and lightning. And the people of the Poison Bee group had not yet reacted, and found that their leader had been defeated before the battle. And he didn't even connect a move. Is it so shocking? The Hurricane group led by Jiang Zheng was even more shocked and stunned. They stood there stupidly, like a clay figure, and didn't react for a long time. However, just as they were horrified, the brothers of the Blood Battle group, who had taken the Xingyuan pill, had already rushed up and fought with the people of the Poison Bee mercenary group. The people of the Poison Bee group suddenly felt that this group of people seemed to have changed, and their combat power was a level higher than before. They took the pills that forcibly increased their strength. Damn! These perverts! Someone in the Poison Bee group finally found out and yelled. The Poison Bee group was so scared that their faces turned pale when they heard this. Although taking this kind of pill can temporarily increase strength, it is very harmful to the body and talent. This group of people really don't care about their lives. The people of the Poison Bee mercenary group were originally a group of masters of the middle stage Royal Spirit Master, and the leader was a late stage Royal Spirit Master. Compared with the Blood Battle group, which was an early stage Royal Spirit Master, they were a whole level higher. But now that the Blood Battle group has taken the Yuanzing pill, their spiritual power has caught up with them, and their moves are vicious and pressing step by step. It is simply a desperate fighting style, because the brothers of the Blood Battle group never worry about getting hurt. Their master is an alchemist, and any pill can heal their wounds. Moreover, they have been fighting for years, so this injury is nothing. So once they start, they have no worries at all and fight with all their might. The sharp momentum immediately forces the Poison Bee group to retreat again and again, unable to resist. Not to mention that the Poison Bee group was stunned by this group of lunatics. Even the people of the Hurricane group were frightened by this terrifying scene. Oh my god! With such fighting power, there is no chance for the Hurricane group. Mu Yacheng and the 9 people of the Blood Battle group can destroy the entire Poison Bee group. Of course, what shocked them the most was the spiritual power fluctuations that Mu Yacheng burst out. And she turned out to be a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. It's okay to be a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. But she also punched away the leader of the Poison Bee group, who is also a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. Isn't it too abnormal? They have seen high-level people crush low-level people, but they have never seen people of the same level crushing each other. Mu Yacheng's fighting power can be described as terrifying. Damn. Am I still asleep today? Jiang Zheng was stunned and stood there. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and slapped his brain, hoping to be more awake. However, the more awake he was, the more shocked he was. It was not until Su Maoyang raised his knife and cut off the head of the Poison Bee group that Jiang Zheng realized what kind of pervert he had offended and how ridiculous the previous ridicule and humiliation were. Looking at the white figure emitting a cold and fierce aura, everyone in the Hurricane group swallowed their saliva in horror, and a layer of cold sweat instantly rushed up their backs. It turned out that what Wang Feng said was true. His master was really awesome. A fight, without suspense, ended with the Poison Bee group being wiped out. Looking at the yard with corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river, and seeing the once famous and domineering Poison Bee group in Bayan fall in a pool of blood and go down in history, everyone sighed, thinking that they were suppressed by the Poison Bee group 1 second ago, and they completely destroyed the Poison Bee group the next second. The change was too fast, and the people of the Hurricane group felt as if they were in another world. But they didn't move a finger for this overwhelming victory. All thanks to a woman named Mu Yacheng. Ha ha ha. It's so satisfying. I finally killed it back and vented my anger. Wang Feng kicked the corpse of the leader of the Poison Bee group and laughed. Lin Water also nodded with a smile on her face, then looked at Jiang Zheng arrogantly, and snorted, Jiang Zheng, don't you look down on us women? How about this fight? My master took the lead alone. What else do you have to say? Chapter 439 The Man on the Tree. After watching the scene just now, what else can Jiang Zheng say? Besides being shocked, he only felt regret and shame. The people of the Hurricane group lowered their heads in shame, not daring to speak carelessly. Su Maoyang didn't care what they said before, but asked for help. Captain, I'm looking for a medicinal herb called Qingyun grass recently. Since Wang Feng and the others are affiliated with you, I won't go to the mercenary union to issue the task. I will directly hand over this task to you. As for the reward, as he said, Su Maoyang had already taken out a bottle of Upper Xian grade 5 turn solid foundation pill from the space and handed it to Jiang Zheng. Jiang Zheng was so scared when he received a large bottle of Upper Xian grade pill that his eyes were wide open. He thought Mu Yacheng was generous enough to distribute the pills to the people of the Blood Battle group, but he didn't expect that even the reward was a large bottle of upper grade pills. How generous is this? Lin Water saw Su Maoyang being so generous and reminded anxiously, Master, these pills are all made by you with great effort. Don't let these people get away with it. To put it bluntly, they and the Hurricane group are just profit relations, and they are just affiliated with them to take tasks and make money. There is really no need to be so generous to them. However, when Lin Water said this, everyone in the Hurricane group was immediately shocked. What do you mean she made them with great effort? Does it mean that these pills were not bought by her, but made by her herself? Jiang Zheng stared at Su Maoyang's face, showing an expression that he couldn't grasp the key points. His mouth slowly opened wide, and his chin almost dropped. These pills are all made by you. Before Su Maoyang could answer, Lin Water sneered, if it wasn't made by my master, could it be you who made it? I thought I bought it. Jiang Zheng's face was tangled, and he sighed in surprise. Lin Water sneered, are you stupid? Where can you buy so many high-grade Xian-grade pills? You should know that one pill is already a sky-high price. Not to mention so many pills. If you want to buy them, you will have to spend all your money. Hearing this sarcasm, Jiang Zheng and the brothers of the Hurricane group were all scared and pale. sweating profusely. Yes, if you want to buy so many pills, I don't know how much money it will cost. No, these pills are so precious that you can't buy them with money. Except that they were made by yourself. There is really no other reason. The peak of the pill king. You are the peak of the pill king. My God. I am standing with the peak of the pill king. Jiang Zheng was so scared that his eyes widened. His face was pale. And he roared in disbelief. The strong man at the peak of Dan King is really too terrifying. He has only heard of such a strong man and watched from afar. And has never communicated face to face. Because they have no chance and qualification to talk to the top alchemists at the peak of Dan King. Now, looking at Mu Yaching in front of him, Jiang Yang's legs suddenly became weak. And he quickly leaned on his brother beside him, trying to stay calm. Since you have accepted my elixir, please help me find Qingyun grass as soon as possible. Su Maoyang glanced at the people in the hurricane group and reminded them seriously. Everyone nodded when they heard this. If they could get such a good reward, they would find Qingyun grass even if they risked their lives. At this moment, everyone suddenly felt lucky that when the Blood Battle group was rejected by the Blood Sword Mercenary group, they were lucky to have accepted the Blood Battle group. Otherwise, they would have missed the opportunity to climb to the top of the Dan King. Seeing that they understood, Su Maoyang immediately told Wang Feng, "You take them away first. I will take care of the aftermath here." Wang Feng nodded and asked everyone to leave the yard of the Poison Bee Mercenary group one after another. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Maoyang waved his sleeves and put all the corpses on the ground into the space. These are all mid-stage Imperial Spiritual Masters. And one of them is a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. Such strength can be used to refine puppets. Once the puppet is successfully refined, she will have more protection and more safety. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang breathed a sigh of relief, patted the stains on her sleeves, opened her red lips, and asked casually, "The one on the tree, how is the scenery up there?" The man on the tree was shocked, and a trace of surprise flashed across his handsome and charming face. It was really shocking that someone could detect his presence. Thinking of this, her beautiful lips gently outlined an arc of interest, and her figure flashed, and she immediately landed in front of Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang gently raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. He had a heroic figure, like a bamboo, black hair like satin, handsome appearance, a pair of phoenix eyes, with some charming charm, and a playful smile floating in his pupils like black agate. His fair and smooth handsome face was like a blooming white camellia. It was not as rough as a man, but rather tender and delicate, which made people's eyes bright. What a handsome man! A trace of surprise flashed across Su Maoyang's eyes, and his expression was still calm. After all, no matter how handsome the man in front of him was, he could not compare to Jun Haocong's beauty. "Young master, what are you trying to do by sneaking around?" She raised her eyebrows slightly and asked in a cold voice. The man was surprised to see that she had already discovered his presence. But he couldn't hide his excitement and said, "Mu Yaching, the most inconspicuous concubine of the Mu family. I didn't expect that she was a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master, and a peak Dan King. TSK TSK TSK. You hit it so deeply. Does the head of the Mu family know?" Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you want?" Seeing her expression, the man sighed again. "Ha ha ha. It seems that the head of the Mu family has also been kept in the dark. Speaking of which, I have seen many strong people and many geniuses. But I never knew that there was a funny person in Bang country who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger. You are really a surprise." Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you want?" Seeing her expression, the man sighed again. "Ha ha ha. It seems that the head of the Mu family has also been kept in the dark. Speaking of which, I have seen many strong people and many geniuses. But I never knew that there was a funny person who pretended to be a pig and ate a tiger in Bang country. You are really a surprise." Su Maoyang. Liang hated the naked gaze of the other party, frowned, and warned in a low voice, "Sir, you and I don't know each other, and my affairs have nothing to do with you. I only advise you to mind your own business and forget about what happened today. Otherwise I can't guarantee that I won't kill you to silence you." The man didn't seem to expect that someone would dare to speak to him in this tone. His face froze, and surprise flashed in his eyes. "Do you know who I am?" "Humph. As long as you don't block the way. Who you are has nothing to do with me. If you block my way, then you are my enemy." Su Maoyang's eyes were sharp, and his cold voice revealed a hint of murderous intent. After the words fell, Su Maoyong passed by him without any pause, and walked out of the door quickly. The man was shocked, turned around and looked at Su Maoyong's back as she left, and his eyes became extremely complicated. This woman is not only powerful, but also has a strong personality. She is really full of secrets. But this is interesting. Su Maoyong came out of the residence of the Poison Bee mercenary group and went straight to the academy and entered the dean's house. The courtyard was deserted, and no one had lived there for a long time. However, she just needed such a quiet environment to help her practice. So, she went into the practice room and stayed there for 3 days. Hard work pays off. After practicing day and night, she finally advanced to the peak of the Royal Spirit Master. Even the Golden Lion King, the Blue Cloud Leopard, and the Heavenly Demon Marten have also improved their strength. Chapter 440 Revenge for Sister. The Sky Demon Marten is an ancient beast. Su Maoyong has no idea of its specific level. She only heard it say that it should have no problem dealing with a late-stage Zong Spirit Master. The Golden Lion King has now been promoted to the 3rd level Holy Spirit Beast, which is equivalent to the level of a late-stage Imperial Spirit Master. As for the Blue Cloud Leopard, it has been promoted to the 1st level Holy Spirit Beast, which is equivalent to the level of an early-stage Imperial Spirit Master. However, the combat power of spiritual beasts is generally stronger than that of humans, and their strength must be raised by 1 level. Therefore, the real strength of the Golden Lion King is enough to match the early-stage Zong Spirit Master, and the Blue Cloud Leopard is enough to match the mid-stage Imperial Spirit Master. I think if they eat the beast core again at this time, they should be able to be promoted by 1 level. It has been 3 days, and the Dean should have auctioned off the pills. It is time for her to go to the Alchemy Guild. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong got up, pushed the door and walked out. But who knew that she was blocked by someone who suddenly rushed out when she walked to the main road of the academy. A deafening roar seemed to come from the sky. Mu Yaching, you killed my cousin. Take your life. After the roar, Su Maoyong saw a powerful spiritual power flying from the front. Fortunately, she was agile and dodged to the side, avoiding the attack in an instant. The fierce spiritual power hit the ground and suddenly burst into a loud bang. The movement here instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding students. Everyone cast a horrified look, and some people shouted directly, "Oh my god! Isn't that Lu Yunhe, who is ranked 7th on the elite list?" After seeing the appearance of the person who took action clearly, everyone gasped in shock. This Lu Yunhe is the 7th ranked warrior on the elite list. He has already reached the late stage of the Imperial Spiritual Master, and has a tendency to advance to the peak Imperial Spiritual Master. He is a genius that the Lu family is proud of. With strong strength, sharp combat power, and being a member of the Lu family, Lu Yunhe has a high status in the academy. Therefore, no one in the academy is stupid enough to provoke him. Now seeing him looking for trouble with Mu Yaching, everyone is very scared. They really can't figure out how Mu Yaching provoked such a ruthless character like Lu Yunhe. And they all sweat for her. It's over. Mu Yaching is finished this time. Although Lu Yunhe ranks 7th, his methods are insidious. He often puts people to death and leaves no one alive. Mu Yaching, a mid-stage Imperial Spiritual Master, is no match for him. Yes, this Lu Yunhe's strength is very abnormal. Mu Yaching is afraid that she will die today. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Although they knew that Mu Yaching killed the 20th ranked talent on the elite list last time. How could that woman be compared with Lu Yunhe, who was ranked 7th on the elite list? They were simply one in heaven and one in hell. Moreover, everyone did not see Su Maoyong's spiritual power clearly at the beginning, and they preconceived that she was a mid-stage Imperial Spiritual Master, now facing a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master. They naturally thought that she had no chance of winning. Su Maoyong heard people around him calling him Lu Yunhe, and combined with the cousin he was shouting about, he now understood everything. It seems that the truth cannot be hidden, and the death of Mu Shuyuan has still spread to the Lu family. It is obvious that Lu Yunhe in front of him is here to avenge Mu Shuyuan. Just as Su Maoyong was thinking, Lu Yunhe on the opposite side had already started cursing. Mu Yaching, you made me look for you so hard. I have been looking for you for 3 days. But I didn't expect you to hide in the academy. Humph! A concubine's daughter dared to kill my cousin. Today, I want you to pay with blood. Give me your life. After saying that, Lu Yunhe rushed forward and stretched out his palm again. Instantly, he burst out with fierce spiritual power and attacked Su Maoyong's face. Su Maoyong's eyes were fierce, and he didn't bother to be polite with him. He suddenly retreated a few meters. The spiritual power brewing in his palm suddenly turned into a silver sword. With a wave of his long sleeves, he stabbed Lu Yunhe's outstretched palm fiercely. Lu Yunhe was frightened by the sudden spiritual attack, and his body stagnated. He retreated quickly, but it was too late to retreat now. The fierce spiritual power that turned into a sharp sword came crashing down and pierced his palm at once. Before he could resist, the silver sword turned back again and stabbed at his chest. Lu Yunhe was so scared that his eyes were bloodshot, and he dodged quickly. Fortunately, he still had some skills. It didn't pierce his heart, but the silver sword still scratched his arm, bringing blood all over the place. When everyone saw this, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale, even paler than Lu Yunhe's. If they saw it correctly, the spiritual power was that of a peak imperial spiritual master. The people present knew what kind of existence a peak imperial spiritual master was. The third place on the elite list was a peak imperial spiritual master. And that kind of strength was a genius among geniuses in the academy. However, Mu Yaqing was not a mid-term imperial spiritual master, nor a late-term imperial spiritual master, but a perverted peak imperial spiritual master, 2 levels higher than they expected. Realizing this, the onlookers froze in fear, swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva in succession, as if their throats were dry, and stood there stupidly, unable to make a sound. The injured Lu Yunhe was also shocked, and his face changed drastically. He took a short and spasmodic breath, and his hair stood up coldly, as if he was electrocuted. His panicked mind was like a blank sheet of paper. He was only a late-stage imperial spiritual master now. But Mu Yaqing had already advanced to the peak imperial spiritual master. Who would tell him what was going on? Wasn't Mu Yaqing the most inconspicuous concubine of the Mu family? How could she suddenly become a peak imperial spiritual master? That was enough to rival the third on the elite list. Thinking of this, Lu Yunhe's heart sank. He was obviously panicking, but he still pretended to be tough and warned, "You are so good, Mu Yaqing. You dare to hurt me. You wait. I will let my big brother Lin Yixuan deal with you." After the words fell, Lu Yunhe did not dare to stay. He covered his bloody arm and fled in panic, fearing that if he was a step slower, he would become the dead soul under Mu Yaqing's sword. At this time, an Yixian, who was anxious to death in the crowd, was scared to death. She immediately rushed forward and asked worriedly, "Yaqing, are you okay? I was so scared just now, and I couldn't help. I was almost anxious to death." Su Maoyang shook his head and curled his lips and said, "You saw it. I was unharmed. He was injured. It would be fine if she didn't say this." As soon as she said this, an Yixian was furious and punched Su Maoyang in anger. "You are obviously a peak imperial spiritual master. You lied to me again." Su Maoyang was innocent. "I was not a peak imperial spiritual master before. I just got promoted today." "Humph. Don't tell me that you got promoted in a few days." An Yixian obviously didn't believe this and took it as her excuse. Su Maoyang nodded sincerely. It really took her a few days to advance. But this scene fell into an Yixian's eyes, and she was simply furious. "Forget it. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. I'm too lazy to bother with you. However, you must be careful recently. Now that you have injured Lu Yunhe, Lin Yixuan will not let you go." "Lin Yixuan?" Su Maoyang frowned in confusion, seeing that she didn't understand. And Yixian explained anxiously, "Lin Yixuan is the third genius on the elite list. Now he is a peak imperial spiritual master. He is at the same level as you, but his combat power is quite strong. He has a good relationship with Lu Yunhe. He is Lu Yunhe's elder brother, and usually takes good care of Lu Yunhe. So, this time he will definitely make trouble for you. You must be careful." Chapter 441. The Emperor is about to go down. Hearing this, Su Maoyang touched his nose and casually said, "Third? Isn't that right behind Xiao Linchen? A few days ago, Xiao Linchen threatened to follow her and be her younger brother. So Su Maoyang had some impression of this person. No wonder Lu Yunhe was so arrogant and wanted to kill her right away. And he was not afraid that the Mu family would hold him accountable. It turned out that he was backed by Lin Yixuan, who was third on the elite list. As far as he knew, this Lin Yixuan seemed to be a disciple of Teacher Yuan. So he should be Xiao Linchen's junior brother. And Yixian was so frightened when she heard Xiao Linchen's name that she said in a trembling voice, "It's over. It's completely over. Yaqing, you should get out of the spotlight quickly." Xiao Linshan is Lin Yixuan's senior brother. He has now reached the initial stage of the spiritual master. Except for Feng Shui, who is the first on the elite list. No one can be his opponent. You have offended 3 tough guys on the elite list in a row. Oh my god. You are simply looking for death. And Ying Xian was frightened just thinking of Xiao Linshan and Lin Yixuan. 2 big Buddhas. And the hairs on her body stood up. Su Maoyang smiled and replied indifferently, if the other party wants to kill me, it's dangerous no matter where I am. And Ying Xian blushed when she heard this. What should I do? Are we going to die? Su Maoyang smiled and patted her shoulder, comforting her. Don't worry. I will be fine. And Lin Yixuan can't touch me. I am almost dying of anxiety. But you are still so calm. You are really I don't know how to describe you. And Ying Xian snorted in anger, then remembered that there was something else to remind her, and immediately changed the subject. By the way, I heard from my father yesterday that the emperor's time is coming, and he may not be able to make it. And I heard that your father seems to intend to send you to the palace. So you must not agree to it now. If you go in, you will either go to the cold palace or be buried with the emperor, which is very miserable. Suddenly hearing this, Su Maoyang's expression, which had just been indifferent, suddenly changed, and he grabbed her arm fiercely. What did you say? Say it again. And Ying Xian did not expect Mu Yaqing to have such a violent reaction, and was immediately shocked by her rare expression. Well, since the death of the imperial concubine, the emperor has been ill and bedridden. My father has been in the palace to see him several times, but there is no improvement. He can't take medicine or drink water. He has been without water and food for a long time. I'm afraid he can't hold on. And Ying Xian explained, observing Su Maoyang's expression in surprise, trying to see something from her face. Su Maoyang's face turned very ugly when he heard this, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on Ying Xian's hand. Yaqing, do you like the emperor? And Ying Xian had never seen Mu Yaqing lose her composure like this, and seeing that she seemed to care about the emperor, she had such a guess. Su Maoyang came back to his senses and retorted with a stiff expression, don't talk nonsense. I haven't even seen the emperor. How can I like him? I just heard that the emperor is a wise ruler and has benefited Bayan a lot. If something happens to him, I'm worried that Bayan will riot. Hearing her say this, and Ying Xian looked at her half-believingly, it's good that you don't like him. Give up the idea of entering the palace in the future, because even if you enter, you will be a widow. And that kind of life is not as good as being free and easy outside the palace. As she spoke, and Ying Xian seemed to have thought of something again, and sighed with emotion. Alas, the emperor is also an infatuated person. As an emperor, he should be cold-hearted. But he was so sad for a woman. It is really unprecedented and will never be repeated. Listening to his situation, it is clear that he does not want to live. You know, once a person loses the will to live, even the Daoyuo immortal can't save him. It's really pitiful. Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and his heart was filled with depression. And Ying Xuan's father is an imperial physician, and he knows Bai Lingyi's physical condition best. She said so. So this matter must be true. It seems that Bai Lingyi is really on the verge of death now. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang clenched his fingers under his sleeves quietly, and then thanked her gratefully. And Ying Xian, thank you for telling me these things today. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for an Ying Xian to stay, Su Maoyang hurriedly left the academy. Su Maoyang walked to the road and found that people in the streets and alleys were talking about the destruction of the Poison Bee mercenary group. She didn't expect that the Poison Bee group was so famous in Bayan country. It has been several days, and the popularity of the Poison Bee group has not dropped. I have to admit that the imagination of the masses is not ordinary. Some people speculated that it was done by the Blood Sword group. Some speculated that it was done by the people in the academy. And some said that it was done by the 6 major families. The reason for the destruction of the group is even more bizarre. It's okay to say that it was to rob business. And there are also people who say that it was to rob women. They actually made up a set of love, hate, and hatred, and a heart-wrenching love story. There are many different opinions. And Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head. I guess no one could have guessed that the person who killed the poisonous bees was the little girl who just passed by them. Su Maoyang had already arrived at the door of the Alchemy Union, while listening all the way. The 2 guards at the door were no longer as arrogant as last time, and kowtowed. After she entered, The two alchemists who certified her last time came up to her with surprise and flattered her humbly. Hey, Master Mu, you are here. Why don't you send someone to inform us so that I can prepare? Hee. Prepare? Prepare for what? Do we need to hold a welcoming ceremony? Su Maoyang was amused by their flattery. Both of them laughed awkwardly. Haha. Master Mu is really humorous. We would love to hold a welcoming ceremony for Master Mu. Su Maoyang was speechless and waved her hand. Forget it. No ceremony. Take me to see the dean. Okay. The dean is in seclusion to make pills. Master Mu, please come this way. One of the alchemists nodded hurriedly. Su Maoyang heard this and immediately called him. Since he is in seclusion, don't disturb him. I am only here to get the beast cores this time. I wonder if the beast cores have arrived. Yes, they have arrived. The dean went to the auction last time and got several large boxes of beast cores for Master Mu. Now they are all in the warehouse. Master, please follow me to get them. As they said this, the two alchemists immediately reached out to lead the way for Su Maoyang. When they walked to the warehouse and saw 10 boxes of beast cores of the 4th level holy beasts in front of them, even Su Maoyang, who was calm, took a breath of cold air in shock. She only said to get some, but she didn't expect the dean to get so many for her. It was so scary. Why did you get so many? Su Maoyang looked at the two people beside her with twitching eyes. Is this a lot? Compared to your pills, this is already very little. The dean still has a lot of pills you gave me last time, which have not been auctioned off, because there are only so many beast cores in the entire Ban country. They have all been collected by the dean. No one can bid. So this is all for now. If the master needs more, I will tell the dean and think of other ways. Su Maoyang was so shocked that he immediately waved his hands. No. This is already a lot. The three beasts in the medicine cauldron space saw this, and their faces changed. So many beast cores. Are they going to die of starvation? Chapter 442. Still worried, Su Maoyang waved his long sleeves, collected all the beast cores into the space, and threw them to the heavenly demon Martin, the golden lion king. The heavenly demon Martin and the blue cloud leopard all started to meditate and practice, striving to advance to the next level in the shortest time. Seeing that the matter was settled, Su Maoyang breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the alchemy guild accompanied by two alchemists. It was late at night, and the night's moisture slowly penetrated the air, spreading an inexplicably sad atmosphere. She was walking on the way back to the academy, but an Ningxuan's words lingered in her ears. Thinking about it, her feet seemed to be filled with lead and became heavier. She raised her head gently and looked up at the sky. The sky was full of stars, flickering like tiny tears. Tears? Yes, like his tears. Seeing this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but recall the scene of Beilingi throwing himself on his coffin and crying bitterly. She had never seen him so broken and desperate. The once romantic and handsome man could have lived a carefree life, but because he met her, his family was broken up. Now he has become an emperor who controls the country and could have lived a life of self-centeredness and luxury. But because he met her, his life and death are uncertain. Everyone thinks she is cruel and cold, but they don't know that she also feels pain and cares. I don't know if it's because of the help he gave in the southern Sui kingdom, or because he risked his life to save her in the northern kingdom, or the feelings that shocked her. At this moment, Su Maoyang found that even if she didn't love this person, she seemed to be unable to care. Thinking of this, she stopped, slowly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and finally turned and walked towards the direction of the palace. As the night deepened, Su Maoyang, wearing a nightgown, quietly sneaked into the palace, rested on a tree branch, and looked at the palace called Huaqing Palace from afar. When she thought of Beilingi lying inside, her heart ached. Beilingi, I really don't know if I owed you in my last life. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang gritted her teeth helplessly, shuttled between the mottled shadows of the trees like a fleeting light, and quickly approached Huaqing Palace. The old man Jinjuan in the space couldn't help but sigh. In the end, she was still worried. At this time, Huaqing Palace was extremely quiet. Eunuch Lu and several palace maids were waiting outside. Everyone was holding lanterns to guard the night, and their faces were extremely haggard. It can be seen that everyone has been tossing like this for several nights. I think they are worried that something will happen to the emperor at any time, so they have to be alert. Su Maoyang waved her hand and sprinkled some ecstasy. In a moment, the eunuchs and palace maids, who were on night watch outside the door, all fell to the ground and fell asleep. Seeing this, she pushed open the door and sneaked in quietly. Watching Palace was much more deserted than before. She walked into the side hall, where Beilingi was resting, and saw only a few dim candles flickering with faint sparks. The shallow light and shadow reflected on the thin and sallow face. And Su Maoyang covered her mouth in shock. It was a face that was pale without any blood color. The eyes that were once full of spirits were closed tightly, losing all the brilliance in the world. The dark black under the eyelids made people look so pale, so weak, and so fragile. His chest was still wrapped in gauze, which was faintly stained with blood. Su Maoyang gently stroked the gauze, and his face was more sad and helpless. Is it really worth it for me? Su Maoyang still remembered the scene of him digging out his heart and forcing the 6 major families to retreat. She couldn't help but sigh, and then took out a healing pill and stuffed it into his pale lips. Beilingi, I know you are in pain. You can say I am selfish or ruthless, but I can't watch you die like this. In order to alleviate the guilt in my heart and have more peace of mind, I need you to be alive. Su Maoyang knew that letting Beilingi live was a huge torment, and perhaps death would be the real relief. But only by watching him alive. Her heart would not be so uncomfortable, and she would not feel so guilty. In the end, she was still for herself, and she was indeed extremely selfish to Beilingi. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang had no face to face him again, and hurriedly got up and left Huaqing Palace like escaping. After a long time, the face under the candlelight was already full of tears. The pale thin lips moved slightly, and the weak voice overflowed with heartbroken grief and indescribable excitement. Su Maoyang, you deceived me again. After leaving the palace, Su Maoyang went directly back to the Mu family, because she was really in no mood to practice tonight. Although she knew that Beilingi would not be in danger of life after taking the elixir, her heart was still like being grabbed by a pair of hands, and she felt very uncomfortable. After a sleepless night, until dawn outside, Su Maoyang got up numbly, packed up for a while, and went out to the academy. Sure enough, what an Yingxian was worried about still happened. Walking into the academy, looking at Lu Yunhe and another man whose name he could not remember standing in front of him, Su Maoyang slowed down and stopped. Brother, it's her. She killed my cousin and injured me. You have to help me get revenge. Seeing Su Maoyang appear, Lu Yunhe immediately pointed at her and shouted at Lin Yixuan. At this time, an Yingxian suddenly appeared behind Su Maoyang and bowed to the 2 men to apologize. Sorry. Yaqing didn't mean to offend Mr. Lu. Please spare her. Mr. Lin and Mr. Lu. Hearing Lu Yunhe call the man next to him Big Brother, and an Yingxian calling him Mr. Lin, Su Maoyang knew without guessing that the man in front of him was Lin Yixuan. He was not tall, thin, and had an ordinary face. At most, he could be considered delicate, not handsome. What's more, wearing a black long gown, he looked a little gloomy and cold. Su Maoyang was looking at him, and he was also looking at Su Maoyang. After a moment of silence, he raised his eyebrows and asked, Are you Mu Yaqing? Su Maoyang admitted frankly, Yes. I heard that you have reached the peak of the Imperial Spiritual Master? Lin Yixuan smiled at the corners of his lips, but his pupils were full of coldness. Su Maoyang admitted generously again, Yes. Hearing this, Lin Yixuan's pupils shrank slightly, and the smile on his lips was a little stiff. He is now also at the stage of the peak Imperial Spiritual Master. But this inconspicuous woman in front of him has also reached the peak Imperial Spiritual Master. To some extent, Mu Yaqing's existence is a great humiliation to him. His inner reluctance made his face darken, and he snorted. Very good. Since we are at the same level, no one will say that I bully the weak. I wonder if you dare to accept my challenge. And Yingxian was so scared that she trembled when she heard this. She tensed her face and nervously grabbed Su Maoyang. Yaqing, don't show off. Lin Yixuan is insidious and vicious. If you accept the challenge, you will die on the stage today. Su Maoyang just smiled and said, Even if I don't accept the challenge today, I can't get away. It's better to have a fair game with him. And Yingxian was so anxious that she wanted to persuade him again. But who knew that Su Maoyang had already made a gesture of invitation to Lin Yixuan? Then let's compete on the field. Chapter 443 Challenge the 3rd place on the elite list. Seeing her so straightforward, Lin Yixuan's face flashed with surprise, and he snorted in displeasure. He had imagined all kinds of scenes of her retreating, fearing, and begging for mercy, but he didn't expect her to be so calm and indifferent. Mu Yaqing's reaction obviously exceeded his expectations and was out of his control, which made him angry. After glaring at her fiercely, Lin Yixuan strode towards the competition venue. The duel between the two peak royal spiritual masters immediately caused a commotion in the entire Lingyi Academy. All the students and tutors in the academy came, and the entire competition venue was surrounded by people. And people were talking about the duel between Mu Yaqing and Lin Yixuan. This is definitely a rare challenge in the academy, not only because of Lin Yixuan, who is third on the elite list, but also because of Mu Yaqing, who has recently become famous and suddenly exploded. At first, she was an inconspicuous concubine, and the world only thought she was a useless general. Now she has burst out with fierce strength one after another, which immediately makes everyone look at her with new eyes. Such a huge leap naturally makes everyone curious. Now hearing that she actually has the courage to accept the challenge of the third place on the elite list, people are even more impressed by her courage and guts. However, courage is courage, and guts are guts. But courage cannot be equated with suicide. You can't say that you put your life in it just to show off your ability. If so, it can no longer be called courage, but stupidity. Obviously, Su Maoyang's move is a bit stupid in the eyes of many people. Hey, Mu Yaqing has been a little arrogant recently. She thought she was invincible because she entered the 6th place on the list. She even dared to challenge Lin Yixuan, who is third. It's really a death wish. Yes, Lin Yixuan's fighting power is quite terrifying. I saw him beat a late-stage Imperial Spiritual Master to pieces. The scene still makes me shudder when I think of it now. Well, Lin Yixuan's methods are vicious. Once he gets the chance, he will beat you to death. Not only that, none of his opponents will be left with a complete body. As everyone talked about it, they shuddered, obviously still afraid of Lin Yixuan's methods. However, some people are looking forward to Mu Yaqing. But Mu Yaqing is also a peak Imperial Spiritual Master. The two are equally strong. It's still unknown who will win or lose. Yes, Mu Yaqing also injured Liu Yunhe before. That strength is also quite strong. It's hard to judge who will win or lose. Standing in the crowd, listening to everyone's excited discussion, Liu Yunhe shouted unconvincedly, "Don't compare my eldest brother with her. My eldest brother has been promoted to a peak Imperial Spiritual Master for a long time. Whether it is skills or spiritual power, he is top-notch. How can Mu Yaqing be his opponent? It's just a fantasy. You are wrong. Mu Yaqing will win this time." As soon as Liu Yunhe's voice fell, a deep and rich male voice suddenly came from behind him. Liu Yunhe's face froze, and he turned his head to look. He saw Bei Hanyu slowly walking up, with a smile on his lips and his pupils full of confidence, as if he really believed that Mu Yaqing would win. At this time, Master Yuan, who was standing with Song Zihan, frowned upon hearing this and asked angrily, "Fourth Prince? What do you mean by this? My disciple is at least the third on the list, and has been through hundreds of battles. Do you really think a little girl can beat my disciple?" Although Lin Yixuan couldn't catch up with Xiao Linchen, he was also his proud disciple. Much better than Bei Hanyu, who ranked 5th. I don't know where Bei Hanyu got the face to look down on his disciple. Thinking of this, Teacher Yuan's old face was quite ugly. Bei Hanyu didn't get angry but smiled, glanced at him lightly, put his eyes on the ring, and said with a faint smile, "We will know whether we can beat her or not later. I am very optimistic about Mu Yaqing." Teacher Yuan was extremely angry when he heard this. His 2 goldfish eyes were about to fall out of anger. He snorted heavily and looked at the ring unconvinced. "Humph. I want to see what kind of ability Mu Yaqing has to make the 4th prince look at her differently." Bei Hanyu didn't reply, looking at the unparalleled graceful figure on the stage and feeling the strong temperament. He had a premonition in his heart. This premonition has become stronger and stronger, and even more expected. Su Maoyang, could it be you? In contrast, the 2 people on the stage were unusually calm despite the noise below the ring. Mu Yaqing clasped her fists, bowed, and said lightly, "Please teach me, Mr. Lin." The complacent attitude instantly angered Lin Yixuan. "Humph. Then I won't be polite." After that, Lin Yixuan suddenly burst out the spiritual power of the peak Imperial Spiritual Master, instantly transformed into a big knife, and roared void slash. "Kill!" The roar fell, and the bright big knife chopped down fiercely. Seeing this, Su Maoyang drew his hands, and immediately burst out the spiritual power shield, pushed it out, and blocked the heavy spiritual power with force. Then his petite body quickly flashed to the side, like a ghost, leaving a residual shadow, which shocked Lin Yixuan on the opposite side. Not daring to delay at all, Lin Yixuan waved his sleeves again, and the big knife in the air instantly changed direction and chopped down swiftly towards the place where Su Maoyang was standing. There was a loud bang, and white smoke and dust instantly billowed where the big knife fell. Everyone coughed and waved away the dust, looking curiously in the direction where Su Maoyang was standing. At this time, the white smoke dissipated, and there was no corpse as expected, and even Su Maoyang's figure was not seen. However, only the sharp-eyed people found her position. Look! She is behind Lin Yixuan. Before everyone burst into amazement, Mu Yaqing rushed up with lotus steps, like a floating shadow, and saw the fist wrapped with spiritual power, fiercely hitting Lin Yixuan's back. There was no sound of impact, but Lin Yixuan suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood and fell forward. However, Su Maoyang had to admit that Lin Yixuan was indeed very strong. Even so, he only half knelt on the ground, endured the severe pain, and quickly stood up. He covered his chest, swallowed the blood, and looked at Su Maoyang with shock. This time, he no longer dared to underestimate the enemy, because he found that although they were both peak imperial spiritual masters, the spiritual power that the woman in front of him burst out was more powerful and obviously superior to his own. Such a strong fighting power is comparable to that of an early sect spiritual master. How did Mu Yaqing cultivate to have such abnormal strength? Lin Yixuan couldn't figure it out, and he couldn't accept that he, as the third on the elite list, was actually injured by an unknown person, or a once insignificant concubine. Mr. Lin, do you admit defeat? Su Maoyang knew that he had just used 100% of his spiritual power, which probably shattered his internal organs. If he continued to fight, he would not have a chance of winning, so admitting defeat was the best choice. However, how could Lin Yixuan, who was so proud and conceited, admit defeat? Even though his mouth was full of blood and his face was pale, he still tried to maintain his image, straightened his back, and sneered twice. Admit defeat? Dream on. After he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his sleeves, and a huge red spider suddenly appeared on the ring. Chapter 444. Then, I won't be polite. This red spider has a small head and a big belly. Its hairy blood-red body is covered with black and white stripes, and the stripes are mixed with blood-red dots, which makes people feel creepy. Its 8 long and thick hairy legs instantly occupied more than half of the arena. Its shape was very scary, and the people around it turned pale. Oh my god! That's a third-level holy beast. The blood moon red spider. A horrified roar suddenly broke out in the crowd. Ordinary spirit beasts are divided into 9 levels in total, and above the 9th level spirit beasts are holy beasts. The levels of holy beasts are also divided into 9 stages. It's just a contract with ordinary spirit beasts. There is no limit, like in the Southern Sui Kingdom and the Songyuan Kingdom. As long as you have the strength, you can contract as many as you want. But contracting holy beasts is different. You must have a very strong mental power, because mental power can determine the level and number of contracts. Only with strong mental power can you contract higher-level holy beasts and contract more holy beasts. However, in Ban country, it is already amazing for someone to be able to contract a holy spirit beast. As for those who can contract many, they are simply geniuses among geniuses, such as Feng Shuai, who is ranked first on the elite list, and he has 2 holy spirit beasts. However, they dare not look up to Feng Shuai's strength. To them, Lin Yixuan is already very awesome. Not only is he a peak royal spirit master, but he is also lucky enough to contract a 3rd-level holy spirit beast. Such combat power instantly surpasses Mu Yaqing. Seeing this, Su Maoyang frowned slightly and asked coldly, Mr. Lin, you actually summoned a spirit beast to help in the competition. This is cheating. Although Su Maoyang had just arrived at the academy, he knew a little about the rules of the competition. Everyone was competing on their own strength, and no external forces were allowed to intervene and help. Lin Yixuan's behavior could be considered cheating. Humph. Spirit beasts are also part of strength, so it can't be considered cheating. Besides, the academy has no explicit regulations prohibiting the summoning of spirit beasts. Lin Yixuan snorted coldly in retort. He was obviously cheating, but he looked righteous, which made people sick. Su Maoyang admitted that the academy did not have explicit regulations, but this was a rule formed privately over time. No matter who it was, they knew that they could not summon external forces in the competition. For so many years, everyone has followed this rule, and no one has broken it. However, Lin Yixuan in front of him was really shameless. He knew this truth, but he still used the academy's explicit regulations to make things up. Isn't it obvious that he was trying to excuse himself? Mr. Lin, it is a well-known fact that spirit beasts cannot be summoned. Don't you feel ashamed when you say this now? Su Maoyang's face was a little ugly, and his voice unconsciously sank a little. Lin Yixuan was so shameless that he didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he laughed. Ashamed? I have a level 3 holy beast that others don't have. This should be something to be proud of. Why should I be ashamed? If you don't agree, you can also summon a holy beast. I don't mind. You should know that contracting a holy beast is more difficult than cultivating spiritual power. Lin Yixuan was sure that Mu Yaqing didn't have a holy beast, so he provoked her so arrogantly. When everyone saw this, they sighed and sighed. Although they despised Lin Yixuan's cheating behavior, they also expected Mu Yaqing's fate. The third-level Holy Spirit Beast is equivalent to the strength of an early-stage Sex Spirit Master. Mu Yaqing is facing a Sex Spirit Master and a Peak Emperor Spirit Master. No matter how powerful she is, she will have to die here today. Seeing this, Lu Yunhe immediately raised his head and laughed wantonly. Pointing at Su Maoyang and mocking loudly, Mu Yaqing, I think it's you who don't have a Holy Spirit Beast. You are afraid of being beaten down by my eldest brother. You are jealous of my eldest brother. You said my eldest brother cheated? If you have the ability, you can also summon a Holy Spirit Beast. If you don't have the ability, don't yell. It's better to kneel down and beg for mercy. Hearing this, everyone burst into discussion again. Now the wind direction has changed. There is no suspense about winning or losing. And the few people who expect Mu Yaqing to counterattack are all disappointed and shake their heads. At this time, Lu Yunhe was extremely proud. Smiling and sarcastically said to Bei Hanyu beside him, Fourth Prince, you may have made a mistake this time. No matter how powerful Mu Yaqing is, she is also a peak Imperial Spiritual Master. But she is definitely not a match for a third-level Holy Spirit Beast. Do you still think highly of her? After this, Song Zihan and Teacher Yuan also cast proud and contemptuous eyes at Bei Hanyu. In the minds of Teacher Yuan and others, cheating is nothing, no matter what means, as long as you can win. Prince, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you this time. Teacher Yuan stroked his beard and laughed happily. His proud look made others envious. Many teachers around him cast envious eyes at him. It is a blessing to receive a disciple like Lin Yixuan in several lifetimes. After hearing this, Bei Hanyu did not dare to speak casually. He stared at Mu Yaqing with a frown. And he was also sweating for her in his heart. He had to admit that the third-level Holy Spirit Beast was very powerful. Mu Yaqing was a top-level Royal Spiritual Master. And no matter how abnormal she was, she could not reverse the level suppression. And her petite body could not go head-on with the hard body of the Holy Spirit Beast. In this battle, Mu Yaqing really had no chance of winning. Seeing this, and Yingxian could no longer bear it and cursed. Lin Yixuan still said fair challenge and not bullying the weak. This is clearly bullying. It's too shameless. Hearing this, Lu Yunhe sneered and retorted, and Yingxian, don't make a fuss here. This is obviously called inferior skills. In the academy, fists speak. Who will tell you the rules? Hearing this, and Yingxian gnashed her teeth in anger. But she was helpless. And Yingxian below was almost dying of anxiety. But Su Maoyang was good. Although his face was not very good, his mood was still calm. He raised his eyebrows coldly and replied, since summoning spirit beasts is not considered cheating, then I won't be polite. After saying that, before everyone could react, Su Maoyang waved his long sleeves and immediately released the Sky Demon Marten, Golden Lion King, and Blue Cloud Leopard in the space. In an instant, 3 fierce spirit beasts appeared on the other side of the ring, and everyone was shocked. Oh my god! 333 Holy Spirit Beasts! A roar suddenly broke out in the crowd, shocking everyone to gasp. Their faces turned pale, as if they were struck by thunder, and their whole bodies were numb. Because of eating the beast core, the Golden Lion King has now been promoted to the 4th level Holy Spirit Beast, and the Blue Cloud Leopard has also been promoted to the 3rd level Holy Spirit Beast. As for the Heavenly Demon Marten, because of its abnormal attributes, It has eaten so many beast cores and has not been promoted. It still stays in the same place. But it is more than enough to deal with a late-stage sex spirit master. When the heavenly demon Martin heard someone call it a holy spirit beast, it bared its teeth and roared, "Bah! You are the holy spirit beast. Your whole family is holy spirit beasts. I am an ancient fierce beast." Fierce beasts. Do you know? The heavenly demon Martin roared like this. And the whole audience exploded. Everyone was frightened and stepped back, staring at it in horror. Teacher Yuan's legs went limp, and he fell to the ground out of fear. Song Zihan, who was standing by, was so frightened that he stared blankly at the ring, ignoring his master who had fallen on his back. Chapter 445. The face was slapped loudly. What did they see? A spiritual beast that can speak human language. Oh my god! Did I hear it wrong? Even the steady Bei Hanyu was shocked, gasping in disbelief, and his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Lu Yunhe was shocked, staring at the demon Martin with his eyes wide open, cold sweat pouring out of his head, and his hair stood up in fear. Too scary. It's actually a spiritual beast that can speak. Oh my god! Am I dreaming? After the crowd was shocked, they exclaimed one after another. All of them were still a little shocked by the scene before their eyes. When the demon Martin heard that someone was talking about it as a spirit beast, he cursed speechlessly. Damn! Do these people not understand what I'm saying? Or do they have a problem with their brains? They said it was an ancient beast. The Golden Lion King laughed when he heard this, and said jokingly, "These people are scared silly by you. How can they know what an ancient beast is, seeing that another spirit beast can also speak?" Everyone was dizzy and lost their direction. The demon Martin glanced at the dazed crowd and suddenly felt a headache. His fat white paw slapped on his furry forehead, with a look of collapse and helplessness. Lin Yixuan on the opposite side was stunned when he saw this. The proud expression just now seemed to be frozen, stiff and pale, and he dared not breathe, for fear that if he opened his mouth, the heart in his throat would fall out. Feeling the spiritual power fluctuations emanating from the three spirit beasts opposite, he swallowed in shock. He couldn't believe that Mu Yaqing had actually contracted 3 holy spirit beasts above the 3rd level, and that lion had even reached the 4th level. As for the snow ferret, that seems to have no lethality, although its specific strength cannot be seen. It can speak. How bad can a spiritual beast that speaks human language be? Such a lineup is simply against the sky. What kind of pervert is Mu Yaqing, who can actually contract so many powerful holy spirit beasts? Is she still human? You can't summon so many spiritual beasts. You are cheating. Lin Yixuan was so scared that he trembled like a sieve, and accused with a trembling voice. Su Maoyang heard this and sneered speechlessly. You summoning spiritual beasts is part of your strength. Why is it cheating for me to summon spiritual beasts? Lin Yixuan, can you be more shameless? I only summon 1. But you summon 3. Lin Yixuan has no shame to save his life. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head, returning his words to him intact. 3 holy beasts are also part of my strength. Besides, there is no explicit rule in the academy that prohibits summoning 3 holy beasts. You just invited me to summon the holy beasts. It's been a short time. Have you forgotten it? Su Maoyang's move was like a slap on Lin Yixuan's face, making him bruised and speechless. Just when Lin Yixuan was scared and pissed, a blue figure suddenly came from a distance. The man in blue saw that the arena was surrounded by people, and his face flashed with surprise. He couldn't help but sighed. Huh? What's going on? So lively? Because everyone was shocked by Su Maoyang's spirit beast. The whole audience was silent, and the man's sudden voice naturally seemed particularly abrupt, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing everyone looking at him, Xiao Linchen widened his eyes in surprise. Before he could ask what was going on, he saw Lin Yixuan on the stage rushing down excitedly, grabbing his arm fiercely, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and asked for help loudly. Brother, that Mu Yaqing wants to kill me. You are a distinguished alchemist. You have to help me. Xiao Linchen is now an early-stage sex spirit master, and a powerful Dan King alchemist. Maybe his spiritual power cannot fight against 3 holy beasts, but as a Dan King, he can summon countless strong people to work for him. Therefore, no matter how abnormal Mu Yaqing's strength is, she is definitely not Xiao Linchen's opponent. Besides, Xiao Linchen is Lin Yixuan's senior brother, and the two have a good relationship. If his junior brother encounters such a thing, he will definitely stand up for him. Realizing this, everyone once again lamented how quickly the situation changed. They thought Mu Yaqing had already won the game with 3 holy beasts. But suddenly an alchemist appeared. This was a bit difficult to deal with. Lu Yunhe was so happy to see Xiao Linchen coming that he cried and hurried over to hug his thigh. Mr. Xiao, Mu Yaqing killed my cousin and injured Brother Lin. Mr. Xiao, you have to take care of us. When Xiao Linchen heard the word Mu Yaqing, his face froze. He immediately looked up and saw Mu Yaqing standing on the stage. Looking at him, he was shocked. What did you say? Say it again? Looking at Xiao Linchen's shocked expression and anger in his pupils, Lin Yixuan thought he was angry with Mu Yaqing, and even added fuel to the fire and said, Brother, Mu Yaqing killed my cousin and just injured me. She knew I was your junior brother, but she dared to be so presumptuous. She clearly didn't take you seriously. You must teach her a lesson. Otherwise she really looks down on you. My senior brother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Linchen flew into a rage. His eyes widened like fists. He raised his arm and slapped Lin Yixuan's head fiercely. With a crisp snap, he slapped Lin Yixuan to the ground directly. Lin Yixuan was stunned and fell to the ground, looking at Xiao Linchen in shock, with a 5-finger mark on his left face, red and swollen. Very funny. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw this. It turned out that this was the legendary slap in the face. Everyone was as shocked as Lin Yixuan when they saw this dramatic scene. They stared at Xiao Linchen like a wooden chicken, and they couldn't react for a long time. Teacher Yuan's whole old face was frightened and changed. He rubbed his eyes in shock, and muttered to himself in uncertainty, Did I see it wrong? Xiao Linchen slapped Lin Yixuan just now. What's going on? Song Zihan, who was standing aside, shook his head dully, like a clay figure. Mr. Xiao, did you hit the wrong person? Brother Lin is your junior brother. How could you? Lu Yunhe, who was standing by, obviously didn't understand the situation and asked without knowing whether he would live or die. Xiao Linchen raised his foot and kicked Lu Yunhe to the ground, cursing and yelling, Damn it! You dare to trouble my boss. Are you tired of living? Lu Yunhe was also kicked stupidly, with a lot of question marks on his head. Boss? Who is his boss? The onlookers were also puzzled and looked at each other. However, just when everyone was confused, Xiao Linchen immediately smiled and came to Su Maoyang, nodding and apologizing, Boss, I'm really sorry. They offended you. I taught them a lesson. Don't be angry. Chapter 446 You dare to be my master. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and gasped in shock. Mu Yaqing is Xiao Linchen's boss. Did they hear it wrong? What a joke. Everyone was shocked and pale. And at this moment, there was no way to describe the shock in their hearts. When Teacher Yuan, Song Zihan, Lu Yunhe, and Lin Yixuan saw the scene, their faces were as pale as window paper, and their minds were spinning, as if they had lost their voices and were numb. They could not speak and had no strength. They were in a trance and just stared at Mu Yaqing and Xiao Linchen in a daze. How could Mu Yaqing be Xiao Linchen's boss? Xiao Linchen is a Dan Wang alchemist, a genius that many people can only dream of but cannot get close to. And now, he is actually groveling to Mu Yaqing and trying to get close to her with a flattering look on his face. Who will tell them that this is not true? Everyone shook their heads and sighed in disbelief, unable to calm down the shock in their hearts for a long time. If Xiao Linchen hadn't called her the boss, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Teacher Yuan's face turned pale and blue, and his body trembled. He couldn't believe that his proudest disciple was actually Mu Yaqing's younger brother. Su Maoyang knew that Xiao Linchen and Lin Yixuan were master-disciple relationships, so it was inconvenient for him to intervene in such matters. So he refused considerately. No, I'll take his life myself. After that, she gave a wink to the 3 spirit beasts, and the Golden Lion King and the Blue Cloud Leopard rushed towards Lin Yixuan, while the Sky Demon Marten rushed directly towards the Blood Moon Red Spider. The 2 sides fought and blood and flesh flew everywhere, which was horrible to watch. Everyone held their breath and concentrated, and no one dared to stand up to stop it. They all watched Lin Yixuan and the Blood Moon Red Spider being torn into pieces. The killing was over, and everything returned to peace. Su Maoyang nodded in satisfaction, put Tianma Martin and the others into the space, then patted the dust on his sleeves and slowly walked down the ring. Seeing this, everyone was so scared that they immediately made way for her, and no one dared to provoke this evil god again. At this time, Master Yuan saw his disciples being killed, but he did not look sad. Instead, he walked quickly to Su Maoyang, put on a flattering attitude, and said with a smile, "Yacheng girl, you said last time that you wanted to worship me as your master. I thought about it carefully and decided to accept you as your disciple. You want a 10th grade training room, so I will arrange it for you now." Lin Yixuan is already dead. To Master Yuan, he is a useless chess piece. Now that he has seen Mu Yacheng's abnormal strength, he naturally abandons Lin Yixuan and chooses Mu Yacheng. Looking at Master Yuan, who was standing in front of him with a disgusting smile on his face, Su Maoyang frowned in disgust and refused coldly, "Sorry. I don't want to become your disciple now. And I don't need a 10th grade practice room. Now I just hope you disappear in front of me." Master Yuan's smile froze slightly when he heard this. But fortunately, he was thick-skinned and kept persuading. "Didn't you really want to enter the 10th grade practice room before? I really arranged it for you this time. Why are you in a hurry to refuse? Don't you want to improve your strength?" Mu Yacheng is now at the peak of the Royal Spirit Master, and there is still a distance from the Sect Spirit Master. Logically, she shouldn't refuse. Facing Su Maoyang's indifference, Master Yuan couldn't figure out her thoughts for a while. "If I become your disciple, I will vomit my overnight meal. Even if you give me 10 practice rooms, I am not interested." Su Maoyang snorted coldly and tried to pass by. Seeing this, Teacher Yuan stopped her again. He knew that she was resentful of him and refused such a good opportunity. He urged her anxiously, "Mu Yacheng, you are stupid. You know? For your ridiculous backbone, you gave up the opportunity to advance to the master of the sect. You should know that the entire Lingyi Academy follows my lead. I can provide you with all the resources and train you to be the top and most talented student. Why can't you figure it out? Except for the dean. He is the most authoritative tutor in Lingyi Academy. He has the final say on the affairs of the academy. If Mu Yacheng is smart, she will not refuse his kindness." However, as soon as he finished speaking, a resounding roar suddenly came from a distance. "Humph! I never knew that you are the biggest in Lingyi Academy. Are you bigger than me?" The loud voice like a bell exploded like a thunder, shocking everyone to turn their heads and look into the distance. I saw an old man wearing a black robe and an alchemist badge striding over. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized his identity. "Look! It's the dean! Oh! It's really the dean! The dean is not in the college all year round, often hiding in the alchemy union, concentrating on making pills. Why are you interested in running to the college today? Because of the dean's appearance." The whole audience once again set off a climax, and they speculated on the reason why the dean suddenly appeared. However, seeing this scene, Teacher Yuan was scared enough, and his arrogance suddenly waned, and a layer of cold sweat oozed from his forehead. He called out guiltily, "Dean of the college." Hearing this, Ho Jianhui said sarcastically with a cold face, "You still know that I am the dean? From what you said just now, I thought you had become the dean of Lingyi College." Teacher Yuan was so scared that he trembled all over. He immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said tremblingly, "I dare not. I dare not. As a teacher, I dare not compete with the dean for the position. The dean is joking. Humph! You want to take my master as your apprentice. Take advantage of me, and be my master. Teacher Yuan, you are already lawless. What else do you dare not do?" The dean snorted angrily. His expression was extremely ugly. His eyes were burning with anger, and a vein on his temples was beating slightly. Obviously very angry. "Master? The dean's master?" Everyone looked at Mu Yacheng in surprise. Their mouths opened wide, and their chins almost fell to the ground. And Teacher Yuan's legs softened, and he fell to the ground, looking up, staring at Su Maoyang in a daze, unable to speak. Mu Yacheng is the dean's master. Oh my god! This is probably the most terrifying news he has heard today. He actually offended the dean's master and shamelessly wanted to take her as his apprentice. He couldn't believe what a stupid thing he had done. Who would have thought that the once inconspicuous concubine was not only a peak imperial spiritual master, but also had 3 holy spirit beasts. She was not only Xiao Linchen's boss, but also the dean's master. Oh my god! What happened to this world? Am I really not dreaming today? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the dean suddenly appear. "Why are you here?" "Haha. I heard that the master came to the Alchemy Association to find me. At that time, I was refining pills and neglected the master. Today I came to make amends. By the way, I brought you the other 4th level beast cores. Chapter 447, Offending the Dan King Peak. Then the dean handed the space ring containing the beast core to Su Maoyang. Thinking of the appetite of the heavenly demon Martin, Su Maoyang did not refuse and took it. Thank you, Dean, for your trouble. The dean was flattered and waved his hand immediately. Haha. The master's business is my business, and it is my honor to work for the master. Looking at the cold dean nodding and bowing in front of Mu Yaqing, everyone smacked their lips in shock. Usually they could not even see the dean, but Mu Yaqing had become the dean's master, which was too incredible. Su Maoyang always felt weird being called master by a white-haired old man. In addition, the surprised eyes around her also raised a bit of embarrassment on her face. Dean, don't call me master. You are so old. Don't embarrass me. Don't try to deny it. I said, whether you recognize me as your apprentice or not, I have confirmed you as my master. He still wants to hug her thigh. How can such a genius be easily let go? Su Maoyang saw his stubborn face and shook his head helplessly. At this time, an ancient ran over quickly, looking at Su Maoyang with surprise and admiration, and exclaimed excitedly, Yaqing, how many things have you hidden from me? How many surprises are you going to give me? Could it be that your peak imperial spiritual master is also fake, and you are actually a holy spirit master? Every time she saw Su Maoyang burst out with his true strength, an ancient began to doubt who the good friend she made was, and he was hiding too deeply. Seeing that she was so excited that even the holy spirit master guessed it, Su Maoyang couldn't help but laugh and said, this is my true strength. Without reservation. An ancient obviously didn't believe it. Really? Why don't I feel like that? You must be hiding something from me. Su Maoyang chuckled and said helplessly, this time it's really gone. Okay, I'll let you go for now. But a genius like you can do anything. Even if you say you are a holy spirit master, I will believe it without hesitation. Having seen the miracle she created, an ancient has already bowed down to her. Everyone was envious of an ancient and Mu Yaqing talking and laughing. In the past, they looked down on an ancient and always excluded her, thinking that she was stupid and would not flatter the strong. However, she did not make a sound, but made a stunning debut, flattering such a powerful person. Now that she has Mu Yaqing's support, Xiao Linchen and the dean's support, I think no one in the college dares to look down on her or exclude her. This beautiful turnaround caught everyone off guard. And Ancient herself did not expect that her good friend would be such a strong genius. Although she had no intention of getting anything from her from the beginning, she felt very proud to be friends with such a genius. Yaqing, you are so good. I have to work hard. At least I can't embarrass you. And Ancient smiled brightly, dazzling Su Maoyang's eyes. Perhaps she was born with a dark heart, so she especially liked sunny and innocent girls like an ancient. Seeing her optimistic smile at this time, she seemed to be infected and couldn't help laughing. Mu Yaqing was good looking. When she smiled at this time, she was like a blooming viburnum in spring, delicate and charming. The curve of her mouth was as elegant and moving as a crescent moon. Her clear eyes were full of autumn water, and she was filled with a faint warmth. Her cheeks were dimples, and the glow of the clouds was rippling, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes away. Bei Hanyu, who was standing far away, seemed to be hit by something. His heart skipped a beat, and a familiar feeling arose. Even Song Zihan, who was standing next to him, was amazed by this scene. At this time, Su Maoyang seemed to have thought of something, took out a medicine bottle from the space, handed it to an ancient, and encouraged, I still said the same thing as before. You are not stupid. You are just different. Your persistence will eventually be rewarded. I always believe in you. One day, you will be strong too. An ancient looked at her with the medicine bottle, and her inner shock was indescribable. Mu Yaqing was the first person in the world who believed in her, appreciated her, and said that she was different. An ancient was moved to tears, while Xiao Linchen and Ho Jianhui beside Su Maoyang stared at the medicine bottle in her hand with their eyes wide open, swallowed their saliva eagerly, and their faces jumped into envy. At the beginning, they were still shameless to stick to Mu Yaqing, but they didn't expect that this girl would get Mu Yaqing's favor so easily. I really don't know what kind of blessing she had in her previous life. Feeling the hot gazes of Xiao Linchen and the dean, and Ning Xuan's face flashed with surprise. What's wrong? Xiao Linchen smiled awkwardly. Haha. Nothing. I just envy you for getting the elixir that the boss personally made. And Yingxian widened her eyes in surprise. What did you say? This was made by Yaqing herself. Yaqing is an alchemist? Xiao Linchen was shocked by her exaggerated expression and nodded blankly. Don't you know? And Yingxian was speechless. How could she know? Thinking about it, she excitedly opened the medicine plug and looked at the elixir inside, and was shocked by Su Maoyang again. My god! Isn't this a high-grade elixir? And Yingxian screamed in fear, and her eyes almost fell out. The people who had been paying attention to them heard such a thunderbolt again, and they exhaled in a short and spasmodic breath, and were completely stunned. The peak of the Dan King. Only the top of the Dan King can refine the upper Xian grade. Could it be that Mu Yaqing is a Dan King alchemist? After a moment of silence, everyone burst into exclamations one after another, covering their mouths one by one, obviously shocked. No wonder. To be the boss of Xiao Linchen and the master of the Dean, only a Dan King alchemist has this qualification. Hearing this, everyone nodded in sudden realization, and figured everything out. Falling to the ground, Teacher Yuan, who had been frightened and pale, felt his body hollowed out when he heard the 4 words Dan King Peak. And he was completely exhausted. He offended a Dan King Peak, and dared to say that he would accept her as his apprentice. Is there any way to survive in this life? It seems that with just 1 word from her, he will never see the sun tomorrow again. Thinking of this, Teacher Yuan, who was so scared that he peed his ass, quickly crawled to Su Maoyang's feet, crying, begging for mercy, and cowed out heavily, Master Mu, spare me. Master Mu, spare me. I didn't recognize the great man. I looked down on people. It's my fault. I won't dare to do it again. Please spare me. The dean felt disgusted when he saw this, and immediately kicked him away. Don't get in the way in front of my master. Get out of the way as far as you can. Su Maoyang was too lazy to pay attention to Teacher Yuan. This person had tricked her into the burning prison at the beginning, and then went back on his word. She felt disgusted to say a word to such a person, so she ignored him directly, and said to the dean and Xiao Linchen, I have something else to do today. We can talk later, so I'll leave first. The dean and Xiao Linchen nodded and watched her leave. However, as soon as Su Maoyang left, Bei Hanyu followed her. Chapter 448. What are your intentions? Su Maoyang contacted Wang Feng through the soul card, and knew that he had returned with the Qingyan grass. She heard that they were in the mercenary union, so she went to the union in person. After getting the Qingyan grass, she came out of the union and planned to return to the Mu family, but who knew that she was blocked by a tall figure at the corner of the street. Looking up, it was a familiar face. Fourth Prince? You are blocking Miss Mu on the street. Aren't you afraid of gossip? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and asked unkindly. Seeing that she was still pretending, Bei Hanyu gnashed his teeth and growled, Su Maoyang, how long are you going to pretend? Do you really think I'm a fool? When he heard that she was dead, he was heartbroken and drank every day to drown his sorrows. He was so miserable that he was completely useless. But in the end, he realized that all this was her conspiracy and her scam. She was playing him from the beginning to the end, facing her face that belonged to Mu Yaqing. Bei Hanyu felt that he was stupid and was played around by her. Su Maoyang saw that he had recognized him, so there was no need to pretend anymore. He sank his face and said coldly, Bei Hanyu, what do you want to do by stopping me now? Expose my identity and make me unable to survive in Ban country? Sorry. I guess I will disappoint you. Now, I am not afraid of you. After her efforts during this period of time, her strength has surpassed his. The reason why she is not afraid of exposing her identity is that she has the confidence. Bei Hanyu heard this, and a sad smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His eyes full of pain. What? Do you mean to kill me to silence me? Su Maoyang didn't answer, and silently agreed with his thoughts. When Bei Hanyu saw this, it was as if a sharp sword was inserted into his heart, and he smiled bitterly with pain. Ha ha. You actually want to kill me. The person he likes actually wants to kill him to silence him. What a ridiculous irony. Seeing Bei Hanyu's complicated expression, Su Maoyang didn't understand his feelings, frowned slightly, and warned Bei Hanyu. You haven't heard me. I don't want to touch you. And now we have no relationship. We can keep our distance. I hope you don't break this situation easily. If you really want to make a fuss, it will be bad for everyone. Bei Hanyu saw her serious expression, listened to her cold tone, without a trace of emotion, and his heart felt like it was cut by a knife. It was unbearable. When he saw her at the beginning, it was just interest. He was eager to understand her, conquer her, and make her fall in love with him. But who knew that her feelings for him did not waver, and she was still as cold and sharp as before. But he was getting deeper and deeper. Sometimes, he really hated himself for being useless. Why did he care so much about someone who didn't like him? There were so many women who loved him around him. Why did he have to stick to her cold butt? After thinking about it carefully, maybe he had never met such a unique woman. She was stronger and smarter than men, and was as cunning as a fox. She was full of secrets and surprises at any time. Being with her, life was full of various unknowns, which made people feel fresh and exciting. He knew that if he missed her in this life, he would never find a woman who suited his taste like her. So he was unwilling to give up and forget. Maybe he didn't really love her. He just wanted to get her, wanted to conquer her. However, when he had worked so hard for so long, and suffered so much pain for so long, but didn't get any reward, but instead received cold warnings, Su Maoyang's words were like a basin of ice water that extinguished the only hope left in Bei Hanyu's heart. At this moment, looking at those cold eyes, Bei Hanyu restrained all his emotions and asked in a deep voice, "What is your intention in coming to Bei'an?" At first, he could still believe that Su Maoyang was forced to agree to come to Bei'an for Tsang Yuan and her friends. But now, he will never be stupid enough to believe her again. She has gotten rid of her status as a concubine and escaped from the palace. She could have gone far away and returned to her Tsang Yuan. But she didn't. She actually changed her identity and sneaked into the Mu family and became the inconspicuous little daughter of the Mu family. There must be a shocking conspiracy behind this series of actions. But he couldn't figure out what was the trend that made her so desperate. You have to know how dangerous it was for her to come to Bei'an alone as an enemy general of Tsang Yuan. At that time, her strength was not as good as it is now. She could be described as insignificant as an ant. Her life was in danger at any time. So he was very curious about what made her risk everything, even life and death. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this, and looked at him in astonishment. Then he tried to stay calm and replied lightly, "Bei Hanyu, I just want to improve my strength in Bei'an. And the fastest way to improve my strength is to enter the academy. But I have no identity. I can only enter the academy with the help of the 6 major families. So I became Mu Yaching today." Bei Hanyu looked at Su Maoyang half doubtfully after hearing this, thinking that she had indeed been practicing hard during this period and had improved her strength a lot, and had not made any other moves. He let down his guard and said, "I hope what you said is true. 4th Prince? Believe it or not, it's already very late. I have to leave first." After saying this, Su Maoyang walked past and into the next street. At this time, in the restaurant, a man in white clothes was sitting by the window on the 2nd floor. He looked at the figure passing by in the street. He was holding the wine glass with his hand, which was constantly exerting force, and gradually his veins were exposed. His thin face was even paler than his clothes. Eunuch Lu, who was standing aside, frowned in pain when he saw this scene. A few days ago, the emperor suddenly woke up and actually accepted the treatment obediently. From treating the wound to drinking medicine, he followed the doctor's instructions for everything. In an instant, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He was no longer as sad as before, but became much calmer. However, his personality was even colder than before, which made Lu Gongdong feel distressed, because he knew that although the emperor was alive, his heart was dead. What surprised him was that these days, the emperor actually asked about the news of Mu Yaching, the concubine of the Mu family. You know, the only one who could make the emperor react was Miss Su. So, he basically didn't have to guess. And he knew that Mu Yaching and Miss Su had 1,000 threads of relationship. Today, the emperor ignored his health and insisted on leaving the palace. Lu Gongdong knew his thoughts and had to indulge him. But who knew that he came for Miss Su? But he didn't go up to recognize her, but just looked at her from a distance, wondering what he was thinking. Today's emperor is becoming more and more unpredictable. Eunuch Lu couldn't bear to watch this anymore, and asked distressfully, "Your Majesty, since you have already recognized Miss Su, why don't you recognize her?" Chapter 449 Give her a betrothal gift. Bei Lingyi looked at Su Maoyang's back as he walked away on the street, with complex emotions floating in his pupils, as if he was telling Eunuch Lu, and as if he was warning himself, what she wants is peace of mind. He knew that if he showed up rashly and confronted her, It would only make her feel guilty, sad, and even repulsive. So, he had to work hard to keep himself alive, live outside her world, to make her feel at ease, and to relieve the guilt and burden in her heart. After experiencing the separation of life and death, Bailingi had nothing else to ask for, because compared with facing her cold corpse, other endurance and suffering were nothing. As long as she was alive, happy, and living happily, it was more important than anything else. However, Uniqlo did not understand the heaviness and forbearance of this sentence, and became even more confused about the relationship between men and women. Obviously in love, but unable to love. Obviously recognized the identity, but pretended not to recognize. What a complicated feeling. Watching Su Maoyang's figure fade out of sight, Bailingi's heart ached, and he suddenly raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp, trying to numb the pain with wine. Seeing this, Uniqlo was shocked and immediately stopped him. Your Majesty, you have just recovered from a serious illness. You have drunk a lot today. You can't drink anymore. As Uniqlo said this, he wanted to reach out to grab his wine glass. Bailingi was obviously not satisfied, and immediately avoided his action. Just one day. Let me get drunk for one day, and I will never get drunk again. Never again. Seeing this, Uniqlo's eyes suddenly turned red and wiped away tears. His emperor is so miserable. Su Maoyang returned to the Mu family. As soon as he walked into the yard, he was shocked by the big red gifts in the yard. When housekeeper Sun saw her coming back, he immediately came forward and greeted her enthusiastically, saying, "Congratulations, Mississippi, congratulations, Mississippi." Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. Where does the joy come from? Oh, miss, don't you know yet? The Song family just came to give you a betrothal gift and propose to you. Housekeeper Sun pointed to the big red box on the ground. His eyes curved with excitement. Su Maoyang heard the words, and the corners of her mouth twitched. My betrothal gift? You must have made a mistake. She and the Song family have nothing to do with each other. How could they suddenly give a betrothal gift? It's too strange. It can't be wrong. Mr. Song is chatting with the master in the hall now. You should go and greet him quickly. Housekeeper Sun pointed to the hall with a smile. Mr. Song? Su Maoyang was confused until she was led to the entrance of the hall by Housekeeper Sun and saw Song Zihan sitting in the hall, looking at her with a smile. At this moment, she suddenly realized and widened her eyes in shock. Song Zihan! How did this scum come to the Mu family? Don't tell her that he was the one who gave these betrothal gifts? Yaching, why are you still standing there? Come in and meet Mr. Song. It was rare for the head of the Mu family to call her so kindly, which immediately gave Su Maoyang goosebumps. She walked into the hall as he said, glanced at Song Zihan, frowned, and asked in a bad tone, "What are you doing in the Mu family?" Mu Rong thought Mu Yaching would be very happy, but unexpectedly, she was full of impatience. She was shocked and immediately scolded, "Yaching, how can you talk to Mr. Song? It's so rude." Originally, he was going to send Mu Yaching to the palace, but he was getting more and more disappointed with the emperor recently. The emperor was not only ill, but also resented the 6 major families, and the relationship between them became more and more tense. For a woman, he even ignored the country. If he hadn't seen that he was useful to the soul-devouring flower, he would have long wanted to stop supporting such an emperor. Therefore, Mu Rong, who was extremely disappointed with Bailingi, was about to set his sights on the 6 major families. But he didn't expect Song Zihan to take the initiative to propose marriage. This was exactly what he wanted, and he was very happy. The Song family was more powerful than their Mu family. If Mu Yaching married into the Song family, the position of the Mu family would be more stable. This marriage was naturally what Mu Rong wanted. Moreover, he had heard Jiang Qianlong say before that Mu Yaching admired Song Zihan. Now that Song Zihan proposed marriage, it should be a happy thing for everyone. But who would have thought that Mu Yaching was not happy at all? Seeing that Mu Rong was speaking harshly, Song Zihan immediately smiled and tried to smooth things over. Master Mu is serious. Yaching was probably too surprised and didn't pay attention to her tone for a moment. I don't care. It's not a problem. Not a problem. Surprise? He also has the nerve to say surprise. Su Maoyang was so disgusted that he almost vomited on his face. Seeing that he was so generous and tolerant, Mu Rong nodded in satisfaction. Mr. Song is really as generous as the rumors say. Su Maoyang frowned and scolded coldly. Song Zihan. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly offer a betrothal gift and propose marriage? She remembered that Song Zihan hated her before, and often teased her with Guiningshin. Now he suddenly wanted to marry her. I really don't know what he is crazy about. Mu Rong was shocked and yelled angrily. Mu Yaching. You are so presumptuous. How can you talk to Mr. Song like this? People come to propose marriage with good intentions. What's your attitude? Su Maoyang couldn't stand it any longer. Father, I won't agree to this marriage. I advise you to give up this idea. After that, she glared at Song Zihan fiercely, turned around and walked out angrily. Mu Rong was still shouting behind her. But Su Maoyang left the hall without looking back. Seeing this, Mu Rong was shocked and angry, and apologized to Song Zihan awkwardly. Oh, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Song. I'm really sorry. My daughter. I don't know what stimulated me today. I became so sharp. But I'm usually very docile and well-behaved. At this juncture, Mu Rong still tried to restore Su Maoyang's gentle and well-behaved image. For fear of making Song Zihan unhappy and blowing off this marriage, Song Zihan was thick-skinned. Even though he was humiliated by Su Maoyang, he could still pretend to be magnanimous. He smiled and waved his hands. It's okay. I know Yaching and who she is. She may be in a bad mood. I can understand that. Since the head of the Mu family has agreed to this marriage, I can go back and report to my father. Mu Rong didn't expect Song Zihan to be so tolerant of Mu Yaching. A look of surprise flashed across his face, and he nodded repeatedly. Okay. Okay. This marriage is settled. Seeing this, Song Zihan nodded, got up and walked out of the hall, and left the Mu mansion accompanied by housekeeper Sun. At this time, Su Maoyang came out of the hall and went directly to Jiang Qianlan's yard. He hadn't visited her for several days. I don't know if she is better. Although she is not her mother, she has used her daughter's identity anyway, so it is necessary to care about her. But as soon as she walked into Jiang Qianlan's room, she smelled a strong smell of medicine. Jiang Qianlan didn't expect Su Maoyang to come in suddenly. She paused while wiping the wound with medicine and looked at her in shock. Su Maoyang frowned when he saw her scarred arm and growled. What's going on? Chapter 450. Stand up for the mother. Jiang Qianlan immediately put down her sleeves and smiled to cover up. Nothing. I just fell and scratched my skin. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's face suddenly darkened. She saw that the injury was very serious just now, and it was not caused by the fall at all. Jiang Qianlan was clearly lying. She strode up and pulled Jiang Qianlan's arm without saying anything. Just a slight pull made Jiang Qianlan cry out in pain. Su Maoyang looked even uglier when she saw this. She forcibly lifted her sleeves and took a closer look. Her arms covered with whip marks came into view. Her originally fair and delicate skin was now torn and bleeding. She was so angry that she asked loudly, Is this caused by a fall? Are these dense scars just scratches? Jiang Qianlan was frightened by Su Maoyang's anger. She looked a little embarrassed and said hesitantly, Yaching, you'd better not ask. I really fell accidentally. This injury is not a problem. Su Maoyang saw that she was unwilling to say, and frowned angrily. If you don't say it, I will ask my father myself. Jiang Qianlan was frightened when she heard this. She immediately stood up from her seat and wanted to hold her back. Unexpectedly, her movement was too big and immediately involved a wound on her body. She wailed in pain and fell back to her seat again. Su Maoyang turned around in shock when he heard the sound. He saw Jiang Qianlan holding her hips and waist, grimacing in pain. He walked over quickly and pulled open her clothes and trouser legs. Her back, waist, and legs were all covered with dark red whip marks, and the tender flesh was bleeding. The scene was shocking, and Su Maoyang was furious. You are covered in wounds, and you still say you fell? Jiang Qianlan's face turned pale with pain, but she held her hand and persuaded her. Don't ask your father. Last time you killed Mu Shuyuan, your father covered for you. Don't make your father unhappy again because of me this time. Don't go. Hearing this, Su Maoyang roughly guessed the cause and effect. Jiang Qianlan's injuries were probably caused by the eldest lady. She killed Mu Shuyuan, and the eldest lady took revenge on Jiang Qianlan. This eldest lady really rode on her head. It's unreasonable. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's anger suddenly arched up to her forehead. She took a deep breath in anger, pulled Jiang Qianlan's hand away, and strode out of the room. Jiang Qianlong watched her walk out angrily, scared to death, endured the severe pain, slowly got up, dragged her thigh, and slowly moved out of the room. She couldn't let Mu Yaqing get into trouble again. Su Maoyong came to Lu Biqi's yard quickly, and without waiting for the maid outside the yard to inform him, he kicked open the door of the eldest lady's room. There was a loud bang, and the eldest lady, who was sitting in the hall and drinking tea slowly, was startled. Her hand shook, and the boiling tea spilled on the back of her delicate hand, causing her to scream in pain. Seeing Mu Yaqing rushing in, the eldest lady's charming face suddenly changed her expression, and she angrily scolded, "Mu Yaqing, you, a junior, dare to trespass into the room of your mother. It's really unruly." Su Maoyong didn't take her mother seriously at all. Her eyes flashed with haze. Her face was gloomy, and she asked by name, "Lu Biqi, did you hurt my mother?" Lu Biqi was stunned when she heard this, and then sneered, "I thought your bitch mother was so great, but I didn't expect that she told you as soon as I turned around. It's really disgusting." She had warned Jiang Qianlong at the beginning. If Mu Yaqing knew about it, she couldn't guarantee that the Lu family would not destroy Mu Yaqing. Unexpectedly, in order to avenge herself, she actually ignored Mu Yaqing's life and death and instigated her to come to the door. This bitch usually pretended to be kind, but she didn't expect that it was all fake. Hearing her words, Su Maoyong clenched his fists in anger, and a layer of murderous intent floated in his pupils. His cold and hard voice was full of chill. "It seems that you also want to go downstairs to accompany Mu Shiyuan." As soon as she finished speaking, spiritual power instantly lingered on her fingertips, and in a moment it turned into a long silver whip. Seeing Lu Biqi's expression, he widened his eyes in horror. "You? What do you want to do? You can't kill me. I am from the Lu family, and the Lu family will not let you go." "Humph. Of course I won't kill you. I just want you to taste the taste of being whipped." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Maoyong's face became fierce, and he raised the whip violently, and the shining whip fell on her like a silver dragon. There was a crisp snap sound, and a blood-red whip mark was immediately thrown on Lu Biqi's arm, causing her to scream in pain and fall to the ground. After one whip fell, Su Maoyong followed with another whip, which hit Lu Biqi's back hard, and the whole house roared again. The maid outside was trembling with fear, but due to Su Maoyong's fierce spiritual power, she didn't dare to step forward to stop him. She had to turn around and run out of the yard to inform the master. The spiritual power of the peak royal spiritual master was quite sharp. Su Maoyong only whipped a few times, but Lu Biqi's eyes rolled back in pain and her whole body twitched. Spare me. Spare me." Exhausted, she weakly stretched out her hand to Su Maoyong, hoping that she would stop. She absolutely believed that if she continued to fight, she would be beaten to death by Mu Yaqing. Su Maoyong's eyes flashed with cold light, and he asked sinisterly, "Forgive you? Why don't you spare my mother?" Thinking of the dense and flesh-tearing whip marks on Jiang Qianlong's arm, Su Maoyong was furious and whipped again fiercely. However, just as the whip was about to fall on Lu Biqi again, a figure suddenly came from behind Su Maoyong, grabbed her arm, suddenly cut off her spiritual power, pulled her hand and swung it hard, and immediately threw Su Maoyong back a few steps. "Mu Yaqing, you are really too much. After all, she is your stepmother. You have killed your sister, so you won't let your stepmother go?" Mu Rong stood in front of the eldest lady, frowned, and shouted loudly. Su Maoyong didn't expect Mu Rong to come so quickly. His mood suddenly sank. He frowned and retorted, "Humph. When she abused my mother? Why didn't you stand in front of my mother and stop Lu Biqi's violence?" As the head of the family, Mu Rong naturally knew that Lu Biqi abused Jiang Qianlong, but he chose to turn a deaf ear and condone it. "Mu Yaqing, you should know your mother's identity. Your mother is just a lowly concubine. It is her blessing that the eldest lady beats her. You actually whipped your mother for a concubine. You are so bold." Mu Rong was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and scolded fiercely. Lu Biqi was a member of the Lu family after all. Even if she beat Jiang Qianlong to death, Mu Rong would not blame her at all. This is the difference between the main wife and the concubine. But this theory doesn't make sense to Su Maoyong. Jiang Qianlong and Mu Yaqing have been bullying Mu Shiyuan and Lu Biqi for years. In the end, Mu Yaqing died tragically at the hands of Mu Shiyuan. Now the eldest lady is harming Mu Yaqing's mother again. Since Su Maoyong has replaced Mu Yaqing, he can't just sit back and watch. I don't care if she's a concubine or not. She beat my mother. I'm going to make her skin and flesh burst today. Su Maoyang burst out with spiritual power again, waving the long whip towards the eldest lady. Chapter 451. I hope you don't regret it. Mu Rong didn't expect Mu Yaqing to ignore his advice and dared to take action. His face suddenly changed and he tried to stop her. He is now a mid-level spiritual master, and his strength is above Su Maoyang. Seeing the whip swinging down, he grabbed it with force, raised his arm suddenly, and burst out a wave of air. Su Maoyang was no match for Mu Rong. He was hit on the shoulder by his spiritual power. He took a few steps back unexpectedly, stabilized his body, swallowed, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Mu Rong didn't do anything cruel, and Su Maoyang was only slightly injured. But Tang Tianqing and others in her space exploded. Damn it! If you dare to hurt my master, I will go out and fight him, and beat him so hard that he will call me grandpa. Tang Qingqian's temper flared up again, shouting that he wanted to go out and fight with Mu Rong. Seeing his brothers hugging him tightly again, the old man Jinjuan sighed helplessly. Since this group of people came, the medicine cauldron space has been unprecedentedly lively, and there has been no day of peace. It was a mess inside, and it was also a mess outside. Mu Rong pointed at Mu Yaqing and roared in anger. The roar rolled like thunder, shaking the air faintly. Mu Yaqing, you are simply lawless. If the matter of whipping the stepmother gets out, not only will the Lu family not let you go, but even the marriage with the Song family will be cancelled. If you ruin my big plan, I will definitely peel off a layer of skin. If he hadn't seen that Mu Yaqing was still useful because he had just made an engagement with the Song family, he would have slapped this bastard to death. You know, Mu Shiyuan's death had been forcibly suppressed by him. If even Lu Biki died, the Lu family would definitely fight to the death with the Mu family. His original intention was indeed to cultivate a genius for the Mu family. But according to Mu Yaqing's unscrupulous character, she might be killed by the Lu family before she was cultivated. And finally the Mu family would be buried with her. Between cultivating Mu Yaqing and protecting the interests of the Mu family, he would naturally choose the latter without hesitation. However, just when Mu Rong was furious, Jiang Qianlan dragged her injured leg and moved into the house with difficulty. Seeing the eldest lady rolling on the ground in pain, she was frightened and pale. She anxiously grabbed Su Maoyang and persuaded her, Yaqing, don't cause trouble for me. You have beaten people. Don't go against your father anymore. I beg you for your mother. As she said, Jiang Qianlan cried sadly, worried and scared in her heart. Su Maoyang felt a pang of pain when she saw her heartbroken appearance. When Mu Rong saw Jiang Qianlan appear, he gnashed his teeth in anger, rushed over angrily, raised his hand and slapped Jiang Qianlan to the ground. You bitch! You dare to instigate Mu Yaqing to beat her stepmother. I will beat you to death today, so that you don't have to stir up trouble here all day and implicate the entire Mu family. As he said, Mu Rong raised his hand again and slapped Jiang Qianlan hard. Jiang Qianlan was already covered in wounds and very weak. The palm just now had made her dizzy. And now there was another palm. How could she withstand such a blow? Su Maoyang was furious when he saw this, and he rushed forward with a fist, and suddenly hit Mu Rong's stomach with spiritual power. Mu Rong was caught off guard, and was instantly repelled by the spiritual power. His internal organs were injured, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that Mu Yaqing would dare to attack him. He stared at her with a look of astonishment, and the anger in his chest was enough to set the prairie on fire. You're rebelling. You're rebelling. You're such a rebellious evildoer. I'm going to kill you today. Mu Rong was so angry that he had lost his mind. He roared and rushed towards Su Maoyang, as if he was going to kill her. Seeing this, Jiang Qianlan panicked and threw herself at Mu Rong's feet, hugged his legs tightly, and cried heartbreakingly, Master, please spare Yaqing. If you want to hit me, hit me. Yaqing is your biological daughter after all. How can you bear to kill her? If you kill her, how can I live? Mu Rong was so angry that he didn't listen to her advice, and kicked her away. Jiang Qianlan let Mu Rong kick her until she vomited blood. But she still hugged his legs tightly, and refused to let go. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang's anger exploded in his chest like a fireball. He could no longer bear it, and walked forward, pulling up Jiang Qianlan, who was kicked to exhaustion, gritting his teeth and yelling, Mom, don't kneel down to this kind of person. He is a beast without heart and emotion. No matter how you plead, he will remain indifferent. even if Jiang Qianlan is not his mother. Seeing her selfless efforts to protect her children, Su Maoyang, no matter how hard-hearted, can't help but be moved. When Mu Rong heard that Su Maoyang dared to call him a beast, his eyebrows and beard trembled with anger, and he roared with bared teeth, "Evil creature! Get out! Get out of the Mu family! There is no evil creature like you in the Mu family. Take your bitch mother and disappear in front of me." Jiang Qianlan was shocked when she heard this, and begged for mercy in panic. "Master, please spare Yaching. She is your daughter. How can you be so cruel?" Mu Rong stared with angry eyes and snorted heavily. "My Mu family does not have this daughter. From tonight onwards, Mu Yaching and Jiang Qianlan have nothing to do with the Mu family. Come! Drag them out." Su Maoyang heard this and stopped Jiang Qianlan, who was about to kneel down and beg for mercy, and snorted coldly, "No need. We have legs and can walk by ourselves. I just hope you don't regret your decision today." Mu Rong was so angry that his head was splitting, and he roared and waved his hands. "Get out quickly. I will only regret not letting you get out earlier. Mu Yaching is indeed talented. If she is trained, it will be of great benefit to the Mu family. But what he wants is an obedient, well-behaved daughter who is under his control, not an enemy who opposes him everywhere. If this is the case, then what's the point of training her? She still has to rely on the Mu family now, and she is already in such a ghostly state. If her wings are hardened, he can't imagine what kind of trouble she will cause in the future." Thinking of this, Mu Rong shuddered. Jiang Qianlan saw that Mu Rong was tough, and there was no room for negotiation. Her heart was broken, and she sobbed sadly. Although she was of humble status, she served the Mu family wholeheartedly and never complained. However, she did not expect that she would be driven out of the house by her beloved husband. This humiliation and grief almost crushed her weak body. Su Maoyang supported her and tried to comfort her in a calm tone. "Mom, don't worry. I am here. Even if you leave the Mu family, I will let you live a good life." Jiang Qianlan cried and shook her head, holding her hand, choking and saying, "It doesn't matter if Mom is driven out. Mom is worried about you. You are so young. You can marry a good family. Now you are driven out. Who will marry you in the future?" At this juncture, Jiang Qianlan was still worried about her. Su Maoyang sighed in his heart, and couldn't help holding her hand, patiently persuading, "I am still a peak imperial spiritual master after all, and I have a certain status in the academy. Don't worry about me. The Mu family will only make you sad and upset. It's better to leave." Hearing this, Jiang Qianlan didn't want to cry and upset Mu Yaching, so she could only nod obediently and let her help her out of the Mu family. Watching Mu Yaching and Jiang Qianlan leave, Mu Rong breathed a sigh of relief, and his face eased a little. However, he didn't know what a stupid decision he made today, because he actually kicked out a Pete Dan Wang alchemist. Chapter 452: A Distinguished Guest. After leaving the Mu family, Su Maoyang directly contacted Wang Feng with a soul card and asked him to find a quiet house. The people of the Hurricane Mercenary Group were all shocked when they heard that Mu Yaching and her mother were driven out of the Mu family, because they would never think that there would be such a stupid person in the world. The Dan King Peak, who so many people wanted to curry favor with, was actually driven out by the head of the Mu family. Is this a joke that the head of the Mu family deliberately played on everyone? This joke is not funny at all. After hearing the news, the people of the Hurricane Group came to the house where Su Maoyang had just moved in with the Blood Battle Group, and expressed their condolences and concern. They must not miss any opportunity to curry favor with Su Maoyang. Jiang Qianlan did not expect Su Maoyang to have the money to buy such a large house. When she was shocked, she saw a group of rough men coming to the door, and her face changed immediately with fear. However, before Jiang Qianlan could speak, Wang Feng and others stepped forward quickly and bowed to Su Maoyang. "Master." The people of the Hurricane Group also shamelessly followed suit and called him Master. Their servile attitude shocked Jiang Qianlan. They are? Jiang Qianlan pointed at Wang Feng and others and murmured in surprise. Wang Feng smiled and introduced himself. "Madam, my name is Wang Feng, and I am Mu Yaching's subordinate." The people of the Blood Battle Group also followed suit. "We are also Mu Yaching's subordinates." As soon as the voice fell, the people of the Hurricane Group also joined in the fun and shouted, "We are all." Wang Feng heard this and slapped Jiang Zheng. "You are a piece of shit. Don't recognize the master here. Shameless. Hee hee. We are all brothers. We share the same hardships and masters. Don't be so stingy. Jiang Zheng flattered shamelessly. Su Maoyang heard this. 3 black lines crossed his face. Shook his head helplessly. Turned to Jiang Qianlan and explained, don't worry. They are all my people. Jiang Qianlan glanced at everyone. And seeing their momentum, she knew that they were not weak. She didn't expect her daughter to have so many followers. She was worried that the mother and daughter would be bullied when they came out. But now, she is completely relieved. Wang Feng saw that the new home was settled, and saw that Su Maoyang and Jiang Qianlan looked a little tired. So he led the brothers of the Hurricane Group to leave the house. Jiang Qianlan was in poor health. Su Maoyang let her go to bed early, and she locked herself in the room and began to refine the Qingshan Huadu pill for the Golden Lion King. After several nights of hard work, she successfully removed the poison for the Golden Lion King, and then took the time to improve her spiritual power. Now she has a faint sign of advancing to the initial stage of the sect spiritual master. It seems that she only needs an opportunity to complete the leap. Su Maoyang is still working hard, while Hou Jianwei from the Alchemy Union has good news. Just listen. The alchemy room burst into deafening laughter. Ha ha ha. Finally succeeded. The blue jade pill is finally out. Master is right. Ha ha ha. Excited, Hou Jianwei immediately opened the door and shouted at the 2 guards guarding the door. Quick! Go and inform the old guy. Tell him that I have successfully refined the blue jade pill. Quick! The 2 guards were stunned by his excited roar, and then immediately came to their senses and ran towards the president's alchemy room. In a moment, an old man in a gray gown, as unkempt as Hou Jianwei, trotted over, his wrinkled face full of shock, and rushed into Hou Jianwei's alchemy room anxiously. Where is the blue jade pill? Show it to me. The president was also so excited that his face flushed, and he shouted to see the pill as soon as he entered the door. Seeing that he was anxious, Hou Jianwei raised his eyebrows in a mysterious way, then led him to the table and gently opened the lid of the box. A plump and round pill came into view, which shocked the president. He widened his eyes and exclaimed in disbelief after taking a deep breath, "My God! You actually made it!" Hearing this, Hou Jianwei stroked his beard and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha! Old man you. This time I made the blue jade pill before you. I won this bet. Thank you. Impossible. Your alchemy skills are not as sophisticated as mine. How could you suddenly realize this truth? I don't believe it. Yu Goen was shocked and then doubted. Don't disbelieve it. This is indeed what I made myself. But I recently worshipped a very awesome master. She gave me a secret recipe, which helped me to make the blue jade pill. As he said, Hou Jianwei immediately took out the secret recipe and handed it to Yu Goen. Yu Goen took the white paper and looked at it. His face was even more shocked. Bayan country actually has an alchemist who is better than us. Who is he? Take me to see him. Mu Mansion. Master. Master. There is a distinguished guest coming to visit. Go out and see him. Butler's son didn't even knock on the door, and broke into Mu Rong's room directly, shouting in panic. Mu Rong was still half asleep when he was suddenly awakened, and he growled impatiently, "What are you arguing about? Who is it? Disturbing my sleep so early in the morning?" Butler's son was so scared that his eyes widened, and he stammered for a long time, "Yes. Yes. It's the president of the Alchemy Union and the dean of Lingyi College." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Rong sat up on the bed, bulging his eyes, and asked in disbelief, "What did you say? The president of the Alchemy Union and the dean of Lingyi College? Did you recognize the wrong people?" "No. It's them. Waiting in the hall now." Butler's son shook his arm, pointed in the direction of the hall, and said anxiously. Mu Rong got up immediately in fear, grabbed his clothes and put them on, stumbled out of the room, and ran straight to the hall. The president of the Alchemy Union and the dean of Lingyi College are big shots that the 6 major families cannot afford to offend. I just don't know how such big shots would suddenly come to the Mu Mansion. Could it be that someone from the Mu family offended these 2 big Buddhas? Not daring to think too much, Mu Rong hurried to the hall and saw that the 2 famous old men were indeed sitting in the hall. The alchemist's badges on their clothes were shining with dazzling luster, which shocked Mu Rong so much that he was stunned, as if his head was hit by a stick. It's really the president of the Alchemy Union and the dean of Lingyi College. Is he really not dreaming? When Hou Jianwei saw Mu Rong appear, he showed great kindness. He stood up in person and saluted him with a smile. "Master Mu, we came to visit you rashly. We are sorry for disturbing you." Please forgive us. Mu Rong is Mu Yaqing's father, so Hou Jianwei naturally has to respect him. Seeing this, the president also stood up and nodded. The respectful attitude was like a bolt from the blue, which made Mu Rong dizzy and shocked. The master at the peak of Dan King actually saluted him respectfully, and politely said that he was visiting him. Oh my god! Is this true? Chapter 453. Mu Rong is so frightened that he almost cries. He quickly steps forward and raises his hand, his voice trembling with excitement. Masters, please don't be too polite. Your presence at the Mu mansion is a blessing for the Mu family. How can it be considered a nuisance? Masters, please stop standing and take a seat. The two people in front of him are big shots that the 6 major families can't invite. Now they are at their Mu family. What a great honor. If this gets out, other families will be envious. Hou Jianwei and Yugoan smiled and nodded when they heard this, and sat down, waving their hands politely. Haha. Master Mu is too polite. Mu Rong shook his head quickly, and couldn't believe that he could talk to such a strong man. He was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. He immediately ordered loudly, "Come on, serve tea and snacks, and don't neglect the two masters." Housekeeper's son outside the hall heard this, and came back to his senses. He immediately ordered the maid to prepare tea and cakes. Hou Jianwei saw this and hurriedly stopped him and said, "No, we are not here for tea today." Mu Rong was stunned, and his pupils were puzzled. "Oh? Who are the two masters?" Hou Jianwei stroked his beard and smiled. "I am here to pay my respects to my master." "Master? The dean's master? I don't quite understand what the dean means. I don't know which master is the dean's master." Mu Rong was confused. After thinking for a moment, he asked in a low voice, seeing that he didn't understand. Hou Jianwei thought that he didn't know what happened in the academy, so he patiently explained, "We are here to visit Mu Yaqing." "But where is she now?" Mu Rong was stunned for a moment when he heard this. The two masters actually came to see Mu Yaqing. Mu Rong was not sure what they were thinking. After a moment of shock, he asked uncertainly, "I wonder what the two masters want to see Mu Yaqing for. Could it be that Mu Yaqing offended the two masters and let them come to her personally? No. If she offended them, they should have made a fuss long ago. Why would they talk to him in a friendly manner and use the word see you?" Just when Mu Rong was puzzled, Hou Jianwei laughed out loud. His face was extremely happy and even a little proud. "Some time ago, I worshipped Mu Yaqing as my master. It was all thanks to the master's guidance that I was able to refine the blue jade pill. After the president knew about this, he insisted on coming to see my master. So I hope that the head of the Mu family will pass on the message and say that her apprentice is here. You know, old man, you envied him to death. He kept pestering him and insisted on seeing Mu Yaqing. Such a stingy person actually took out the rare Sanchio grass just to see his master. Over the years, he has always been inferior to old man Yu. Now he finally found a great master and fought a comeback. How could he not be proud?" When Mu Rong heard this, it was like a wake-up call. He fell off the chair in fear. Hou Jianwei and Yugoan did not expect such a big reaction from him. Instead, they were shocked by him and stood up quickly to help him. "Master Mu, are you okay?" Mu Rong waved his hands in fear and quickly got up from the ground. But his legs were shaking like sieves. Mu Yaqing is the master of the dean of Lingyi College. Is this what he just heard? Or is there something wrong with his ears, and he is hallucinating? Mu Rong was so shocked that he was at a loss. He looked at Hou Jianwei without confirming, and his voice was trembling slightly. "Dean, you said Mu Yaqing is your master? Did I hear it wrong?" Seeing that he was doubtful, Hou Jianwei frowned slightly and nodded seriously. "Of course you didn't hear it wrong." Seeing him admit it, Mu Rong's heart sank instantly as if it was filled with cold lead, and the stiff facial muscles began to twitch a little bit. Mu Yaqing is actually the master of the dean. Didn't he drive the master of the dean out of the Mu family? Thinking of this, Mu Rong broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He trembled and said, "The dean really makes me panic. How can a strong man like the dean wrong himself and worship my daughter as his master? What virtue and ability do I have?" Hearing this, Hou Jianwei's smiling face froze. He waved his hand in disapproval. "Mu Yaqing has reached the peak of the Dan King at a young age. She also taught me to make pills and helped me beat old man Yu. I am lucky to have such a powerful genius as my master." Peak of Dan King. You said Mu Yaqing is at the peak of Dan King. Mu Rong was so shocked that his face changed drastically. He shouted without caring about his image. Ho Jianhui and Yu Going were shocked by his extreme expression. Your daughter is at the peak of the Alchemy King. Doesn't the head of the Mu family know yet? Ho Jianhui thought that Mu Rong was just unaware of the apprenticeship. But he didn't expect that he didn't even know Mu Yaqing's alchemy level. What an interesting father he is. Mu Rong was so shocked that he almost cried. How could he know this? He was usually busy with court affairs. And his thoughts and energy fell on his other 3 sons. How could he have time to take care of Mu Yaqing? He only cared about her recently. But he only knew that Mu Yaqing had a good talent for spiritual power. And he didn't know that she could also make alchemy. The other 3 sons were all training in other academies, and did not go home. They did not know about Lingyi Academy. So how could he know? Now that he heard that Mu Yaqing was at the peak of Dan King, Mu Rong was so scared that he was stunned. As if he had been struck by thunder, and his whole body was numb. At this moment, he also suddenly realized that only Dan King Peak had the qualifications to make the dean and the president come to visit in person, and make the dean lower his status to become a disciple. Oh my god! What stupid thing did he do to drive a Dan King Peak out of the shogunate? If he had a Dan King Peak, would he still be afraid of the Lu family? He would just let the head of the Lu family kneel on the ground and call him grandpa. Let alone the Lu family. He would not be afraid of the other 5 major families. Okay? At that time, the Mu family was the head of the 6 major families. And even the Alchemy Guild and the Academy had to give the Mu family 3 points. After all, such a young Dan King Peak was really terrifying. If it takes a few more years, wouldn't it be possible for him to become the Alchemy Emperor or Alchemy Saint? Thinking of this, Mu Rong felt weak all over and fell down from his seat. He seemed to be exhausted, unable to speak, and without strength. It was Yu Going who reminded him and woke him up. Master Mu, we are sincerely visiting you. Can you pass on the message for us? He had the honor of meeting this super genius at the cost of a stalk of autumn grass. Now he has been sitting for a long time, and still hasn't seen anyone. Naturally, he was very anxious. Mu Rong trembled and explained guiltily, my daughter just went out shopping, and will be back in a while. I will send someone to find her now. As he said that, without waiting for Ho Jianhui and Yu Going to speak, he immediately stood up and ran to the door of the hall, and ordered in a trembling voice, Butler son, you immediately go to find the whereabouts of Mu Yaqing and Jiang Qinlan, and be sure to bring them back. Go! Chapter 454 Persuade her to go home. Butler's son was also frightened and panicked. After hearing what Mu Rong said, he turned around and ran out of the Mu mansion without any delay. Mu Rong stayed to greet Ho Jianhui and Yu Going. After learning the truth, he was facing 2 big men who could kill him with just 1 word. He was really on pins and needles. And he was looking forward to Mu Yaqing coming back quickly. Butler's son asked around, and soon found out where Mu Yaqing lived now. Standing at the gate of the house, Butler's son swallowed his saliva, and his heart was beating like a rabbit, when he mustered up the courage to knock on the door. It turned out to be a tall and mighty young man. Butler's son recognized this young man. He had seen this man before when he went to the mercenary group to issue tasks for the master. You? Are you the leader of the Hurricane Group? After being shocked for a while, Butler's son immediately recognized his identity. Jiang Zheng frowned and asked impatiently, who are you and why are you here in our Jiang mansion? Jiang mansion? Butler's son was surprised and took a look at the plaque of the mansion. It really had the words Jiang mansion written on it. Then he quickly apologized, oh, I found the wrong place. Sorry. I thought this was the mansion of Our Lady Mu Yaqing. Jiang Zheng was stunned for a moment when he heard this. This is Mu Yaqing's mansion. What do you want to see my master for? Butler's son was about to leave when he was shocked by this sentence. He stopped suddenly and looked at Jiang Zheng in surprise. Mu Yaqing is actually the master of the leader of the Hurricane Group. I really don't know how many secrets his lady has hidden from them. Hearing that he had found the right place, Butler's son immediately explained anxiously, this old slave is Butler's son of the Mu family. I have an urgent matter today and want to see the lady. I hope you can pass it on. When Jiang Zheng heard that it was someone from the Mu family, his face changed instantly and he angrily scolded, humph. It turns out to be the idiot from the Mu family. Mu Rong has already driven my master out of the shogunate. Why are you still looking for her? Get out. Get out quickly. I'm annoyed by seeing people from the Mu family. Butler's son was so anxious that he grabbed the door and begged, I really have something urgent to see you. Please make some concessions. Sir. Humph. You want to see my master. No way. Go back and tell that old man Mu that if the Mu family harasses her again, our hurricane group will bring. Lead the brothers to smash your Mu family. As soon as the voice fell, Su Maoyang, who had just returned from outside, happened to see the scene, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. What's going on? When housekeeper's son saw Mu Yaching appear, he was so happy that he cried. He immediately rushed forward and knelt in front of her with a bang. Miss, you should go back to the Mu family as soon as possible. The master was just angry at the time, and said angry words. You must not take it seriously. Housekeeper's son's kneeling and crying immediately attracted the attention of pedestrians on the street, and they all stopped to watch. Su Maoyang thought it was ridiculous and snorted disdainfully. No need. I can't afford your Mu family. Since I have already left, there is no reason to go back. As she said, she walked away from housekeeper's son, who was kneeling on the ground, and walked towards the door. Seeing this, housekeeper's son anxiously hugged her feet and said, Miss, please don't make things difficult for me. If I can't persuade you to go back, the master will kill me. Please, come home with me. Home? Don't you see it? It says Jiang Mansion there. This is my home. Su Maoyang was named after Jiang Qianlon's surname. This is probably the only mansion in Bang country named after a woman's surname. When Jiang Qianlon learned about this, she was flattered and happy for a long time. How can this place be considered your home? Miss, your surname is Mu after all. You are the blood of the master, and you must not be left outside. Now the master is thinking about you to go back. If I can't persuade you to go back, the master will beat me to death. After hearing this, Su Maoyang's face flashed with sarcasm and sneered. Blood? He drove his own blood out of the house with his own hands. Don't you think it's ridiculous to talk about blood now? Why didn't he think of blood when he broke off the friendship? Since Mu Rong said that Mu Yaching and Jiang Qianlon had no relationship with the Mu family, Su Maoyang had no intention of going back. Mu Yaching and Jiang Qianlon had suffered too much in the shogunate before. Now that Mu Yaching is dead, she can no longer let Jiang Qianlon go back to the Mu family that eats people without spitting out bones. Seeing that she insisted without a trace of hesitation, housekeeper's son was sweating profusely when he thought of the dean and the president who were still waiting at the Mu family. He was forced to kowtow. Miss, please, the dean of Lingyi College and the president of the Alchemy Union are looking for you at the Mu family. If you don't go back and anger the two big Buddhas, the Mu family will be finished. Su Maoyang suddenly realized it after hearing this. No wonder Mu Rong was so anxious to find her back. It turned out that he was in trouble. She was still wondering why Mu Rong, who was so hard-hearted, suddenly found his conscience and asked her to go back. Unexpectedly, it was because the dean came to the door. Thinking of this reason for persuading her to go back, Su Maoyang felt ironic and even nauseous. She raised the corners of her lips, raised a cold arc, glanced at housekeeper's son on the ground, and said coldly, words spoken out of the water can be spilled out of the water. There is no regret medicine in this world. I brought my mother out and didn't plan to go back. Tell that old guy to give up on this idea. After saying that, Su Maoyang stepped back, avoided his restraint, and walked sideways from him into the Jiang mansion. Butler's son was left kneeling at the door of the Jiang mansion and being talked about. Butler's son had no choice but to get up and rush back to the Mu family. At this time, Yu Goen and Ho Jianwei had been waiting impatiently. It had been an hour, and there was no sign of Mu Yaching. They were inevitably a little irritated. Master Mu, where is my master? Why hasn't he come back yet? Ho Jianwei didn't know how many times he looked at the door. And he was so eager. Mu Rong's heart was beating like a drum. He was more anxious than the two of them. In addition to being anxious, there was fear. If Ho Jianwei knew that he had driven his master out of the house, he would be furious. When he thought of this, Mu Rong was shaking all over. Just when everyone was anxious, Butler's son came back. Seeing that Mu Yaching was not beside him, Mu Rong's heart skipped a beat, and a chill ran from head to toe. He got up in a panic, rushed out quickly, stopped Butler's son, and asked anxiously and angrily, where is the person? Where is the person I asked you to bring back? Butler's son was sweating profusely, and his whole face was tangled. No matter how I persuade her, Miss San is unwilling to come back. I cried and kowtowed, but she was indifferent. I really have no choice. Mu Rong was so anxious that he almost jumped up when he heard this. Ho Jianwei and Yu Goen in the hall saw that Mu Rong looked strange outside, and didn't know what he was whispering behind their backs. They were suspicious. Ho Jianhui felt something was wrong and immediately stood up and walked out of the hall, shouting at Mu Rong in the yard, "Where is my master?" Chapter 455. The Lu family was in great trouble. Mu Rong looked at Ho Jianhui's furious face and turned pale with fear. He hesitated for a long time before he mustered up the courage to speak. Mu Yaqing moved out to live. Ho Jianhui frowned immediately, and a puzzled look flashed across his face. What do you mean by moving out to live? Isn't this her home? Why did she move out to live? Mu Yaqing is a 17-year-old, unmarried girl. How could she move out to live by herself? This is too strange. What's going on? I want to hear the truth. Ho Jianhui yelled impatiently, and Mu Rong's legs became weak and fell to the ground. He trembled and said, Mu Yaqing was moved by me. I kicked him out of the Mu family. As soon as the words fell, Ho Jianhui and Yu Going were shocked and shouted in surprise. What? Mu Rong actually kicked out a super genius at the peak of Dan King. Is Mu Rong crazy? Or stupid? The genius they all tried so hard to curry favor with was actually treated like this by him. Are you kidding me? Thinking of this, Ho Jianhui widened his eyes in anger. His eyebrows stood up, and he walked over and kicked Mu Rong hard, gritting his teeth and yelling, You are so bold that you even dare to bully my master. I will kill you. You bastard. Mu Rong was kicked upside down. His whole body felt like he was electrocuted, and he was twitching with fear. His nervous beating heart was pounding in his chest, as if it was about to jump out. He cowed out and begged for mercy. Dean, spare me. Dean, spare me. I won't dare to do that again. I will take her back right away. I will go right away. I am her father after all. She will definitely forgive me for the sake of our father-daughter relationship. I beg the Dean to spare my life for Mu Yaqing's sake. At this time, Mu Rong had already lost the momentum of being the head of the Mu family. Facing the two big Buddhas, he trembled like a grandson. When he thought about driving away at Dan King, he regretted it. Yu Going heard it, and saw that Ho Jianhui was really going to do it. So he couldn't help but persuade him. Don't be impulsive, old man Ho. He is your master's father after all. If you want to fight or kill him, you have to ask your master. Ho Jianhui's hands were already lingering with spiritual power. After hearing what Yu Going said, he was deadlocked for a moment, and finally endured it, snorting heavily. Humph. Mu Rong, considering that you are my master's father, I will spare your life today. If I hear rumors that you bully my master again, I don't mind destroying your entire Mu family. Old man Yu, let's go! Watching Ho Jianhui and Yu Going leave, Mu Rong, who was terrified, was completely relieved and collapsed to the ground in an instant. When housekeeper Sun saw this, he immediately rushed up to help him up and asked worriedly, Master, what should we do now? The Mu family has offended two big figures in a row. How can we gain a foothold in Ban country? Mu Rong took a few deep breaths, tried to calm down, and snorted coldly, Don't be afraid. After all, I am Mu Yaqing's biological father. As long as I bow my head to her, she won't be so heartless. Mu Rong's thoughts are very full, but the reality is very skinny. The farce of the Mu family has just ended, while the Lu family is still in progress. Lu Biki was whipped and couldn't bear this bad breath. Before dawn, he ran to the Lu family to ask to see Mr. Lu. As soon as he saw him, Lu Biki cried heartbreakingly, and while crying, he lifted his sleeves and showed the whip marks on his arm to him. Dad, you must make the decision for your daughter. After all, she is the main wife of the Mu family and the stepmother of Mu Yaqing. She actually attacked her stepmother. Look, all these whip marks were caused by her. If Mu Rong hadn't stopped me in time, I would have been beaten to death by her now. Last time, in order not to completely fall out with the Mu family, you had already endured the death of your granddaughter. If you don't even care about your daughter this time, what's the point of her living? She might as well die. The shrill cry echoed in the hall, and the old man Lu frowned. The old man of the Lu family is 80 years old this year. Although his hair is gray, he is vigorous and powerful due to his practice. He is a tough character who cannot be provoked. Last time, Mu Shuyuan's death was forcibly suppressed by Mu Rong. The Lu family didn't want to fall out with the Mu family for a granddaughter, so they had to turn a blind eye. Unexpectedly, Mu Yaqing went even further and rode on the Lu family. Thinking of this, Mr. Lu was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and slapped the table with his palm, making the teacups on the table jingle. Humph! Mu Yaqing is so bold. Not only did she kill Mu Shuyuan, But she also dared to hit my Lu family. It seems that if I don't teach her a lesson, she really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Come on. Lead the way forward. I don't believe that I can't deal with a stinky girl. As he said this, Mr. Lu stood up suddenly and stepped out of the hall aggressively. Hearing this, Lu Biki immediately stopped crying. A smile of success flashed across her eyes, and she immediately stood up and led the way forward. She had inquired before that the little bitch actually bought a house for Jiang Qianlan and named it Jiang Mansion. Even she didn't have the blessing and qualifications to live in a house alone. And how could Jiang Qianlan, with her humble status, live more freely and comfortably than her? This is something she can never tolerate. Lu Biki was filled with resentment, and soon brought old man Lu to Zhang's house. Dad, those two bitches live here, standing outside the gate of Zhang's house, Lu Biki said angrily. Old man Lu glanced at the closed door, snorted, and pushed his palm suddenly. With a loud bang, the door was instantly split in half. Afterwards, he roared with full energy. Like a bell, Mu Yaching, come out and die for me. Such a shocking movement immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Many people recognized old man Lu's identity and stopped to watch in surprise, discussing Mu Yaching's affairs. I heard that Mu Yaching was kicked out of the Mu family by the head of the Mu family because she whipped her stepmother. I didn't expect that even Mr. Lu was alarmed now. It seems that Mu Yaching can't escape this blame this time. Yes, Lu Biki is also a member of the Lu family. Mu Yaching is really bold. She even dares to offend the Lu family. Now she has been kicked out of the Mu family again. She has no power to rely on, and can only be slaughtered by others. The people on the street didn't know what happened in the academy. They only knew some street gossip. Now seeing Mr. Lu personally coming to the door, they all sighed and sweated for Mu Yaching. However, as soon as everyone finished speaking, a large group of people suddenly walked out of the door of Jiang Mansion. In addition to the more familiar Hurricane group, there was actually the Dean of Lingyi Academy and the President of the Alchemy Union. Everyone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. But when they saw the alchemist badges they wore, everyone covered their mouths in fear. Old Master Lu was just about to start cursing, but he suddenly saw Ho Jianwei and Yu Goen. His words were instantly choked in his throat, and his face turned red. Chapter 456. The Lu family is over. Mr. Lu, you ran to my master's door and yelled, "What do you want to do?" A loud question suddenly came from the door of Zhang's house. Ho Jianhui, Yu Goen, Hurricane Group and others walked out of the door and lined up in a row. Their momentum instantly extinguished Mr. Lu's arrogance like a basin of ice water. Mr. Lu didn't expect to see two big men here. He was so shocked that he stood there like a wooden fool, forgetting to react for a while. Just as he was shocked, Su Maoyang slowly walked out, staring at the stunned old man Lu, and said with a chuckle, "I didn't expect that I didn't settle accounts with the Lu family, but the Lu family came to my door. That's good. It saves me a trip." Old man Lu was shocked on the spot, looking at Ho Jianwei and Yu Goen in disbelief. And he couldn't react. "Dean? President? Why are you here?" Ho Jianwei raised his eyebrows, glanced at him coldly, and his face was quite ugly. "I came to visit my master, so of course I'm here." "Master?" Old man Lu widened his eyes in surprise, and looked at Mu Yaching involuntarily. Don't tell him that the master mentioned by the dean is this stinky girl in front of him. How is it possible? Just when he was confused, Ho Jianwei had turned his head to look at Su Maoyang, and his cold voice showed murderous intent. "Master, you say, the Lu family, will it be destroyed or not?" Hearing this, old man Lu's face changed drastically. His body trembled, and he almost fell down. Lu Biki, who was standing by, was also shocked. She had been eager to seek revenge, but she had not expected two ruthless characters to suddenly appear and call Mu Yaching her master. Was she still asleep? Or was her hearing damaged? The onlookers were also shocked, staring at Mu Yaching in disbelief, unable to imagine that the dean of Lingyi College was actually her apprentice. This was definitely the most incredible thing in Ban country. Su Maoyang had no intention of causing trouble for the Lu family. The only person she had a grudge against was Lu Biki. But the Lu family came to her without knowing whether to live or die, so she would not be polite to them. "Destroy?" A word popped out coldly, and the temperature around them instantly dropped to freezing point. As soon as the voice fell, Ho Jianwei and Yu Goen had already gathered their spiritual power, and were ready to take action. However, just when Mr. Lu and Lu Biki had not recovered from the shock, a figure suddenly rushed over from a distance, rushed to Su Maoyang in panic, and apologized repeatedly. Sorry. Sorry. Master Mu. My father is not clear-headed. Dementia has occurred, and offended the master. I hope the master will forgive me. I will take them back now. The head of the Lu family, Lu Ruiliang, suddenly appeared. He learned about Mu Yaqing's identity from Lu Yunhe today. He wanted to go home and tell Mr. Lu, but he didn't expect that they would rush to trouble Mu Yaqing first. Hearing this, Lu Ruiliang was scared to death, so he ran over to stop the two from getting into trouble. Originally, Lu Biki and Lu Yunhe had offended Mu Yaqing, and Mr. Lu was now taking the initiative to come to the door. Isn't this looking for death? Fortunately, he came in time. If they really started fighting, even if his father was strong, he would never be the opponent of Ho Jianwei and Yu Goen. Su Maoyang glanced at Lu Ruiliang coldly, and sneered, Master Lu, your sister beat my mother, and you want to leave without saying that you are not clear-headed. I am afraid it will not be that easy. When the head of the Lu family heard this, he knew that if Mu Yaqing didn't give her an explanation today, she would not let the Lu family go. Thinking of this, Lu Ruiliang didn't hesitate at all, and suddenly slapped Lu Biki beside him. Before Lu Biki could react, he was hit by a powerful spiritual power, and his body instantly flew more than 10 meters, fell heavily to the ground, spit out blood, and died. Seeing this, the noisy street suddenly became silent, and even Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. This Lu Ruiliang has a straightforward personality. He did things that were righteous and killed his relatives without blinking an eye, which is really admirable. Master Mu, Lu Biki is a married daughter, and has nothing to do with our Lu family. I hope you can be magnanimous, and not blame the Lu family for her mistakes. I also hope you can let the Lu family go, because I helped you kill Lu Biki. My Lu family is willing to pay 500,000 energy stones as an apology. Lu Ruiliang's words were so sincere that Su Maoyang was moved. Su Maoyang has never been a person who would not let go. Since Lu Biki is dead, there is no need for her to completely turn against the Lu family. What's more, the Lu family has taken out 500,000 energy stones to apologize. There is no reason for her not to accept something that is delivered to her door. You know, she never does business at a loss. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's expression eased, nodded slightly, and said lightly, since the head of the Lu family has said this, if I still hold on to it, it will make me look petty. It's just a small matter. The head of the Lu family doesn't need to take it to heart. Lu Ruiliang almost vomited blood when he heard this. What do you mean by a small matter? She killed Mu Shuyuan and killed Lu Biki in disguise, and finally cheated their Lu family of 500,000 energy stones. You know, 500,000 energy stones almost accounted for 80% of the Lu family's property. Now that all of them are given away, their Lu family can be completely removed from the 6 major families. Such a big blow. She actually said it was a small matter and told him not to take it to heart. He was almost fainted from anger now. However, he knew that if he didn't kill Lu Biki and take out 500,000 energy stones, Mu Yaqing would not give up. Compared with property and family survival, the head of the Lu family naturally chose the latter. So, even if he was so angry that he vomited blood, he had to pretend to be grateful and hold his fists, endure the humiliation, and help the confused old man Lu escape from the scene. Everyone sighed when they saw the Lu family retreating like a grandson. Everyone thought that Mu Yaqing was the one who suffered, but they didn't expect that in the end it was the Lu family that fell so hard. After losing so many energy stones and offending the dean and the president, the Lu family will probably have a very difficult time in the future. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads and sighed with emotion, and their understanding of Mu Yaqing also rose to a higher level. Watching the Lu family leave, Su Maoyang retracted her gaze and was about to turn around and go in. But who knew that someone suddenly called her from behind? Yaqing. Su Maoyang paused, stopped, and turned to look. I saw Mu Rong walking quickly, frowning, haggard, and with an indescribable look of sorrow. Yaqing, go back with your father. You are always your father's daughter, and the Mu family is your home. Mu Rong rarely lowered his posture and persuaded, almost begging. Hearing this, Su Maoyang's face jumped with sarcasm, and sneered, Master Mu, have you lost your memory? Or like that old man Lu, have you suffered from dementia? I remember clearly that you said that my mother and I have no connection with the Mu family anymore. And now you suddenly come to recognize your relatives. What is this? Chapter 457, If I had known she wasn't her daughter. Yaching. Dad was wrong. Dad was angry at the time and said harsh words. Dad still loves you in his heart. How can you be so heartless and wipe out my love for you because of a little conflict? Can't Dad admit his mistake to you? Knowing that Mu Yaching was at the peak of Dan King, Mu Rong had to invite her back even if he didn't care about his dignity. Su Maoyong sneered when he heard this. Little conflict? Love? You drove your wife and daughter out of the house. Is this a little conflict? Is this love? Think about how heartless you were at the beginning. I am only 1,000th of you. With a cold sneer, she didn't want to look at Mu Rong anymore, and turned around coldly and walked into Zhang's house. Watching Mu Yaching leave, Mu Rong, who had vowed to persuade her to go back, was completely panicked. He rushed forward and wanted to stop her. As a result, before he stepped into the threshold of Zhang's house, he was locked outside by Jiang Zheng with a bang. Mu Yaching, you can't do this to me. I'm your father after all. How can you disown me? Disown me? Su Maoyong raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth when he heard such words. It's really disgusting to hear such words from a man like Mu Rong. Everyone watched Mu Rong being locked outside the Jiang mansion, crying out to the sky and the earth for help. And he was in a very embarrassing situation. Everyone pointed and laughed. With such an awesome daughter, the Mu family could have risen to prominence. But the head of the Mu family was so stupid that he kicked her out of the Mu family. It seems that the stupidest of the 6 families is the Mu family. Receiving the mocking eyes around him, Mu Rong couldn't hold his face. He glared at the crowd with anger, and then left in disgrace. In the past few days, Mu Rong went to Jiang Mansion every day to ask for an audience with Su Maoyong. But he was blocked outside every time, which made him anxious. And the story of Mu Yaching spread throughout Bayan City in an instant, and her status rose rapidly, becoming a well-known genius in Bayan. Time flies, and it is the Xiaoyuan festival in Bayan. This Xiaoyuan festival is a festival for Bayan to worship ancestors. During the day, the emperor will hold a large-scale sacrificial ceremony at the tomb of the previous emperor. And at night, a banquet will be held in the palace to entertain important officials of the court and powerful people with reputation and status in Bayan. Of course, Mu Yaching, who is now famous, is also among the invitations. Hearing that she is going to enter the palace is exactly what Su Maoyong wants. So she will naturally not waste such a good opportunity. So, these days, she has been practicing hard in Ho Jianhui's practice room, and finally broke through the bottleneck and practiced to the middle stage Zhong Lingshi. I think, with the help of the Golden Lion King and the Sky Demon Martin, there should be no problem in dealing with the Zhongling Master in the soul-devouring flower formation. With full confidence, Su Maoyong came out of the practice room and returned to Jiang Mansion. Mu Yuaheng came out of seclusion in the academy some time ago. Hearing about such a big thing, he resolutely abandoned the Mu family and followed his mother to stay in Jiang Mansion. At this time, Jiang Mansion has become the garrison base of the Hurricane Group. The brothers of the Hurricane Group, who have no parents, also take care of Jiang Qianlan as if she were their mother. Unconsciously, Jiang Qianlan has also integrated into this group of rough men who seem rude but have delicate minds. Jiang Qianlan had decided that such a life is too moist. I don't know how much better it is than being a cow and a horse in the Mu family and being humiliated and scolded. It must be said that Mu Yaching's original decision was correct. This may be the happiest time of her life. Thinking of this, Jiang Qianlan was moved to tears, and the needle and thread in her hand gently passed through the clothes in her hand, and finally tied a knot. Hearing that Mu Yaching was going to enter the palace, Jiang Qianlan was happy for her. But seeing that she didn't have a decent dress, she sewed a set for her by hand. Until today, she rushed to finish it. Madam, the young lady is back. Just as Jiang Qianlan was sighing, someone suddenly shouted outside the yard. Jiang Qianlan and Mu Yuanheng heard the words, immediately stood up, and went out to greet them in surprise. As soon as Su Maoyong returned to the Jiang mansion, everyone was enthusiastic and asked about her well-being, which made her quite helpless. Seeing that she looks tired, Jiang Qianlan thought it was caused by excessive practice. So she drove everyone away and pulled her to the room. Yaching, you're going to the palace tonight. Try the clothes I made for you and see if they fit you. If they don't, I'll make them for you. As she spoke, Jiang Qianlun handed the sewn clothes to Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang didn't expect that she would sew them for her by herself, and was immediately flattered. Mom, you can just ask someone else to do it. Why bother yourself? I'm worried about the people outside who cut corners. The brothers in the hurricane group won't let me do the housework. I'm bored anyway, so I might as well make a set of clothes for you that you can show off. You know, all the people attending the palace banquet today are big shots, so we can't lose face, Jiang Qianlun said with a smile, and had already reached out to take off her coat. Su Maoyang was a little reluctant to be touched by others, but seeing that she was so happy, he couldn't bear to spoil her fun, so he let her change his clothes for him. But when she turned around and looked at Jiang Qianlun, she saw that she was already in tears. Mom, what's wrong with you? Su Maoyang was startled by her. Jiang Qianlun wiped her tears quickly, smiled and shook her head. No, I just see that you are so beautiful in this dress. I am happy. Su Maoyang stared at her for a while, half believing and half doubting, obviously not believing her statement. Just when she was confused, Jiang Qianlun said something inexplicable. Thank you, child. Su Maoyang was shocked, and a bad premonition came to her heart. Mom, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Mother is just happy. I can live such a life. All thanks to you. Jiang Qianlun smiled and patted her hands. Then she looked at the sky outside, and then said, there is still some time now. You rest first. Mother will not disturb you. With that, Jiang Qianlun did not wait for Su Maoyang to reply, and quickly left the room, closed the door for her, and left with tears. In fact, she had long discovered that Su Maoyang was not her daughter. Mu Yaqing was raised by her own hands, and Jiang Qianlun knew her demeanor and habits very well. She had some doubts since Su Maoyang came to the shogunate, and later when she saw her strength exposed and her fame, she was more certain of her guess. However, she could not accept the death of her daughter, and kept hypnotizing herself that this woman was her daughter. At least she had the same face as Mu Yaqing. However, just when she was changing her clothes, Jiang Qianlun saw that there was no birthmark of Mu Yaqing on her shoulder, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. She didn't dare to ask Su Maoyang about Mu Yaqing's whereabouts, because she knew that the answer was definitely unbearable for her. Whatever. God took away a daughter and gave her a better one. What else could she be dissatisfied with? This daughter's filial piety to him was no worse than Mu Yaqing's. On the contrary, she gave him more. Su Maoyang frowned and looked at the door in confusion. He always felt that something was wrong with Jiang Qianlun. And then he found Wang Feng. Master, is there anything I can tell you? As soon as Wang Feng entered the door, he saw Su Maoyang's serious expression and knew it was a big deal. Su Maoyang looked up at him and said in a low voice, I will enter the palace tonight to steal the soul-devouring flower. You should know the danger of this matter, so I can only succeed, not fail. Chapter 458 Entering the Palace for a Banquet. Wang Feng didn't expect that this day would come. He didn't know why his master was so eager for the soul-devouring flower. But every time he asked, his master seemed unwilling to mention the reason. However, he didn't need to guess that the reason that made his master care so much was related to Jun Haotsong. Since it was related to Jun Haotsong, he knew that no matter how he persuaded her, it would be useless. All he could do was to lend her a helping hand. As if he had made up his mind, Wang Feng nodded and said seriously, whatever the master wants me to do, just tell me. Su Maoyang took a deep breath, looked out the window, and said solemnly, stealing the soul-eating flower will definitely implicate Jiang Qianlun and the brothers of the hurricane group. They are no match for the 6 major families. Once I run away, they will be in danger, so I hope you can take them away from Bang country tonight. No matter what method you use, the sooner the better. This is my only wish. Wang Feng had never seen Su Maoyang show such a worried expression, and his heart was slightly shocked. He nodded solemnly. Okay. I will complete the things the master has asked me to do, even if I risk my life. No, I don't want any of you to have any problems. Live well. After the matter is done, contact the soul card. Su Maoyang patted his shoulder, and his low voice was full of worry. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. At night, Ho Jianhui and Yuguan arrived at Zhang's house, saying that they would enter the palace with Mu Yaqing. Although they didn't say it, Su Maoyang knew that they were backing her up and giving her courage. They were afraid that a little girl like her would be nervous and looked down upon when entering such a big occasion. Su Maoyang was really touched that these two rough old men, who were over 200 years old in total, could actually be so attentive. But looking at their wrinkled faces with smiles, Su Maoyang couldn't help but feel guilty when thinking about tonight's action. If they knew that she was here to steal the soul-devouring flower, would they still be so happy? Master, get in the car quickly. It's late now. Don't keep everyone waiting. Ho Jianhui was sitting in the carriage and waved at her, which brought Su Maoyang back to her senses. She nodded, got on the carriage, took out several bottles of pills and a large stack of books with many pill recipes copied out, and handed them to Ho Jianhui and Yu Goen. These are the upper Shin grade pills I have recently refined. These are the secret recipes for refining these pills. You should be able to reach a higher level after learning these. This is all she can do for them. Ho Jianhui and Yu Goen were surprised to hear this, and took the medicine bottle and secret recipe. They opened the medicine stopper and saw the precious elixir inside, and their eyes almost popped out. These elixirs were only recorded in the alchemy books, but never in the methods. Now these secret recipes suddenly appeared in their hands, and they were immediately ecstatic. I really didn't worship the wrong master. These secret recipes are too precious. They are the best gifts I have ever received in my life. Ho Jianhui's eyes were red with excitement, and his hands holding the secret recipe were shaking. Yu Goen was also shocked, and his excitement was no less than Ho Jianhui. Seeing the two old men excited like children, Su Maoyang forced a smile on his lips and looked out the window. I hope you can always be as happy as you are now. The two were so excited that they didn't notice Su Maoyang's abnormal behavior until the carriage arrived at the palace gate. Su Maoyang had just gotten off the carriage when the Mu family's carriage also arrived. Mu Rong saw Su Maoyang on the carriage and immediately stopped it. He jumped off the carriage and ran towards her. My dear daughter, wait for me. I have something to tell you. After being rejected so many times, Mu Rong still shamelessly came up to her. Not to mention Su Maoyang was annoyed. Even Ho Jianhui and Yu Goen were annoyed. Without waiting for Su Maoyang to speak, the two stood in front of Mu Rong. What good daughter? You and my master have long lost the father-daughter relationship. Don't shout here. If you harass my master again, I don't mind killing her relatives for the sake of justice. Ho Jianhui warned fiercely. As soon as Mu Rong saw Ho Jianhui and Yu Goen, she instantly lost her momentum and dared not take a step forward. She could only watch her walk into the palace gate. At this time, another carriage drove up behind her. Mu Rong looked over and saw Prime Minister Song with his family getting off the carriage. Prime Minister Song's proud son Song Zihan was also among them. Seeing Song Zihan, Mu Rong's eyes lit up, and he immediately had an idea. He immediately ran forward and nodded and flattered. Oh, Prime Minister Song. Long time no see. How are you? Song Chenji only glanced at Mu Rong with his peripheral vision and passed by without any intention of paying any attention. Mu Rong never expected Prime Minister Song to be so disrespectful. He was so angry that he couldn't help but shouting, Prime Minister Song, have you forgotten our engagement? Some time ago, your son Song Zihan gave a betrothal gift to my daughter Mu Yaqing. Have you forgotten it so quickly? Prime Minister Song stopped and glanced at him with contempt. Of course, I remember this. I think you also know that my daughter is the peak of Dan King. If Song Zihan wants to marry her, he has to get my consent. Your current behavior means that you don't want to marry her? Hearing this, Prime Minister Song suddenly grinned and chuckled. His sarcastic tone made Mu Rong pale. Master Mu, you seem to be mistaken. Now Mu Yaqing has completely left the Mu family, and does not admit that she is your daughter. In the future, when she marries into our Song family, she will be a member of our Song family, and has nothing to do with your Mu family. Tonight, I will ask the Emperor to grant her marriage. I think it won't be long before our Song family has another great peak Dan King. Ha ha ha. The loud and piercing laughter echoed at the palace gate, making Mu Rong tremble all over and almost faint. Fortunately, the housekeeper's son, who was following him, supported him and prevented him from losing his composure. However, Mu Rong's anger and regret can be understood. He drove away Dan Wang Peak with his own hands, but made wedding dresses for others. How can he not hate and be angry? Entering the palace, the arrival of Su Maoyang, Ho Jianhui, and Yu Goen immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Needless to say, Ho Jianhui and Yu Goen were the focus of the crowd wherever they went. And Su Maoyang walked with them. Naturally also got some light, attracting many people's curious eyes. Mu Yaqing used to be too unknown. Now, the people who know her are basically people from Lingyi Academy. But to the rest, she is a new face. And soon caused everyone to talk about it. And Yingxian saw Su Maoyang coming in. And immediately waved enthusiastically, and invited her to sit next to her. Su Maoyang didn't expect that an Yingxian was also invited. And a trace of surprise flashed across her face. Ho Jianwei beside her solved her doubts for her. I asked her to come. Ho Jianwei knew that Mu Yaqing didn't have many friends. And an Yingxian was her only confidant in the academy. This kind of palace banquet was boring. And it would be a bit uncomfortable if a little girl was left bored for a few hours. So he called an Yingxian. Su Maoyang never knew that Ho Jianwei could be so considerate and thoughtful. And this kindness really made her ashamed. After thanking her with emotion, Su Maoyang quickly walked to an Yingxuan's side and sat down. Exchanged a few words with her. And her eyes involuntarily swept towards the dragon throne. She found that all the guests in the hall had arrived. Even the Empress Dowager, the Queen Mother, and the Queen were already there. But Beilingyi was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 459. Do you like the Emperor? And Yingxian found that Mu Yaqing was absent-minded and kept looking at the dragon throne. Even a person as thick-skinned as her noticed something and couldn't help reminding her, Yaqing, tell me the truth. Do you like the Emperor? Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard the voice and looked at her speechlessly. What nonsense are you talking about? Humph. I don't think I'm talking nonsense. But you are guilty. You have looked at the dragon throne no less than 10 times since you sat down. I tell you clearly that the Emperor is not feeling well today, and asked the Queen Mother to organize the palace banquet, and he will not attend. And Yingxian explained solemnly. Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment. Could it be that his body is not well yet? It shouldn't be. The elixir is made of strange fire, and evil blood cauldron, which is more effective than ordinary elixirs. Seeing Mu Yaqing fall into deep thought again, and Yingxian yelled again, Look! Look! You always look cold no matter what I say. Every time I mention the Emperor. You are all wrong. You dare to lie to me, and say that you don't like the Emperor. Su Maoyang was speechless in the face of her questioning. She had no feelings for Beilingyi. She was just touched and more guilty. So she paid more attention to Beilingyi than others. But an Yingxian didn't know all this. She thought more simply. Seeing that Mu Yaqing had other thoughts about the Emperor. She thought she liked him. Yaqing, didn't you like Song Zihan before? Look! He's still smiling at you. And Yingxian found that since Mu Yaqing sat down, 2 hot eyes shot towards them. In addition to Song Zihan, there was another look that she didn't even dare to look at. Feng Shuani ranked first on the elite list. Song Zihan and Mu Yaqing have some history. And she still believes that when Feng Shuani also cares so much about Mu Yaqing. It's really strange. Su Maoyang heard this, and looked up and followed her line of sight. Sure enough, Song Zihan on the opposite side was staring at him with a smile. I don't know why. Song Zihan is obviously handsome. But this smile falls into Su Maoyang's eyes. But it is particularly greasy, which makes people have goosebumps. Seeing that Mu Yaqing is looking at him, Song Zihan thought he had attracted her attention. And his smile was a little proud. His gesture showed a chic and charming posture, which made Su Maoyang frown. This man seduces people. Will he find the wrong person? If she is seduced by a look like Jun Haosong, she may not be able to control herself and be easily confused. Song Zihan is not very handsome, nor ugly. For Su Maoyang, who has seen too many handsome men, his appearance is just average. I don't know where he got the confidence to seduce her. Before, I was young and frivolous and ignorant. I misjudged him. Su Maoyang glanced at Song Zihan coldly, and then retracted his gaze, explaining lightly. Seeing her expression, and Yingxian believed that she no longer liked Song Zihan. However, according to her thinking, she thought that Mu Yaqing had fallen in love with the Emperor. So she forgot Song Zihan. Feeling that her guess was correct, she nodded very affirmatively, and then whispered in her ear and asked carefully, Yaqing, do you know Feng Shuai? The first on the elite list? Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment and denied, No. I have never seen him. And Yingxian was puzzled when she heard this. Why does he keep looking at us? Is it because I am beautiful today? As she said this, she covered her flushed cheeks, and the corners of her mouth were slightly curved. Seeing her like this, Su Maoyang couldn't help but chuckle and tease. I guess he likes you. And Yingxian widened her eyes in surprise. Really? With such a high-ranking genius like someone like me? Su Maoyang smiled and nodded. You are very good. It is his blessing to like you. If she were a man, she would also like such an optimistic and cheerful girl. Hearing Mu Yaqing praise her like this, and Ying Xian was too shy to raise her head, and her eyes also vaguely swept towards Feng Shuai. Seeing her like this, Su Maoyang was also a little curious. Who is the first place on the elite list? She couldn't help but look up along the line of sight. She was shocked when she saw it. Isn't this the man who peeked at her from the tree last time as she killed the poisonous bee group? I didn't expect it to be Feng Shuai, who is ranked first on the elite list of Lingi College. No wonder he asked her proudly if she knew who he was. I didn't expect him to be so important. Feng Shuai met Su Maoyang's gaze, raised his eyebrows slightly, and his expression was a bit teasing and interesting. Su Maoyang couldn't figure out what this man was thinking, frowned with some disgust, and finally looked away. She was going to leave Bayan Kingdom tonight after stealing the soul-eating flower, so it would be better for her to stay away from these people. Su Maoyang had just taken his seat and was about to start the banquet. The scene was extremely lively, but Huaqing Palace was deserted and unpopular. At this time, Eunuch Lu ran in a panic. Your Majesty, the palace banquet has started. Are you really not going? Bei Lingi, who was writing furiously, frowned slightly, and a hint of impatience appeared on his cold face. Didn't I tell the Queen Mother that she will take charge of the palace banquet tonight? So I won't go. Eunuch Lu ran out of breath, took a few deep breaths and hurriedly said, but Miss Su is here. Won't the Emperor go to see her? Hearing this, Bei Lingi's hand holding the pen paused slightly, and he raised his head suddenly. What did you say? Sure enough, Eunuch Lu had known for a long time that with Miss Su around, the Emperor could not go. Recently, Mu Yaqing's incident has made a big fuss, and she has the support of the Dean of Lingi College and the President of the Alchemy Union, so she has to be invited. Eunuch Lu explained. Bei Lingi nodded in understanding after hearing this, and before Eunuch Lu asked, he automatically put down his pen, stood up, and walked out of Huaqing Palace quickly. Seeing this, Eunuch Lu sighed helplessly. He thought that the Emperor could really hold back during this period of time. It seems that he was just forcing himself to restrain himself. Bei Lingi's sudden appearance surprised the guests present. Even the Queen Mother couldn't help asking, Your Majesty, aren't you feeling unwell and not attending? Why? Bei Lingi walked to the dragon chair in the puzzled eyes of everyone, sat down slowly, and searched for the figure below. He said to the Queen Mother, I am feeling better, so I came out. I feel bad for letting my mother handle such a big occasion alone. The Queen Mother was stunned when she heard this. This should be the only sentence he said the most after he woke up. In any case, it was good that he was willing to speak. So the Queen Mother didn't care whether the words were true or not. And she was very happy. Well, it's good that you are feeling better. The whole Bayan Kingdom still depends on you, the Queen Mother said earnestly. And Bei Lingi obviously didn't listen to these words, and his eyes had fallen on Mu Yaqing. Chapter 460. The Emperor left the table in anger. Su Maoyang did not expect Bei Lingi to appear suddenly. She was stunned for a moment and met his gaze. That was a look that contained emotions, so complicated that it shocked people. Su Maoyang thought he recognized her and was secretly shocked. When she was about to look at his eyes carefully, he looked away and just glanced at her lightly, as if it was Su Maoyang's illusion. She looked at him in confusion, and when she saw that he no longer looked at her, his expression was normal, cold and indifferent, and he did not seem to have discovered her. She breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the Emperor coming out, Prime Minister Song couldn't sit still anymore. He suddenly stood up, walked to the center of the hall, and saluted respectfully, Your Majesty, I have something to report. Bei Lingi looked at him coldly. My dear, please speak. Prime Minister Song smiled at Mu Yaqing sitting opposite him, and said loudly, Your Majesty, my son Song Zihan and Mu Yaqing have been childhood sweethearts, and we have deep feelings for each other. I hope Your Majesty will grant us a marriage. Bei Lingi looked up suddenly, and shot a sharp look at him. The cold and gloomy sight made Prime Minister Song tremble all over, as if a poisonous snake was crawling on his back, making people feel inexplicably cold. However, before Bei Lingi could reply, Teacher Jean, who was sitting not far away, also stood up. Your Majesty, my disciple Feng Shuai and Mu Yaqing are in love and plan to be together. Prime Minister Song, your son should not steal her love. This Teacher Jean is an elder of Lingi Academy. He is very powerful and has great prestige in the academy. However, like Ho Jianhui, He does not like to take care of worldly affairs. So he handed everything over to teacher Yuan. And he only accepted Feng Shuani as his disciple. And treated Feng Shuani like his own son. Feng Shuani is not young anymore. Teacher Jean has been looking for women for him. And found that many women are not worthy of his excellent and perfect apprentice. Now he suddenly heard that there is a woman named Mu Yaqing who has reached the peak of Dan King at a young age. Such talent is even more amazing than his apprentice. So he decided on this woman without saying a word. When he asked Feng Shuani for his opinion, he found that his apprentice, who had always been cold-hearted and unfeeling, did not object. That means there is a chance for this matter. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this. What do you mean she and Song Zihan are childhood sweethearts? She and Feng Shuani are in love? These people lie without thinking. And Aishian, who was standing by, was also shocked and looked at Su Maoyang in surprise. Yaqing, who are you with? Su Maoyang was speechless by her surprised look. It's not what you think. I have nothing to do with them. And I don't even know Feng Shuani. Miss Mu, you really make me sad. Have you forgotten what happened under the tree that day? Feng Shuani had excellent hearing. And when he heard Su Maoyang's words, he pretended to be sad. And the ambiguous tone made Su Maoyang jump into the yellow river and couldn't wash it off. What did it mean what happened under the tree that day? It was obviously she who killed someone. And he was peeping on the tree. But he said that, as if he and her had had an affair under the tree. This person is clearly confusing people. It's really hateful. Upon hearing this, Prime Minister Song's face turned ugly. And he frowned and retorted to Teacher Jean, Teacher Jean. Many people know that Mu Yaqing has liked Song Zihan since she was a child. The two grew up together and have a deep relationship. Some time ago, our Song family gave the Mu family a betrothal gift. And the marriage was already finalized. How could she be in love with your disciple? Humph. Now that Miss Mu has left the Mu family, the betrothal gift you gave to the Mu family doesn't count. Since the son of your Song family also wants to marry Miss Mu, then let's talk based on strength. The winner will be determined on the field. Whoever wins will get Miss Mu. How about that? Teacher Jean snorted coldly and glanced at Song Zihan with contempt. The people of the Song family were all gloomy at such an arrogant provocation. Everyone knew that Feng Shuani was the first on the elite list, and was now a mid-level sex spirit master. Who could beat him? This was obviously bullying. When everyone saw the scene, they immediately made a noise. They pointed at Song Zihan, and didn't think highly of him. Song Zihan's face turned pale, and he stared at Feng Shuani with hatred. I think he hated him to the extreme. Su Maoyang didn't expect that a palace banquet would turn into her wedding banquet. And now it has evolved into a trend of robbing the bride. Is that wrong? They didn't even ask her opinion. And they decided her marriage privately. Which was too much. Su Maoyang couldn't understand. For the people of Bayan, a strong man at the peak of Dan King was a hot commodity that everyone was vying to win over. Moreover, she was an unmarried woman. So she was naturally welcomed by all major forces. Your Majesty, please decide this match. Teacher Jean was too lazy to talk nonsense with Prime Minister Song, and directly threw the question to Bai Lingyi. Prime Minister Song was naturally not stupid enough to let his son compete with Zhong Lingshi, and hurriedly excused himself. Your Majesty, there must be a first-come first-served for marriage. Miss Mu has obviously been in love with my son for life. How can Teacher Jean break up the couple? Please ask Your Majesty to make the decision for my son. Everyone looked at the two people who were deadlocked and refused to give in to each other, and immediately looked at Bai Lingyi, waiting for his answer. At this time, Bai Lingyi held a wine glass in his hand, trying to control his anger. His fingers kept exerting force. With a crisp bang, the wine glass shattered, and the wine splashed all over him. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and stared at the emperor in surprise. Just when everyone was puzzled, Bai Lingyi punched the table, suppressed his voice, and roared with great anger, "Today's palace banquet ends here. Kneel down!" Bai Lingyi was so angry that he didn't wait for everyone to react. And he swung his sleeves and strode out of the hall. Seeing this, everyone was confused, looking at the direction where Bai Lingyi left in astonishment, and whispered in confusion. The Queen Mother, the Grand Empress Dowager and others were also confused by Bai Lingyi. They stood there for a moment, then stood up awkwardly, comforted everyone a few words, and then left the hall. And Angshian watched everyone leave, and reminded Su Maoyang, Yaqing, let's go too. I still have something to do. You go back first. Su Maoyang still has the most important thing to do. How can he leave? And Yingxian widened her eyes in surprise. You don't want to go to the Emperor alone, do you? I have to say, this girl's imagination is really too big. However, in order to deal with her, she had to nod and admit it. Oh my god, you actually have such courage. But the Emperor already has someone in his heart. You are so infatuated that you won't get any response. She was still worried about this. Su Maoyang shook his head. I know how to deal with this matter. You should go back quickly. And Yingxian saw that she had made up her mind. So it was not easy to persuade her anymore. So she just nodded and left. Su Maoyang saw her leave. And then, he breathed a sigh of relief and walked out of the hall. At this time, Song Zihan, who was waiting at the door, suddenly appeared and blocked her way. Mu Yaqing, what are you doing? When did you hook up with Feng Shuani? Song Zihan thought their marriage was a done deal. But he didn't expect Feng Shuani to suddenly show up. Feng Shuani is a powerful sex spirit master, and a great threat to him. As long as Feng Shuani wants to compete with him, he will have absolutely no chance of winning. Chapter 461 I Can't Watch Her Die. Su Maoyang frowned and glared at him with disgust. Song Zihan, I said before that I won't marry you. Are you thinking too much? Su Maoyang felt uncomfortable saying anything to Song Zihan, a sycophantic and power-hungry person, because she knew better than anyone that Song Zihan didn't like her at all. He liked her status as the top Dan King and the power that could help him climb up. Song Zihan saw that Mu Yaqing really had no enthusiasm for him, and a nameless anger surged in his heart. He gritted his teeth and said, I think you clearly fell in love with Feng Shuani. So you fell in love with someone else. You fickle bitch. Speaking, Song Zihan raised his arm angrily, wanting to slap Su Maoyang. Seeing this, Su Maoyang curled his lips and sneered, standing still, with no intention of avoiding it. Mr. Song, you have to think clearly. If you slap him, you will become the public enemy of Bayan. Are you sure? Su Maoyang is now at the peak of Dan King. Many people want to get close to him. If Song Zihan slaps him, not only will he not have a good ending, but even the entire Song family will not have a good ending. Song Zihan was shocked by her words, and his face changed. His raised arm froze in midair, and he didn't know what to do. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at him. The corners of his lips raised a sarcastic arc. A low voice slipped out from his lips, which seemed unusually cold and arrogant. Be a good person and keep your head down. If you accidentally stick it out, I can't guarantee that the Song family will not become the next Lu family. The cold and hard words domineeringly jumped into Song Zihan's eardrums, shaking his body and making him tremble. He took 2 steps back and his expression was instantly stained with fear. Lu family. Yes. The Lu family has been removed from the list of the 6 major families. Today, they did not even come to such an important day as the Lower Yuan Festival. It is not that they do not want to come, but that they are not qualified. The Lu family used to be one of the most powerful families among the 6 major families. But since they offended Mu Yaqing, they not only lost a huge amount of energy stones, but also suffered from the exclusion of various forces. Whether in the court or in business, their industry has suffered a fatal blow. This is the most terrible thing about offending the Dan King alchemist. Realizing this, Song Zihan's face has turned from cyan to pale, and he can no longer say a word. Seeing that he did not dare to be presumptuous, Su Maoyang glanced at him coldly and said lightly, Mr. Song, take care of yourself. After that, she passed by and strode away. Su Maoyang gradually walked into the hidden tree-lined avenue, and seeing that there was no one around, he sneaked into the night and quickly approached the place where the soul-eating flower was. Perhaps because she stole the flower last time, this place has been heavily guarded. The densely packed guards surrounded the forbidden area in 3 layers inside and outside. The dazzling red torches illuminated the place so brightly that even countless shadows could not be seen. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang felt it was difficult. If he used the soul-eating drug, the range was too wide, and it was impossible to fascinate so many people. If he broke in by force, he would immediately alert other forces. I am afraid that he would fight with them before he got the soul-eating flower. It would not be worth the loss. The old man Jinjuan also frowned and pondered. It seems that you have to defeat them one by one and sneak in from the side. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Yes, this is the only way now. Thinking of this, she hid in the bushes, watching the 5 or 6 patrolling guards slowly approaching, until they came in front of her. Su Maoyang suddenly threw out the poison soul-stealing needle. and the 5 or 6 guards fell to the ground before they could even scream. Seeing this, Su Maoyang immediately rushed out of the bushes, stripped off the guards' clothes and quickly put them on, then quietly approached. And when another wave of teams arrived, he quietly mixed in. In this way, Su Maoyang quickly sneaked into the guarded palace. But before he could step into the palace gate, a violent roar sounded outside. "Come on! There's a spy! The spy has sneaked in!" At this time, the bodies of the guards killed by Su Maoyang were discovered. And suddenly some guards shouted loudly, and the entire forbidden area was instantly in chaos. And soon countless footsteps were heard approaching in his direction. Su Maoyang secretly said that it was not good, and immediately withdrew and hurriedly found a hidden place to hide. The movement in the forbidden area soon alarmed Beilingi. "Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Someone has broken into the forbidden area." Eunuch Lu ran from outside and reported loudly in panic, standing in the yard blowing the night wind. Beilingi was shocked and turned around suddenly, with shock in his pupils. Hearing such news, Su Maoyang's face flashed in his mind in an instant, and he reacted without hesitation, shouting, "Go and stop the group of guards. Don't let them mess around." Eunuch Lu heard the words, as if he was hit by a club, and his eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, he realized that the assassin was Su Maoyang. Only she can make the emperor so nervous. But, if we stop the group of guards, wouldn't it be to let Su Maoyang enter the forbidden area and steal the soul-devouring flower? Thinking of this, Eunuch Lu turned pale with horror and hurriedly dissuaded, "Your Majesty, you must not do this. If you let Miss Su in and steal the soul-devouring flower, not only will you die, but Beian will also be destroyed. The country and society that have been built for so many years will be destroyed in an instant. You can't do this." Beilingi frowned more tightly when he heard this, and his fingers under his sleeves gradually clenched, pinching out a blood mark. He naturally knew the importance of the soul-devouring flower. Beian couldn't live without the soul-devouring flower, and he couldn't live without the soul-devouring flower. The soul-devouring flower is his body. Once the flower withers, his life will wither with it. But if Su Maoyang alarmed the 6 major families, the tutors and deans of the academy, and those old guys who had been in seclusion for decades, she would be dead. He had no choice. He couldn't watch Su Maoyang die, even if he gave up the soul-devouring flower. "Go quickly. Don't let me say it again." Beilingi was a little frantic at the moment, his veins bulging with tension, and this roar almost burst out from his chest. Seeing this, Eunuch Lu was horrified and knelt down suddenly, kowtowed desperately, "Please take back your order. Your Majesty, I really don't want to see your Majesty die. The soul-devouring flower is not only the life of Beian Kingdom, but also the life of your Majesty. Your Majesty, I beg you, think about the people of the world. Think about yourself. The soul-devouring flower can't be in trouble." Eunuch Lu's hoarse cry echoed in the bleak night wind, which seemed extremely tragic. Beilingi forbearingly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His handsome face was full of patience, entanglement, and even collapse. Eunuch Lu didn't need to remind him. He knew better than anyone the consequences of giving up the soul-devouring flower. However, he didn't want to see Su Maoyang's cold body again. Never again. Thinking of this, Beilingi had already made up his mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, raised his arm quickly, and knocked out the Eunuch Lu in front of him. Then he shouted, "Someone! There is an assassin! Protect the emperor! I saw that some friends said that they couldn't search for Yun Juzej. You either searched the wrong Weibo or searched for the comprehensive one. Remember to go to Sina Weibo and search for Yun Juzej and find people." Chapter 462 Inner Torment. Beilingi yelled, and the guards outside rushed in. For a moment, the news that an assassin appeared in Huaqing Palace instantly alarmed the entire palace. When the messy guards in the forbidden area heard that an assassin appeared in the emperor's bedroom, they all stopped and turned to the direction of Huaqing Palace. It must be that spy who sneaked into Huaqing Palace. "Go and protect the emperor," the guards yelled, and the team rushed towards Huaqing Palace. Su Maoyang, who was hiding in the dark and almost discovered, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the crowd running away. Assassin? How could an assassin suddenly appear in Huaqing Palace? Su Maoyang was confused, but she didn't dare to think too much. Time was running out, and it was more important to find the soul-devouring flower. Thinking of this, she didn't dare to delay for a moment, and immediately sneaked into the palace and fell into the killing array in the same way as she cracked the chess grid last time. Her current strength is at the mid-stage of the Sex Spirit Master, and with the help of Tianmo Martin and the others, the Sex Spirit Master's killing array can no longer do anything to her. So, she was fully confident in breaking through the array this time. But who knew that after she entered the killing array, there was no movement? Last time, there were 7 Sex Spirit Masters besieging her. But how come there was no shadow of them this time? Su Maoyang looked around carefully and stood there for a long time, but did not find anything unusual, which made her frown in surprise. It shouldn't be. Could it be that the array failed after she broke through it once last time? Looking at the current situation, it seems that the array is indeed invalid, and it doesn't seem like a trick. Su Maoyang shook his head in confusion. Forget it. No matter. I'd come in anyway. I have to break through even if I die. After saying that, she didn't have any worries, and quickly rushed towards the depths of the tunnel. This tunnel is very deep. It seems to lead to the ground. Every step Su Maoyang took, she felt a step deeper. What surprised her was that this road was particularly smooth, without any formations and mechanisms, as if walking on an ordinary and quiet path, which was really incredible. Logically speaking, how could such a precious soul-eating flower not have any precautions? Today's events were too weird. Even Su Maoyang couldn't figure it out for a while. However, just as she was puzzled, a ray of light suddenly came from the front. She was shocked in her heart, stepped forward quickly, and looked carefully. She saw a dazzling golden light flashing on the stone platform in front. Under the light cover, a blood-red flower bloomed enchantingly. The 3 delicate petals looked like the red skirt of a beautiful girl dancing. From a distance, it was as red as fire, as bright as clouds, delicate and beautiful beyond description. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang opened her mouth slightly in surprise, and swallowed her saliva as if her throat was dry. Then, she couldn't help but walk forward and came to the front of the soul-eating flower. When she got closer, she could see clearly that this enchanting red flower was actually soaked in blood, absorbing blood bit by bit, moistening the delicate petals, and faintly seeping out blood. Seeing this, Su Maoyang smacked her lips in shock and murmured, "Is this the soul-eating flower?" After the words fell, she stretched out her hand gently, as if she was bewitched, and touched its petals. At this moment, she was so shocked that she suddenly retracted her hand and exclaimed in disbelief, "This flower actually has temperature. It's amazing." Seeing this, the old man Jinjuan also nodded solemnly. "I have read about this soul-eating flower in a book before. It has a total of 3 petals. As long as one petal withers, the whole flower will wither. There is only one flower in the world, which needs to be irrigated with human blood and carries human body temperature. It is indeed a very rare flower." Hearing this, Su Maoyang nodded in shock, and guilt lingered in her heart. She was not a philanthropic person, and she didn't care about the people of the world in her heart, but only the people she cared about. In front of the people she cared about, the people of the world had nothing to do with her. However, Bai Lingyi was an exception. She could never be cruel to him. The inner torment hit Su Maoyang's heart and brain hard, and she almost collapsed. Seeing that she was hesitant, the old man Jinjuan sighed helplessly. "Young master, you have come here, and there is no. You can go back now. If you can't make up your mind, you will never have another chance. Yes, if she doesn't make a decision, she will never have another chance. And Jun Haotsong's illness will be completely hopeless. She doesn't care about the survival of Bang country. What she cares about is that Bang country will be destroyed, and Bai Lingyi will be blamed by other forces." At this time, she didn't know the origin of the soul-eating flower and Bai Lingyi. She felt guilty for causing Bai Lingyi to fall into trouble and ruining his prosperous country. But she didn't know that this move pushed Bai Lingyi to the brink of death. "Young master, hurry up. If it's too late, not only will you not get the soul-eating flower, but you will also lose your life here." Seeing her inner torment, the old man Jinjuan also reminded her anxiously. Su Maoyang heard this, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and finally reached out to pick the soul-eating flower. However, just when she took it off, the entire tunnel suddenly shook, and there were signs of fragmentation and collapse. "Young master, this flower must be suppressing something. Run! The old man Jinjuan has lived for so many years. After all, he is more experienced than her." Seeing this posture, he vaguely guessed that there must be something terrifying under the soul-devouring flower. And then he roared loudly. Su Maoyong heard the sound and reacted quickly. He ran back to the original path, running for his life. Fortunately, she was agile and flew out of the palace. However, Su Maoyong did not expect that not only the palace was shaking, but even if she got out, the whole earth began to shake. The pavilions and towers in the distance were instantly turned into ashes. The roads were cracked, and huge rolling stones fell down and flew mercilessly towards the guards, who were searching for assassins on the road. In an instant, dust filled the sky, causing everyone to fall into extreme panic. Not to mention the palace. Even the entire Ban kingdom was shaking. In an instant, many houses collapsed and soon became a ruin. All forces felt such a big movement, and all went out. The forces of the 6 major families, the deans and tutors of the academy, and the high-level forces of all parties rushed to the palace. Su Maoyong looked at the chaos around her, and was about to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Who knew that as soon as she ran out of the forbidden area, countless strongmen came like waves. In a moment, she was surrounded. These people were the ones who had just attended the palace banquet. Not long after, everyone reunited, but the goal became to capture and kill Su Maoyong. Ho Jianhui and Yu Guan in the crowd were so scared that their eyes were broken when they saw Su Maoyong coming out of the forbidden area, and they shouted in disbelief, "Master! Master! How could it be you?" They sensed that the soul-devouring flower had been stolen and immediately came to chase the thief. Ho Jianhui never expected that the thief was actually his master. Mu Rong was also shocked when he saw the scene, and his voice was stammered in shock. How could it be you? Mu Yaqing, how did you run to the forbidden area? Su Maoyong looked at Ho Jianhui, feeling painful in her heart, and uttered 2 words in a tangled way. Sorry. She knew how pale these 2 words were in the face of national affairs. But she had no choice. Jun Haosong was suffering from a cold because of her, and his life was in danger. How could she abandon him? Chapter 463. She is not Mu Yaqing. Master, please hand over the flower quickly, or you will die. Ho Jianhui was so frightened that he was extremely anxious. He never thought that Mu Yaqing would set her sights on the soul-devouring flower, which was an enemy of the entire Ban kingdom. Yu Guan was also extremely anxious, nodding his head repeatedly. Master Mu, this soul-devouring flower cannot be touched. This is the national flower of Ban. Without it, the beasts that have been suppressed for hundreds of years will break the seal. At that time, none of us can escape. I can give you anything you want, but not this soul-devouring flower. The dean of Tianlu Academy saw that Ho Jianhui and Yu Guan were so close to the flower thief, and he immediately roared in anger, Humph! Ho Jianhui and Yu Guan are traitors of Ban, and they are in the same group with this stinky girl. Don't talk nonsense with her. Just do it. Kill her. As soon as the voice fell, everyone was ready to take action to capture and kill Su Maoyong. At this moment, a sharp roar suddenly came from behind everyone. Don't kill my daughter. Please don't kill her. Jiang Qianlan, Mu Yuanhang and the brothers of the Hurricane Group all rushed over. Each of them looked panicked and haggard, probably because they were worried about Su Maoyong. Jiang Qianlan ran over crying and screaming. She was obviously weak and slender, but she wanted to stop so many strong men from killing. Her hoarse cry was extremely miserable. Su Maoyong was so frightened when he saw this that his face changed drastically. He yelled in fear. Didn't they leave? Why are they here? Wang Feng, what did you promise me? Wang Feng looked embarrassed and bowed his head in guilt. I did not do my job well. Please punish me. Master. He had tried his best. This group of people knew that their master was in danger and threatened to die. They had to rush back, and he could not stop them. In fact, he was also worried about Su Maoyong in his heart. You can say he was selfish or disobeyed orders, but he couldn't bear to see Su Maoyong fighting alone. Su Maoyong gnashed his teeth when he heard this. Even she couldn't guarantee that she could get out of today's operation. Now that Jiang Qianlan and the people from the Hurricane Group are back, how can she guarantee the safety of this group of people? Wang Feng was so angry that she was dying. Seeing this, she was so scared that her blood started boiling, and she yelled at Wang Feng at the top of her lungs, "Take them away quickly! Quick!" This group of people was the only one she was worried about in Ban country, and she would never let herself get involved with them. But Jiang Qianlan didn't care. Crying and shaking her head, "No, I won't leave. Please let my daughter go. Don't kill her. If you want to kill me. Let me take her place." She was already this old. And she had lived enough. Su Maoyang gave her the happiest time. And she died without regrets. Su Maoyang saw her crying like a tearful person. And kept saying that he would take her place. His heart seemed to be hit hard by a drumstick. And he felt a dull pain. She had no mother in her previous life. And finally had a mother in this life. Although she knew it was fake. She was deeply involved in it. Greedily enjoying Jiang Qianlan's care for Mu Yaqing. Now seeing her rushing over so recklessly. Su Maoyang couldn't bear it. He really didn't want to see her fall into danger for a stranger. She couldn't let Jiang Qianlan pay anymore. She had to tell her the truth. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang immediately took out an antidote and swallowed it. And the face that belonged to Mu Yaqing instantly transformed into her original appearance. When everyone saw the scene, they were all shocked like thunder and lightning. It was a strange face. A face more stunning than Mu Yaqing. The face with skin whiter than snow. Delicate and exquisite facial features. Like a person walking out of a painting. Was set off by the surrounding firelight like a pearl. And the face was so beautiful that it was impossible to look at it. Everyone was shocked and gasped. And their pupils were filled with astonishment. Song Zihan, Feng Shuani and others widened their pupils in disbelief. And the whole handsome face seemed to be solidified into a sculpture. Although Mu Yaqing was also good-looking, she could only be called beautiful and lovely. And it was really incomparable to the beautiful and moving face in front of her. Just as everyone was shocked. Prime Minister Song from the 6 major families instantly recognized Su Maoyang's identity and screamed in horror, "My God! Isn't this Xia Qixuan, the concubine of the 4th prince?" Later, she was taken to the palace by the emperor and was named a concubine. Didn't she die of poisoning? How could she appear here? Hearing this roar, the patriarchs of other families also woke up and opened their eyes in shock. At the beginning, Xia Qixuan ran to the forbidden area to steal the soul-eating flower and was caught on the spot. If it weren't for the emperor's death, she would have died in their hands long ago. So the heads of the 6 major families were very impressed with Su Maoyang. Later, Xia Qixuan died of poisoning. The emperor also forced the coffin to be opened on the street for autopsy because of this incident. Finally, he was seriously ill after confirming that it was Xia Qixuan. In order to confirm the authenticity, they also personally examined the body in the coffin and confirmed that it was Xia Qixuan. Only then did they feel relieved. However, how could this woman, who was obviously dead, stand here and steal the soul-devouring flower? It's the disguised pill. She ate it. Yu Goen, as an authority in the alchemy world, was shocked and distorted when he saw this. Bei Hanyu, who was standing in the crowd, was also shocked to see the scene. And his clenched fists were shaking slightly. He knew that Su Maoyang had an intention to come to Bei'an. But he never thought that her target was the soul-devouring flower. The reason why he didn't expose her identity was that he still had a little bit of reluctance in his heart. But stealing the soul-devouring flower was such a serious matter that he really couldn't hide it anymore. No. She is not Xia Qixuan. She is Su Maoyang, the general of Songyuan state, who made me lose the battle and the troops. Bei Hanyu roared angrily, his facial muscles trembling slightly. And the pain of being deceived floated in his scarlet pupils. She used him to successfully enter Bei'an state, and finally stole the soul-devouring flower, making him a sinner of Bei'an state. Thinking of this, Bei Hanyu wanted to kill her. Everyone couldn't believe their ears when they heard it. As if they were hit by a thunderbolt from the blue sky. And their whole body was numb. Many people have heard of the name Su Maoyang. The news of Bei Hanyu's defeat shocked everyone. So the name Su Maoyang naturally left an indelible mark in everyone's heart. Ho Jianwei was completely shocked when he heard this. He couldn't believe that the master he admired was actually a spy of Songyuan state. Such news was a fatal blow. No. It's impossible. My master is not a spy. And there is no such powerful alchemist in Songyuan country. I don't believe it. He shook his head in disbelief. And was on the verge of collapse. However, Su Maoyang nodded and admitted without hesitation, "Yes. I am Su Maoyang. Not Mu Yaqing. Jiang Qianlan. I am not your daughter. Your daughter died a long time ago. I lied to you. There is no need for you to die for a stranger." Chapter 464 The Legendary Puppetry. Su Maoyang couldn't bear to tell her this cruel fact. But she couldn't bear Jiang Qianlan risking her life for her. If Jiang Qianlan had any misfortune because of her, Su Maoyang would never forgive herself in her life. She thought that if she told Jiang Qianlan this fact, she would be shocked, collapse, and even unable to accept it. However, she didn't expect that. She just cried and shook her head. Her hoarse voice revealed heartbroken grief. I know you are not her. I knew it a long time ago. I have lost a daughter. I can't lose another daughter. I don't care who you are. I only know that you are my daughter. Whoa! How can a mother watch her daughter die? After she finished speaking, she was already sobbing and twitching with sadness. Su Maoyang replaced Mu Yaqing, gave her hope, gave her happiness, and kept her from being deeply trapped in the grief of losing her daughter. Imperceptibly, Jiang Qianlan has already regarded Su Maoyang as Mu Yaqing. Su Maoyang has completely become her life sustenance. How can she bear to watch her daughter being surrounded and killed? For a long time, Su Maoyang seemed to have forgotten the taste of being touched. She has always been cold-hearted and has no feelings for family affection. Because she was an orphan in her previous life, let alone being loved by her parents in this life. Suddenly there is such a person who will always worry about her safety and will carefully make clothes for her by hand. This is something Su Maoyang has never felt before. Many people only care about how high she flies, but no one cares whether she is tired from flying. Now suddenly there is such a person, not asking you how strong or powerful you are, just asking you to live well by her side, knowing that you are not her daughter. She is determined to die for you. Maybe this is the great maternal love. No matter how hard Su Maoyang's heart is. Tears welled up at this moment, and her heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. The people of the 6 major families, and the dean and tutor in the academy saw this scene, and knew that Jiang Qianlan was Su Maoyang's weakness. Someone immediately shouted, "Catch Jiang Qianlan!" for Su Maoyang to hand over the soul-devouring flower. Everyone immediately reacted and ran towards Jiang Qianlan. Su Maoyang was so scared that his eyes were broken, and he screamed, "Wang Feng! Protect them and retreat!" Wang Feng heard this, and immediately rushed forward with the blood battle group, grabbed Jiang Qianlan and ran away. At this time, Su Maoyang had already burst out with spiritual power, stretched out his palm towards the enemy on the opposite side, and roared fiercely, "Your opponent today is me!" The fierce spiritual power exploded instantly, and rushed towards the crowd on the opposite side. Everyone really didn't expect that Su Maoyang had reached the middle stage of the Zhongling Master so quickly. They were shocked and stared at the figure that was full of spiritual power, and rushed towards them fiercely. The dean of Tianluo College snorted disdainfully, "Humph! You dare to be an enemy of Bane country with this little strength? You are overestimating yourself." As soon as the words fell, the deans of Tianluo College and Lane College took action one after another, pushing out overwhelming power towards Su Maoyang, which immediately made Su Maoyang breathless. The 2 deans are now both peak Zhongling masters, 2 levels higher than Su Maoyang. The difference in power is too great, and the ending should be no suspense. But the spiritual power fell, and behind the smoke and dust, a snow ferret was seen floating in the air, stretching out its furry white claws to fiercely block the power of the 2 peak Zhongling masters. And a huge golden lion beside it opened its bloody mouth at this moment, roared to the sky, kicked its strong hind legs, and rushed towards the crowd. As for the fastest blue cloud leopard, it had already rushed into the crowd, and had already torn apart a peak imperial spiritual master. Seeing such a lineup, everyone was shocked and burst out with spiritual power to resist. The 2 deans saw that Su Maoyang was not only strong in himself, but also had so many powerful spiritual beasts around him. They immediately restrained their contempt and shouted to the crowd, "Quick! Everyone! Come together! Fight quickly and decisively! Don't let the beast break through the seal and run out!" When everyone heard about the beast, their faces turned pale. They didn't dare to delay for a moment, and quickly attacked Su Maoyang. Wang Feng, Lin Water and others who were fighting saw that the spiritual power from all directions was all hitting Su Maoyang, and the shrill roar broke through the sky. "Master!" The roar fell, followed by a violent explosion. The explosion was like a thunder in the sky, instantly hitting Su Maoyang's position, and the sand and rocks flew far and near. "Daughter!" Seeing this scene, Jiang Qianlan screamed in grief, trying to break free from Wang Feng's restraints and rush over. The brothers of the Hurricane group also had red eyes, bursting out spiritual power like crazy, instantly repelling the crowd that was besieging them. However, just when everyone thought that Su Maoyang was killed by everyone, a circle of fierce spiritual power fluctuations suddenly shook, and the crowd surrounding Su Maoyang was immediately repelled several meters. People below the level of Zonglingshire spurted blood and were seriously injured. Several deans and patriarchs of the 6 major families were all shocked and stared at the scene in front of them. As strong as they were, they couldn't help but gasp, because more than a dozen bodies suddenly appeared in front of them. Each of them was surrounded by the spiritual power fluctuations of the early Zone Lingshi, blocking Su Moyang like a copper wall. In an instant, someone in the crowd recognized the identities of these bodies. My God! Aren't these people from the Poison Bee group? The Poison Bee group is very famous in Ben country. Many people present have done missions with the Poison Bee group, so they are naturally very familiar with them. When they heard that the Poison Bee group was destroyed, they were shocked for a long time. They didn't expect these people to appear here. Didn't the Poison Bee group be destroyed? How come they are still alive? Song Qinji opened his mouth in surprise, his face full of confusion. Mu Rong was tangled in his expression and shook his head solemnly. No, it's not right. This group of people is too wrong. Everyone nodded in agreement after hearing this. Yes, it's too wrong. The Poison Bee group in front of them was stiff, with dull faces, without any expression, and even without a breath. It was just like dead people. Oh my God! It's a puppet! It's a puppet! Just when everyone was puzzled, someone screamed in horror and pointed out the truth. When everyone heard the word puppet, they were like a baby hearing thunderbolts. Their bones were about to break. This was the first time they had seen puppets, and there were more than a dozen puppets. Oh my God! They were not mistaken. At this time, Su Moyang, who was behind the puppet, waved his sleeves and shouted, "Kill them!" After the roar, the puppet moved instantly. Although the movement was stiff, the speed was extremely fast. It rushed into the crowd and quickly overturned several people below the level of Zone Lingshi. Seeing this scene, Ho Jianhui took a breath of cold air in shock and muttered to himself, "Is this the legendary puppetry?" Chapter 465. The Beast is out. Yugoan also stood there in a daze, swallowing his saliva dully. It turned out to be the long-lost puppetry. It seems that your master has inherited the legacy of a super strong man. Yes, my master is a little too strong for me to bear. Ho Jianhui sighed again in disbelief. The people of the Blood Battle group and the Hurricane group were originally in a state of collapse. But at this moment, they were stunned and stared at more than a dozen puppets shuttling through the crowd. So fierce and invincible. Because the puppets are immortal. Maybe their spiritual power is not as good as that of several deans and clan leaders. But they just stand firm, get up again after being knocked down, and continue to attack, which immediately put everyone into a dead loop. But people will get tired, and their spiritual power is limited. After being consumed by the puppets, even the sect spiritual masters can hardly hold on. Dean, what should we do? If we keep fighting like this, I don't know how long it will take. The beast is about to break the seal and come out. Someone couldn't bear it anymore and asked the deans of the two colleges for help. Upon hearing this, the dean of Lane College darkened his face and glanced angrily at the rampaging puppets. His sight finally fell on Su Moyang. Catch the thief first. The puppets can't be killed, but Su Moyang can be killed. Everyone, focus on Su Moyang. After hearing the order, everyone had a direction and immediately gathered towards Su Moyang. Seeing this, Su Moyang's spiritual power instantly turned into a big knife. He raised his arm and swung it against the wind. A silver cold light rushed straight to everyone's throat. Seeing this, everyone immediately burst out spiritual power to block it. But the strong and full spiritual power was sharper than that of an ordinary mid-term sect spiritualist. The cold blade suddenly broke through their spiritual power and instantly cut their bodies. Ah! With a scream, several mid-stage spiritual masters' arms, stomachs, and thighs were cut open. Blood splattered, and a blood mist rose instantly. When several deans and clan leaders saw this, their faces turned black, and they stared at Su Moyang in anger. Why is her spiritual power stronger than that of an average mid-stage spiritual master? Song Qinji asked loudly, covering his wound with blood, with an extremely ugly expression. Song Qinji, as a late-stage spiritual master, had his arm cut, not to mention those below the level of a mid-stage spiritual master. It was the first time that he saw someone who could injure the opponent across levels. This strength and talent must be said to be the best in Bayan country. However, such a genius could not become the daughter-in-law of his Song family. It was such a pity. The Dean of Lane Academy frowned and said in a deep voice, more than strong. Although she is only a mid-level Zone Lingshi, her strength is comparable to that of a late-level Zone Lingshi. This person is really not small. No wonder she can defeat Beihanyu. At first, they didn't believe how a woman could defeat Beihanyu. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they suddenly realized it. This person is not only talented, but also has endless means. In addition to 3 powerful spirit beasts, he can even control puppets. They have all lived to this age. And this is the first time they have seen puppetry. And Su Maoyang can control puppets at a young age. As far as he knows, controlling puppets requires very strong mental power. Such a gap is really shameful. No matter how strong she is, we have to go. If the ferocious beast comes out, none of us will be able to escape. The head of the Liu family looked angry and roared with gritted teeth. He had suffered a loss at the hands of Su Maoyang last time, and he had long been resentful in his heart. The Liu family alone might not be able to touch her, but who made her provoke the public anger? It was no wonder that he was cruel. Hearing this, everyone nodded heavily and attacked again. Su Maoyang looked at the crowd rushing over. Her agile body flipped in the air, and her white clothes raised a stunning arc in the dark night. She swung her knife, breaking through the air like a long rainbow, and suddenly turned into countless lights and shadows, attacking everyone. Seeing this, everyone's eyes condensed. Those who had the strength to respond, and those who had no strength quickly dodged. However, taking advantage of this gap, Su Maoyang was as fast as lightning, and the knife flashed, and swung another knife at the group of people. A dazzling silver knife suddenly came, and everyone retreated in fear. Several powerful old men snorted angrily, avoided the puppet's attack, and were about to rush towards Su Maoyang to kill her with one palm. But who knew that the forbidden area suddenly made a rumbling sound? The palace, which had become a ruin, suddenly shook, and the piles of stones rolled down in an instant. After the violent sound, the ruins exploded, and a huge body walked out of the ruins. It was an extremely large black bull with 2 curved horns on its head, as sharp as 2 sharp knives inserted into its head. The 4 hooves fell to the ground like pillars, fat and strong, with a dark body and rough hair. In the center of the huge and terrifying head, there was a big eye that took up the whole face and glowed with green light. Under the eye, a sharp fang bared out from the mouth, and suddenly opened his mouth, and the bloody mouth burst into a shocking roar. Conservatively estimated, it could swallow more than a dozen people in one mouth. He walked out of the ruins, his flesh shaking, as if every muscle contained a force, shaking the entire land. This huge momentum immediately frightened everyone's face pale. My God! The beast broke through the seal. Everyone was scared to death when they saw the scene, and they roared. The strongest Dean, Tutor and 6 major families present were also shocked to see the scene. This is the ancient beast, the one-eyed black-horned bull. Just as everyone was horrified, the one-eyed black-horned bull had already opened its eye that flashed with a faint green light, and spewed out a breath of anger from its teeth, rushing towards Su Maoyang frantically. Seeing this, the people who were just aggressive were immediately scared and ran away. No one continued to besiege Su Maoyang, and they all fled for their lives. Su Maoyang was naturally not stupid enough to stand there, and she rushed out with the wind under her feet. However, when she changed direction, the one-eyed black-horned bull also changed direction and chased her madly. Damn it! Why did this beast come to me and fight with me? Su Maoyang looked back at the one-eyed black-horned bull that was about to pounce on her, and cursed in a low voice with a pale face. The old man Jinjuan in the space explained calmly, "You have the soul-devouring flower on you, and it can smell the scent of the soul-devouring flower. No matter how far you run, it will chase you. Unless you lose the soul-devouring flower, it will not give up." Hearing this, Su Maoyang was in a state of panic. How could the soul-devouring flower that she had stolen with great difficulty be given to this beast? Just when Su Maoyang was about to collapse in anger, she heard screams from behind. She looked back and saw that the crowd running behind her had all become food for the one-eyed black-horned bull. Even Lu Ruiliang and Mu Rong, who were late-stage sex spirit masters, were killed and their bodies were pierced by their sharp horns. Oh my God! I'm afraid that even a holy spirit master can't deal with the strength of this ancient beast. Su Maoyang saw the horrible scene behind her and cried out in shock. She had originally planned to fight to the death, but from this point on, she was afraid that even if she used all her strength, she would not be its opponent. She had the soul-eating flower in her body, so she couldn't escape or fight. Isn't this going to force her to death? Chapter 466, End of the Road. However, when Su Maoyang was in a state of panic, Four figures suddenly flew over from afar. For spiritual power struck down from the sky like lightning. With a few loud bangs, the spiritual powers hit the one-eyed blackhorn bull and immediately stopped its rampage. The chaotic crowd saw this scene and burst into excited exclamations. Look! It's the four elders who were in seclusion. They finally came out. Everyone looked up when they heard the sound. They saw four white-haired old men standing in the air, waving their long sleeves, bursting out fierce spiritual power, and hitting the one-eyed blackhorn bull. It's the four elders. It's really the four elders. They have cultivated to the middle stage Holy Spirit Master. We are finally saved. Seeing this scene, the people who fled in panic cried with joy and cheered excitedly. However, the old man Jinjuan snorted coldly and shook his head, naive. Although these old guys have reached the level of Holy Spirit Master, how can they be the opponents of the ancient fierce beasts? Even if the four of them join forces, they can't escape death. The heavenly demon Martin standing next to Su Maoyang also nodded and said, speaking of ancient fierce beasts, I have the most say. This blackhorn bull is actually only ranked 10th on the ancient fierce beast list. And its strength is far inferior to our third-ranked heavenly demon Martin. It's just that it was powerful in its heyday, and I was contracted and sealed my strength. Otherwise it would not be my opponent at all. Su Maoyang also thought that the heavenly demon Martin was an ancient fierce beast, and was about to send it to fight. But after hearing this, her expectations suddenly fell to the bottom. From what it said, it can't do anything to the blackhorn bull now. Just when Su Maoyang was at a loss, Wang Feng and Lin Water rushed over. Master, let's run while those old guys are holding us back. Wang Feng frowned and reminded loudly. Lin Water glanced at the chaotic situation around her, nodded and advised, Master, I don't think those old guys can hold us back for long. If it's too late, we will all die. This ancient beast has been hungry for hundreds of years. It eats people when it sees them. I'm afraid that the population of the entire Bane Kingdom is not enough for it to fill its teeth. Su Maoyang frowned when she heard this, and looked solemnly at the four Holy Spirit Masters who were fighting with the one-eyed blackhorn bull. Seeing that they looked more and more exhausted, her fingers clenched involuntarily. No, she can't leave. She released this beast. If she left at this time, Bane Kingdom would really be destroyed. She can ignore the lives of other people in Bane Kingdom, but how can she not care about Beilingi's country? She owed Beilingi too much. How could she abandon him at the critical moment? Besides, there were people she cared about in Bane country, such as Ho Jianhui, Yu Goen, Xiao Linchen, and Ishian, everyone in the Hurricane Group, and of course her mother and brother. This was their country, their hometown where they had lived for so many years. Could she really bear to see all this come to nothing? No, she couldn't. Wang Feng, Lin Water, you take the people from the Hurricane Group to escort Jiang Qianlan and Mu Yuaheng away from here. Su Maoyang made up his mind and gave the two of them a firm and deep voice. When Wang Feng and Lin Water heard this, they were stunned for a moment, and then immediately realized what she meant. Master, you are crazy. That is an ancient beast. Even the Holy Spirit Master is no match for it. If you stay, you will die. Lin Water looked at her fearless expression and guessed her thoughts. Her face turned red with anxiety. Wang Feng also frowned and persuaded her, Master, you are usually so smart. Why are you so stupid at this critical moment? We can't watch you die. Su Maoyang had made up his mind and shook his head seriously. I can't leave. I released the ancient beast. I will take this responsibility. Besides, I can't run away. The soul-eating flower is on me, and the one-eyed blackhorn bull will chase me anyway. Instead of running away like a weak person, it is better to fight like a strong person. Life or death. That is my fate. After the words fell, Su Maoyang resolutely waved away Lin Water's hand that was tightly holding her arm, turned around without hesitation, and rushed into the battle circle. Seeing her rushing towards the one-eyed blackhorn bull, Wang Feng and Lin Water were so frightened that their eyes were bloodshot and they shouted, Master. But at this moment, Su Maoyang had thrown everything behind her. Even if she was torn to pieces today, she would give Beilingi an explanation. This is what she owes him. Jun Haotsong, I'm sorry. I promised you to protect yourself well. This time, I'm going to break my promise. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes became sharp, and he suddenly drew his sword and shouted to the sky, Old Jinjuan, lend me strength. Old Jinjuan's whole face was twisted into a ball, gritted his teeth, and shook his head in agony. Young master, your body has borrowed strength twice, and it can't stand a third time. You are heading towards a dead end. Old Jinjuan, lend me strength, Su Maoyang repeated unwaveringly, obviously not taking his persuasion to heart. If she borrowed power, she might die. But if she didn't, everyone would die. For Jun Haotsong, she was willing to die. But Bai Lingyi was innocent. She released the beast and harmed his country. How could she stay out of it and walk away? Since it was because of her, she should bear all the responsibility. Old Jinjuan knew Su Maoyang's character too well. She seemed indifferent to everything. But as long as someone walked into her heart, she would not hesitate even if she was torn to pieces. Since she couldn't persuade her, she could only help her. Thinking of it, Old Jinjuan closed his eyes in pain and forbearance. Tears slid down the corners of his wrinkled eyes, and it was obvious that he was extremely sad. Over the years, he and Su Maoyang have been together day and night. Although they are nominally master and servant, he has long regarded her as his daughter. He watched with his own eyes how this stubborn little girl came from a waste. How much effort and hard work she put in. Such a strong character. Such an outstanding talent. Now she is in trouble. But he is powerless, and has to watch her take risks. He was tormented in his heart. But he still gave the greatest support in action. He sat cross-legged, waved his hands, and immediately passed the spiritual power in his body to Su Maoyang. At this time, a dazzling light suddenly appeared, instantly attracting everyone's attention. In the light, a slender figure instantly burst out the spiritual power of a peak Holy Spirit Master. And the power shook and immediately repelled the crowd that was closer. Due to the excessive force, Su Maoyang's body could not bear it, and she raised her head and screamed in pain. Her black hair was flying. Her skirt was fluttering. Her cold and beautiful face was as pale as frost. Her wide red lips gradually turned purple, and her bright eyes like obsidian turned extremely scarlet at this moment, and blood was faintly seeping from her eye sockets, which shocked everyone. Oh my God! She is a peak Holy Spirit Master! The crowd, who were shocked and fell into silence, burst into a horrified cry after a long time. Chapter 467, She Takes All the Blame. Oh my God! Am I seeing wrong? She is actually a peak Holy Spirit Master. Bong Xuanyi thought he was the most talented person in the younger generation in terms of spiritual power. But seeing this scene, he was deeply shocked. Although he didn't know who she was, she looked younger than him, and had broken through to the peak Holy Spirit Master. Was it necessary to be so devastating? Song Zihan and Xiao Linshan were stunned by this scene. Their tongues tied, their expressions twitching, and their feet seemed to have taken root and were fixed. Only Ho Jianwei on the side shook his head dully. No. She is not a peak Holy Spirit Master. She used some secret skills to forcefully advance to the peak Holy Spirit Master. Yugo also nodded in agreement. Yes. But this secret skill is too terrible. From a Zone Spirit Master to a peak Holy Spirit Master. This is simply not something a human body can withstand. Your master actually resisted it. Although she resisted it, she would be crippled if she didn't die in such a cross-level battle. Ho Jianwei shook his head with mixed feelings. The people of the Blood Battle Group and the Hurricane Group saw Zhang Kuang's flying figure in the sky and heard her painful roar. And their hearts were all tied together. At this time, Su Maoyang endured the severe pain that seemed to burst his body, swung the big knife made of spiritual power in his hand, roared, and chopped it hard at the back of the one-eyed blackhorn bull. There was a loud bang, and a long and deep bloody wound was instantly torn on the back of the one-eyed blackhorn bull. Blackhorn Newton felt a sharp pain, raised his head suddenly, and knocked over the 4 elders in front of him. Everyone saw that the elder they worshipped was thrown backwards and fell heavily to the ground, seriously injured. Su Maoyang in the air waved her arms again and fell hard on the horn that turned towards her. With a clang, she actually cut off one of the black horns of the one-eyed blackhorn bull, shocking everyone to gasp. However, before everyone could be shocked, the enraged one-eyed blackhorn bull burst out with even more powerful force than before, and rushed towards Su Maoyang. It shook its head, and the remaining black horn pierced her shoulder at once. And with a fierce roar and fierce spiritual power, it hit Su Maoyang's slender body fiercely. Everyone only saw that the slender figure also fell to the ground, splashing dust all over the ground. The Golden Lion King, the Sky Demon Marten, and the Blue Cloud Leopard were furious when they saw their master injured. and they all rushed over to tear the beast apart. Roar. 3 roars broke through the clouds, and 3 powerful forces seemed to tear the space apart, and hit the one-eyed blackhorn bull fiercely. However, how could they possibly be the opponent of the ancient beast in its prime? They had no time to dodge and were knocked away, like a kite with a broken string, falling to the ground one after another. The Golden Lion King was only a 4th-level holy beast, and the Blue Cloud Leopard was a 2nd-level holy beast. Originally, the Sky Demon Marten was the one who had the best chance of killing the ancient beast, but he was contracted by Su Maoyong and his original strength was sealed. Now he was knocked to the point of seeing stars and spitting blood. Su Maoyong saw that the Golden Lion King and the others were beaten so badly that he gritted his teeth in anger, tried to get up from the ground, and burst out the spiritual power that his body could not bear again, and rushed up desperately. When Lin Water saw this, her face was already in tears. She could no longer bear it and rushed out of the team, wanting to run up. No! I want to help her. She will die. No! Seeing this, Wang Feng immediately stepped forward to grab her, yelling angrily, his face also tangled and painful. You wake up. Your strength can't help her at all. You will only die and hold her back. Lin Water hated herself and slapped herself hard. I'm useless. I will only hold her back. Wang Feng saw her slapping herself like crazy. His heart ached, and he immediately grabbed her hand. Lin Water, don't be like this. What we have to do now is to escort the Hurricane Group, Jiang Qianlan and others away from here, and solve the master's worries. Although Wang Feng also wanted to rush up to help, his strength was so limited that rushing up would only distract Su Maoyong. If they were not careful, they would all die, and none of them could escape. So, the only thing he could do now was to protect the people the master cared about. At least it would make the master feel at ease. No, we won't leave. When I, Jiang Zheng, decided to follow the master, I didn't plan to leave. Jiang Zheng strode over and spoke decisively. The people of the Hurricane Group came with Jiang Zheng, all ready to charge into battle. They were a group of rough men, and they might have done a lot of murders and robberies. But what they valued most in this life was loyalty. When brothers were in trouble, they would go through fire and water without hesitation. Although Su Maoyong had not been with them for a long time, she helped them kill the Poison Bee Group, avenged the dead brothers of the Hurricane Group, and later gave them a lot of elixirs that they were not qualified to get in this life. Therefore, Su Maoyong was a great benefactor respected by the Hurricane Group. Now that the benefactor was in trouble, how could they watch him die and live in shame? Seeing that they were stubborn, Wang Feng gnashed his teeth and roared, "Your strength is not enough to help the master. The master's greatest wish now is that you live well. Can you save some trouble for her? I, Jiang Zheng, am not a coward. Brothers, come with me." Jiang Zheng had already called on everyone to rush towards Su Maoyong. When Wang Feng saw this, the anger accumulated in his chest erupted like a volcano, and he rushed forward and punched Jiang Zheng hard. "Do you think I don't want to help? Do you think I can bear to watch her die? I want to die for her more than you do. But what's the use of dying? I can help her kill the beast and save her life. She took all the responsibilities just because she didn't want you to get into trouble. Do you understand?" Jiang Zheng was stunned by this punch, and Wang Feng's hoarse roar echoed in his ears, and he was shocked. "If you can't think about the master, go ahead. I won't stop you." Wang Feng took a deep breath in anger and let him go. Jiang Zheng heard this. In the heart, he gradually calmed down, and finally slowly closed his eyes, as if he was making the final decision. After a long time, he finally let go and said 2 words with difficulty: "Retreat." Wang Feng saw that he had figured it out, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately called the people of the Blood Battle Group and the Hurricane Group to retreat outside the palace. Jiang Qianlan was so scared that she fainted when she saw Su Maoyong was injured. She was held by Mu Yuanhang and quickly evacuated under the escort of Wang Feng, Jiang Zheng and others. At this time, Su Maoyong was still holding on and waving the big knife in her hand, fighting a desperate battle with the ancient beast. After a fatal collision, she had already spurted blood from her mouth and was on the verge of collapse. Tang Chengtian and others in the space felt the injuries in Su Maoyong's body and wanted to break out of the space to help, but they couldn't get out. "Master, let us out quickly. You will die like this." Tang Chengtian was so anxious that he jumped up and down, and his hair and eyebrows stood up. In order to protect them, Su Maoyang was reluctant to let them out, and everyone was extremely anxious. Seeing that there was really no other way, the old man Jinjuan had to make an exception and use his mental power to twist the medicine cauldron space and open an exit. At this time, everyone saw dozens of figures suddenly leaping into the air. All of them were actually at the level of a sect spirit master, and the spiritual power they burst out was strong and powerful, enough to rival a holy spirit master. This scene fell into everyone's eyes, and they were all shocked. And the four elders were even more shocked when they saw this group of familiar figures. It turned out to be them. They actually came out of the burning prison. Chapter 468. Heard my woman die. Aren't they in the burning prison? How could they come out? Did I see it wrong? One of the four elders rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You know, to get out of the burning prison, you must subdue the strange fire. But who has the strength to subdue the strange fire? Even the few Holy Spirit masters don't have that strength. How can these students of the Universe Academy subdue the strange fire? At the beginning, they knew that once they went in, they would not be able to get out. So they had this idea to put them in the burning prison. Unexpectedly, they still escaped. It was too incredible. The four old guys shook their heads in disbelief, staring at the dozens of powerful figures in the sky, with complicated emotions surging in their hearts. And seeing this scene, Teacher Yuan fell to the ground in fear. Others didn't know that Su Maoyang had entered the fire prison, but Teacher Yuan knew it clearly. He thought Su Maoyang had escaped the fire prison by chance. Now it seems that she not only subdued the strange fire, but also brought these perverts out. Oh my god! Su Maoyang is even more perverted than these perverts. At this time, Tang Tianqing, who had been liberated, rubbed his hungry fists and yelled at Su Maoyang, "Master, let us fight side by side with you." After that, he led his brothers to fiercely pounce on the one-eyed blackhorn bull. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized, they are Su Maoyang's people. They call Su Maoyang master. My god, who is this Su Maoyang? Not only is she a Dan Wang alchemist, she has 3 spirit beasts and can control puppets. Now there is suddenly such a large group of powerful Zonling masters, who are actually her subordinates. It's incredible. Everyone took a deep breath in shock. Seeing the fierce fight, their hearts were in their throats and about to jump out. With the help of Tang Chuntian and others, Su Maoyang's attack was not as difficult as before, but the power of the ancient beast was too strong. The 4 holy spirit masters were all overturned, and Tang Chuntian and others were no exception. Seeing everyone retreating step by step, Su Maoyang's spiritual power was about to explode. If she couldn't kill with one blow, she would have exploded and died a little later. Thinking of this, she was already bloodthirsty, and her hands moved faster and faster. Even if her body couldn't bear it, she still left several blood marks on the one-eyed blackhorn bull, which frightened everyone. The one-eyed blackhorn bull, who was full of arrogance, was also weakened by Su Maoyang and others. Finally, he could no longer bear it and roared forward. Tang Chuntian and others were knocked away by the powerful spiritual power and fell down. Su Maoyang was so scared when he saw this that his eyes were bloodshot. The attack in his hand paused for a moment because of distraction, and the one-eyed blackhorn bull took advantage of this gap and rushed towards Su Maoyang. "Master, be careful! Master, be careful! Boss, be careful!" Several people roared almost at the same time, feeling like their chests were split open by a knife, and their bones were about to be shattered. After the roar fell, Su Maoyang had no time to react, and saw that the majestic black bull was already close at hand. Death. In this moment, she was powerless to resist. However, facing death, Su Maoyang closed her eyes without fear, and Jun Haotsong's appearance in her mind became clearer and clearer. In her dying moments, he was the only thing she was reluctant to part with in her life. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the earth trembled. The air was instantly filled with the smell of gunpowder from spiritual power. Everyone retreated in fear, looking at the place where the white smoke was rolling. Dead? With such a big noise, it is impossible to be alive. Everyone took a breath with lingering fear. Ho Jianhui, Xiao Linchen, Bei Hanyu, Song Zihan, Tang Chuntian and others all looked at the direction of the collision in horror, and their hearts seemed to have jumped out. However, at the end of the white smoke, the night wind blew, and the white smoke dissipated, gradually revealing the one-eyed blackhorn bull struggling to get up on the ground, and was seriously injured. Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw this. They couldn't believe that the ancient beast was knocked to the ground. Was it a mistake? Just when everyone was shocked, someone pointed at the figure in the air and shouted, "Look! Su Maoyang is there." Everyone looked up and saw that Su Maoyang was actually held in the arms of a man in black, falling from the sky intact. The handsome face of the man was stunning, even more beautiful than Su Maoyang. His black robe and Su Maoyang's white clothes were intertwined and entangled in the night wind, flying with the wind, outlining a beautiful and spectacular picture, shocking everyone like thunder and lightning. Stunned. Who is he? Seeing this scene, Bei Hanyu's heart seemed to be hit, and he murmured in shock. Song Zihan and Feng Shuani on the side shook their heads dully, their eyes locked on the man's exquisite and beautiful face, unable to move their eyes away. Everyone present was watching this scene with bated breath, their pupils filled with extreme shock and amazement. Who on earth is he? He was able to forcibly save Su Maoyang from the ancient beast, and in a flash, he knocked the one-eyed blackhorn bull away. There were so many of them, even the Holy Spirit Master, who could not do anything to the ancient beast. But he defeated the one-eyed blackhorn bull in the blink of an eye. Is such strength too terrifying? Just when everyone was shocked, Su Maoyang, who closed her eyes and thought she was dead, suddenly felt a warm feeling flowing. That feeling was like being held in Jun Haotsong's arms. She didn't feel any pain after such a heavy collision just now. Instead, she dreamed of Jun Haotsong. It seems that she is really dead. Su Maoyang was regretting it. Suddenly, a hand gently touched her hair. A deep, rich and magnetic voice slowly sounded in her ears. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Su Maoyang was shocked and trembled all over. She opened her eyes suddenly. A beautiful face came into her eyes without any warning. It was the face she had been thinking about day and night. It was the most amazing face in the world. At this moment, it appeared in front of her. Is she dreaming? Haotsong. She called his name softly in disbelief. Her pale face was trembling with excitement, and her scarlet eyes were instantly filled with tears. She couldn't believe that she was facing death 1 second ago, and fell into his arms the next second. Is all this true? How did you appear here? Didn't you go back to Joyo continent? What happened to you? Su Maoyang was so excited that her voice trembled. Jun Haotsong's pupils were shining with thousands of colored glazes, and his cold voice was ethereal, like the wind that could not be caught. No matter where you go, my heart is always here with you. As he said, he gently kissed her forehead and gently let her go. Stay here obediently. I will take care of everything else. Su Maoyang was frightened and screamed in fear when she saw this. Haotsong, where are you going? Jun Haotsong turned around and smiled at her. His voice was resolute and cold. What I can do for you is to relieve you of your worries. After the words fell, everyone saw a residual shadow passing by, and a roar as cold as ice suddenly broke out in the night sky distorted by power, like ice and snow all over the sky, instantly freezing time and space. If you hurt my woman, you will die. Chapter 469, He is just a residual image. After the roar, the beautiful man in the black robe fluttered and chopped down heavily. A dazzling beam of light burst out, and the one-eyed blackhorn bull was instantly split in half. There was only the sound of explosion and roar intertwined, shaking the earth and making everyone's eyes burst and their faces pale. The fierce killing, the strength against the sky, and the beautiful and unparalleled handsome face, and the arrogant and domineering tall figure were reflected in everyone's pupils, stirring up layers of amazing ripples. The violent power dissipated, and the ancient beast fell into a pool of blood without breath. And the black-clothed man who stood against the wind and had the power of life and death gradually became faint, and the golden light flickering around him dissipated bit by bit. When everyone saw the scene, they were even more frightened and their faces turned pale. Their mouths opened as big as a box, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be stagnant. It took a long time before they burst into exclamation. Oh my God! That man in black is just a shadow, not the real person. Even the well-informed Ho Jianwei shouted in shock. Yu Guan beside him nodded in shock and sighed heavily. Just a shadow can kill an ancient beast. Isn't such strength too terrifying? In front of this man in black, your perverted master is not good enough. Ho Jianwei nodded repeatedly. His legs were weak, his muscles were shaking, and he took a few deep breaths in exhaustion. Bei Hanyu, Song Zihan, Feng Shuani and others beside him felt as if they were facing the abyss when they heard this. and their backs were instantly covered with cold sweat. They were all self-proclaimed strong geniuses. But in front of the man in black, their strength was just a joke, without even showing its true form. It defeated the ancient beast that even the Holy Spirit Master was helpless with only a residual image. How strong must it be to do this? The self-proclaimed geniuses wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads in shame, and felt unprecedented inferiority in their hearts. Everyone was stunned by Jun Haotsong's explosive strength, but Su Maoyang was shocked by his gradually disappearing figure. Haotsong! Haotsong! Seeing him become transparent and dissipate into dots of golden light, Su Maoyang looked terrified and ran over like crazy, wanting to grab, hug, and keep him. But as soon as she touched his body, she was completely empty, and the only remaining human figure instantly turned into golden light, which drifted around her in the night wind, setting off her whole person like a star surrounded by the moon. Su Maoyang watched Jun Haotsong disappear, tears falling like beads from a broken string, her expression even more frantic. She collapsed, trying to catch the golden light around her, and roared unacceptably, "No! No! Haotsong, don't leave. Please don't leave." In this year, without Jun Haotsong, she lived like a walking corpse, with only cultivation left in her life. If it weren't for the soul-devouring flower and the belief in going to the 9 nether continents supporting her, she didn't know how long she could hold on, and how long she could endure. Now that she finally saw him, how could she leave so easily? She still had a lot to say to him. Old man Jinjuan knew her pain, sighed softly, and couldn't help telling her the cruel truth. "Little master, this is the human soul that Jun Haotsong has deposited in your body. I said before that this human soul can save your life at the critical moment of life and death." Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard this, and she immediately recalled, back then, when they were in the southern Sui kingdom, Jun Haotsong ignored his own body and placed his extremely important human soul in her body, just to die for her at the critical moment of life and death. Now, he has done it, blocking the heavy damage for her and saving her life. And the mission of the human soul has been completed. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's seriously injured body staggered and collapsed to the ground. Feeling the cold temperature of the ground, she cried softly, "But I miss him so much. I really miss him." Old Jinjuan felt her grief and swallowed back the words he was about to spit out. If she was told that once the human soul was injured, the body would also be in danger, and Su Maoyang would definitely not be able to bear such a blow. So, it's better to hide it from her first. I hope Jun Haotsong can survive this disaster. Old Jinjuan sighed deeply and planned to bury the secret in his heart. The people who watched this epic battle were shocked and at a loss when they saw Su Maoyang curled up and crying like a tearful person. Ho Jianhui, Bei Hanyu and others had never seen Su Maoyang cry, or even sad. In Bei Hanyu's impression, Su Maoyang was a fierce and stubborn woman who was invulnerable to swords and guns, who could make plans and win battles thousands of miles away. She was so strong that even a proud man like him had to admit defeat. However, she would cry like a child because of one person, and was so fragile that she could not bear a single blow. "It seems that the man is my master's sweetheart." Ho Jianhui sighed with emotion. This made Bei Hanyu and Feng Shuani stiffen, and their pale faces became even uglier. They had heard clearly what the man in black said just now. Now seeing Su Maoyang crying, they were more certain of their guess. Bei Hanyu had always known that Su Maoyang had someone in his heart. Because of this, he was very unconvinced, and he did not believe that he, a prince of Bei'an, could not compare to the man of Songyuan. So, he sent people to find the whereabouts of this man. But there was no news. He arrogantly thought that this man was a coward who hid and dared not see anyone. Later, when Bei Lingyi appeared, he thought that Su Maoyang liked his brother, but he did not expect that in the end. He and his brother were just passers-by in Su Maoyang's life. They had no right to fight, and even no right to fantasize. Su Maoyang once said that he was not as good as a finger of this man, and now he believed it. A man who could make such a smart and excellent woman love him deeply would naturally not be bad. But the strength shown by this man was really beyond his expectations, enough to make the strong men of the entire Huanxi continent look up to him. However, just as everyone was sighing, the 4 elders in the distance suddenly rushed over and yelled at Su Maoyang, "You bold witch! You stole the soul-eating flower, broke into the burning prison, and released the evil spirits of the Universe Academy. I will kill you!" As they spoke, the 4 elders attacked Su Maoyang. Ho Jianhui, Yu Guan and Xiao Linchin were shocked when they saw this, and they rushed up and blocked the exhausted Su Maoyang. 4 elders? Although my master stole the soul-eating flower, she also saved the ancient beast and everyone. If it weren't for her, our Beian country would have been destroyed long ago, and there would be no chance to stand here. Hou Jianwei frowned and excused Su Maoyang. The 4 elders obviously didn't buy it. Humph. If it weren't for her, the beast wouldn't have come out, and so many people wouldn't have died. Don't defend the witch here. Otherwise, we won't be polite to you. Chapter 470 Run for your life. Hou Jianwei stood up straight without fear. 4 elders. At the beginning, no one in Beian could kill the beast, so we had to use the soul-devouring flower to suppress it. Now she has killed the beast and eliminated the hidden danger of Beian. She should be our great benefactor of Beian. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Yu Guan also nodded, yes. 4 elders. If it weren't for this beast, why would the emperor water it with blood every day? Now the beast has been eliminated, and the soul-devouring flower is gone. The significance of the past is now just a precious alchemy ingredient. There is really no need to kill them all. Humph. Bastard. This witch committed a heinous crime. Broke into the burning prison. Released Tang Chuntian first. Stole the soul-devouring flower. And released the ancient beast later. And you are still making excuses for her. If we hadn't arrived in time, do you think she and a residual image could have killed the ancient beast? One of the elders with a ferocious look shouted. And the content of his words was really shameless. Bah! You are lying with your eyes open. What kind of respected elder are you? We saw it with our own eyes. If it weren't for Su Maoyang and the man in black, we would have died long ago. What credit do you have? You are so shameless at your age. Xiao Linchin is a straightforward person. Hearing this, he couldn't help but refute. The 4 elders were enraged by this. Their faces darkened with anger, and they snorted angrily. Without saying anything, they waved their sleeves and knocked Xiao Linchin down immediately. Xiao Linchin, an early-stage sect spirit master, was no match for a holy spirit master. He was knocked to the ground before he could defend himself, spitting blood. The dean and the president also frowned when they saw this, and suddenly burst out their spiritual power to block the attacks of the 4 elders. But the 4 elders were holy spirit masters after all. One of them swooped over, and Hou Jianwei and Yu Guan were not spared. They were all knocked to the ground and couldn't get up in pain. Su Maoyang couldn't let other innocent people suffer for her anymore. She endured the severe pain of tearing in her body and tried to get up, but she fell down before she could stand firmly. Now she couldn't use any strength, let alone spiritual power. The Golden Lion King, the Sky Demon Marten, and the Blue Cloud Leopard were also seriously injured. It was difficult for them to be the opponents of the Holy Spirit Masters. The 3 rushed over, and were blown away before they touched the hair of the 4 elders. Tang Chuntian was so angry that he gritted his teeth, covered his wound, and struggled to get up from the ground, shouting anxiously, Blue Cloud Leopard, you are fast. Carry the master and run away quickly. Leave this to us. The heavenly demon Marten nodded when he heard this. We can't beat the Holy Spirit Master now. We can only hold them back temporarily. You carry the master and run away quickly. The farther the better. None of them are Holy Spirit Masters, and they are seriously injured. None of them is a match for the 4 elders. If they continue to waste time like this, Su Maoyang will definitely die. If the Blue Cloud Leopard takes her away first, there is still a glimmer of hope. The Blue Cloud Leopard can't speak. Only the inner voice. What about you? What are you going to do? Don't worry about us. Take the master and run. The Golden Lion King roared anxiously, rushed up again, and suddenly blocked in front of the elders. And the heavenly demon Marten waved his fist and smashed over, temporarily entangled the 2 elders. And Tang Chuntian roared and led the brothers to rush to the other 2 elders. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the conflicted Qingyan leopard had no choice but to rush to Su Maoyang, forcibly carry her on his back, and flee out of the palace. Su Maoyang couldn't leave them alone, and struggled hard to get off the Qingyanbeo, shouting with difficulty, no. If we go together. If we die together. Hou Jianwei saw that she was not quiet, so he got up from the ground and ran quickly. A knife man knocked him unconscious. Qingyanbeo, my master is in your hands. Qingyanbeo nodded heavily, pounced, swept out, and quickly disappeared into the night. The 4 elders were furious and roared, quick! Don't let her run away. Chase her. Fengtian Kingdom. Fengtian City. On the bustling streets, there were cars and horses. People were flowing, and shops were lined up on both sides of the road. From time to time, there were penetrating shouts, and occasionally there were horses neighing and wheels rumbling, which made the whole capital lively. However, on this busy street, everyone saw a spirit beast carrying a woman galloping by, which frightened everyone and made way. Am I seeing things? Just now, it seems that a spirit beast ran over. I saw it too. It seemed to be carrying a woman. Everyone was talking in surprise. And the blue cloud leopard had already rushed into a clinic carrying Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was seriously injured and had been unconscious for a day and a night. Fortunately, the blue cloud leopard was very fast. It took a day and a night to rush from Bayan to Fengtian and found the clinic. This Fengtian kingdom is an upper middle level country. Compared with other small countries in Huanxi continent, it is quite powerful, but it is weaker than Bayan. In recent years, there have been signs of being suppressed by Bayan. So the royal family of Fengtian would pay tribute to Bayan every year and pray for protection. The blue cloud leopard also heard that Fengtian kingdom was a powerful country, and thought that curing Su Maoyang's injury should not be a problem. That's why it rushed into the clinic, scaring the waiter in the clinic. He forgot to knock on the door and rushed into the private room, trembling and shouting, "Boss! Something bad has happened." The boss, who was negotiating a business deal, was stunned when he heard it, frowned suddenly, and angrily scolded, "Asshole! Didn't you see that I was talking to Master Shangwan? Is this the occasion for you to break in?" The waiter was so scared that he trembled all over, and immediately apologized to the man in white. "I deserve to die. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life, Master Shangwan." The man in white who apologized gently put down his teacup. His black hair reflected his dark eyes, bright as stars, blooming with a clear and gentle luster. His handsome face, outlining a warm, the corners of his beautiful lips slightly raised, and a voice as pure as a spring slowly flowed out. "It's okay. Just tell me if you have something urgent." The waiter was as if he had been pardoned when he heard this. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and pointed outside to report, "Boss, you should go out and take a look." A spirit beast suddenly ran in from outside, carrying a woman on its back. Many people stopped outside to watch. The boss stood up in shock when he heard this. "What did you say, Master Shangwan? I'll go out and deal with it first. I hope you can forgive me for my delay." The man in white also stood up when he saw this. "This is the first time I've heard of a spirit beast carrying a woman to the clinic. Let's go out and take a look." He finished speaking, and he had already strode out. As soon as Shangwan Majing came out of the private room, he was attracted by the woman on the back of the spirit beast. Chapter 471 The Secret in the Body. What's going on? The boss saw a huge leopard standing in his hall. Many people were scared and retreated to the side. The timid ones didn't even buy anything and ran out directly. They were so angry that their faces turned black. The waiter also had a bitter face and shook his head. "I don't know. It suddenly ran in just now and couldn't be driven away." Shangwan Majing frowned slightly and walked over. Seeing this, the blue cloud leopard bared its teeth alertly and made a fierce humming sound, not allowing anyone to approach. Shangwan Majing shook his head helplessly and pointed at the woman on its back. "She is seriously injured. If she is not treated quickly, I am afraid she will not survive tonight." After hearing this, the blue cloud leopard snorted angrily as a warning, and then restrained his momentum and let him approach. Shangwan Majing approached Su Maoyang, looked at her carefully, and finally reached out to touch her pulse. After a moment of silence, his face was instantly filled with shock. He didn't know what kind of battle could have injured a person like this, and he didn't know what kind of perseverance allowed a woman to survive such an injury. If it were him, he would have died long ago. However, what surprised him even more was that when he used his spiritual sense to probe into her body, he was actually bounced back by a force. It felt like someone was watching him in the dark. Yes, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. There is something in her body staring at him. Realizing this, Shangwan Majing was shocked and his eyes widened, and his pupils were filled with curiosity. This woman is not simple. Seeing that the elegant and indifferent Mr. Shangwan actually showed such an expression, the boss beside him asked in confusion, "Mr. Shangwan, do you know this woman?" Shangwan Majing shook his head slightly. "Don't know." When the boss heard this, he immediately called the waiter, since Mr. Shangwan doesn't know. "Ping Qing, Quickly drive them out. Don't delay my business. The waiter heard this and said in embarrassment, I have already driven them out. This spirit beast seems to want to ask the boss to treat his master. And he won't leave even if he is beaten to death. Treat? She is so seriously injured. I am not a miracle doctor. I don't have the ability to save her. Drive them out. The boss waved his hand impatiently. Shangwan Majing stared at Su Maoyang, frowning, and said solemnly, This woman's internal organs are all shattered. We must treat her quickly. If it's too late, even the great Luo Immortal can't save her. The boss was so scared that his face turned pale when he heard that her internal organs were shattered. And he immediately waved his hand, Mr. Shangwan, I don't have that ability. He was just a mid-term great alchemist who opened a clinic and sold some low-level pills and medicinal materials for a living. He was still able to handle some minor internal and external injuries. But he was really helpless when even the internal organs were shattered. He couldn't help but sigh, how could someone be injured like this and still alive? Is this sure to be a human? Shangwan Majing shook his head. I didn't ask you to do it. I'll take this woman back to the Shangwan family for treatment. The boss was relieved when he heard this. It would be best if someone took over, so that this spirit beast wouldn't stay here and affect his business. Yes. The Shangwan family has been refining pills for centuries. They have been refining pills and practicing medicine for many years. There is no one that our Master Shangwan cannot cure. It seems that Master Shangwan has to take action to treat such injuries. The boss nodded and flattered. Shangwan Majing was too lazy to pay attention to his flattery, and said to Qin Jianbei, if you don't want your master to die, come back to the Shangwan family with me. If you don't want to, I won't force you. However, I can be sure that your master will not survive tonight. Qin Jianbei was tangled in his heart, and asked the old man Jinjuan in his heart, can this man be trusted? The old man Jinjuan nodded. I also visited his body just now. If my guess is correct, this person should be an early Danwang alchemist with a good talent for alchemy. I think he is the most authoritative person in Fengtian Kingdom in alchemy. If you don't trust him, I guess no one can cure it. Qin Jianbei was relieved after hearing this, and nodded to Shangwan Majing, which was considered an agreement. Shangwan Majing smiled and strode out of the clinic when he saw this. The fact that the young master brought back a spirit beast and a woman instantly caused 1,000 waves in the Shangwan family. Shangwan Majing had just settled Su Maoyang and Qin Jianbei, and as soon as he came out of the room, he was called to the hall by the master and the lady for interrogation. In the hall, Shangwan Fu and his wife, He Tsuiping, looked gloomy, staring at Shangwan Majing, who slowly came in with displeasure. Dad? Mom? Do you have something to ask me? Shangwan Majing bowed respectfully and asked. Shangwan Fu snorted in anger, slapped the table, and yelled, I heard that you brought back a woman of unknown origin. Are you trying to piss me off to death? Shangwan Majing remained calm and replied, Dad, this woman is seriously injured and in urgent need of treatment. I can't just stand by and watch her die. He Tsuiping was also furious when she heard this. She frowned and cursed. You are the heir of our Shangwan family. When your father gets old, you will have to take the lead in the Shangwan family. You are now bringing back a woman of unknown identity and serious injuries. It is really a disgrace to our alchemy family. Mother is still counting on you to marry a lady from a wealthy family to consolidate the status of our Shangwan family. Shangwan Majing got a headache when he heard about marriage. Mom, I've said it before. I just want to concentrate on making elixirs and don't want to think about marriage. You bastard. I took the trouble to help you find a candidate, but you're still holding me back here. Are you deliberately trying to piss your mother off to death? You're not young anymore. It's time to get married. Mom introduced you to so many rich girls. All of them are good-looking and noble. But you didn't even look at them. And now you're saving a woman of unknown origin. Oh! I'm so pissed off. He Tsuiping covered her head and cried out in pain a few times. She was really pissed off. Shangwan Majing looked worried when he saw this. But he didn't want to compromise. Mom, I don't want to get married. After hearing this, Shangwan Fu slapped the table again, making a loud noise. What do you want to do if you don't get married? Do you want the Shangwan family to be extinct? Our Shangwan family is a family of alchemy, one of the best families in Fengtian Kingdom. But you gave birth to a son, and you haven't married at this age. People outside are talking about your health problems. Where can I put my old face? Shangwan Majing was quite helpless. I don't care what people say outside. I have no interest in men and women. I just want to make pills well. Please help me. Parents. You bastard. Get that woman out of the Shangwan family quickly. Otherwise, I will be rude to her. He Tsuiping was so angry that she trembled all over. Shangwan Mojing finally found a new thing. And he still hadn't figured out what was in Su Maoyang's body. So how could he let her go so easily? He immediately refused. Mom, if you still want me to get married, don't bother with this matter. Chapter 472 Wake Up. After that, he clasped his fists and saluted, turned around and left, making He Tsuiping gasp for breath. Look! Look! He dared to threaten me. Evil son. Evil son. It must be said that Shangwan Majing's medical skills are really superb. It only took 3 days to curb the deterioration of the wound. And there was a faint tendency to heal. So, fortunately, Su Maoyang woke up on the 3rd day. She opened her eyes, and saw that it was an unfamiliar environment. She was shocked and sat up suddenly from the bed. Because of the excessive movement, the tearing feeling in her body came, and she cried out in pain. The maid waiting outside the door heard the movement, and immediately opened the door and walked in. Miss, you are awake. Oh! Don't move. Don't get out of bed. You are still injured. Seeing Su Maoyang struggling to get out of bed, the maid rushed up in panic and quickly held her down. Su Maoyang saw a little girl suddenly appear, looked at her suspiciously, covered her aching chest, and asked, "Where is this? Why am I here?" As soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was as hoarse and unpleasant as sanding on a table, which made her frown. "This is Shangwan's house. You are lying in the wing room of my yard." Just then, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from the door. As clear and pleasant as the sound of a mountain stream, which shocked people and made them look up. I saw a man in white coming against the light. His face was like the moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival. His complexion was like the flowers in the spring morning. His knee-length black hair cascaded gorgeously, and his tall figure was radiant and handsome against the backdrop of the sun. The smile on his face was gentle and elegant, like a warm spring breeze, warm and cozy, making people unable to help but approach. Su Maoyang was shocked, and soon frowned, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The man saw her vigilance, smiled and comforted her. "Don't be nervous. My name is Shangwan Majing. I'm the benefactor who saved your life." Su Maoyang was slightly stunned, and a look of surprise flashed across her face. "You saved me? Are you an alchemist?" She knew very well how serious her injuries were. If it weren't for the powerful alchemist, it would be impossible to save her. But now she feels that her injuries have improved a lot. At least she won't die. Shangwan Majing nodded gently, and his elegant and noble temperament made Su Maoyang look at him differently. Seeing Su Maoyang's puzzled face, the maid standing by couldn't help but explain excitedly, "Our young master is the most talented alchemist in Fontian country. No matter how badly injured he is, he can always bring him back to life. Girl, you are so lucky to have met him. Otherwise you would have died outside." Su Maoyang was stunned when she heard this, and her pupils were instantly filled with shock. This is Fontian country. She was wondering how the Shangwan family suddenly appeared in Bayan country. It turned out that she had left Bayan country and came to Fontian country. Thinking about it, she glanced at the Kinjianbeo standing by the bed, and Kinjianbeo nodded as if he knew her doubts. It seems that Kinjianbeo brought her here. Su Maoyang was silent for a moment, and finally raised her eyes to Shangwan Majing and nodded sincerely. "Thank you." She knew that if it weren't for the man in front of her, she would definitely not survive with such a serious injury. Shangwan Majing didn't care about her thanks, but was curious about her identity and the secrets in her body. After observing for a long time, he found that the woman did not look like a person from Fontian Kingdom. He was curious and could not help asking, looking at the girl, "It seems that she is not from Fontian Kingdom. I wonder where she is from." Su Maoyang wanted to blurt out Bayan Kingdom, but when she thought that she was seriously injured and the 4 old guys from Bayan Kingdom must be searching for her everywhere, it was better to keep a low profile. So she immediately changed her words. "I am from Fenghao Kingdom." The maid next to her froze her smiling face when she heard it, and shouted in disbelief, "Fenghao Kingdom? Isn't it the poor place in the far west where no one lives? In addition to the 2 big countries of Bayan Kingdom and Fontian Kingdom, there are 3 small countries in Huanchi continent, and Fenghao Kingdom happens to be the farthest one from Fontian Kingdom." Su Maoyang thought that the farther away, the harder it would be for them to investigate her identity, and her situation would be safer. However, as soon as she said this, The maid immediately sneered, "TSK, TSK, TSK. I didn't expect that she was from the remote village of Finghao country. Sir, if you let such a person stay in Shangwan's house, it will probably cause criticism from outsiders." The maid looked at Su Maoyang with contempt and shook her head in disappointment. This person was quite beautiful. She thought she was a rich lady, but she didn't expect that she was not even a country girl. With such a humble background, the master and the lady would definitely not agree with the young master's relationship with this woman. Shangwan Majing frowned when he heard this and scolded in a low voice, "Chunru, don't be rude." Chunru was scolded, pouted her lips unhappily, and glared at Su Maoyang with disgust. The young master of their family is the most sought-after genius in Fengtian Kingdom. Many women have been scrambling to marry into the Shangwan family, but the young master doesn't even look at them. Unexpectedly, he is involved with someone from Finghao Kingdom, which is really an insult to his noble status. Shangwan Majing didn't care about the status. He took his eyes off Chunru and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Chunru's words were harsh, "But I didn't mean any harm. I hope you can forgive me." Su Maoyang glanced at Chunru and replied coldly, "Of course I won't bother with the slave." Chunru was so angry that her breathing stagnated and her pretty face flushed. "You? What do you mean by that?" "Of course it means literally. Is your brain not enough to understand?" Su Maoyang looked at her coldly. Even though he was weak and his voice was as small as a mosquito, his momentum was not weak. And Chunru almost jumped up in anger. You are too much." Chunru didn't expect to be looked down upon by a refugee from Finghao country, and she was immediately furious. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and sneered, "Where did I go too far? I just said the facts. Aren't you a slave? You?" Chunru was speechless for a moment. Shangwan Majing didn't expect that the woman in front of him was a tough character who could not be provoked. He immediately scolded Chunru, "Chunru, shut up. You are too presumptuous. Get out and get punished." Although Chunru was a servant, she still had a certain status in the Shangwan family. She was usually smart and efficient, and was a popular person. It was precisely because of this that Shangwan Majing asked her to serve. However, perhaps because she had been in the Shangwan family for a long time, she also had some sense of superiority that other servants did not have. When facing the people of Fenghaogua, she naturally looked down on them. Seeing that Shangwan Majing was really angry, Chunru reluctantly left the room. Seeing Chunru leave, Shangwan Majing turned his head to look at Su Maoyang and asked curiously, "It's been so long, and I haven't asked the girl's name yet." Su Maoyang decided to hide her name this time, and immediately blurted out, "Jun Mo." Chapter 473 Despised. Su Maoyang is getting more and more adept at using Jun Haotsong's surname. Just thinking of Jun Haotsong, her heart was in pain, and her pale face was even uglier. She was injured now, and she didn't know when she could go to Joyo continent, and she didn't know when she could see him again. Shangwan Majing saw that her thoughts were drifting away, thinking that she was thinking about unhappy things in the past, and he held back the words that came to his throat. There is a long way to go, and he will always know the secrets in her body. Thinking of this, Shangwan Majing nodded slightly and said considerately, "Miss June, you just woke up. You still need to rest more. If there is anything inconvenient, just ask the maid. I have made the elixir for you, and I will send someone to deliver it. I won't bother you anymore." Speaking, Shangwan Majing was about to turn around and leave. Su Maoyang saw this and immediately called him. "Wait." Shangwan Majing stopped and looked puzzled. "Miss June, is there anything else?" Su Maoyang frowned. "Can you help me change a maid? Seeing her face makes me feel sick, and it doesn't help my recovery." She didn't want a maid, but thinking of her current appearance, she still needed someone to serve tea and water. Shangwan Majing was stunned for a moment, but she didn't expect her to be polite to him, and then laughed. "Okay. Miss June doesn't have to worry about this. Thank you." Su Maoyang nodded gratefully. Shangwan Majing smiled back at her. "No need." He strode out of the room. Su Maoyang saw her leave, and then anxiously asked Qinjianbei in his heart, "Where are the Golden Lion King and Tianmo Martin? And the Dean and the President? By the way, how are Tang Chuntian and the others?" Qinjianbei shook his head. The situation was urgent at the time. "I was only concerned about running with my master. I didn't know their situation." Su Maoyang's expected expression suddenly jumped into disappointment. Then he took out the soul card that had been smashed to pieces and sighed softly. After that battle, the soul card was also broken. I don't know how the Blood Battle Group and the Hurricane Group are doing, and whether Jiang Qilan is safe. Young master. Don't worry. They must be fine. The old man Jinjuan saw that she was injured like this, and still worried about others. And he couldn't help but feel distressed. No. I must get better quickly. Su Maoyang's heart was pulled up when he thought of their unknown life and death. However, at this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged woman in green clothes strode in, with arrogance and coldness on her face. As soon as she entered the door, her cold eyes shot at her like ice thorns. At this time, Chunru, who was following her, immediately pointed at Su Maoyang and introduced, "Madam, this is the woman that the young master rescued from outside." When Su Maoyang heard this, she instantly understood that this was the rescuer brought by Chunru. Looking at her elegant and noble appearance, she should be the mistress of the Shangwan family. He Suiping frowned when she heard this, and looked at Su Maoyang with disdain. She was angry and snorted coldly, "What a big frame." Seeing this lady, she didn't even get out of bed to salute. It turns out that she is a cheap girl from Finghao country. So uneducated. Chunru smiled at this. The refugees from Finghao country dared to humiliate her. Now that the lady is here, let's see how she can still be arrogant. Su Maoyang just glanced at the middle-aged woman coldly and replied, "Madam, I was seriously injured and couldn't get out of bed. Please forgive me for the offense." She felt severe pain when she moved, let alone getting out of bed and walking. "How dare you? You've already woken up. Why are you still pretending? Don't pretend to be weak in front of my son to deal with me. I won't fall for it." Seeing her weak appearance, He Suiping was furious and scolded her with disgust. "Humph. Don't think I don't know your tricks. You like our Shangwan family, which is a family of alchemists, and Shangwan Majing, who is an amazing alchemist. So you want to get close to the dragon and the phoenix. I'll tell you today. No way. My son is an alchemy genius in Fontian country, and now he has reached the early stage of Dan King. His father and uncle are all great alchemists. There is a long queue of ladies who want to marry into the Shangwan family. Do you think you, a cheap girl from Finghao country, are worthy of my son?" Hearing this, Su Maoyang touched his nose and did not comment, while the Kinjianbeo on the side bared his teeth in anger. His master is not only at the peak of Dan King, but also has a Dan King as his apprentice. In the Alchemy Association of Ban Country, any alchemist you pick out is a great alchemist. Okay, what is there to be proud of for a few great alchemists who are just at the early stage of Dan King? His master is a popular figure in Ban Country. This woman actually dares to look down on his master. It's really ridiculous. "Madam, I think you misunderstood. Your son is a kind person. Seeing that I was dying, he helped save my life. It's not what you think. And I didn't expect to marry into the Shangwan family. You really worry too much." Su Maoyang felt that it was necessary to make it clear, so as not to implicate Shangwan Majing. After all, he was her benefactor. However, when Su Maoyang's words fell into the ears of the eldest lady, they immediately changed their meaning. "Oh, you are still pretending to be noble. How dare you seduce my son, but dare not admit it?" Su Maoyang rolled his eyes speechlessly. Why do some people always like to distort others' meanings with their vicious thoughts? "Madam, let me tell you this. I have no interest in your son, and I don't care about your alchemy family. After I get better, I will leave immediately, and will not cause any trouble to you." Su Maoyang felt that this should be able to dispel her doubts. Who knew that the eldest lady would go even further? What? You, a cheap girl from Finghao country, actually look down on my son and our Shangwan family? How unreasonable. He Suiping wanted to teach her a lesson, but when she saw a ferocious spirit beast standing next to her, she had to endure it and trembled with anger. Su Maoyang was completely speechless. She found that once a person hates you, no matter what you say, she can always find faults. She didn't draw a clear line, but this woman said that she seduced her son. She drew a clear line, and she said that she looked down on her son. What can she say? Su Maoyang was somewhat angry in her heart, and it was also because she was Shangwan Majing's mother that she patiently explained in the end, "Madam, I think I have made it very clear that your son and I are not the kind of relationship you think. Please don't speculate. Humph. It's better to be as you said. If I see you seducing my son again, don't blame me for being rude. Chunru, let's go." He Suiping snorted angrily, and then called Chunru to leave the room. Watching her leave, Su Maoyang sighed helplessly. It seems that I still have to get better quickly and leave here. Chapter 474. Come meet your future sister-in-law. With the help of Shangwan Majing, Su Maoyang has recovered more than half of her health after 10 days of recuperation. During this period of recuperation, she worked hard to advance from a mid-level zone Lingshi to a peak zone Lingshi. I believe that she will be fully recovered in no time. Seeing her working so hard, the old man Jinjuan didn't say it, but he felt terrible in his heart. Originally, it was difficult to recover from such a serious injury. But she not only recovered more than half of her health in the shortest time, but also practiced madly to become a peak zone Lingshi. He knew that she was so anxious because she was worried about Tianmo Diu and Tang Chengtian, and she was more eager to see Jun Haotsong. Over the years, she really gave too much to others and never cared about herself. The old man Jinjuan sighed softly, but Su Maoyang opened his eyes happily and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Huh? It's really thanks to Shangwan Majing. His medical skills are really great, and he has lived up to his reputation of being a miraculous doctor. These days, she couldn't make pills due to her physical condition, and she relied on Shangwan Majing. As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you will be soft-hearted, and if you take someone's money, you will be short-handed. Su Maoyang ate other people's food, lived in other people's houses, and consumed a lot of medicinal materials. She felt really bad, so she had to thank him in person. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang had already stood up, put on her clothes, pushed the door and walked out of the room, and came to Shangwan Majing's room. Seeing that the door was ajar, Su Maoyang walked in quickly without thinking too much. Seeing that there was no one in the hall, Su Maoyang looked around and called softly, "Is Mr. Shangwan here?" No one answered, and she looked puzzled and walked towards the side hall. However, as soon as she stepped into the side hall, she was stunned by the erotic scene in front of her. "Oh my god!" Su Maoyang screamed in fear and covered her mouth suddenly. Shangwan Majing pressed a man in blue clothes on a chair and was making love with him passionately. When Su Maoyang called him, he instantly let go of the man under him and raised his head in shock. Shangwan Majing didn't expect Su Maoyang to appear here, and his face became quite ugly, and the man under him also frowned, with an angry look on his face for being disturbed. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's face was dyed with 7 or 8 colors, red and blue, and the corners of his mouth twitched in embarrassment. You continue? You continue? I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything." With that, Su Maoyang turned around and ran out of Shangwan Majing's room as if escaping. Shangwan Majing actually has a homosexual habit? Did she see it wrong? Such a gentle and elegant young man is actually homosexual. She had heard before that Shangwan Majing was reluctant to get married, and outsiders suspected that he had physical problems. She just thought that he had not met a woman he liked. She really didn't expect that he actually liked men. The eldest lady was looking for ladies for him all day long. If she knew that her son liked men, I wonder what she would think. Thinking that she had discovered such a hidden secret of Shangwan Majing, Su Maoyang couldn't help shuddering. Would he kill to silence him? Su Maoyang shook her body and hurried back to her room. But not long after, Shangwan Majing came to the door. From the time he came in and sat down in the hall, Su Maoyang looked at him with a guilty conscience, at a loss, and didn't know what to say for a while. It's better to pretend that you don't know about such a private matter. Thinking of this, she pulled the corner of her mouth and asked awkwardly, "Is Mr. Shangwan here to deliver medicine?" Shangwan Majing looked up at her and said coldly, "Since you know everything, why bother pretending?" Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard this, and her expression was a little stiff. "I am a tight-lipped person and will never tell anyone. You can rest assured." Shangwan Majing looked at her expressionlessly. His eyes seemed unusually cold. "Do you think I'm disgusting?" Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment, frowned and shook his head, disagreeing. "It's a beautiful thing to like someone. Why do you feel disgusted? It's your right to like someone, and no one has the right to control your feelings and decide the gender of the person you like, because you have given the same feelings as others, and you are not inferior to others, but worthy of respect. Don't you think I'm a monster?" Hearing this, Shangwan Majing was obviously shocked and stared at her in disbelief. Men liking other men has happened in Fontian country, but they were all rejected by everyone. However, the woman in front of him used the words beautiful and respectable to describe him. How could he not be shocked? Su Maoyang shook his head seriously. "Shangwan Majing, You are an independent and free person. You have the right to pursue your own happiness. Just like you like to eat vegetarian food and I like to eat meat. It's just that our preferences are different. Others can't understand because they are selfish and like to use their own judgment standards to evaluate others. Why do you use others' selfishness to punish yourself? After all, Su Maoyang is from the modern era. So he is very receptive and respects this kind of people. Everyone is because of love. There is no distinction between high and low. But Shangwan Majing was shocked to hear these words. And his pupils dilated. And a storm was set off in his heart, hitting his brain and heart hard. No one has ever said such words. She actually respects him and understands him. Shangwan Majing stared at her blankly, and was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses and tried to suppress the shock in his heart. Miss June, I saved your life before, so I am your lifesaver. Shouldn't you repay me? Su Maoyang didn't expect him to suddenly change the subject, and nodded in confusion. Well, this is natural. If you need me for anything, just tell me. She didn't like to owe others, let alone a life-saving grace. And she also discovered his secret. So Su Maoyang felt even more guilty. Since there was a place where she could be used, there was no reason for her to refuse. Shangwan Majing saw that she agreed. And then his expression eased, and he nodded with satisfaction. Okay. In that case, come with me to Hongqi restaurant at noon tomorrow. Why do you suddenly want to go to the restaurant? Su Maoyang didn't understand. Of course. There is something I need your help with. Shangwan Majing didn't say it clearly, but perfunctorily said something ambiguous, and then got up and left the room, which made Su Maoyang confused. The next morning, Su Maoyang, who had no idea, followed Shangwan Majing to Hongqi restaurant. As soon as he entered the private room, he saw a pink girl in a goose-yellow dress standing up excitedly and shouted crisply, "Brother Majing." However, the smile on her face froze instantly when she saw Su Maoyang. Brother Majing? Who is she? Why did she come with you? The girl saw that there was an outsider present, and it was a woman who looked better than herself. And her face suddenly darkened, and she shouted unhappily. Shangwan Majing always had a gentle expression, with a faint smile on his face from beginning to end. He introduced her calmly, Lu Yina. Come and meet your future sister-in-law. Chapter 475 being used. Su Maoyang was shocked and stared at Shangwan Majing in disbelief. It took a long time to digest what he said. The girl called Lu Yina was so angry that her eyes were wide open and her face was pale. Brother Majing, you are lying. When did I have a sister-in-law? How come I didn't know? Lu Yina liked Shangwan Majing for so many years and had never seen a woman around him. In addition to refining pills, he usually liked to be with Qin Yinmu, the son of General Qin. They grew up together, talking and laughing, and it was difficult for others to get involved. Although Lu Yina was jealous, she had to endure it when she saw that the other party was a man. But now a woman suddenly appeared, which really made her unbearable. Shangwan Majing did not explain anything, but just replied lightly, "Don't you know it now?" As he said that, he pulled Su Maoyang's wrist affectionately and pulled her into the seat to sit down. Su Maoyang came back to her senses, secretly grabbed his sleeve, and said in a low voice, "Shangwan Majing, you actually used me." No matter how stupid she was, she knew that Shangwan Majing was using her to reject the pursuit of the girl in front of him. Damn it! You promised to help before. Do you want to regret it now? Is this how you repay your lifesaver? Shangwan Majing also lowered his head slightly and whispered in her ear. Su Maoyang glared at Shangwan Majing fiercely and endured it. If it weren't for the fact that he saved her life and refined a lot of pills for her, she would have turned against him on the spot. The two whispered, and the scene of the secret confrontation fell into Lu Yina's eyes. It was simply an ambiguous affair that ignored others, which made her furious and pointed at Su Maoyang and yelled, "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? How dare you snatch Brother Mo Zheng from me? Are you tired of living?" Shangwan Mo Zheng considerately served Su Mo Liang dishes and answered for her as if nothing had happened. "She is not from Feng Tianhua, so you naturally have never seen her." Lu Yina's pretty face froze with anger when she heard this, and she suddenly realized and shouted, "Oh, I know. So you are the woman that Brother Mo Zheng rescued from outside. I thought it was some rich lady, but I didn't expect it to be from Feng Haohua." She basically knew all the ladies in Feng Tianhua, but the one in front of her was very unfamiliar. Now that she heard that she was not from Feng Tianhua, Lu Yina immediately thought of Shangwan and Mo Zheng, who had recently rescued a woman from Feng Haogua. She didn't expect that this woman in front of her, with such a humble status, dared to seduce her brother Mo Zheng. It was too self-important. TSK. You are really shameless. My brother Mo Zheng is an alchemist at the early stage of Dan Wang after all. How can you, a lowly thing, get involved? Humph. Relying on your looks. You want to seduce my brother Mo Zheng. Wishful thinking. While I can still speak properly, get out of Fengtian Kingdom immediately. Don't let me see you. Lu Yina is the daughter of a first-class general. Her father is powerful in the court and has raised her to be arrogant and domineering. She is used to being bossy in her words and deeds. And even in the pursuit of love, she is overbearing and domineering. Shangwan and Mo Zheng didn't wait for Su Maoyang to speak, and slapped his palm on the table, scolding, Lu Yina, are you going too far? You pestered my mother to let me see you. And I'm here. What else do you want? Brother Mo Zheng, I just want to have a meal with you alone. What's wrong with it? You know my feelings for you. But you still bring a bitch here. Isn't it just to piss me off? Seeing Shangwan Maosheng angry, Lu Yina also pouted her lips in grievance and muttered unhappily, I have made it very clear that I have no interest in you from the beginning to the end. Now I have someone I like. Why do you keep pestering me and make everyone look bad? Shangwan Maosheng rejected her many times. But the Lu family and the Shangwan family are old friends. And his parents also want to match them up. In addition, Lu Yina is a shameless person who gets more courageous with more setbacks, which makes him anxious. Lu Yina was not convinced when she heard this, and pointed at Su Maoyang and asked loudly, how could a waste from Fenghao country be better than me? The eldest daughter of the Lu family? I just advanced to the initial stage of the Imperial Spiritual Master some time ago. I am considered a genius among all the women in Fengtian country. How can I not be worthy of you? Initial stage of the Imperial Spiritual Master? The old man Jinjuan in the space almost laughed out loud. His master is already a peak spiritual master, 7 levels higher than her. And she has the nerve to say that she is a genius. Fortunately, he doesn't have to eat. Otherwise he would really vomit. Seeing Shangwan Maosheng was so angry that he couldn't speak, Su Maoyang couldn't help but say, this Miss Lu, you have a good self-image, aren't you? You have been making a lot of noise from beginning to end. More noisy than the mountain bandits. Without the demeanor of a lady. You really don't deserve the word lady. Besides, as a woman, you always cling to men's butts and force others to like you. Who is shameless? You are shameless. And it is you and your Lu family who are embarrassed. I don't care. But you are standing here and yelling like a shrew scolding on the street. Are you afraid that others don't know that you have been rejected by a man? And you are still sticking your face to his cold butt, so that people can see your joke? Su Maoyang's sharp words made Lu Yina so angry that she was fuming. Lu Yina was not as eloquent as Su Maoyang, and she was blocked by her, and her face turned red. Miss Lu, look at you. You can't even speak clearly, and you still ask me how I am better than you. At least I am more eloquent than you. A stutterer. Oh, by the way, I am smarter than you, and my face is better than yours. What's more, Shangwan Maosheng likes me but not you. On this point, you have completely lost. How can you compare with me? Su Maoyang's verbal attack was like pouring beans, which caught Lu Yina off guard and gnashed her teeth. I am going to teach you a lesson today. Lu Yina had never been humiliated like this in her life. She stood up in anger and rushed towards Su Maoyang. Shangwan Maosheng was frightened when he saw this. He immediately stood in front of Su Maoyang, grabbed Lu Yina's wrist, and shouted angrily, Lu Yina, you are so presumptuous. I have tolerated you many times for the sake of the Lu family's reputation. Don't be shameless, Brother Maosheng. It was obviously that bitch who humiliated me first. Why are you helping the bitch to speak? Lu Yina was angry and sour in her heart, and she was about to explode. Shangwan Maosheng heard that, and couldn't bear it anymore. He raised his hand, and slapped Lu Yina in the face. When you call others bitches, look at yourself first. You are the real bitch. He glared at Lu Yina with disgust, and then pulled Su Maoyang over, and strode out of the private room. Lu Yina, who was slapped, had tears in her eyes, and shouted angrily, Shangwan Maosheng, you wait for me. You will regret it. Chapter 476, Seeking Revenge on Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang came out of the private room, and immediately felt the air was much fresher. And he breathed a sigh of relief. If I let you marry a woman like this, I would rather you be with a man. Su Maoyang shook his head and sighed. Shangwan Majin was still gloomy and in a bad mood. Hearing Su Maoyang's words, he was suddenly amused. I guess only you can say this. By the way, aren't you afraid of revenge from the Lu family? You are the first person who dares to talk to Lu Yina like this. Shangwan Majin couldn't help laughing when he thought of the scene where she was so eloquent that Lu Yina was speechless. My internal organs have been shattered by others. Am I still afraid of the Lu family? Su Maoyang chuckled and shook his head. Hearing this, Shangwan Majin was obviously shocked. He couldn't help asking the question that had been in his mind. What did you experience before? Why were you injured so badly? I said I was injured by an ancient beast. Would you believe it? Su Maoyang curled her lips and raised her eyebrows to look at him. Shangwan Majin looked at her joking face and widened his eyes in shock. Ancient beast? Are you kidding? If you were to encounter an ancient beast, you would have been torn to pieces. Obviously, he didn't believe it. Su Maoyang just smiled and didn't continue the topic. Shangwan Majin also smiled and didn't take it seriously. However, as Shangwan Majin expected, the next day, General Lu brought Lu Yina to the door. General Lu, you are a rare guest. Please come in. Standing at the door of the hall, Shangwan Fu smiled and extended his hand to lead the way. General Lu looked unhappy and gloomy all the way. He glanced at Shangwan Majin, who was standing beside him, and kept silent. He snorted angrily, strode into the hall, and sat down with Lu Yina. Shangwan, you and I have a good relationship. You are embarrassing our Lu family by doing this. Aren't you? General Lu asked directly as soon as he came. And Shangwan Fu was immediately confused. General Lu, what do you mean by this? I don't quite understand. Shangwan Fu shook his head in confusion. Seeing that he looked ignorant, General Lu was angry. He glanced at Shangwan Majin and said angrily, What do you mean? Ask your precious son. When Shangwan Fu heard this, he knew that his son had caused trouble. He frowned and scolded, Asshole. What did you do to make General Lu unhappy? Shangwan Majin lowered his head and said nothing, looking like he was ready to be beaten and scolded. General Lu couldn't stand his cold expression, and snorted angrily, Shangwan Majin, how can my daughter not be worthy of you? Not only did you bring a woman from Finghao to humiliate her, but you also slapped her. I couldn't bear to hit my precious daughter. You are so brave. Shangwan Fu and He Tsuiping were frightened and pale when they heard this, and stared at Shangwan Majin in anger. You evil creature. You dared to hit Yina. You really pissed me off. Shangwan Fu was so angry that his head was splitting, and he was shaking with his head. He Tsuiping was even more furious when she heard that he actually brought a woman from Finghao to see Lu Yina. And she yelled at Chunru, who was serving beside her, Go. Catch that bitch for me. Chunru nodded respectfully upon hearing this, secretly delighted, and quickly ran to Su Maoyang's room. Su Maoyang was practicing in the room at this time, and was happy that his body had recovered well. When he heard the arrogant announcement outside, Junimo, the lady asked you to go to the hall. She frowned in confusion. The lady hadn't bothered her for several days, so why was she so crazy today? Unable to figure it out, she had to put on her coat and walked out of the room, and followed Chunru to the hall. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she saw Lu Yina's figure, and suddenly realized. So she came to take revenge. As soon as Lu Yina saw Su Maoyang, she pointed at her angrily and shouted at General Lu beside her, Dad, it's this woman. She humiliated me in public and called me shameless, a shrew, and brought shame to the Lu family. General Lu heard this, and his sharp eyes fell on Su Maoyang. His gloomy face was full of anger. Humph. A slut from Finghao country, who is not even qualified to carry shoes for my daughter, dares to speak so shamelessly. She really doesn't know how high the sky is, and how deep the earth is. He Tsuiping also raised her eyebrows when she saw Su Maoyang, and scolded loudly, Junimo, you said before that you would not seduce my son, and you were not interested in marrying into our Shangwan family. Now you let Emozheng take you to see Yina behind my back. How are you going to explain it? You are really scheming. And you pretend well. What? Are you not going to pretend anymore now? She said. How could there be a woman who doesn't like her son? How could there be a woman who doesn't want to marry into the Shangwan family? It turns out that this is all her tricks. Pretending to be noble on the surface, but actually doing tricks behind the scenes. His mind is really vicious. Su Maoyang was a little helpless. She wanted to explain it clearly, But she couldn't. If she explained, then Shangwan Majin's play yesterday would be in vain. Since there was a misunderstanding, then let it be a misunderstanding. Anyway, she wouldn't lose a piece of meat. Seeing Su Maoyang silent, Shangwan Majin was grateful in his heart. He knew that she chose to swallow her anger because of him. Seeing that she couldn't speak, He Suiping thought she was guilty. And she mocked her even more. I warned you long ago that you are not worthy of my son. Don't dream of getting close to him. But I didn't expect you to go even further, and even dare to snatch a man from Miss Lu. You are such a shameless and cheap thing. Seeing this, General Lu snorted and took over the conversation. I heard that Shangwan Majin slapped my daughter because of you. How are you going to settle this account? Hearing this, He Suiping immediately apologized. General Lu, don't be angry. I will give in a justice now. As she said that, she shouted at Chunru, Chunru, slap her 100 times. Hit her hard. Chunru happily accepted the order and rolled up her sleeves to start. Seeing this, Lu Ina stood up immediately. Wait, I'll beat her. Yesterday, she was humiliated so badly by this woman. And today she must retaliate fiercely. As she spoke, Lu Yina quickly stepped forward and slapped Su Maoyang. Although Su Maoyang chose to conceal it out of consideration for Shangwan Majin, it did not mean that she would endure being bullied by others. So, she raised her arm to grab Lu Yina's arm, and suddenly raised her foot to kick the latter's stomach, causing her to scream in pain and stagger back 2 steps. Seeing his precious daughter being beaten, General Lu stood up in anger and suddenly burst out with spiritual power. However, just as he was about to take action, a housekeeper suddenly ran in from outside, with a pale face and shouted loudly, Master, Madam, it's not good. It's a big deal. There are several Holy Spirit Masters outside who have come to the door. Chapter 477 The person the Holy Spirit Master is looking for. Hearing the Holy Spirit Master, Shangwan Fu and He Suiping were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. Even General Lu's face changed instantly, and his momentum was weakened. You should know that Fengtian Kingdom has never had a Holy Spirit Master. The most powerful one now is the late-stage Zong Spirit Master. There is not even a peak Zong Spirit Master, let alone a super strong person like the Holy Spirit Master. But how could such a super strong person suddenly appear in Fengtian Kingdom? If he wants to appear, he should appear in Bayan Kingdom. When did their Fengtian Kingdom have such a great attraction? Besides, the Holy Spirit Master didn't go anywhere, but actually ran to the Shangwan family. Is it wrong? Everyone present was shocked like a wooden man. They froze in place for a long time before running out of the hall in panic. At this time, the door of the Shangwan family was knocked open by a strong force, and 4 old men in gray shirts and gray hair strode in. The 4 people had cold faces, frowned brows, and fierce expressions. They exuded murderous aura. The pressure from the strong instantly spread throughout the courtyard, and everyone was frightened and sweated. Shangwan Fu and He Suiping immediately stepped forward and asked humbly, 4 masters, why are you here today? Shangwan Fu's smile was extremely flattering, and even his voice was humble to a certain level, which was completely different from what he had just said. Master, you are here to visit my humble home. My humble home is honored. If you have anything to say, please sit in the hall and talk. He Suiping also half bowed and quickly extended her hand to invite him. Such a big man must be worshipped like an ancestor. If you offend the Holy Spirit Master, not to mention the Shangwan family, the entire Fengtian Kingdom will be destroyed. Thinking of this, they trembled all over and observed the expressions of the 4 elders nervously. Humph. What are you talking about? Hand over Su Maoyang. One of the thin elders frowned and roared fiercely. Su Maoyang? Who is Su Maoyang? Everyone was confused when they heard this name. Master, what Su are you talking about? I don't know. I have never heard of this person. Shangwan Fu heard what he said and guessed that they were looking for someone. The elder heard the words. His eyes were fierce, and the murderous intent suddenly appeared. He roared, Humph. Harboring the suspect is asking for death. Kill! As soon as the words fell, the other elders were lingering with spiritual power and ready to take action. Everyone was so scared that their faces turned pale, and they couldn't even say words to beg for mercy. Su Maoyang saw this and knew that if he didn't go out, the Shangwan family would definitely be finished today. Shangwan Majing was her benefactor, and she had been eating and drinking for so long in Shangwan's house. Even if his parents didn't like her, they still had a favor to her. How could she watch the Shangwan family being wiped out because of her? So, she strode out of the hall and shouted loudly, "Let them go. The person you are looking for is here." The loud voice exploded in the yard like thunder, and immediately attracted everyone to look. The woman they despised so much now strode out with a cold face. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Could this woman be the one the 4 Holy Spirit Masters were looking for? Wasn't she from Fenghaogua? How could she be involved with the Holy Spirit Master? Everyone stared at her in shock, and they didn't come back to their senses until the 4 elders spoke. "Humph, Su Maoyang, I didn't expect you to actually hide here. It's so hard for us to find you." Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and sneered. It only took more than 10 days to find Fengtian Kingdom from Bayan Kingdom. You old guys are quite fast. Bayan Kingdom. When everyone heard these 3 words, they all looked surprised. It turns out that she is not from Fenghao country, but from Bayan country. Bayan country is the most powerful country in Huanxi continent. Shangwan Majing was also full of disbelief, and asked loudly, "Jun Imo? No, your name is not Jun Imo, and you are not from Fenghao country. You lied to me." Su Maoyang glanced at him and felt ashamed. "Sorry, I didn't mean it." The 4 elders had no patience to talk nonsense with Su Maoyang, and suddenly shouted, "Su Maoyang, you stole the soul-devouring flower and released the ancient beast. You are guilty of heinous crimes. I will kill you today." As they said, several old guys suddenly bloomed a brilliant light curtain, and a sharp palm attacked over, and the fierce spiritual power seemed to turn into a sharp knife, which cut across Su Maoyang's face. Su Maoyang is now a peak sect spirit master, and he can fight against an early-stage Holy Spirit Master. Then, he suddenly retreated, flipped his body, jumped into the air, avoided the spiritual attack, and kicked out with lightning speed, and rushed towards the 4 elders with great force. Su Maoyang's hands also instantly brewed abundant spiritual power, and took advantage of their dodge to smash it hard. The crowd, who were shocked and dodged to the side to watch, saw the spiritual power burst out of Su Maoyang, and they all gasped in fear, and their expressions froze directly. "My God, she is actually a peak sect spirit master." Shangwan Fu stared at Su Maoyang fighting in the sky with his big eyes, and was shocked for a long time before he exclaimed. General Liu, who was also shocked to the point of his soul leaving his body, shook his head. She is not only a peak sect spirit master, but also a peak sect spirit master who can face 4 Holy Spirit Masters without losing. Isn't this too abnormal? Looking at her fighting power, it is obvious that she is much stronger than the average peak sect spirit master. At such a young age, reaching the peak sect spirit master is already amazing. I didn't expect that she could face 4 Holy Spirit Masters. Such strength is really scary. After hearing this, He Tzuiping was shocked and stared at Su Maoyang blankly, and a sense of fear surged in her heart. Not only did she look down on her before, she also said too many unpleasant words, and even asked the maid to slap her in the mouth. Now think about it. It's a blessing that this woman didn't kill me at that time. In addition to Yi Tzuiping, the most shocked and hit person was Liu Yina. She thought that it was amazing that she reached the early stage of the Imperial Spirit Master at her age. But she didn't expect that the woman in front of her, who was of the same age, was actually a peak sect Spirit Master, and could fight with the Holy Spirit Master. Such strength is far better than hers. But she brazenly said she was a genius in front of her, and even humiliated her, and slapped her in the face. Now thinking about it, she felt how stupid she was. When she heard those words, this woman must have laughed at her to death in her heart. At this moment, Liu Yina wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The 4 elders did not expect that Su Maoyang was so seriously injured, but she was promoted to the peak of the sect Spirit Master. Shock flashed across their faces. This girl cannot be left alive. If she survives today, we will die one day. Let's go together. One of the elders was shocked, and could not help but roar. After that, all 4 elders rushed forward and pounced fiercely on Su Maoyang. Chapter 478 Death News. Seeing the 4 elders rushing over, Su Maoyang's pupils condensed, and she dodged them like a fleeting light, and then flipped back in the air, waving a dazzling light, like stars falling from the starry sky, and finally gathered together, like a gorgeous silver dragon, rushing away. However, Su Maoyang was a peak sect spirit master after all. Facing a Holy Spirit Master, she was still confident of winning. But facing 4 Holy Spirit Masters, it was a bit difficult. Not to mention that her body had not recovered yet. And it was basically impossible to win. Therefore, although her spiritual power was fierce, it was still completely wiped out by the 4 elders. However, even so, she fought with the 4 Holy Spirit Masters for several rounds. Such a fierce fighting style has already made the onlookers dumbfounded. Which, if you keep holding on like this, you won't be able to survive more than 10 moves from us. I advise you to surrender quickly. Maybe I can leave you a whole body. Or at least you won't die too badly. The elder on the opposite side frowned and shouted. Su Maoyang's face gradually turned pale because of the effort. And now her heart sank even more when she heard this. She had eaten all the pills some time ago. And she couldn't make pills for the past 10 days. Now she couldn't take out a decent pill to improve her strength. If she continued to entangle with them, she would definitely not get any benefits. So there was only one way in front of her. Escape. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang frowned, turned around and ran out of the yard. Seeing this, the 4 elders snorted coldly, and quickly chased after them. Shangguan Fu, General Liu and others, who were dizzy by this scene, saw people running away, and they also went out to watch the excitement with curiosity. After all, they had never seen a duel between 4 Holy Spirit Masters and a Peak Sect Spirit Master in their lives. Of course, such a great battle soon caused a commotion in the entire Fengtian city, and all the people ran out to watch out of curiosity. The most powerful people in Fengtian country are only the late-stage Zhongling Masters. Now, not only have the peak Zhongling Masters suddenly appeared, but there are also 4 Holy Spirit Masters. And the 4 Holy Spirit Masters were chasing the Zhongling Masters, who were 1 level lower than them. And they were still in a stalemate, which was really shocking. At this time, the streets were already crowded with people, looking up at the colorful spiritual power beams in the sky. The spiritual power fell and instantly smashed a huge pit in the spacious street, which frightened everyone and retreated, leaving the battle circle. Seeing the white smoke billowing and the location of the power fluctuations, everyone swallowed their saliva with lingering fear. If they were hit by the spiritual power of the Holy Spirit Master, I am afraid that it would not be described as heavy casualties, but simply annihilation. Su Maoyang felt that the attacks of the 4 old guys were getting stronger and stronger, and he also used all his strength to blast out a palm, preparing to take this opportunity to escape. One of the elders saw through her intention, frowned and shouted, the voice accompanied by fierce spiritual power, which, you still want to run? You are looking for death. Su Maoyang didn't have time to turn around, and was hit on the shoulder by mistake, and immediately shot out and fell directly from the air. Seeing that she was about to fall to the ground, the onlookers opened their eyes in horror. But before they could sigh, they heard a terrified roar from the street. Master, be careful. After the roar fell, a golden lion, a snow-white little mink, and a dozen strong men were seen running quickly from a distance. They came from far away, with amazing speed, and at this critical moment, they jumped into the air and caught Su Maoyang, who fell from the sky with quick eyes and hands. Su Maoyang was hit by a palm on the shoulder, and the wound that had just healed also had a tendency to split and gradually ooze out blood. If it weren't for Tianma Diao and the others who arrived in time, she would have fallen down today. Tianma Diao looked at her scarlet wound. Her eyes were red with anxiety, and she asked nervously, Woman, are you okay? Su Maoyang didn't expect that the Golden Lion King, Tianma Diao, and Tang Qingtian's brothers suddenly appeared here. Her pale face instantly jumped into surprise, and she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She sighed with relief. You are not dead. So good. The brothers heard the words. Their faces sank, and they bowed their heads and fell silent. Su Maoyang felt that the atmosphere was not right, and she frowned in confusion and asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? As she said, she looked around everyone, but didn't see Tang Qingtian. That guy was the most noisy, and now he is not in the team, which is really incredible. Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad premonition. Where is Tang Qingtian? Where did he go? Su Maoyang asked nervously with eyes wide open. Everyone looked at Su Maoyang and lowered their heads without answering. The atmosphere became very solemn. Seeing everyone's expressions, Su Maoyang panicked and even a little scared. He shouted anxiously, Tell me, what happened to Tang Qingtian? The brothers were yelled at so hard that their eyes were red, and they couldn't speak. It was the Golden Lion King who explained, Master, Tang Qingtian blew himself up to cover our escape. This was like a bolt from the blue. hitting Su Maoyang's forehead with a bang, making her shaky and almost fainting. What does it mean to die by self-explosion? Tell me, what does this mean? Su Maoyang shouted excitedly. The veins on her forehead bulged, and her pretty face flushed with anger. At this time, the four elders had already swooped down from the sky. Seeing the heavenly demon Martin, the Golden Lion King, and the students of the Universal Academy, they snorted with disdain. Last time, Tang Chengtian blew himself up to help you escape. I didn't expect you to come and seek death. This time, it won't be so easy. After that, several elders swooped down in an instant and stretched out their magic hands towards Su Maoyang and others. When Su Maoyang heard this, he was burning with the most intense hatred in his heart. He was so angry that his chest seemed to explode. His scarlet eyes were filled with trembling murderous intent. He bit his teeth and endured a few words. You guys entangle him first. I want to make pills. After that, Su Maoyang waved his hand to summon the Azure Cloud Leopard, along with the heavenly demon Martin, the Golden Lion King, and the brothers of the Universal Academy. They all met the attack of the four elders. At this time, the crowd only saw a dozen strong men and 3 spirit beasts rushing towards the Holy Spirit Master fiercely. And they burst out fierce spiritual power in an instant. And they were all terrified. Oh my god! These people are all late-stage sex spirit masters. General Lu covered his mouth in fear and exclaimed in shock. Shang Wenfu and He Suiping stared with their eyes wide open, and their pupils floated in disbelief. There are also 4th-level Holy Spirit beasts and 2nd-level Holy Spirit beasts. The other one can't be named, but its strength is not weaker than the 4th-level one. What kind of terrifying organization is this? Shangwan Majing's pupils flashed with surprise, and the blood in his body boiled. He muttered to himself, they just called Jun Mo the master, and they are Jun Mo's subordinates. Chapter 479 Alchemy on the Spot. Hearing this, everyone looked at Su Maoyang standing in the distance in shock, and their mood became extremely complicated. But before they could completely digest this fact, Su Maoyang waved his hand again, and more than a dozen puppets full of evil spirits appeared in an instant. Puppets, entangle them for me. She gave an order, and the puppets burst out with the spiritual power of an early Zonling master, and instantly rushed towards the 4 elders. Shang Wenfu was knowledgeable and experienced. Seeing this scene, his heart almost jumped out, and he shouted, my god! It's puppetry. It's the long-lost puppetry. Hearing this, He Suiping and the father and daughter of the Lu family were all confused. They had never heard of puppetry. Now seeing more than a dozen corpses actually have the strength of Zonling masters, they opened their mouths in surprise, and couldn't believe what they saw. It turns out that there are puppets in this world, which really subverts their worldview. Compared with the shocked crowd, Su Maoyang was unusually calm at this time. She saw that the puppet and the heavenly demon Martin temporarily resisted the attack of the 4 elders. And then she waved her hands, and instantly released the 9 heavens devouring ink cauldron that she had extorted from the Zhao family. With a bang, it sat on the street, shaking with an unspeakable force. Shangwan Majing was shocked when he saw this, and his handsome face gradually climbed up with astonishment. Is she also an alchemist? Lu Yina heard this, but shook her head with disbelief, and her tone was very repulsive. Impossible. She is already a peak sex spirit master. How could she be an alchemist? You know, there are very few people in this world who practice both spiritual power and mental power. As far as Su Maoyang knows, only Ho Jianhui, Yu Goen and Xiao Linshan have such talent in Ban country, and it is really difficult for others to reach it, because it is quite difficult to balance spiritual power and mental power. Once the spiritual power is strong, the mental power must be weak, and when the mental power is strong, the spiritual power must be weak. Therefore, people who can cultivate both to be equally strong are really geniuses among geniuses. Lu Yina naturally did not believe that Su Maoyang had such ability. General Lu nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with his daughter's words. However, just when everyone was puzzled, a golden flame suddenly shot up from Su Maoyang's fingertips, like a golden phoenix soaring into the sky, flying into the air and circling, bursting with dazzling golden light, instantly shocking everyone to squint their eyes. Then, she danced with her right hand lightly, introducing the strange fire in the air into the alchemy furnace. And the entire alchemy furnace was illuminated with golden light, dazzling and dazzling. At this moment, Shangwan Majing and Shangwan Fu were stunned. and they exhaled in a short and convulsive breath, as if they were hit on the head with a stick. Strange fire. It's actually strange fire. As calm as Shangwan Majing was, he lost his usual elegant image at this moment. His cheeks flushed with excitement, and he covered his mouth, and his 2 eyeballs almost bulged out. Ignoring the commotion of the crowd due to shock, Su Maoyang quickly took out the medicinal materials in the space and threw them into the alchemy furnace. She flipped her wrist and stirred the flames up and down. The strange fire seemed to be injected with life, jumping and rolling with her movements. This series of movements was smooth and seamless, and it took only a blink of an eye for everyone to smell a strange fragrance slowly floating out of the alchemy furnace. Shangwan Majin was an alchemy maniac. Just by smelling the smell, he shouted excitedly, "It's a spiritual elixir! It's a spiritual elixir! She is the elixir emperor! She is actually the elixir emperor!" As soon as the voice fell, the elixir in the elixir furnace floated up. The golden elixir, which was wrapped in golden light and exuded a strong fragrance, suddenly broke into everyone's sight, shocking everyone to take a breath of cold air in disbelief. Shangwan Fu's old face trembled with excitement. His eyes staring at the elixir seemed to be locked, motionless, for fear that missing a glance would cause regrets in this life. The father and daughter of the Liu family were frightened and looked at Su Maoyang with a look of not being able to grasp the key points. Obviously, they were greatly shocked. Seeing this, He Suiping also felt guilty and regretful, thinking of how she had used her son's identity as an alchemist to humiliate Su Maoyang. She was so ashamed that she couldn't raise her head at this moment. She thought her son was already talented enough to reach the early stage of Dan King at such a young age. But she didn't expect that the woman in front of her was actually a Dan Emperor. Compared like this, her son's talent was really not good enough. In fact, Su Maoyang was just at the peak of Dan King. If she hadn't been forced into a desperate situation by the 4 elders, if she hadn't heard the news of Tang Chenqian's death, she would never have been able to refine the spiritual grade Yuanyang Guling pill in such a short time. She could have escaped and saved her life. But Tang Chenqian's death had stimulated her to lose her mind. She wanted to kill these old guys right now, and couldn't wait a moment. Thinking of this, she held the pill in the air with her hand, and swallowed it into her mouth without hesitation. A silver light appeared, and her own strength instantly doubled. Her whole body exuded a more domineering spiritual power fluctuation, and the pressure was enough to rival that of a Holy Spirit master. Shangwan Majin smacked his lips in shock when he saw this. She actually forcibly promoted to the Holy Spirit master. She is a lunatic. He knew her physical condition too well. She was so badly injured and her body had not yet recovered. But she tortured herself like this. She was simply a lunatic who didn't want to die. Before, she said that the injuries on her body were left by the ancient beasts. He didn't believe it at first. But now, he believes it. A lunatic who doesn't want to die can really do anything. At this time, Su Maoyang had already rushed into the battle circle in the horrified sight of everyone. With a wave of his arms, his black hair danced wildly. His eyes were like cold lightning, and the spiritual power in his hand instantly turned into a long knife. Like lightning, he chopped through, and the posture was almost to disembowel the 4 elders. "I want you to be buried with Tang Chenqian." The tearing roar broke through the clouds and shook the sky, like a thunder rolling over. And the sky and the earth changed color. With a fierce roar, the heavy spiritual power expanded wildly, and hit the bodies of the 4 elders. With a loud bang, the defense pushed by the elders was instantly broken, and the 4 people shot out and fell down. However, Su Maoyang did not intend to let them go. He did not give them time to breathe. He swooped down from the sky in an instant, pushed his palm hard, and the powerful spiritual power was like a mountain on top, falling hard on the 4 elders. The power spread all over the sky. The wind was strong. The sand and rocks were flying, and the billowing smoke and dust filled the air, choking everyone to cough. Everyone saw that the slender but resolute back stood in the wind. The messy flying black hair hit her pale cheeks. The scarlet eyes surged with hatred and killing. The evil spirit and powerful spiritual power fluctuations all over the body. And people immediately stepped back 2 steps in fear. Chapter 480. Leaving Fontian Kingdom. A sharp wind blew past, and a strong smell of blood came to our faces. The Holy Spirit Master on the ground was already bloody, and had turned into a pool of blood. But the woman who was like a killing god in the wind seemed to come from hell, and the murderous aura all over her body spread, which made everyone shudder. She stood there, staring at the blood and flesh on the ground, her scarlet eyes rolling with tears of forbearance. And finally she swung her fist again, hitting the blood and flesh heavily, again and again, making a violent sound. And the ground was smashed into a blood pit by her, splashing her with blood. When the brothers of Huanyu Academy saw this, their eyes were all red, and they rushed forward to stop Su Maoyong, seeing her hands become bloody due to the desperate collision. Everyone choked and advised, "Master, don't be like this. You have avenged the boss. That's enough. Originally, our lives were given by the master. If it weren't for the master, we would still be living a life worse than death in the burning prison. If the boss knew that you tortured yourself for him, he would not be at ease." The Golden Lion King also said with heartache, "Yes, Master. Tang Chuntian exchanged his life for our safety. We must take good care of ourselves to be worthy of his sacrifice. Now you have avenged him. He died without regrets." The Sky Demon Martin saw her like this, and his heart was also pulled. He jumped onto her shoulder and touched her hair. "Woman, you still have us. We are always here." Looking at the brothers' red eyes, Su Maoyong knew that they were not feeling well. So he forced himself to hold back his tears and restrain the pain in his chest. Tang Qingtian's death has already made everyone feel depressed. If she has any more accidents, it will only make everyone upset. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong restrained all her emotions, raised her head slightly, and said calmly, "Let's go." Everyone was stunned for a moment, looking at her in confusion. "Where are we going now?" "Back to Ban country." Su Maoyong's voice was calm, without a trace of emotion, and she walked toward Shangwan Mojing. She was grateful and guilty for this lifesaver. She didn't have any extra pills on her now, so she handed over an energy card and stuffed it into his hand, solemnly promising, "Shangwan Mojing, I owe you a life. I still say that no matter where you are in the future, as long as you need me, just tell me." Shangwan Mojing took the energy card, glanced at the number on it, and was immediately shocked. "My God, 1,000,000 energy stones. This gift is too expensive. I can't accept it." Shangwan Mojing hurriedly handed the card back. Fontian country is not as good as Bang country after all. The most they usually see is about 100,000. When have they ever seen so many energy stones? Shangwan Fu, He Tzuiping and the father and daughter of the Lu family all widened their eyes when they heard this, staring at Su Maoyong in shock. Without blinking an eye, he took out 1,000,000 energy stones as a reward. Isn't it too generous? After being shocked, He Tzuiping was ecstatic. She immediately snatched the energy card from Shangwan Mojing and smiled flatteringly. "Haha. Miss Su. He doesn't want it. I'll keep it for him." Su Maoyong saw her accept it, nodded slightly, and turned around without saying anything nonsense, ready to leave. He Tzuiping saw that she was about to leave, and she immediately rushed forward to stop her. "Miss Su, don't go. I was wrong before. I said too harshly. I apologize to you. Since you and Mo Zheng love each other, as an elder, I just want to see you happy. So this marriage." Before He Tzuiping finished her words, she was interrupted by Shangwan and Mo Zheng. "Mom, what are you talking about? She and I are not that kind of relationship at all." Shangwan and Mo Zheng saw He Tzuiping's powerful look, and he wanted to dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. She treated him like that before, and now she is trying to please him, which really makes him lose face. Seeing that he denied it, He Tzuiping glared at him fiercely. "Shut up." Then she looked at Su Maoyong with a flattering face and said with a smile, "Miss Su, don't bother with me. An old woman. Our Shangwan family still welcomes you. You can stay in the Shangwan family and be my daughter-in-law. If they can keep such a big shot, then their Shangwan family will be prosperous. But ideals are full and reality is very skinny." Before Su Maoyong refused, the demon Martin lying on Su Maoyong's shoulder grinned and roared, "Bah! What are you Shangwan family? My master even rejected the Emperor of Ban. Will he still like your Shangwan family? Ha!" Hearing this, He Tzuiping's face suddenly turned pale, and her pupils instantly jumped into surprise. The Emperor of Ban. She actually dared to reject the Emperor of Ban. Who is this woman? Just when everyone was surprised, Su Maoyong spoke coldly and refused. "Madam, I have said long ago that your son and I have no private relationship, and I have no intention of marrying into the Shangwan family. You worry too much." As she said this, she walked past him indifferently and headed towards the city gate, leaving a group of people standing there staring blankly. He Suiping looked at her back as she left, and her intestines were full of regret. The Shangwan family clearly worshipped a big Buddha, but she didn't know how to cherish and please him. Now she was let go in vain, missing such a good opportunity, which was really unwilling. Su Maoyang left Fengtian Kingdom with his brothers, and traveled day and night back to Bayan Kingdom. She hadn't heard from the Blood Battle Group and the Hurricane Group for a long time, and didn't know whether they were alive or dead. So she had to find them as soon as possible. Perhaps it was God's blessing that when Su Maoyang entered the border of Bayan Kingdom, he happened to meet their large army. But they didn't expect that Ho Jianhui and Yugoing were with Wang Feng and his group. Look! It's the master! The master is fine! Jiang Zheng was sharp-eyed, and saw Su Maoyang and others coming from a distance. He almost jumped up with excitement. Wang Feng, Lin Water and others also looked up in surprise. Sure enough, they saw Su Maoyang's figure. They were all excited, and their eyes were red. They ran over quickly. Jiang Qianlan and Mu Yuanhang saw that Su Maoyang was safe and sound, and the heart that had been in their throats finally fell back into their stomachs. Jiang Qianlan wiped her tears, and said God bless her 3 or 4 times. Su Maoyang felt a sour nose and a choked voice when he heard it. I'm sorry for making you worry. Haha. As long as the master is safe, our little worry is nothing. Jiang Zheng scratched his head and said happily. Su Maoyang's pale face eased a lot after hearing this. Then he turned to look at Ho Jianhui and Yugoing and thanked them sincerely. Thank you. I stole the soul-devouring flower from your Bang country and caused you so much trouble. Not only did you not blame me, but you also helped me escort them. I, Su Maoyang, will remember this kindness in my heart. Ho Jianhui shook his head and chuckled. Master, you don't have to blame yourself. In fact, you have eliminated the potential danger for Bang country, and I have to thank you. However, this soul-devouring flower is closely related to the life of the emperor. Once the soul-devouring flower is removed, the emperor's life may not be saved. Alas! Hearing this, Su Maoyang was shocked, as if someone hit his head with a stick, and he was stunned. What did you say? Say it again! Su Maoyang grabbed Ho Jianhui's arm and roared with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 481. Knowing all the truth. Ho Jianhui was startled by her excited expression. He opened his eyes wide and stared at her in confusion. Don't you know about this? The soul-eating flower was created by our ancestors of Bayan 1,000 years ago, with flesh and blood. Later, the descendants of the ancestors, that is, the current royal family, fought wars in the south and the north. And only then did the current Bayan come into being. Hundreds of years ago, a ferocious beast suddenly appeared in Bayan, and a war broke out. Many people died. The royal family took out the soul-eating flower to suppress it, and only then did they quell the massacre. This soul-eating flower needs to be watered with the blood of the person whose bloodline is closest to the ancestor. Only then can they survive. Therefore, the standard for selecting an emperor in Bayan is whoever has the closest bloodline to the bloodline of his ancestors is qualified to ascend the throne. It is said that every time the current emperor waters the soul-devouring flower with blood, the mark of the soul-devouring flower will appear on his forehead. So he is recognized as the reincarnation of his ancestors. And the soul-devouring flower is his body. Once the soul-devouring flower is in trouble, he will not be able to survive. After hearing this, Su Maoyang's pretty face turned pale as paper, and the whole person trembled with fear. Why tell me now? Why tell me now? The angry roar shocked everyone present. Ho Jianhui had never seen her so mad before. He opened his mouth in shock and stammered. I thought you knew. Su Mo gritted her teeth in anger. How could I know the secrets of your Bayan high-level officials? After she finished speaking, she looked flustered, quickly turned over and rode on the Qingyan leopard, and shouted anxiously, Return to the capital of Bayan, as fast as possible. Quick! The blue cloud leopard was frightened by her roar, and did not dare to delay for a moment, and suddenly ran towards the capital of Bayan. The people who were standing there stupidly were stunned for a while before they reacted. Hurry! Go back to Bayan City! Wang Feng called out, and everyone followed and chased in the direction where Su Maoyang was going. At this time, Bayan City was still as prosperous and lively as before, but there were more patrolling guards on the streets than before. Su Maoyang knew without guessing that Beilingi's matter must have been suppressed by the royal family. Otherwise Bayan would not be so peaceful. When Su Maoyang thought that Beilingi might die because of her, her whole heart was pulled up. If he really got into trouble, She would never forgive herself in this life. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang urged the blue cloud leopard to gallop towards the palace gate, and rushed into the palace without waiting for the guards to check. Huaqing Palace. Eunuch Lu, who was guarding the entrance of Huaqing Palace and secretly wiping his tears, suddenly saw Su Maoyang's figure. He felt dizzy and stopped sobbing. He rubbed his eyes hard and sighed in disbelief. Am I dreaming? I actually saw Miss Su? Before he could react, Su Maoyang had already rushed to him, grabbed him, panting, and asked anxiously, Where is Bai Lingyi? Where is he? Where is he? Hearing her voice and feeling her warmth, Eunuch Lu was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. It's really Miss Su. It's really Miss Su. Miss Su. Please save our emperor. Please save him. In order to help Miss Su steal the soul-eating flower, the emperor even gave up his own life. Please pity our emperor. As he said that, Eunuch Lu suddenly knelt down in front of her, crying and kowtowed several times. When Su Maoyang heard this, his face changed drastically, and his pupils were filled with shock. What do you mean by this? What do you mean by him helping me steal the soul-devouring flower? Explain it clearly. When Eunuch Lu thought of what happened that night, his heart was pierced with pain. Wiping his tears, he answered sadly, Miss Su, you don't know that you stole the soul-devouring flower that night and alarmed the guards. The emperor immediately guessed that it was you. So he injured the servant and pretended to be an assassin, attracting all the guards who besieged you to Huaqing Palace, so that you had the opportunity to take advantage of it. The emperor knew that if you picked the soul-devouring flower, it would cost him his life. But for Miss Su, the emperor would rather die than let you get hurt. How could you not know how much the emperor loves you? I feel sorry for the emperor. Su Maoyang was shocked by this and staggered back 2 steps. It turned out to be him. It's not that the formation failed. It turned out to be because of him. Thinking of that night, she was about to be discovered by the guards. But luckily she escaped and successfully picked the soul-devouring flower. Everything went too smoothly. She didn't have time to think about it at the time. Now she thinks back and finds the secret. She hid it from Bai Lingyi because she knew he would not hand over the soul-devouring flower, because it was his kingdom and his life. But she didn't expect that in the end. He actually helped her secretly. Such feelings are like a hand pinching Su Maoyang's neck, making her almost suffocate. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's heart was broken into pieces, and he shouted anxiously, Where is he now? What happened to him? Eunuch Lu wiped his tears and pointed to the hall. Sobbing and unable to speak, the emperor Seeing this, Su Maoyang's only remaining hope completely collapsed. Without waiting for Eunuch Lu to finish his words, he rushed into Huaqing Hall. At this time, the palace was full of concubines kneeling on the ground, crying and sad. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang's face turned even paler, and his palms were sweating and his fingers were shaking with panic. No, Bai Lingyi will be fine. He was so strong. From the southern Sui kingdom to the northern kingdom. From a spiritual master to a clan spiritual master. From Mo Haoda who was exiled to Bai Lingyi who ascended the throne. He had gone through so many thorns along the way. How could he die? Su Maoyang shook his head in disbelief and rushed into the side hall regardless of anything. At this time, the side hall was also surrounded by people. In addition to the Empress Dowager, the Queen Mother, and the Queen, there was also a room full of imperial doctors. Several women stood aside, already weeping, and the imperial doctors looked at Bai Lingyi on the bed, kneeling on the ground in fear, shaking, and spoke with difficulty for a long time. Grand Empress Dowager, Empress Dowager, Empress, the Emperor has passed away. These words hit Su Maoyang's heart like a heavy blow, and in an instant, she felt dizzy and staggered back 2 steps. The Grand Empress Dowager was old, and she fainted when she heard the news, while the Empress Dowager and the Empress knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Su Maoyang didn't believe it, shook his head and shouted in disbelief, No! No! Bai Lingyi won't die. Everyone looked up when they heard the words, and saw Su Maoyang rushing over with a look of fear, and suddenly threw himself on the side of Bai Lingyi's bed. It's you? You actually have the nerve to come here. You stole the soul-devouring flower and killed the emperor. I will fight you to the death. The queen recognized Su Maoyang at a glance, got up from the ground crying, and rushed towards her with her teeth and claws bared. Su Maoyang stared at Bai Lingyi, who was lifeless on the bed, and her heart was shocked as never before. She let the queen scold her, But she remained indifferent. Bei Lingi, wake up! I didn't let you die. How can you die? Su Maoyang's eyes were red with anger. And she grabbed his body and shook it hard. Chapter 482. Who are you? I don't know you. Su Maoyang shook his body like crazy. And the tears she had held back burst out like a flood, blurring her eyes and wetting her cheeks. Her pale face was tangled into a ball. Even her facial features were distorted. And her hoarse voice was filled with unspeakable grief. Imo Hauga. I am Su Maoyang. Didn't you say you love me? Why don't you open your eyes and look at me? You are scaring me on purpose. Right? Are you teasing me? I don't believe there are such stupid people in the world. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me. You must be? Su Maoyang felt his pulse in panic and pressed against his chest unacceptably. There was no pulse. No heartbeat. At this moment, Su Maoyang's whole body was cold and trembling. Dead. He is really dead. Looking at that handsome face, it was still as stunning as the first time they met. But at this moment, there was no blood or expression. Just lying there coldly, like a corpse. Su Maoyang's internal organs seemed to be moved, and the severe pain invaded her nerves. All she could think of was Imo Hauga's smiles. He used to like to wear a playful smile, be romantic and unrestrained, and be so happy, so sunny, and so lively. But now he was lying on the bed, lifeless. It's because of her. It's all because of her. Su Maoyang stood up desperately and said with a fearless face, since you died because of me, I will pay for your blood debt today. At least, I won't let you be so lonely on the road to the underworld. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand suddenly, wanting to hit her heart. However, at this time, the stone baby who was sleeping in the space may have felt the breath of death, and heard Su Maoyang's heartbreaking cry, and felt sad. He cried in a baby voice, Mom, don't die. Don't leave the baby. The baby can help you save him. Hearing this, Su Maoyang trembled all over, and was shocked for a long time before reacting. He hurriedly sent a message in his heart, Stone baby. You said you can save him. Is it true? Yes. The baby has the ability to come back from the dead once. The stone baby nodded. Even the old man Jinjuan didn't know about this. After hearing this, he was shocked. However, it is understandable that the stone baby is immortal. If it has the ability to come back from the dead, it is also normal. At this moment, Su Maoyang was so happy that he cried. He immediately summoned the stone baby from the space. Stone baby, I'll leave it to you this time. The stone baby jumped into the air, nodded obediently, rolled over, and then pounced on Bei Lingi's body, kissing Bei Lingi's lips mouth to mouth, and exhaled a stream of spiritual energy. In this way, the stone baby maintained this action for nearly an hour before letting go of its mouth. Weakly collapsed on Bei Lingi's body, unable to open its eyes. Su Maoyang was shocked when he saw this, and immediately reached out to pick it up. Stone baby, are you okay? Baby is fine. Baby is just too tired. Baby wants to sleep. The pink face of the stone baby was a little pale, and a pair of big eyes like black grapes narrowed into a slit, blinking its long eyelashes. And it really looked drowsy. Perhaps it was too tired. And before Su Maoyang could speak, the stone baby had completely closed its eyes and fell asleep. Su Maoyang called out twice in panic, but the stone baby didn't respond. She couldn't help but worry and asked the old man Jinjuan, what happened to the stone baby? Will it be okay? The old man Jinjuan shook his head and comforted, young master. Don't worry. He used the power of resurrection, which made his body weak and fell asleep. Don't worry. The stone baby is immortal, and he will be fine. Su Maoyang nodded with relief after hearing this, and took the stone baby back into the space, asking the old man Jinjuan to help take care of it. Then he looked at Bei Lingi, frowned, and said worriedly, I don't know when he will wake up. Not long after the words fell, Su Maoyang, who had been quietly observing Bei Lingi, suddenly found that he moved his hands. At this moment, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, and her pupils instantly surged with ecstasy. Alive! Alive! Actually alive! Hearing Su Maoyang shout, everyone in the side hall looked at Bei Lingi in shock. The Queen Mother and the Empress, who had been crying non-stop, also stopped, rushed over, and threw themselves beside Bei Lingi. The Emperor is alive? Is the Emperor really alive? The Queen Mother looked at him anxiously, touched his cheek, And this time she really felt the temperature returning to normal, and her face flushed with excitement. At this time, Beilingi heard the noise, frowned slightly, slowly opened his eyes, and looked around. When the queen saw the scene, she shouted excitedly, "The emperor is really alive. He is really alive. Your Majesty, you scared me to death. Woo woo woo." At this time, Eunuch Lu outside heard the movement inside and ran in quickly, seeing that Beilingi actually opened his eyes. He was also so excited that tears flowed down his face. And he kept calling him, "Your Majesty. Your Majesty. You finally woke up. If you died, how could I live?" The imperial doctors around were shocked to see Beilingi actually wake up. And they all took a deep breath and shook their heads in disbelief. It's incredible. She was dead, but she could still come back to life. That woman is really amazing. Yes, I have been practicing medicine for many years in my life, and I have never encountered such a miracle of resurrection from the dead. God bless. The emperor is not destined to die. All the imperial doctors nodded with sighs. Seeing the emperor wake up, they can put down their hanging hearts and put their heads back on their belts. Su Maoyang was very excited to see that he finally recovered his vitality. He couldn't hold back his inner joy and shouted his name, "Beilingi. You finally woke up. Why are you so stupid? I don't deserve you to do this. If you die, do you think I will be better?" Beilingi opened his eyes and looked at her coldly. After a long time, he slowly said a sentence, "Who are you?" Su Maoyang was slightly stunned and his expression froze. "Beilingi. I'm Su Maoyang." Looking at his cold eyes and indifferent expression, Su Maoyang's heart suddenly sank, and she had a bad premonition. He glanced at her coldly and then retracted his gaze. "I don't know her." Su Maoyang felt like a thunderbolt hit her head, and her whole body was numb. He didn't know her? Seeing this, the queen thought that the emperor had lost his memory, and hurriedly asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, do you know me?" Beilingi glanced at her and said lightly, "Nonsense. Aren't you the queen?" The queen was so happy to see that he still remembered her, as if flowers were blooming and about to jump out. Beilingi ignored the excited queen and said to the queen mother with guilt, "Mother, I made you worry. I'm fine. You can go back and rest first." "Eunuch Lu, send the queen mother back." Eunuch Lu saw that the emperor was conscious and had not lost his memory. He immediately showed a look of surprise and pointed to Su Maoyang beside him, "Your Majesty, this is Miss Su. Don't you remember? Chapter 483, should I remember?" Beilingi raised his eyes and glanced at Su Maoyang again. His cold voice seemed to separate the two of them into two worlds. "Should I remember?" Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this. His pupils flashed with surprise, and his expression gradually stiffened. When Eunuch Lu heard this, he also had a strange look on his face and stared at Beilingi in disbelief. He really couldn't imagine that the emperor didn't know Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang was his beloved who he thought about day and night. He did so much and even gave his life to protect her. Now he had forgotten her completely. "Your Majesty, are you sick and confused? You have to see clearly." Eunuch Lu pointed at Su Maoyang and reminded again. The queen on the side got angry after hearing this and angrily scolded, "You dog slave. How could the emperor know a flower thief? Come on. Arrest this thief. Take him to the prison, and execute him the next day." The queen naturally knew that the emperor was deeply in love with Su Maoyang. Now that the emperor had finally forgotten her, she couldn't let Eunuch Lu ruin her good deeds. So the most important thing now was to cut the grass and completely make this woman disappear. Eunuch Lu was frightened and panicked after hearing this, and hurriedly advised, "Queen, you can't do it. Miss Su saved the emperor this time, and she doesn't deserve to be executed. Besides, Su Maoyang is the emperor's favorite. If the emperor wakes up one day and knows that Miss Su is dead, won't he make a big fuss? The queen doesn't care so much. Now she just wants Su Maoyang to die. Humph. If it weren't for her, the emperor wouldn't be in trouble. She is the culprit. Come on. Take her away." The queen snorted angrily and yelled relentlessly, "Okay. I just woke up, and you guys are making me a headache. Since this woman saved my life, let her go. As for the queen, you go back too. I want to be quiet." Beilingi waved his hand impatiently and closed his eyes with a tired face. Seeing this, the queen wanted to say something, but was stopped by the queen mother. "Okay. The emperor waking up is more important than anything else. Since you have forgotten, let it go, so as not to make the emperor unhappy." Hearing the Queen Mother's words, the Queen swallowed her resentment, glared at Su Maoyang fiercely, and warned Eunuch Lu, "Eunuch Lu, this woman is handed over to you. If I see her in the palace again, I will definitely peel off a layer of skin." Eunuch Lu was so scared that he immediately lowered his head and answered tremblingly, "Yes." Seeing this, the Queen helped the Queen Mother out of Huaqing Palace. Eunuch Lu watched them leave, and looked at Su Maoyang with an embarrassed look. "Miss Su, thank you for saving the Emperor. But the Emperor seems to have forgotten you. And now the Queen and the Queen Mother don't like you either. You should leave quickly." Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "In fact, it's better to forget. At least it won't be so painful. From now on, he can be his Emperor and live his life well. As long as he is happy, she will be relieved and feel less guilty." Thinking about it, she curled her lips and said slowly, "Well, it's time to leave. Tomorrow morning, I should leave Bayan Kingdom. You should serve the Emperor well in the future." Eunuch Lu nodded hurriedly. Serving the Emperor is the servant's job. "Miss Su, don't worry." Su Maoyang nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, and took a last look at Bai Lingyi, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, and whispered, "Mo Hauga, goodbye." After she finished speaking, she retracted her gaze and walked out of Huaqing Palace. After coming out of the palace, Su Maoyang ran into Hou Jianhui, Wang Feng and the brothers from Huanyu Academy, who were about to enter the palace. "Master, is the Emperor okay?" Wang Feng saw Su Maoyang coming out and immediately came forward and asked with concern. Su Maoyang shook his head. "He is fine now. Don't worry." Hou Jianhui opened his mouth in shock and sighed in disbelief. "He is fine? Master, did you save him?" Su Maoyang nodded. "No way. Without the soul-devouring flower, he will definitely die." "What method did you use to bring people back to life?" "Master, you must teach me this." Seeing Hou Jianhui clamoring to learn, Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head. "Actually, it's not as serious as you think. Although the soul-devouring flower will affect Bai Lingyi's body, it will not take his life. I gave him a life-saving and healing pill, and he is fine. As for the formula of the pill, it is on the paper I wrote to you last time. You just need to refine it according to it. The fewer people know about the matter of the stone infant, the better." So she just found a reason to fool around. Hou Jianhui believed it without a doubt. After all, Su Maoyang's alchemy skills were there, and he had to believe it. Jian Zheng, this rough man, was even more naive. He smiled and said, "Since the Emperor is fine, everyone is happy, and everyone doesn't have to worry anymore." Everyone nodded in a good mood after hearing this. Lin Water was a woman after all, and she was more thoughtful. She could tell that Su Maoyang was worried, and couldn't help asking, "Master, you should go to Jiuyu continent, right?" Su Maoyang glanced at the sky, and Jun Haotsong's shadow flashed in his mind. He sighed softly. "A year has passed without me noticing. I should go to Jiuyu continent to find him." She promised him that she would go to Jiuyu continent to meet him in a year. Seeing that the time was almost up, she had to put this matter on the schedule. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other in surprise. "Jiuyu continent? But the Jiuyu continent in the upper plain?" Yu Guoan widened his eyes in surprise. Su Maoyang nodded slightly. Hou Jianhui was shocked when he saw this. "Master, the continent of the upper plain is not a place where we, the little minions, can take risks. I admit that you are talented, but if you go to the upper plain, your strength will only be wiped out." Jiang Zheng nodded, frowned and said, "Yes. I heard that the spiritual energy in the upper plane is many times more abundant than that in our plane. And there are many masters. There is always a risk of life. Master, have you really thought about it? You don't need to persuade me anymore. No matter what, I will go to the Jiuyu continent." Su Maoyang knew that they were worried about her, but Jun Haotsong was still waiting for her. This time, even if it was hell, she had to go. Seeing her determination, Hou Jianhui seemed to remember something and asked, "Master, is it because of the man in black?" Su Maoyang acquiesced. Seeing her expression, Hou Jianhui gasped in shock. "So, Master Sweetheart is a super strong person from the upper plane. I said that someone with such strength must be extraordinary. I didn't expect that he was from the upper plane. Except for the Blood Battle Group and the Sky Demon Martin who knew Jun Haotsong. Everyone else was scared when they heard this. Chapter 484 Follow the Master. The weakest super powerful person in the upper plane is stronger than the strongest person in their Huanxi continent. I didn't expect that their master would hook up with such a powerful person. Although it is enviable, it is very tiring and hard to stand with such a big man. Jiang Qianlan didn't know about Jun Haotsong's affairs, and was confused. She asked in confusion, "What man in black?" "Daughter, why do you want to go to the upper plane? Isn't it better to stay in Ban country?" She already lost a daughter, so naturally she didn't want Su Maoyang to leave her. Seeing that she didn't know, Lin Water explained, "Aunt Lan, my master's lover is in Jiuyo continent, and the master promised to go find him in a year." Jiang Qianlan didn't expect this, and her expression flashed with surprise. She immediately stepped forward and grabbed Su Maoyang's hand. "Child, we can't afford to provoke the strong people in the upper plane. What if you go there and get bullied?" "Mother, I will protect myself. Don't worry." Su Maoyang patted her hand and comforted her. Seeing that she insisted on doing so, Jiang Qianlan couldn't persuade her anymore, and sighed softly. "Mother knows that you are strong and have high talents in spiritual power and alchemy. Huanqi continent is too small to accommodate you. But when mother thinks of you going to a strange and dangerous place, she can't help but worry." As she said, Jiang Qianlan wiped her tears sadly. Mu Yuanhang stepped forward and comforted softly. "Sister is an eagle in the sky, destined to spread her wings and fly to a wider sky. Staying in Huanqi continent will only limit her development. What's more, my sister has to pursue her own happiness." Jiang Qianlan naturally knew this, and nodded with sobs. "Child, no matter where you are in the future, remember that you will always have a mother and a brother. We will always be your relatives. When you are tired, just go back to Ban country. We are always here." Su Maoyang nodded with emotion. "Well, I will never forget it for the rest of my life." The brothers of the Blood Battle Group, the Hurricane Group and the Universal Academy saw that Su Maoyang was determined to go, and they also said firmly, "In this life, wherever the master is, we will be there. We will go to the 9 nether continent with the master." Su Maoyang shook his head in disapproval. "That place is still too dangerous for you. I don't want you to take risks with me, so I don't plan to take you this time." Wang Feng heard this, and was the first to stand up and object. "Master, don't think about abandoning us in this life. We once swore that we would go with you through mountains of swords and seas of fire. What's more, that place is dangerous. How could we let you go alone? Yes, although we are not very strong, we can at least help you, the master, so that you don't have to be so busy." Jiang Zheng nodded and agreed with Wang Feng's words. The brothers of Huanyu Academy also shouted loudly, "Yes. When the master rescued us from the burning prison, we made up our minds to follow the master. Now we retreat when we encounter some difficulties. Wouldn't we be cowards? It is better to die standing than to live on our knees. The master wants to go to the 9 nether continent, so we brothers will fight for the master." Hearing the sonorous oaths of everyone, Su Maoyang was moved and his eyes were a little red. In fact, she never regarded them as subordinates. They were her brothers who had experienced life and death together. It was her blessing to be able to be brothers and sisters with this group of righteous and brave people in this life. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits and had a tough attitude, Su Maoyang laughed and compromised. "Okay. We live together and die together." Everyone laughed happily after hearing this. "Boss, you are too mean. I have been looking for you for many days, but you didn't even say hello to me when you returned to Ban country, just when everyone was happy." A sad voice suddenly came from behind. Su Maoyang looked up and saw Xiao Linchen striding over. His handsome face was full of resentment, which made her feel guilty. Xiao Linchen has not been idle these days. Ho Jianhui and Yugoan are responsible for finding Wang Feng and others, and he is the one who is looking for Su Maoyang in the entire Huanqi continent. Later, Ho Jianhui informed him that Su Maoyang had returned, and he rushed back to Ban Kingdom without stopping. Looking at this situation, if Su Maoyang had left him at that time in the evening and ran to Jiuyo continent, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Su Maoyang smiled awkwardly. "I came back so quickly that I forgot to tell you." Xiao Linchen snorted unhappily. His face fell, and he said angrily, "Humph. I think I am dispensable, and you ignored me." Jiang Zheng laughed after hearing this. "Oh, why do I smell a sour smell? Is someone jealous?" Xiao Linchen was so angry that his breathing stagnated, and he was speechless. Su Maoyang smiled and said, "No one can be ignored. You are a handsome man with both appearance and strength." Xiao Linchen felt better after hearing this. "Boss, you can't abandon me this time." Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows in surprise. You are going to Joyo continent too. Nonsense. I recognize you as the boss. And I promise to follow you. Besides, I am tired of this Bane country. Now I have the opportunity to go to the upper plane for training. This is such a rare opportunity. I don't want to miss it. Xiao Linshan is still young, with good talent and strength. So he naturally doesn't want to be content with the status quo. Since he has the opportunity to go, he will naturally go forward without hesitation. Ho Jianhui and Yu Guan saw these young people and shook their heads with a smile. Ho Jianhui sighed, I really envy you young people. You are adventurous, unlike us old men, who have a lot of responsibilities on their shoulders and can't even leave. In this case, then you go, and we won't get involved. Ho Jianhui still has the academy to take care of. And Yu Guan can't let go of the alchemy guild. They can't leave Ban country. Su Maoyong nodded and sincerely asked, Dean, President, I hope you can help me take care of my mother and brother when I'm not around. Su Maoyong, will be grateful. As she said that, she bowed and performed a great ceremony. Seeing this, Ho Jianhui was frightened and immediately went to help her. You are my master. It's too formal to say this. Just go with peace of mind. As long as I'm here, I won't let anything happen to them. Su Maoyong said gratefully. Thank you. Seeing that Su Maoyong had arranged everything, Jiang Jing smiled and said, Since our hurricane group has decided to follow the master, we will join the blood battle group and become the master's power in the future. Hu Chen from the Universal Academy also nodded in agreement. Our brothers from the Universal Academy will also join the bloody battle group. After the last war, many brothers died, and there were only about 30 people together. Su Maoyong glanced at everyone, but he was uneasy in his heart. He really didn't know what kind of trouble would happen if he took such a large group of people up. I want to borrow the dean's room tonight. You guys should also prepare. We will set off tomorrow morning. Since she is going to the upper plane, she must at least quickly advance to the Holy Spirit Master and refine some necessary pills in case of emergency. The next morning, the sound of Beilingi coughing came from the deserted Huaqing Palace. Eunuch Lu walked into the side hall quickly with the medicine in his hand and approached Beilingi. Your Majesty, it's time for you to take the medicine. Beilingi pushed the soup bowl away indifferently and said lightly, Change my clothes. Your Majesty, where are you going after you have just recovered from a serious illness? Eunuch Lu asked in confusion. At the city gate. Beilingi stood up as he said that. Chapter 485 Goodbye. Lianger. At the city gate? Eunuch Lu frowned in confusion. What is the emperor doing at the city gate? However, seeing the emperor's anxious look, he didn't ask too much, so he just followed his instructions to help him change clothes. Your Majesty, you are weak now. Do you want to ask a few more people to serve you? Beilingi waved his hand and refused coldly. No. Don't tell anyone about my leaving the palace. Eunuch Lu could only nod and followed him out of the palace quietly. Today's wind is very strong, and the sky is gloomy, as if it is going to suppress it, just like someone's mood at the moment. Beilingi stood on the city gate, looking at the crowd going away. His eyes locked on one of the slender and graceful backs, and he could no longer look away. The emotions in his eyes are obscure and deep, like a turbulent sea, containing too much and embracing too much. Gone. She finally left. He once thought that he was handsome, suave, and surrounded by beauties. He would never really fall in love with a woman in this life, nor would he give up his favorite freedom for a woman. But in the end, he drew a circle for a woman, trapped himself, and made himself miserable and bruised. What they said, walked, happy, and sad, are all vivid, as if it was yesterday. But now I can't see or hear it as soon as I turn around, and I don't even need to say goodbye. In silence, her back has already fallen apart. The memories of the past were immature, but the fate was too thin. He naively thought that as long as he worked hard, Su Maoyong would eventually notice him, thinking that changing his identity would be enough to match her, and that they could walk together until old age. But unexpectedly, the distant mountains were long, and each left and stayed, leaving him alone to guard this empty city. From now on, he no longer has extravagant hopes and does not need to wait, because she has taken away all his thoughts. Now he is really the only one left. When Beilingi thought of this, his whole heart seemed to be dug out by someone, and the piercing pain slowly spreading to his limbs and bones. He could feel a tingling pain with a light breath. Leon, as long as you want. I can give you everything. Even my life. But I know that I can never give you one thing in this life. That is happiness. Now, if you want to leave, then I will withdraw from your world. Just hoping that you can be happy until old age in this life. Looking at her back as she walked away, Beilingyi's mouth slowly overflowed with a smile. But his eyes were already blurred. Eunuch Lu was surprised by the sadness emanating from Beilingyi's body, and could not help but look into the distance along his line of sight. And then he found Su Maoyang's figure, and his heart was shocked. He couldn't help but cover his mouth with heartache and almost cried out. At this moment, he realized that the emperor did not forget, but fulfilled. He didn't understand the emperor's words what she wants is peace of mind before, but now it echoes in his ears again, lingering, and he really understands it. How painful must the emperor's heart be to let Miss Su, whom he deeply loves, go. He didn't expect that the emperor would choose to let go in the end to fulfill Miss Su's peace of mind. You know, in the past 2 years, the emperor has encountered so many setbacks and so much pain. But he never let go. But he let go at this moment. This is a decision made after enduring so much pain, so much sadness, and so much reluctance. In his opinion, what is the difference between letting go like this and giving up life? Just as he was thinking deeply, it started to drizzle. Soon, there was a strong wind and heavy rain, which made Eunuch Lu shiver. Your Majesty, it's raining. You have just recovered from a serious illness. Let me help you go back. Eunuch Lu saw that the weather was bad, so he brought a folding umbrella with him. At this moment, he opened it to block Beilingyi. Beilingyi pushed the umbrella away, but the rain still poured down, soaking his pale face. At this moment, Eunuch Lu suddenly couldn't tell whether it was rain or tears. He only knew that such a sad emperor made people feel distressed. Your Majesty, the person has gone far away and can't be seen. Don't look at him. Go back. Eunuch Lu persuaded with a sob. After a long time, Beilingyi, who was looking far away, murmured like a low voice, not knowing whether he was telling him or telling himself, just one look. Let me see the last look. Just for your smile. I have nowhere to escape. Draw the sword to cut off the love. But the love is between the fingers, gently lingering. All just because of the word love. It's unworthy to call myself a hero. How much do I owe you for the love in the previous life? I will pay you back today. This life is only for you. I would rather draw a circle for you. I will slowly grow old in the prison, and show you my happy smile. This life is only for you. I would rather draw a circle for you. I will slowly grow old in the prison, and still say good things about you to others. Goodbye. Lianer. Jiuyo Continent. The junction of Yunlu Dark Domain and Finshua Tianqing. Longshan Town. This place has just been baptized by war, and the streets are in a mess. In broad daylight, you can actually see rape, looting, and murder for money. The atmosphere is really bad. Su Maoyang and others were walking on the street and saw many refugees who were suffering from the war, fighting each other for food and money. They swallowed their saliva in fear. The people in this place are really barbaric. Even the displaced refugees have the spiritual power of an early-stage Zonling master. It seems that the Jiuyo continent is indeed as powerful as the rumors say. Even the lowest-level people are Zonling masters. I really don't know how powerful the slightly more capable ones will be. Thinking of this, everyone shuddered. Su Maoyang frowned solemnly and reminded, this position is too chaotic. Everyone be careful. Everyone nodded seriously when they heard it. Lin Water couldn't help asking, Master, where is Jun Haotsong? Let's go find him directly. We are not familiar with this place, and our strength is not good. I'm afraid it will be difficult to move forward. Now they have finally cultivated to Zonling Master. But they find that there are Zonling Masters everywhere, and Zonling Masters can only be beaten. This gap is really unacceptable. Su Maoyang shook his head. He didn't say. What? How could he not say it? It's over. It's over. I heard that the Jiuyo continent is very vast. If you don't know where he is now, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. It will take a long time to find him. Su Maoyang was also a little helpless. I forgot to ask. I think everyone is tired. So why not find a restaurant to fill their stomachs and ask for information? Everyone nodded and followed Su Maoyang into a restaurant. As soon as Su Maoyang and his group walked into the restaurant, they attracted a lot of attention. After all, there were a lot of people, so they were naturally the focus of public occasions. Seeing that there were so many people, the waiter thought it was a big business. and immediately greeted them warmly. Please come in. Ladies and gentlemen, whatever you want to eat, just order it. We have a lot of people. Whatever you have in your restaurant, give us a portion. Most of them are rough men with big appetites. Since they followed her, she couldn't treat them badly. The waiter thought he was rich, so he happily agreed and quickly went down to serve the dishes. However, just as Su Maoyang and his group sat down, they heard a discussion from the next table. Hey, I heard a big secret. I don't know if it's true or not. What secret? Tell me. Didn't Yunlu Dark Domain and Burning Blood City fight a battle more than 10 days ago? Yunlu Dark Domain was going to win, but the king of Yunlu Dark Domain was suddenly injured in the battle, so the battle was stopped. Nonsense. I clearly heard that the king of Yunlu Dark Domain was fine, and was preparing to hold a ceremony to select a concubine. Chapter 486. I bought him from you. Lin Water was curious when she heard this, and couldn't help asking the men at the table next to her, my friend, I want to ask what kind of power is the Yunlu Dark Domain? It sounds quite powerful, right? When the men at the opposite table heard this, they all widened their eyes in surprise and exclaimed in disbelief, my God, where did you come from? You country bumpkin? You don't even know the Yunlu Dark Domain. Are you still a human being? Lin Water was embarrassed by this, and her mouth twitched. She answered without much confidence, I am ignorant. Isn't it okay? I don't know what's so great about it. I will know it eventually. As she said this, Lin Water pouted unconvincedly. The man opposite seemed to see that she was good-looking and did not reject her. He smiled and explained to her, Girl, you are so ignorant that you don't even know about the Cloud Tower Dark Domain. Do you know about the Burning Blood City? Lin Water shook her head again. They had just come from the lower plane and only knew that this place was called the Nine Nether Continent. Of course, she didn't know what the Cloud Tower and Burning Blood were. The men saw that she was still shaking her head and took a breath in surprise again. You are really hopeless. I really don't know how you have survived all these years. Today, my brother is happy, so I will tell you about the things on the Nine Nether Continent. Su Maoyang and others listened and pricked up their ears. They had just arrived, so it would be better to learn more. On the Nine Nether Continent, in addition to some small countries that they don't look down on, there are a total of 4 forces that are enough to make people tremble. Namely the Cloud Tower Dark Domain, the Maple Forest Empire, the Qingwan Sect, and the Burning Blood City. Among the 4 major forces, the strongest are the Cloud Tower Dark Domain and the Burning Blood City. So these 2 forces have become mortal enemies. They have fought many times, but the final result is that they are evenly matched, with no winner or loser. So the kings of these 2 major forces have completely clashed. Now, the 2 armies have just finished fighting and are now in a temporary truce. It is unknown when the war will start again. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. It turns out that there are 4 major forces in the Nine Nether Continent. It is unknown which country Jun Haotsong is from. Such a blind search is indeed like looking for a needle in a haystack. It seems that we have to start from the nearest place. Su Maoyang thought of his position, raised his head slightly, and couldn't help asking, Brother, which force's territory do we belong to here? The man didn't notice that there was a beautiful girl sitting at the table opposite. His pupils instantly flashed with surprise, and he smiled and answered, I can tell at a glance that this lady is not from our Longshan town. Our Longshan town does not belong to a certain force. We are just the border town between the Cloud Tower Dark Domain and the Burning Blood City. Hearing this, Su Maoyang had a better understanding of why Longshan town was so turbulent. It was precisely because there was no system, no rules, and no big power to restrain them that they dared to do anything. Now that the 2 major powers have gone to war, this abandoned small place will be even more turbulent, and the people will be displaced and may not even get some relief food. Thinking about it, I can understand the group of barbaric thugs on the road just now. Then which power's territory is closer here? Su Maoyang asked after pondering for a moment. The man pointed in the direction. Of course, it is with the Yunlu Dark Domain. Go out from here and walk a distance to the east, and you will reach Shiyu City. Although Shiyu City is far from the main city of Yunlu Dark Domain, as long as you enter the city, you will be considered a member of Yunlu Dark Domain. Su Maoyang looked in the direction he pointed, then nodded slightly. Thank you, brother. Since they have already arrived outside the city gate of Yunlu Dark Domain, they will go to Yunlu Dark Domain to look for it first. If they can't find it, they will go to other places. Just when Su Maoyang was thinking about it, The waiter had already come over with the delicious food. Everyone, hurry up and eat, so that you can hurry on your way. Su Maoyong picked up the chopsticks and gave an order. And then everyone started to move. Su Maoyong and his brothers were eating when they saw another group of people coming to the restaurant. The leader of this group was a delicate girl. She was wearing a light green dress and had a good appearance. She looked about 18 or 19 years old, but her expression was full of arrogance. As soon as she entered the restaurant, she led her people to a table by the window and warned arrogantly, "I will give you 10 breaths to get out of here. Otherwise, I will not be polite." Seeing this, the men at the table immediately stood up and ran out of the restaurant with their tails between their legs. The woman in green snorted coldly, then led her people to sit down and scolded the waiter to serve the dishes. Lin Water couldn't stand the woman's style, and couldn't help but sneer in a low voice, "TSK. Look at her eyes that are about to grow to the sky. So arrogant." Su Maoyong saw this and knew that this person was not ordinary. He immediately glared at Lin Water and warned, "The people here are not like us in the lower plane. They are not easy to deal with. Don't make trouble. Eat your meal quickly." Lin Water put down her bowl and chopsticks after hearing this. "I've finished eating. Let's go." Seeing such an arrogant person made her lose her appetite. And Lin Water didn't want to deal with him for half a minute. Xiao Linshan also nodded, "Well, I'm done eating too. Let's hurry up." Su Maoyong saw that everyone had almost finished eating. So he shouted, "Waiter, check out the bill." Upon hearing this, the waiter ran over happily and ordered the dishes on the table. A total of 10,000. Su Maoyong had made a lot of money in Sanyuan and Bayan before, and 10,000 was really nothing. So he quickly took out the gold coins and put them on the table. The waiter looked at the gold coins on the table and frowned at her. "Sir, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say 10,000 gold coins?" Su Maoyong was a little confused by his question. When the waiter heard this, he threw the handkerchief in his hand and slammed it on the table, shouting, "Oh my God! You are using these scraps of copper and iron as meal money. Who are you trying to fool? Hurry up and take out 10,000 black crystals, or don't blame me for being rude." Black crystal? Everyone looked at each other in surprise and confusion. Jiang Zheng even asked recklessly, "What is black crystal?" The waiter didn't expect someone to ask such a question, and he was so angry that his face turned red on the spot. Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he come to our Zhuangzai to eat a free meal? Come on! Arrest these people who eat and drink for free. However, at this moment, the woman in green, who was sitting not far away, suddenly shouted loudly, "Wait! I paid for their meal for them." Everyone was stunned when they heard this and looked at her in surprise. Lin Wana was even more incredulous. This woman was so arrogant just now. How could she be willing to help now? However, no matter what kind of person she is, she should be grateful for the favor. Jiang Zheng and Wang Feng were the first to react and immediately clasped their fists. "Thank you for helping this girl." However, just when everyone had a change of heart about her, she pointed at Xiao Linshan and raised her eyebrows and announced, "Since I paid for your meal, I will consider it as buying him from you." Chapter 487. His master is really evil. Bought Xiao Linshan? What a joke. Lin Weiner couldn't hold back her face and shouted, "Miss, you paid for our meal. We are grateful to you. But you want to buy someone. This is a bit too much." The green woman raised her eyebrows and looked at her, with a sneer on her lips. "You are also a group of refugees who have never seen the world. If I buy him, he won't have to beg from you. What's wrong with that? Don't be so ungrateful." Begging? She really treats them as beggars. Lin Weiner was so angry that she was panting. "You." Xiao Linshan was very calm after hearing this. He stretched out his hand to stop Lin Weiner and said coldly, "Miss, I don't care about your dirty money. You should keep it for yourself to buy a coffin." Everyone burst into laughter after hearing this. They didn't expect that this handsome man, with a handsome and harmless face, had such a poisonous mouth. The woman in green didn't expect the man to humiliate her. She stood up suddenly, frowned and shouted, "Humph! I bought you because you look good. Otherwise, do you think I would like you? A bunch of idiots who don't even know what Xianjing is. I tell you, don't refuse a toast. Who do you think you are? Why do you want to buy my brother? You look down on us, but we look down on you. A female bandit. 2. Bah!" Jiang Zheng couldn't control his temper when he heard this and yelled. The woman in green was furious when she heard the word female bandit. She wanted to fight, but was stopped by the man next to her. "Miss, you came out today to do business for the city lord. If you conflict with others and make things wrong, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to explain to the city lord. Hearing this, the green-dressed woman gritted her teeth and endured it, snorting angrily, Since you don't know how to be shameless, then I'm meddling in other people's business. Xiao heir. You can ask them to pay the money. After hearing this, the Xiao heir dared to speak, and shouted viciously, Come on! Drag these people down and kill them! And make them into human meat buns to pay off the debt. When the brothers of the Blood Battle group heard this, their faces changed. This black shop is too blatant. And they dare to kill people and cook. They are really not ordinary tough. Looking at a large group of thugs rushing towards them, everyone was ready to fight. Su Maoyang knew that his group of people were basically at the level of Zhong Lingshi. And it was basically a dream to compete with the people of Joyo continent in terms of combat effectiveness. As a last resort, Su Maoyang immediately took out a pill, showed it in front of the waiter, and shouted to stop him, Wait! I have a pill here. I wonder if it can pay off the debt. The waiter saw that it was a spiritual pill, and his eyes widened in surprise. Is this the spiritual Yuan Guling pill? The waiter has been in these occasions for many years, so he has some eyesight. Su Maoyang nodded, Well, I got it by chance. And the most valuable thing on me is only this pill. She didn't dare to say that she had a lot of them. Such a mixed place could easily cause a fatal disaster. The waiter heard the words and was happy to reach out to take it. But who knew that the woman in green in the distance stood up again and shouted loudly, Wait! I want your pill! As she said, the woman in green had already strode over and suddenly reached out to grab the Yuan Guling pill. Su Maoyang slightly turned sideways, dodged lightly, held the pill, raised his eyebrows and said, My lady, this pill is my meal money. If I give the pill to you, what should I do with the meal money? The green-clothed woman sneered. It's just a meal. I don't care. Zheng Nan. Pay for them. The man called Zheng Nan nodded, stepped forward, took out a red card, and handed it to the waiter. The waiter actually wanted the elixir, but it was not easy to offend the customer in front of him. So he had to take the red card and swipe 10,000 xianjing. I've paid for your meal. Hand over the elixir quickly. The green-clothed woman ordered arrogantly. Wang Feng and Lin Water next to him immediately stopped Su Maoyang. Master, don't. This elixir is too precious. It's not worth it to exchange it for a meal. In fact, the profession of alchemist is a very popular and difficult profession in both the upper and lower planes. Although the level of Joyo continent is higher than that of the lower plane, spiritual elixirs are still popular in this continent. What's more, the Yuan Guling pill in Su Maoyang's hand requires a very rare medicinal material. If Jun Haocong hadn't given her a lot of rare medicinal materials, she wouldn't be able to refine it now. Therefore, this pill is also very precious in the eyes of everyone. However, at this time, Su Maoyang didn't even blink, and even handed the pill to the green-clothed woman with a smile on his face. His voice was loud and the whole restaurant could hear it clearly. Since this girl is generous, I will give you the only remaining spiritual Yuan Guling pill. The green-clothed woman was so excited to take the pill that she ignored the cunning flash in Su Maoyang's eyes. Seeing her happy, Su Maoyang curled the corners of his lips and said lightly, We'll leave first. After saying that, she asked everyone to leave the restaurant quickly. Jiang Zheng felt so distressed when he saw this scene. As soon as he left the restaurant, he shouted unconvincedly, Master, how could you give her such an expensive elixir? It's too cheap for her. Su Maoyang shook his head and replied, It just consumed some mental energy. How can it be expensive? You still call it not expensive? I heard that the elixir needs a medicinal material called Wan Gu Chao, which is rare and precious. I gave it to a bitch like this. My heart hurt so much. Xiao Linchin covered his heart and acted vividly. As an alchemist, he was the most distressed about the medicinal materials. Seeing him like this, Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head. His expression jumped a little mysterious, and asked in a low voice, Who told you that I used Wan Gu Chao to refine the elixir? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Wang Feng saw her sinister look and immediately reacted, Master, what did you use to make it? Su Maoyang smiled sweetly. Black vanilla. What? Black vanilla. Isn't it poisonous? Xiao Linchin exclaimed, and immediately covered his mouth. Black vanilla is probably not as poisonous as his boss. Using poisonous herbs to make pills. Isn't that killing people? Realizing this, Xiao Linchin suddenly laughed. Ha ha. I'm going to mourn for that bitch. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows and glanced at the restaurant behind him. What I'm afraid of is that she will be beaten before she has a chance to eat the pill. After the words fell, there was indeed a fierce fighting sound behind him, and a green figure suddenly flew out and fell on the ground outside the restaurant. And then a large group of masters rushed up, all to compete for the Yuan Guling pill. TSK, TSK, TSK. Boss, you are really evil. You definitely did it on purpose. Xiao Linchen saw Su Maoyong's evil heart for the first time, and sighed and smacked his lips. Su Maoyong smiled faintly, retracted his gaze, and hurried forward. As soon as she entered the restaurant, she found that there were several masters with strong auras in the restaurant. She calculated that this woman was no match for those people, so she deliberately took out the elixir to frame her, so that she would suffer a little. At least, she would know to be more restrained and low-key in the future. Chapter 488, Making Trouble in the Gambling House. Su Maoyong and his party followed the direction given by the people in the restaurant, and soon arrived at the gate of Shiyu City, following the crowd to prepare to enter the city. But as soon as they reached the gate, they were stopped by the guards. Please show your badges? Bags? Su Maoyong frowned in confusion. What badges could they have? Seeing their confused faces, the guards knew that they didn't have badges, and immediately shouted, "Get out. Now is a temporary ceasefire period. The higher-ups have issued a death order that you can only go out but not in. If a spy sneaks in, we will all be killed." Su Maoyong frowned even more when he heard this. It is probably because of the war that the city gate is heavily guarded, and it is not easy to sneak in. It seems that if we want to get in now, we have to think of other ways. Thinking about it, Su Maoyong pondered and said, "Let's go back to Longshan town to rest for a night, recuperate, and think of a way tomorrow." Jiangjin said bitterly, "But we have no money. I don't know what the black crystal they are talking about is. I have never heard of it. It should be the common currency of Jiuyo continent." Xiao Linchen took over. Su Maoyong nodded and narrowed her eyes slightly. "If you don't have money, then make money." As she said, she had an idea and walked towards the street of Longshan town. Everyone looked at each other in confusion and followed. When they arrived at the door of a gambling house, everyone opened their mouths in astonishment. "Master, no. You want to gamble?" Wang Feng's mouth twitched, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Xiao Linchen also looked repulsive. "We don't have the capital. How can we gamble?" Su Maoyong looked at him, nodded with satisfaction, and raised the corner of his mouth, which made Xiao Linchen feel uneasy, who said no. "You are it?" After saying that, before Xiao Linchen could react, Su Maoyong took the lead to walk into the gambling house. As soon as he entered the gambling house, there were all kinds of people, and noisy voices echoed in the air. The two had to raise their decibels to hear clearly. The gambling house is very large, with many gambling tables, and even more people gambling and watching. Su Maoyong looked around, and finally walked to the gambling table where the woman was the banker and stopped. After watching a few wins and losses, Su Maoyong sat opposite the purple-clothed woman. "This time I bet with you." The woman opposite did not expect a woman to come, raised her eyebrows in surprise, and nodded, "Okay. What is your bet?" Hearing this, Xiao Linchen and others behind him were so nervous that their hearts were beating like drums. His master didn't even have the capital, but he dared to sit down and gamble with others. Isn't this too bold? Everyone was worried about not having a bet, and saw Su Maoyong pointing at Xiao Linchen behind him with a calm face, and said lightly, "If I lose, let him sleep with you for a night. How about it?" Xiao Linchen almost spit out a mouthful of blood when he heard it. He was still wondering why Su Maoyong suddenly said that he had him. It turned out that he was used as a bet. This heart is really dark enough. "Boss, you can't cheat me like this. Aren't you selling me out in disguise?" Xiao Linchen's facial features were tangled together, and he grumbled sadly. Su Maoyong smiled and shook his head. "This is different, because I will definitely not lose." Seeing her so confident, Xiao Linchen looked at her half doubtfully. "You must win. If you lose, I will fight you to the death." Su Maoyong just smiled and said nothing, and stretched out his hand to the woman opposite. "Let's start." However, at this moment, a large group of people rushed into the door of the gambling house, and the strong breath rushed to the face, which immediately alarmed the entire gambling house. Su Maoyong looked around and saw the green-dressed woman, who was beaten black and blue, walked in with a man in a black robe. The woman immediately found Su Maoyong and pointed at her and shouted, "Brother, it's her. It's her who made me like this. The man heard the words and immediately looked at Su Maoyong, and his sinister pupils could not help but flash across the surprise. He didn't expect that the woman who provoked his sister was actually a great beauty. But, if you dared to provoke his sister, you can't escape this blame today. Is it you who made my sister like this? The man in the black robe frowned slightly, and asked in a deep voice. Su Maoyong glanced at them vaguely and replied coldly, "What you said is really funny. I gave the elixir to your sister with good intentions. Not only did your sister not appreciate it, but she also accused me of framing her? I don't care. You are the one who made me like this. You did it on purpose." The woman in green was furious and gnashed her teeth. Su Maoyong sneered twice. "You said I hurt you. Then may I ask if I beat you up? Or did I order a master to beat you up? You wanted the elixir yourself, and I just gave it to you according to your wishes. Is this wrong? Bah. Your elixir is obviously fake. Someone was poisoned and died on the spot after eating it. You gave it to me. What is your intention? Don't think I don't know." The woman in green was scared when she thought about it. Fortunately, she was only beaten up. Otherwise, she would be the one to die. "Miss, this is none of my business. I didn't make the elixir. Besides, I don't know anything about elixirs. How can I know if it's real or fake? Besides, I was planning to give the elixir to the waiter. You insisted on snatching it away. Do you blame me?" Su Maoyong's cold expression and innocent tone made the woman in green tremble with anger. She never expected that this person would be so eloquent. She was originally a victim, but after what she said, she became a shameless fool who deserved it. "Brother, look at her. She's too much. A refugee who can't afford food actually bullied me. You have to avenge me." The woman in green was so angry that she jumped up and down. The man in black robe frowned and comforted. "Okay. Brother will get justice for you." As he said that, the man waved his hand suddenly and ordered loudly, "Catch her for me." A large group of strong guards all swarmed up and wanted to attack Su Maoyong. "How dare you? Whoever dares to cause trouble in my gambling house, I will be the first to kill him." At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly walked down from the private room on the second floor. He looked like a gangster boss, with a pair of small eyes, shining with brilliance, and a very strong aura. Although Su Maoyong could not see the specific level, he knew at a glance that he should not be underestimated. It seems that if you can open a gambling house with constant disputes in such a riotous place like Longshan Town, it must be impossible without some means and reputation. "Oh, it's Boss Gao. I'm sorry for not saying hello when I came to disturb you today." The man in the black robe was so arrogant when he saw the boss appear, but now he was respectful and did not dare to act rashly. Boss Gao looked at him coldly, his expression not very happy, but he said politely, "I was wondering who was being so presumptuous in my territory. I didn't expect it to be the city lord's son. Mr. C. Boss Gao, I have no intention of offending you today, but this woman has a grudge against us, and I must take her away." Si Juanza explained. Chapter 489, A New Way to Play. Boss Gao said indifferently, "Whoever you want to arrest, go outside. As long as you don't act wild in my gambling house, I don't care. But if you want to make trouble in the gambling house and disturb my customers, then you will have a hard time with me." Si Juanza was immediately blocked by him and couldn't say anything. The person he wanted to arrest was in the gambling house, and Boss Gao didn't allow him to make trouble. Isn't it obvious that he couldn't catch him? In fact, Boss Gao had his own concerns. The gambling house was a place where all kinds of people mixed together. If anyone could rush in and arrest people, would his gambling house still be able to do business? Si Juanza also knew this, so he had to hold back his anger and yelled at Su Maoyong, "You, get out." Su Maoyong looked at him with an idiotic look. "I am a customer of this gambling house, and you, the troublemaker, should be the one to get out." She was not stupid, since she was safe in the gambling house. Why did she run out to be abused? Si Juanza was so angry that he held back for a long time before speaking again. "Okay. You won't go out. Right? Then I'll bet with you today. Do you dare to accept?" Su Maoyong was stunned when he heard this and looked him up and down. The son of the city lord should be very rich. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong nodded slightly, raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the bet?" Si Juanza snorted, strode over, and immediately put a card on the gambling table. "I came out in a hurry today, and only brought 100,000 Xian crystals. This is all the money I have. All is a bet. Su Maoyong glanced at him and shook his head gently. You want to bet with me for 100,000 Qian crystals? You are really not qualified. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. 100,000 black crystals is already a large amount. And this woman is really asking for too much. Si Junzi had never seen such an arrogant woman. His face froze, frowned and growled. What else do you want? Su Maoyong glanced at the waist badge hanging on his waist. Plus your waist badge. Waist badge? Si Junzi glanced at his waist badge and suddenly understood. Haha. So you want to enter the city. This is easy. As long as you beat me, this waist badge is yours. However, as for your bet, I don't want money. I just want your life. Su Maoyong saw that he was straightforward and nodded with satisfaction. Okay. If you lose, the 100,000 black crystals and waist badge belong to me. If I lose, you take this life. When the people around heard this, they all talked about it unfavorably. It's obvious that this girl is not from Longchamp town. She doesn't even know that Si Junzi is a famous dice-throwing expert. Few people have ever won against him. Alas, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This little girl is too young and too impulsive. She doesn't know how she will die later. Yes, the little girl is miserable today. Everyone shook their heads regretfully. When it comes to Si Junzi throwing dice, everyone seems to have a deep understanding of it, as if they have suffered losses at his hands. When Xiao Linchin heard everyone's discussion, his face was extremely embarrassed, and he worriedly advised, Boss, I heard that this person is very powerful. You better not gamble with him. What if something happens to you? Lin Water also nodded, looking anxious. Yes. Master, let's not gamble anymore. Think of other ways to make some money. This is too risky. In this bet, if you make a mistake, you will lose your life. The price is too high. Su Maoyong smiled and patted her hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. I know what I am doing. Everyone was so nervous that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. But she was so calm. I really don't know where she got the confidence to fight with a master. Si Junzi on the opposite side heard it, and his face showed sarcasm. And he sneered, You are really arrogant and ignorant. Since you are looking for death, you can't blame me. I'll give you one chance. You throw first, and the one with the bigger score wins. As he said, Si Junzi pushed the dice cup to Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong curled her lips and chuckled. Comparing the number of points is too unskilled for a master like you. How about trying something new? Si Junzi raised his eyebrows with interest and stared at her. What's new? Su Maoyong saw that he took the bait, and the smile on her lips deepened. Her eyes, as bright as obsidian, flashed with stars, making people unable to help but indulge in it. We don't compare the number of points. We listen to the number of points. You shake it yourself, and the other party guesses. If you guess the number of points on each dice, you win, and if you don't guess it, you lose. How about it? When everyone heard this, they gasped in shock. It was already difficult to throw a dice with a large number of points. I didn't expect this little girl to compare her listening skills and listen to the specific points so accurately. Isn't this embarrassing? I guess even the boss gal of the gambling house doesn't have this skill. After hearing this, Boss Gal also stared at Su Maoyong with a surprised face, frowning and looking her up and down. He had never heard of this way of gambling before. It was quite interesting. Si Junzi on the opposite side was also shocked, with his mouth twitching slightly. He was in a stalemate for a long time and did not dare to speak casually. His dice-throwing technique was very powerful. He could change the size of the dice at will. He could get whatever he wanted. But according to her meaning, it was the opponent who shook the dice, and he had to guess. How could he control the size of the dice from someone else's hands? It was simply a fantasy to want to guess the points. However, this woman gave him a high hat as soon as she came, saying that he was a master. Now even if he wanted to refuse, he couldn't refuse. So many people were watching. If he refused, where would he put his face? So, even if Si Junzi was unsure, he had to bite the bullet and agree at this moment. Okay. I'm really tired of playing big and small. Let's bet the way you said. He didn't believe that the little girl in front of him was really so capable and could really guess the specific points. Seeing that he agreed, Su Maoyong's smile became more gentle. She took the dice cup and shook it vigorously. Wang Feng, Xiao Linchin and others behind her were as nervous as the dice. They thought that their master was brave enough to compete with the master in throwing dice. But they didn't expect that she would compete with others in listening to dice. They didn't know what to say about her courage. At this time, there was a bang, and the dice cup fell steadily on the table. Su Maoyang let go of her hands and let the person who presided over the gambling move the dice cup to the center of the gambling table. This young man? You can guess. Su Maoyang smiled and stretched out her hand to make a request. The calm posture made Si Junza feel flustered and sweaty. He didn't hear anything just now, but he heard the sound of the dice hitting each other in the dice cup. God knows what time it is inside. Thinking of this, Si Junza's palms were sweating, and even his forehead was covered with cold sweat. The onlookers also stared at Si Junza with curiosity, looking forward to his answer. Chapter 490 Magical Gambling Technique. Si Junza felt uneasy after receiving everyone's expectant gazes. He stared at the dice cup and didn't dare to speak for a long time. Su Maoyang smiled sweetly, and his cold voice made him feel cold. Mr. Si? Didn't you hear clearly? Do you want me to shake it again? Si Junza was furious. He couldn't hear it at all, even if he shook it 100 times. He didn't know what time it was. Never mind. Never mind. Just guess randomly. Thinking about it, he casually said 2 numbers. No need. I guess it's 3 and 5. Su Maoyang heard this and nodded slightly to the person hosting the gambling game. Open it. The host nodded and immediately opened the dice cup. The 2 dice inside showed 1 and 2. Everyone's expectations turned into disappointment when they saw this scene. Hey, I thought the dice gambling expert guessed it right, but I didn't expect him to lose 2. Yeah, it's rare to see him lose once. Hearing the disappointed discussions around him, Si Junza blushed with shame, slapped his palm on the table, and shouted unconvinced, "Give me the dice. I'll shake it. I want to see what you can guess." When everyone heard this, they nodded in agreement. Although Si Junza didn't guess it right, everyone could understand it. After all, who can do such a difficult thing? So, everyone looked at Su Maoyang. They wanted to see how she embarrassed herself. Su Maoyang calmly stretched out her hand to him, without any panic. Please. Seeing that she was so confident, Si Junza snorted disdainfully. Humph. Just pretend. I'll show you later. After saying that, he suddenly raised his hand and shook the dice in the dice cup, with a slight smile on his lips, and a strange arc slanted out, which made Lin Wanner and others behind Su Maoyang clench their fingers. Master, I think his sinister expression is a bit wrong. Jiang Zheng leaned close to Su Maoyang's ear and whispered a reminder. Su Maoyang chuckled. As calm as a bystander, the bet has been opened. Even if he plays dirty tricks, don't you have to accept it? Hearing such an indifferent answer, Jiang Zheng slapped his forehead and turned to look at Wang Feng. Are you sure the master is not 80 years old? Wang Feng slapped him on the head fiercely. Keep your voice down. If the master doesn't hear clearly, I will kill you. Just as the two were arguing in a low voice, Si Junza put down the dice cup with a bang, shocking everyone. Seeing this, Lin Wanner angrily scolded Wang Feng and Jiang Zheng. What are you arguing about? Now no one can hear it. It's all your fault. Seeing the people on the other side making a mess, Si Junza laughed triumphantly and invited Su Maoyang. It's your turn to guess. Please. Su Maoyang heard this and nodded slightly. I guess it's 6 o'clock. Si Junza's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. And then he quickly restrained his emotions and continued to ask, what about the other one? Su Maoyang smiled indifferently. No. Si Junza was shocked all over, and his pupils suddenly surged with horror. What do you mean by no? He couldn't believe that the woman in front of him would say such an answer. Su Maoyang laughed and shook his head. What does no mean? You know it better than anyone else. Why ask even though you know it? Si Junza was so shocked that his face changed drastically. He stared at Su Maoyang's face, showing an expression that he couldn't grasp the key points. The onlookers looked at each other in confusion when they saw the scene, not understanding what the two people meant. Just as everyone was guessing, the host opened the lid in anticipation. A 6-point dice and a pile of white powder suddenly caught everyone's eyes. At this moment, everyone understood what no meant. It turned out that Si Junza shattered one of the dice during the shaking process, deliberately framing Su Maoyang so that she couldn't guess it. Unexpectedly, this woman not only guessed the 6 points, but also guessed the shattered dice. It's too amazing. Xiao Linchen, Wang Feng, Jiang Zheng and others were all stunned, standing still like wood. staring at the dice on the table with their eyes wide open, unable to react for a while. You? How did you guess it? Si Junza couldn't believe it, and his expression changed. Su Maoyong smiled. Her beautiful pupils were as bright as stars, and a ray of brilliance was faintly revealed. Of course I guessed it. Mr. C. You lost? Si Junza was shocked and shouted in panic. No. I don't believe it. It must be a coincidence. You must be lucky. 3 more games. 3 games to decide the winner. 1 game is too careless. Hearing his words, everyone laughed quietly, and didn't expect Si Junza to be such a person who can't afford to lose. Seeing this scene, Jiangjing also followed the proud and loud sarcasm. Not only did you play tricks in secret, but you also said that others relied on luck. If you are not as skilled as others, just admit it directly. You are not qualified to gamble with my master at your level. I advise you to take out the black crystal and waste card as soon as possible. And don't embarrass yourself here. Si Huiyun, the green-clad woman next to him, gnashed her teeth and retorted unconvincingly, if it's not luck, why don't you dare to gamble? If it's real strength, then play 3 more games. The crowd was also curious about why Su Maoyong said the points so accurately, and they all supported Si Huiyun and agreed to play 3 more games. Bah! A pair of brothers and sisters who don't keep their words. They didn't say they would bet 3 games at the beginning. Just because they lost, they forced to play an extra game. Isn't it too shameless? Lin Water simply sneered. Jiangjing also spitted, yes. My master has already won. Why should he compete with you? Humph. I think you are guilty. Si Junza saw how excited they were, and couldn't help but sneer. Su Maoyong heard this, and raised his hand to interrupt Lin Wainer and Jiangjing. Okay. Let's play 3 more games. Lin Wainer's face changed when she heard this. Master, you have already won. There is no need to compete with him again. Lin Wainer, Jiangjing and others also felt that Su Maoyong was lucky, and guessed it by chance. And they felt a little bit uneasy. Su Maoyong ignored Lin Wainer's worries, and made a gesture of invitation. I'll let you go this time. You go first. Si Junza snorted angrily and yelled, change to 3 dice. I don't believe it. The host received the order, and quickly brought the dice cup with 3 dice, and handed it to him. This time, Si Junza was much more cautious. He shook it for a long time, and kept observing the expression of Su Maoyong opposite him. Seeing that she had a calm smile from beginning to end, his brows were frowned more and more tightly. Mr. C, you've been shaking the dice for a long time. Su Maoyong saw that he was unwilling to stop for a long time, so he couldn't help reminding him. Si Junza heard this and reluctantly put down the dice cup and pushed it in front of the host. Guess. Su Maoyong glanced at the dice cup and said slowly, 2, 3, 5. Seeing her so sure, the host shook his head in disbelief, and then opened the lid. Sure enough, not a single one was wrong. All correct. What on earth is going on? Can this woman really hear the number of the dice? Chapter 491 Losing Too Badly. Si Junza was so scared that his eyes almost popped out. And he grabbed the dice cup in disbelief. No. I don't believe it. Do it again. Do it again. Su Maoyong did not stop him, and let Si Junza continue to shake the dice. This time, Su Maoyong still spoke calmly. 1, 4, 6. I don't believe it. This is impossible. Si Junza was already crazy at this time, and he took the dice cup and shook it again. However, the result did not change. Su Maoyong still accurately said 3 points, and Si Junza fell to the ground in fear. Everyone present stared at Su Maoyong with a weird look. Even Xiao Linchen, Wang Feng, Jiangjing and Lin Wano were no exception. They never knew that their master had such a skill. It was incredible. Master, you are too amazing. Jiangjing is now in awe of him. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows. He lost? Give me the card. Jiangjing nodded hurriedly, took the red card on the table, and said with a smile, hey, 100,000 black crystals are in hand. This is too easy to win. Hearing this, Si Junza and Si Huiyun were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Although 100,000 black crystals are not too much, they are not too little. It is really infuriating to lose them like this. Mr. C, accept the loss and hand over the waste card. Su Maoyong looked at him coldly and reminded him in a deep voice. Si Junza fell down today, and his face was gone. He gritted his teeth in anger, stood up suddenly, and slammed the waste card on the table. You are powerful. Let's wait and see. After saying that, Si Juanza and Si Huiyan left the gambling house in disgrace. Jiangjing held the card in one hand and the waste card in the other. His face was full of smiles. Ha ha. It's really exciting. The master should fight him for another 300 rounds. And lose him without any pants left. And go back naked. Wang Feng, Xiao Linchin and other brothers all laughed out loud after hearing this. Su Maoyang rolled his eyes at him and poured cold water on him. I don't know who said not to compete anymore. Now you can show off as much as you want. We will go into the city later. And we will inevitably meet them. Then we will see if you can still laugh. Hearing this, Jiang Zheng immediately shut up, like a frostbitten eggplant. After coming out of the gambling house, Xiao Linchin pestered Su Maoyang and asked, Boss, tell the truth. How did you guess that number? I don't believe you heard it. You can fool others. But I can't. Xiao Linchin was smart. And when he saw that she guessed it once, he knew that she must have used an unknown method. When the others heard this, they also looked at her with curiosity. It was really puzzling that she could guess the points so accurately. Su Maoyang glanced at him, raised his eyebrows and smiled, and said mysteriously, This is a secret. Speaking of which, this is all the credit of the Xianyan Silver Snake. They naturally didn't know that Su Maoyang had contracted the Xianyan Silver Snake. The stone infant was gambled out by that guy at the beginning. Now peeking at a few dice is simply a small matter. Okay. Seeing her mysterious face, Xiao Linchin was even more curious. Like a cat scratching. And he refused to give up after asking all the way. Fortunately, along the way, they successfully entered Shiyu City. And the scenery in the city attracted his attention. Otherwise, Su Maoyang would really be driven crazy by his noise. Compared with Lanshan Town, the scene in this city is indeed much more prosperous and lively. It's just that due to the impact of the war, food is in short supply, and eating a meal is simply sky high. Jiang Zheng wanted to go to the restaurant to reward himself. But when he saw the price on the menu, he ran away. Master, I'm afraid our 100,000 Qian crystals won't last long. Jiang Zheng sighed after looking at the menu. Originally, 100,000 Qian crystals were not a small amount. But they were such a large group of people. So many mouths. And now affected by the war. The prices are so high. I think it won't take 10 days to spend it all. Moreover, they didn't know where Jun Haocong was. And if they continued to look for him, they would inevitably spend money. So the first task was to make money. Su Maoyang also knew that this was a serious problem. If she took the elixir to sell, it would be too high profile. She is not strong enough now. Once the master knows that she has elixir, she is afraid that she will be killed before she can leave Shiyu City. They are many now. And the most likely thing is to take tasks to make money. See if there is a mercenary guild nearby. You are from a mercenary group anyway, so you should have no problem doing the mission. Su Maoyang suggested after a moment of hesitation. Jiang Zheng heard this and slapped his thigh fiercely. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? We are familiar with doing missions. The brothers of the Blood Battle Group all nodded. Let's go. We will go to the mercenary guild to take the mission now. Jiang Zheng is an impatient person. And he immediately rubbed his hands, and was eager to try. Su Maoyang saw that he said it was rain, and shook his head helplessly. It's dark now. Where are you going to take the mission? Find an inn to rest first. And then go to the mercenary guild tomorrow. The next day, the morning light slowly opened the curtain. And Su Maoyang and his party came to the mercenary union early. But when they were about to accept the task, they encountered a problem. Sorry. Only regular mercenary groups can accept the task. Jiang Zheng frowned and shouted when he heard this. And his loud voice echoed throughout the hall. We are the Blood Battle Group. We are a regular mercenary group. Why don't you let us accept the task? The person in charge of the hall said coldly. Our union has never heard of the Blood Battle Group. Regular mercenary groups need to register with the union. And the union issues a waste card to be officially established. Since you say you are a regular mercenary group, please show the waste card of the Blood Battle Group. As soon as these words came out, everyone was speechless. However, just when the two sides were deadlocked, a gentle male voice suddenly came from behind Su Maoyang and others. Our Zhantian mercenary group just accepted a task and is in need of a large number of manpower. If you don't mind, join us. Su Maoyang and others heard the voice and turned to look. A man in a green brocade robe led several brothers and strode over. Although he was not handsome, his facial features were very manly. When he smiled, he was also charming and handsome. He was a very manly, handsome guy. Su Maoyang would be a little wary and repulsive to such strangers who suddenly approached her. "We don't know you. Why do you want us to join?" They were not very strong, and they had just arrived and didn't know anything. Why did this man in green suddenly help her out? It was hard for Su Maoyang not to think about the conspiracy. Jiang Zheng and others heard this and stared at each other with caution. The man in green didn't expect that these people looked weak, but they were very vigilant. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and said with a smile, "You don't know me, but I know you." Chapter 492. Join the Zhantian group. Su Maoyang was stunned for a moment, and his pupils jumped with doubt. "Do you know us?" The man in blue laughed. "Yes. You showed your skills in the gambling house yesterday, but it caused quite a stir. It's hard not to notice you. This woman is not only outstanding in appearance, but also has great gambling skills. She also has the calm confidence that makes people unable to look away, and it is hard to forget her." And he is more curious about how this woman guessed those points. It's too magical. Su Maoyang suddenly realized that it turned out to be someone who had seen her in the gambling house. It seems that he is still too high profile, and he must be more restrained in the future. Seeing that she understood, the man in blue invited her enthusiastically. "I wonder if you are interested in joining our Zhantian mercenary group and doing missions together?" Su Maoyang was naturally willing. It was not her style not to make money. "I wonder how to calculate this money." "Ha ha ha. Don't worry, girl. This time the customer paid 1 million Xian crystals to find the flame flower. Once we find the flame flower, the money will definitely be divided equally, and you won't lose a penny." When he was in the gambling house, he knew that she was a shrewd woman who would never suffer a loss. So he was not surprised to hear this question. When he heard 1 million Xian crystals, Jiang Zheng widened his eyes, covered his mouth and exclaimed, "My God! 1 million! Master, you must join this. Such a good opportunity is simply a pie in the sky." Xiao Linchen, Wang Feng and others also nodded repeatedly. 1 million was too tempting. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with a dark light. He looked at the man and found that the other party seemed to have no ill intentions. He nodded cautiously. "Okay. We join? I wonder what this gentleman's name is." "My name is Meng Lichuan, and I'm the leader of the Zhantian mercenary group. Welcome to join us." Meng Lichuan smiled, as if he was bathing in the sun. "Warm and cozy." Su Maoyang nodded and pointed to the people behind him. "My name is Su Maoyang. These are my brothers." Seeing this scene, a man following Meng Lichuan hurriedly came up and frowned to remind him, "Leader, we need to recruit powerful masters. If they do this, they will probably hold us back. Besides, if you let a woman join, won't Jiang Shuling know about it?" Speaking of Jiang Shuling, the men behind Meng Lichuan shuddered, and seemed to disagree with Su Maoyang and others joining. Meng Lichuan scolded impatiently, "Humph! Who do I let join? What right does she have to interfere? Don't forget that I am the leader." Seeing that he was angry, the men shut up and kept silent. "Miss Su, we will set off early tomorrow morning and meet at the entrance of Lingshao Forest. There are many spirit beasts in Lingshao Forest. If you are not careful, you will die, so you should prepare well," Meng Lichuan kindly reminded. Su Maoyang nodded gratefully. "Yes, we will." Seeing her agree, Meng Lichuan smiled and turned to leave the mercenary union. In the early morning, the sun shone through the mist and onto the earth. The lush leaves were covered with layers of green light. The quiet forest became lively because of the arrival of the Zhantian mercenary group. When Su Maoyang and others walked to the entrance of Lingshao Forest, they saw the power of Jiang Shuling mentioned by that person last night. "Oh, I thought it was some great mercenary group that kept our leader waiting for so long. But it turned out to be a delicate lady." The woman who spoke was wearing a gorgeous red dress that dragged on the ground. Her slender waist was bound by a cloud belt, which made her look thin. There was a silver jade hairpin in her hair, which sparkled under the refraction of the sun. Although her appearance was not stunning, her pair of phoenix eyes were naturally charming, with a unique flavor that other women did not have. And she was staring at Su Maoyang sharply at this time. When Meng Lichuan saw Su Maoyang, his thick eyebrows rippled softly, and he smiled and greeted, "Miss Su, you are finally here." Su Maoyang raised a faint smile at the corner of her lips and nodded slightly as a response. The red-dressed woman beside him saw Meng Lichuan smiling so warmly, and immediately clenched her fingers in anger, staring at Su Maoyang with hatred. Brother Lichuan. Who are they? Why have I never seen them in Shiyu City? Meng Lichuan only brought a few brothers to the mercenary union to recruit helpers last night. The other brothers did not know their identities, so he introduced them loudly. Everyone knows that the flame flower is hard to find. We don't know when we can find it by ourselves. And this Miss Su brought more people, so it is easier to find. So I let them join us. The red-dressed woman heard this, and looked up and down at Su Maoyang with a sharp look like a knife, and sneered disdainfully. Brother Lichuan, I don't think they have more people. But you just like them, because you think they are beautiful. Hearing such explicit words, Meng Lichuan's handsome face sank, and he scolded awkwardly. Jiang Shuling, what nonsense are you talking about? You just slandered the reputation of a girl. Humph. You know whether I'm talking nonsense or not. You know that Lingxiao Forest is dangerous. Not just anyone can join our Zhanting group. If you hinder us and cause trouble, who will be held responsible? Jiang Shuling retorted angrily, and her eyes, which were already raised, showed a bit of hostility. Meng Lichuan was so angry that his breathing stagnated. He took the responsibility in a tough manner. I recruited these people. If there are any problems, I will be responsible. You don't have to worry about this. Jiang Shuling didn't expect that Meng Lichuan would insist on letting them join even after she said so. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth and warned the blood battle group headed by Su Maoyang loudly. You better be careful. If there is any mistake, trouble, and we are implicated, I will not let you go. Meng Lichuan couldn't stand Jiang Shuling's overbearing and tyrannical look the most. He frowned and growled. Jiang Shuling, don't go too far. Seeing the two quarreling, one of the brothers in the Zhanting group immediately tried to smooth things over. Okay. Calm down. Captain, Shuling is also worried about the entire Zhanting group. Don't bother with her. Time is not much. Let's go find the flame flower quickly. Meng Lichuan heard this and snorted, calling everyone to walk into the Lingxiao forest. Su Maoyang followed silently all the way, but Jiang Zheng and Lin Water shouted a few words in dissatisfaction. Generally speaking, the journey was relatively safe. After the large group had walked for nearly an hour, a fork in the road suddenly appeared in front of them, splitting into two roads. This made everyone feel troubled. Captain, which way should we go? Someone in the team had already asked. Meng Lichuan frowned and observed for a long time, and finally proposed, let's do this. We will temporarily split into two teams. I will lead one team. Jiang Shuling will lead another team. And if we encounter danger, we will immediately send a signal flare to notify the other party. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. Jiang Shuling turned his eyes to Su Maoyang and others, and asked coldly, what should we do with them? Meng Lichuan glanced at Su Maoyang. They should be in the same team with me. Jiang Shuling knew what Meng Lichuan was thinking, and immediately retorted angrily, no. I don't agree. She must be in the same team with me. This vixen wants to be alone with you. No way. Chapter 493 The Master is Too Evil. Meng Lichuan's face turned black because of Jiang Shuling's blockade, and he had a lot of anger, but nowhere to vent it. At this time, saying such words is obviously embarrassing him. Seeing Meng Lichuan's face full of anger, Jiang Shuling became even more angry and stared at him aggressively. Since you are not interested in that little bitch, why do you care who she is on the same team with? Meng Lichuan knew that if he continued to quarrel like this, it would become more embarrassing. So he had no choice but to surrender. Okay. Follow whoever you want. I don't care about you. Meng Lichuan snorted angrily, and took his team to one of the paths. When Lin Wanner heard the word little bitch, she was furious and could no longer hold back. Who are you calling a vixen and a little bitch? Explain clearly. Jiang Shuling glanced at her coldly, curled her lips and sneered. I did. So what? Do you dare to hit me? Besides, can you beat me? After saying that, Jiang Shuling twisted her fist arrogantly, and the spiritual power of a mid-term Holy Spirit Master instantly floated on her fingertips. I believe that the punch would definitely take half of Lin Wanner's life. Lin Wanner was so angry that her face flushed, and she really wanted to rush up to fight. Su Maoyang saw this, and immediately reached out to stop her. Don't make trouble. They are too weak now, and it would be too disadvantageous to fight with others openly. And according to Su Maoyang's character, he would not fight with her openly. She would never waste a bit of energy on a fool who could be solved by means behind the scenes. But Lin Wanner was dissatisfied. Master. She is going too far. 1,000,000 black crystals are more important. Su Maoyong just replied lightly and stopped talking. Lin Water took a deep breath and endured it. Seeing her frustrated look, Jiang Shuling's smile was even more sarcastic. And she sneered contemptuously. A bunch of cowards. After she finished speaking, she held her head high and proudly called the team to walk on another path. Su Maoyong and others followed silently behind. However, not long after they walked, the voice of the old man Jinjuan came from the medicine cauldron space. TSK. 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 I didn't expect there are blood-scented flowers here. It's really strange. Su Maoyong was shocked when she heard it, and couldn't help looking at the little red flowers in the grass in front of her. The petals are very small. If it weren't for the old man Jinjuan's reminder, she wouldn't have found their traces at all. Blood-scented flowers? Is it a precious medicinal material? Su Maoyong didn't understand and asked in confusion. The old man Jinjuan nodded. Yes, this blood-scented flower is a medicinal material for refining spiritual elixirs. If you can get it, you will have the opportunity to advance to the level of the peak elixir emperor in the future. It is indeed a treasure. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows in surprise. Then what are you waiting for? Don't be naive. This flower is not easy to pick. The smell of the blood-scented flower is deeply loved by the black spider bee. Where there is a blood-scented flower, there must be a nest of black spider bees. As long as someone picks the blood-scented flower, the black spider bee will immediately go out, and people with the smell of blood-scented flowers will be stung to death by black spider bees, which is very miserable. However, few people know about black spider bees. So many people who don't know about it die at the hands of blood-scented flowers. When the old man Jinjuan thought of the dense black spider bees, even he was a little creepy. When Su Maoyong heard this, his heart was shocked, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He swallowed his saliva with lingering fear. Fortunately, he didn't act impulsively. Otherwise, he would be a pile of bones now. Just as she was shocked, she suddenly heard a shout from the front. Hurry up! What are you dawdling about? Seeing Jiang Shuling turn around and yell, Su Maoyong suddenly had an idea and came up with a plan. Captain Jiang, I just saw the blood-scented flower. A medicinal material for refining spiritual medicine. Ahead. I was distracted for a moment and was slow. Su Maoyong pointed to the location of the blood-scented flower and explained. Jiang Shuling was startled when she heard the blood-scented flower and looked in the direction of her finger. Sure enough, the grass ahead was really full of small red flowers. A large area of densely packed. And there were quite a few of them. Although Jiang Shuling was not an alchemist, she had heard of the blood-scented flower. It was said that it was a medicinal material for refining spiritual medicine. If it was taken to the auction house, it could be sold at a very high price, which was probably enough for their Zhan Tiantuan's living expenses for a year. Thinking of this, Jiang Shuling was very excited. Her face was full of excitement, and she happily ordered everyone, brothers, come with me to pick blood-scented flowers. Whoever picks more will get a reward. After she finished speaking, she was the first to run over, and quickly swept the bushes with the brothers. After a while, a large area of blood-scented flowers was picked up. Xiao Linchen was an alchemist after all, and he had a fanatical interest in medicinal materials. Seeing the blood-scented flowers, he was also eager to try, and was very excited. Boss, let's go and pick them quickly. Such precious medicinal materials can't be cheap for them. Su Maoyong just smiled, not moving forward, but retreating. Everyone, get out of the way. Don't get hurt by mistake. Mistakenly hurt? Everyone frowned in confusion. You look at me, I look at you. Not understanding what Su Maoyong meant, Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows, glanced coldly at Jiang Shuling who was busy in the bushes, and reminded him seriously, if you don't want to die, hurry up and get behind me. After hearing this, everyone did not dare to ask more questions. They immediately stepped back more than 10 meters and stood behind Su Maoyong. However, at this moment, a deafening buzzing sound suddenly came from the distance, which frightened everyone and made them look in all directions. Before Xiao Linchen could ask, he saw that the direction on the right side in front of him was like a dark cloud pressing down on the top of the head. A large group of black bees quickly flew towards Jiang Shuling. It was a dark mass, which looked and sounded creepy. Jiang Shuling, who had picked the blood-scented flower, had no time to be happy, and saw a dense swarm of bees sweeping over from the right side. It was even more terrifying than a spiritual attack. And she was already covered in it without giving her any chance to breathe. Soon, screams came from the bushes, and the whole person was wrapped by black bees. The figure could not be seen clearly, and only a large black area could be seen. When Xiao Linchin and the others saw the scene, their faces changed in horror, and they took a deep breath. My God! There are so many bees. Su Maoyang curled his lips and corrected, it's not bees. It's black spider bees, which are 100 times more powerful than ordinary bees. When Xiao Linchin heard this, he suddenly realized it and pointed at Su Maoyang, exclaiming in disbelief, It's you! It's you! You did it on purpose. Su Maoyang just smiled indifferently, and his calm and slightly sarcastic tone was enough to drive people crazy. This has nothing to do with me. They are just too stupid. Xiao Linchin heard this, and immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was wondering just now. Su Maoyang, who never suffers any loss, saw such precious medicinal materials, but didn't pick them quietly by himself. Why would he tell others? Or tell people he hates? It turns out that this is all a conspiracy. Everyone saw her indifferent expression, and then looked at the Zhan Tiantuan, who was rolling on the ground and screaming after being stung by the black spider bee. They shuddered in their hearts and were shocked. Their master is really evil. Too evil. Chapter 494, Searching for the Fire Flower. Quick! Quick! Fire the flare! Jiang Shuling, who was stung by the black spider bee and was bloody, shouted in her dying breath. At this moment, there was a bang and a wisp of white smoke broke through the sky. Soon, Meng Lichuan and his brothers came quickly, and were shocked by the scene in front of them. It was so dark that he couldn't tell who was who. What an idiot! You dare to provoke the black spider bee! Aren't you looking for death? Meng Lichuan was so scared that his face turned pale. He cursed, and shouted anxiously, Use fire attack! Quick! After hearing this, everyone reacted and started to kill the black spider bee. It took nearly an hour to completely save Jiang Shuling and other brothers. At this time, Jiang Shuling was supported by someone. Gasping weakly, her pretty face was already covered with blood blisters and pits, which was very scary. There was no intact place on her body. The piercing pain tortured her facial features into a ball. However, the other brothers of the Zhantian group, who were picking flowers, were not much better. They looked miserable and miserable. Meng Lichuan was furious and roared like thunder, Are you tired of living? You actually went to provoke the black spider bee. Jiang Shuling heard the words, and her expression was obviously distorted by pain. She pointed at Su Maoyang angrily, and complained with gritted teeth, It's her. It's her bitch who framed us. Meng Lichuan turned his head suddenly to look at Su Maoyang, and saw that she and her brothers were standing in the distance intact, looking like a bystander, and immediately frowned in suspicion. He didn't believe it at first, but when he saw that Su Maoyang and the others were not harmed by the black spider bees, Meng Lichuan also began to doubt. Miss Su, what's going on? Su Maoyang glanced at Jiang Shuling and explained innocently, Captain Jiang, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. It was you who saw the blood-scented flowers in the bushes and led the brothers to pick them, and then accidentally startled the bees. How can you blame me? You bitch. You deliberately made fun of me. You must have known that this flower would attract these bees, so you deliberately let me find the blood-scented flowers. Jiang Shuling was weak to begin with, and she was shaking with anger at the moment. If someone hadn't supported her, she would have fainted long ago. Lin Wanner was secretly pleased when she heard this, but she pretended to be justified and retorted, Bah! There is no evidence. How can you say that my master did it on purpose? I also said that it was you who harmed the entire team and deliberately pushed the fault onto my master. Yes, seeing how jealous you were just now, it's obvious that you hate my master to death. Now that you have caused trouble, you framed him and want to drive my master away. You are quite scheming. Maybe it was because of what he saw and heard. Even Jiang Sheng started to fool around, and he said it very logically, which made Jiang Shuling speechless. You Jiang Shuling was weak, and now even if she wanted to hit them, she didn't have the strength. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanner was so happy that she sneered and said, You'd better save your energy. I'm afraid that if you don't find the flame flower, you will die. It's not worth it. Jiang Shuling was so angry that her eyes rolled back, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Meng Lichuan knew Jiang Shuling's temperament. It was probably because she picked the blood-scented flowers that attracted the black spider bees. As far as he knew, the black spider bees would not attack people casually. Now seeing that they were holding the blood-scented flowers in their hands, he could guess the reason. Okay. Shut up. You got yourself into trouble. And you have no remorse. You blame others. Can you have some shame? Hearing that Meng Lichuan didn't believe her at all, Jiang Shuling not only felt pain in her body, but also in her heart. She cried and made a scene. Brother Lichuan, you actually believe an outsider, and don't believe me. You are too much. If you don't drive this bitch away today, I will die in front of you. As she said that, Jiang Shuling had already drawn her sword and threatened to die. Seeing this, Meng Lichuan's face suddenly turned black, and he was almost furious. This kind of woman who threatened him with death at every turn was really disgusting. But Jiang Shuling was the deputy leader of the Zhantian group after all. Although he didn't like her, he couldn't watch her die. After enduring for a long time, he finally compromised. Miss Su, I'm really sorry. I originally invited you to join our mercenary group, but it turned out like this. I'm really ashamed. I apologize to everyone here. Let's go. Meng Lichuan bowed and clasped his fists apologetically. Su Maiyang nodded when she saw this. It's okay. I understand. Meng Lichuan saw that she didn't blame him at all, and he was relieved. He looked at her with gratitude and left with a large group. Jiang Zheng saw this scene and immediately shouted unconvinced. What? You invited us to join the group at the beginning, but now you abandon us and leave us here. It's really too much. Wang Feng asked worriedly, Master, what should we do now? Su Maiyang glanced at Wang Feng and said coldly, what else can we do? Of course, we have to look for the fire flower. Ah? We look for it ourselves? We are not a regular mercenary group, so we can't accept missions. Wang Feng murmured in surprise. Su Maiyang sighed helplessly. It's really stupid. As long as we get the flame flower, are we still afraid that we won't get the 1 million Xian crystals? Before, they were not regular mercenary groups and could not accept tasks, so they didn't know what the tasks posted by the guests were. Now they all know. Even if they don't go with the Zhantian group, can't they still do the tasks? The reason why the Mercenary Union requires registered regular mercenary groups to accept tasks is to ensure the safety and privacy of the guests. Some guests have special tasks, which are to find some rare treasures. Such tasks need to be kept confidential to ensure the safety of the guests. In addition to this, the competition among mercenary groups is also very fierce. In order to prevent other mercenary groups from seizing the business, all task information is kept confidential. So this places particularly high demands on the standardization of mercenary groups. At this time, Su Maiyang did not wait for Wang Feng to react, and directly waved his hand to release the Xianyan silver snake. Take us to find the flame flower. The Xianyan silver snake received the order, sensed the direction, and then crawled quickly. Follow it. Su Maiyang gave an order and followed it. After walking for a while, a sea of flowers appeared in front of them. The bright red flowers were densely packed, just like burning flames. At a glance, they were bright and dazzling, as if you were in a sea of fire. So this is the flame flower. It's really like the name, Lin Water exclaimed. No, flame flowers are very rare. How can there be so many here? Xiao Linchen frowned in confusion. Su Maiyang frowned and shook his head solemnly. No, these are not real flame flowers. And there is only one real flame flower. My God, do you mean to find a real flame flower in this large sea of flowers? Jiang Zheng exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 495. Get it first. No wonder the Zhantian group is so short of manpower. No wonder the customer is willing to spend 1 million Xianjing to find a real flame flower in the sea of flowers. This task is really not for humans. Xiao Linchen smacked his lips and sighed. In his opinion, this was even more perverted than killing a holy beast. Su Maiyang smiled and said, it is indeed not for humans, so I won't let anyone do it. After she finished speaking, she waved her hand, and the leading Xianyan silver snake quickly crawled towards the depths of the sea of flowers. They didn't have to look for it at all. It only took half an hour. The Xianyan silver snake directly led everyone through the sea of flowers, and stopped in front of one of the flame flowers. Seeing this, Su Maiyang touched the head of the Xianyan silver snake in appreciation. Well done. I'll give you a big meal today. The Xianyan silver snake happily circled a few times and rubbed her calf. The intimacy made everyone stunned. Boss, I thought you had 3 holy spirit beasts. which was already amazing. I didn't expect you to still hold back. Now you have 4. What does 4 mean? Are you a human? Xiao Linchen took a breath in shock and shook his head in disbelief. I really don't know how many cards their boss has. It's all because she is too low-key. Now she is blinding everyone's eyes. Jiang Zheng also nodded with deep feeling. Not only do you have 4 spirit beasts, but they are all so fierce. Do you want to live? It's really too depressing. Just when Jiang Zheng was envious and jealous, Xiao Linchen had already squatted down and looked at the Xianyan silver snake. He just observed it for a long time, but couldn't tell its species, which made him very sad. Master, what kind of spirit beast is this? How come I have never seen it before? Su Maoyang reached out and took the flame flower in front of him and put it into the space, and replied lightly, Xianyan silver snake. Oh, Xianyan silver snake. Xiao Linchen nodded in understanding, and then his expression was shocked and his face changed drastically. What? Xianyan silver snake? Is it the Xianyan silver snake that can find treasures in the legend? Su Maoyang nodded slightly, and with a wave of his sleeve, he put the Xianyan silver snake into the space. It's getting late. Let's hurry back to the mercenary guild. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Linchen to recover from the shock, he turned around and left the sea of flowers, leaving a large group of people behind in the wind. When it comes to rare spirit beasts like Xianyan spirit snake, it is estimated that only their master is so calm. It's a blow. It's really a blow. At this time, the Zhantian group was severely injured and could no longer continue to look for flame flowers. They had already come out of Lingxiao Forest one step ahead. Meng Lichuan was furious when he saw their horrible appearance, and angrily blamed them. Humph. Time is already tight. How can you find the flame flower like this? I think we still have to go to the Union and apply for an extension of time. Captain, I have no objection to extending the time, but the news that we are looking for the flame flower has been exposed. I am afraid we can't delay it. If we delay it, what if the woman named Su Maoyang finds it first? One of the men in the team couldn't help but have such worries. At this time, Jiang Shuling, who was grimacing in pain, spitted disdainfully and retorted with curses. I spit. Such a large sea of flowers. Let alone our Zhantian team. Even if the whole Shiyu city is asked to look for it, it may not be found. I don't think they are that capable. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard this. Indeed, even they couldn't guarantee that they could find a real flame flower in such a large sea of flowers, let alone that group of people. Thinking of this, everyone felt relieved and walked towards the Union. Seeing that the Zhantian group came back in less than half a day, the leader of the Union was shocked. He didn't expect that they would be so embarrassed after going to Lingxiao Gorge. He asked in surprise, "What happened to you?" Meng Lichuan sighed and shook his head with a dark face. "Don't mention it. We encountered some troubles. It is estimated that we can't complete the task in the short term, so we want to apply for an extension of time." When the leader heard this, he frowned in embarrassment. "I'm afraid this won't work. The customer is in a hurry." Meng Lichuan also had a sad face and tried his best to explain, "This task is time-consuming. Even if we find other mercenary groups, it will take a lot of time. So delay is the best way." "No need. We have found it." Just as Meng Lichuan finished speaking, a clear and pleasant voice suddenly came from behind, startling everyone to turn around and look. At this time, everyone saw Su Maoyang and the brothers of the Blood Battle group walked in quickly from the gate of the Union, and soon came to the leader of the Union. When the Union leader heard this, his eyes widened in shock, and he asked uncertainly, "What did you just say?" Jiang Zheng glanced at the Zhantian group with a smug look, and explained with a wink, "We have found the flame flower, so the bounty should belong to us." Meng Lichuan couldn't believe his ears. It was like a bolt from the blue, and his whole handsome face turned pale. "You found the flame flower? How is it possible?" Jiang Shuling was also hit hard, with a red envelope on her face. She excitedly retorted, "Impossible? You are lying. How could you find the flame flower in such a large sea of flowers? You are so shameless to make money. You dare to tell any lies." Lin Water couldn't help but choke Jiang Shuling when she heard her speech. "Jiang Shuling, we completed the task with our real ability. Why do you say we are lying? If you have the ability, then take out the real flame flower. If you can't take it out, just shut up and avoid embarrassing yourself here." Jiang Shuling was so angry that the red envelope on her face was slightly cracked and bleeding, which made her look a little hideous and disgusting. I don't believe it. You must be lying. All the people in the Tiantuan group shook their heads in disbelief. After all, this task requires a lot of time and manpower. The team led by Su Maoyang seemed to have only about 30 people. Now it took only half a day to return from Leishao Forest. Who would believe that so few people could find the flame flower in such a short time? Su Maoyang completely ignored Jiang Shuling's doubts. Calmly looked at the union leader, took out the flame flower from the space, spread it on the palm of his hand, and showed it to everyone. Sir, you can ask someone to verify the authenticity of this flame flower. If it is true, I hope you will follow the rules and give us 1 million Xian crystals. The person in charge was frightened when he saw the flame flower in her hand, and waved his hands excitedly. No need to check. I recognize it. This is the real flame flower. It's genuine. Everyone in the Zhantian group was shocked, staring at the flame flower with straight eyes, whispering, "Oh my god! It's incredible!" Chapter 496. Do you know Jun Hao's song? Jiang Shuling couldn't accept this scene at all, and panicked and denied, "Impossible. This is absolutely not true. Sir, you must not believe her. She is a liar. How can anyone find the flame flower so quickly?" The union leader raised his head, frowned, and shouted, "Nonsense. I know this flame flower better than you. Whether it is true or not, I know it in my heart. You don't need to say more." Hearing his affirmative statement, Jiang Shuling trembled, took 2 steps back, and his face covered with red envelopes was full of astonishment. That expression was so funny that Lin Weiner laughed out loud. "Jiang Shuling, you don't have any ability. So you think others are just as incompetent as you? Aren't you too narcissistic? I'm really sorry, but the 1 million Xian crystals belong to us." "Oh, with so many Xian crystals, what should we do?" Lin Weiner followed Su Maoyang and learned faster and faster. When these words came out, Jiang Shuling was so angry that she couldn't speak. Meng Lichuan looked very unhappy after hearing this. But when he thought of the 1 million black crystals, he had to lower his status and started to negotiate. "Miss Su, I admit that you found the flame flower, but this mission was a joint mission for us. It was also because I asked you to join the Zhantian group that I shared this mission with you. This black crystal. Hey, you should understand what we mean by joint mission. At the beginning, you despised us, and someone threatened to die and insisted on driving my master away. In the end, you couldn't stand the pressure and abandoned us. We picked this flame flower by ourselves, and you have nothing to do with it." Lin Weiner interrupted Meng Lichuan angrily and refuted loudly. Meng Lichuan's face turned red and blue when he heard this, and he felt extremely ashamed. He knew that it was indeed a bit shameless to abandon others and now come to share a piece of the pie. But he still felt very distressed to miss so many black crystals. Su Maoyang saw his tangled face, and thought of his enthusiastic invitation in the past, and softened his heart. This black crystal, 30% and 70%. You 3. I 7. Just think of it as a reward for sharing this news. The Zhantian group did not participate in the task of finding the flame flower. At most, they provided information, and gave him 30% of the profit, which was considered to be kind of Su Maoyang. There was competition among mercenary groups. If other mercenary groups knew about it, there would be no such good thing as today. Meng Lichuan did not expect Su Maoyang to give in the end. He was flattered and nodded repeatedly in surprise. "Okay. Deal." He knew the difficulty of finding the flame flower. It might take 10 days or half a month to find it. Therefore, it is a good deal to get 30% profit without any effort. Seeing that he agreed, Su Maoyang nodded slightly. "Actually, I want to ask you something. Zhan Tiantuan has been in Shiyu City for many years, and he should know a lot of people in and outside the city. It should be more reliable to ask him about Jun Haotsong." Meng Lichuan was stunned for a moment and stretched out his hand. "Miss Su, please speak. I wonder if you have heard of Jun Haotsong." Su Maoyang's pupils rose with expectation, and she felt a little nervous. Meng Lichuan frowned and recalled, and finally shook his head. "I have been in Shiyu City for many years, and I know everyone in the city, but I have never heard of this name." Su Maoyang heard the words, and his heart, which had been raised to his throat, instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. According to Jun Haotsong's strength, he should be a very powerful person, and should not be unknown. It seems that he is really not in Shiyu City. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang lowered her eyelids in disappointment and fell silent. Seeing that she looked bad, Meng Lichuan couldn't help but suggest, How about this? Our Gentian group is well informed. We will help you find out. What do you think? Su Maoyang raised her head. Her pupils rekindled hope, and smiled gratefully. Then I'll trouble you. Where do you live? If I have any news, I can come to inform you. Let's stay in this Liushi Inn. Su Maoyang pointed to the inn opposite. Okay. Wait for my good news. Meng Lichuan nodded heavily, and left with everyone. The next morning, the door of Su Maoyang's inn was knocked open. Miss Su. Hearing that it was Meng Lichuan's voice, Su Maoyang quickly excitedly opened the door. Is there any news about Jun Haocong? Meng Lichuan was startled by her question, and shook his head with a smile. No. It's the buyer of this flame flower. He invited us to a banquet tonight, just in time to settle the 1 million black crystals. The carriage is already waiting at the door. Su Maoyang was absent-minded and dazed, and did not ask who the buyer was. She just nodded. Okay. I'll call Wang Feng and others. Wang Feng and others heard that they could get 1 million black crystals tonight, and they got on the carriage happily. They were very excited all the way. It was not until the coachman reminded them that they stopped talking and got out of the carriage. Seeing the towering and high-rise buildings in front of them, everyone's eyes flashed with surprise. It seems that this buyer is really rich. At this time, a middle-aged man came up to lead the way for them. Su Maoyang and others followed the Zhantian group and walked quickly to the reception hall. There were already many people sitting in the hall. The arrival of Su Maoyang and others instantly attracted countless attention. You? It turned out to be you. A bitch. A roar suddenly broke out in the hall. Si Huiyun, who was sitting in her seat, stood up excitedly, pointed at Su Maoyang, and gnashed her teeth in anger. Everyone was shocked by this scene, and their confused eyes wandered back and forth between Su Maoyang and Si Huiyun. The lord of the city, who was sitting in the upper seat, saw his daughter being so unruly in front of everyone, and immediately frowned and scolded. Huiyun, how dare you? This is my guest. What's your attitude? Si Huiyun heard this and immediately shouted in grievance. Dad, it was she who caused my daughter to be beaten up, and also won my 100,000 black crystals and waist badge. The lord of the city did not expect that the culprit was actually the people of the Zhantian group, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Oh? There is such a thing? Captain Meng, what is going on? Meng Lichuan saw what happened in the gambling house that day, and immediately explained with a fist, Lord of the city. It's like this. I heard that Ling Qianjin took the elixir of this Miss Su, which caused the covetousness of other masters. So Ling Qianjin was beaten up. And later Ling Qianjin brought Ling Gongzi to the gambling house to find trouble with this girl, using gambling to decide the winner. Unfortunately, Ling Gongzi lost. So, after hearing this, the Lord Mayor's face, which was originally somewhat happy, suddenly sank, and he shouted angrily, You two bastards! You are embarrassing yourself. Why don't you apologize to this girl quickly? Dad, whose side are you on? Your daughter was bullied, and you asked her to apologize to the enemy. Are you wrong? Si Huiyun stamped her feet in anger. Assholes! If you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed. The Imperial Concubine selection ceremony is coming soon. I originally wanted you two sisters to go to the Dark Domain together, but now it seems that your sister can go alone. Chapter 497 Emperor Yunlu. When Si Huiyun heard this, her cheeks flushed with anger, and she retorted, Sister, your daughter only has a sister. She is smart, capable, and you love her. I am a bastard, a disgrace, and nothing. The city lord saw that she had no respect for her elders, and he was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, and slapped the table with one hand. How dare you? Shut up. Si Huiyun was yelled at and trembled all over. Seeing that he was really angry, she was a little scared and restrained her arrogance, and sat back in her seat angrily. Seeing that the people of the Zhantian group were still standing in the center of the hall, the city lord extended his hand apologetically. Brothers of the Zhantian group, please take a seat quickly. Hearing this, Meng Lichuan smiled and nodded, and led everyone to sit down. When Lin Water saw this scene, she could only sigh that enemies often meet on narrow paths. She leaned over to Su Maoyang's ear and whispered, Master, what should I do? I didn't expect that the buyer of the flame flower would be the city lord. It's really a sin. Su Maoyang glanced at Si Huiyun coldly and said lightly, Since you're here, let's get the black crystal first. After she finished speaking, she was not embarrassed at all. She shamelessly sat down with Meng Lichuan and others, eating and drinking, as if she was not the enemy of the city lord's daughter. Lin Wanner had to admire Su Maoyang's calm and composed character. No matter what he encountered, he could remain calm. Thinking of this, she also relaxed and sat down. Just when everyone had already sat down, they heard a report from outside. The eldest lady has arrived. As soon as the voice fell, a white figure suddenly appeared at the door of the hall. She was wearing a snow-white gauze skirt, with a delicate appearance, fair skin, and a pair of watery eyes, like a clear spring, clear and charming. She wore a dazzling pearl hairpin on her head. The color was very bright, but under her radiance, even the brightest color seemed dull. She came over with lotus steps, and bowed slightly to everyone with a smile on her rosy cheeks. I was entangled in worldly affairs just now, and accidentally came late. Please don't blame me. Guests, hearing her words like pearls, her voice was soft and crisp, and extremely pleasant. How could everyone blame such a beauty? Ha ha ha. It's okay. It's our honor to wait for Miss C. Meng Lichuan laughed and waved his hand, causing all the brothers of the Zhantian group to laugh along. Lin Wanner, a woman, couldn't help but be amazed when she saw the scene. This Miss C is really a beauty. Much prettier than her sister. Her demeanor and manners are quite ladylike, and her voice like a yellow warbler. Let alone men. Even I feel my bones soften when I hear it. Jiangxing also nodded, yes. It seems that she is much gentler and kinder than her sister. She should be a well-educated and beautiful woman. Su Maoyang heard the words, and the corners of his mouth raised a hint of sarcasm. She deliberately waited until everyone was present before coming late, and was the last to appear. This is not a small thought. Xiao Linchen agreed with Su Maoyang's words and nodded slightly. Yes. I'm afraid she is more resourceful than her sister. Lin Wanner and Jiangxing heard the words, and their faces jumped into surprise. Although they didn't quite believe that the Miss C in front of them was a scheming person, their master never misjudged people. After hearing this, everyone had some reservations about Miss C. Just as they were whispering, the city lord spoke up. Haha. Luoxuan, no one blames you. Just take a seat. The doting tone immediately revealed the city lord's preference. But it was understandable, judging from her demeanor, temperament and conversation. This young lady named Si Luoxuan was obviously much better than the willful and domineering Si Huiyun. It was reasonable for the city lord to be partial to her. Si Luoxuan smiled softly upon hearing this, turned around gracefully, and sat in the designated seat. Seeing this, Meng Lichuan couldn't help but flatter her. The city lord is so lucky to have a daughter like Miss C. It's really enviable. At such a young age, she has become an alchemist in the middle stage of the Dan King. She is definitely the most talented alchemist in our Xia city. Jiang Shuling on the side also smiled and said, Miss C is not only the most talented alchemist in Xia city, but also the recognized first beauty in Xia city. Si Luoxuan smiled, and said nothing upon hearing this. Her smile was faint, and her demeanor and behavior were elegant and decent, without any pride. Instead, the city lord laughed happily, and his hearty voice echoed throughout the hall. Ha ha ha. What a pity. She is a girl. She will get married sooner or later. Hearing this, Meng Lichuan immediately clasped his fists and congratulated. I heard that the city lord plans to let the eldest daughter go to the dark domain to participate in the concubine selection competition. According to the eldest daughter's conditions, she will definitely become the concubine of Emperor Yunlu. By then, our Xiyu city will be prosperous. The city lord was very happy when he heard this. But he was very humble. For so many years, Emperor Yunlu has never had a woman around him, which shows that he is very picky about women. This time, all the girls in the dark domain of Yunlu will go to the concubine selection ceremony. I am afraid that my daughter is not good enough and will not be in his eyes. How could it be? The young lady is already very good. Few people can match her alchemy skills. This time, the city lord found the flame flower, and the young lady has all the medicinal materials for alchemy. It's like God's help. She will definitely be elected as the emperor's concubine. Meng Lichuan flattered with a smile. This time, the city lord spent a lot of effort and spent 1 million black crystals to find the flame flower, just to let Si Luoxuan refine an amazing elixir in the concubine selection competition and win the first place. Now it seems that things are going better than he thought, and the city lord naturally has more expectations. I hope so. I don't know why Emperor Yunlu suddenly thought of holding a concubine selection competition. You know, the Burning Blood City is eyeing us covetously, and there is a possibility of war at any time. It's surprising that he thought of his lifelong event at this time. After the city lord laughed, he felt a little confused and couldn't help but murmured. Meng Lichuan nodded, frowning, also puzzled. Yes. As far as I know, Emperor Yunlu has never been involved in women in these years. He suddenly decided to get married. Could it be that he has someone he likes? The city lord heard this. His face darkened, and he immediately waved his hand. No. No. If he has someone he likes, he can just get married directly. Why would he waste time and energy on a concubine selection contest? Meng Lichuan sighed. Yes. This doesn't make sense. However, I heard that Emperor Yunlu disappeared for a while before, and came back a year ago. It seems that even his appearance has changed. What's even more strange is that Emperor Yunlu has never lost to the monarch of Burning Blood City before. But some time ago, he was defeated, and suddenly withdrew his troops. I really don't know what's going on. As soon as these words fell, there was a crisp sound of porcelain being touched, and the wine spilled all over the floor, startling everyone in the hall, and turning their heads to look at Su Maoyang. Chapter 498, Lying Without Thinking. Xiao Linchen, who was beside her, did not expect that Su Maoyang, who was always steady, would actually break the cup. He could not help but stare at her with wide eyes in shock. Boss, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? When he asked this, everyone in the audience looked at her in confusion. Xiao Linchen did not know about Jun Haosong, so he did not hear any clues. Seeing Su Maoyang's expression, he was shocked. However, Su Maoyang was different. After hearing this description, she was so sure that she could not be more sure. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. She stood up suddenly and stared at Meng Lichuan with a sharp gaze. Is the Yunlu emperor you are talking about called Jun Haosong? Her sudden questioning made everyone present look at each other in confusion. Meng Lichuan was shocked by her excited expression. He was stunned for a moment and shook his head slightly. I said before that I have never heard of the name Jun Haosong. I really don't know who he is. Su Maoyang was even more excited when he heard this. No. I don't believe it. If Yunlu Emperor is not called Jun Haosong, then what is his name? He disappeared for a while, but came back a year ago. This is completely consistent with Jun Haosong. If it is not him, who else could it be? Meng Lichuan was stunned by her question, frowned, and answered innocently, I don't know either. The name of Yunlu Emperor is not something that we little minions can know. You think too highly of us. Yunlu Emperor is simply a godlike existence. They, the little shrimps, have only heard of his title and heroic deeds. As for his name, his appearance, and his personality, they don't know. Besides, they are not qualified to know these things. After all, the great god is too far away from them and unattainable. Su Maoyang was hit hard by this and murmured unwillingly, You don't know it. Lin Water knew Jun Haosong to some extent, and felt that Yunlu Emperor was very similar to Jun Haosong. She immediately shouted excitedly, Master, this Yunlu Emperor is probably the son-in-law. We have gone through so much hardship and finally know his whereabouts. Everyone present was shocked when they heard this, and looked at Lin Water and Su Maoyang in disbelief. Son-in-law? Did they hear it wrong? This girl actually called Yunlu Emperor son-in-law. The king of Yunlu Dark Domain was actually called son-in-law by her. Isn't this girl too shameless? Si Huiyun, who had been forbearing all this time, found it ridiculous and laughed out loud, mocking loudly without giving any face. How can a big man like Yunlu Emperor be coveted by you scum? You dare to call Yunlu Emperor uncle. You are really thick-skinned. Lin Wana was not convinced and immediately retorted in a hoarse voice. The Yunlu Emperor you are talking about is my uncle, the sweetheart of my master. My uncle loves my master to death. When you were playing in the mud in Shiyu City, what do you know? Si Huiyun laughed out loud when she heard this, tears streaming down her face. Uh-huh. This is definitely the funniest joke I've ever heard. You little bitch lied without blinking. You know that our Yunlu Emperor never touches women, and no woman can get close to him. You actually said that Yunlu Emperor loves your master to death. Uh-huh. It's so funny. Everyone present laughed secretly after hearing this, sneering at Lin Water and Su Maoyang. Everyone knew that Emperor Yunlu had never had a woman around him, let alone a love affair. This little girl, if she wanted to lie, she should have lied something reliable. It was so easy to be exposed. She was really stupid. Seeing everyone laughing, Lin Wana was so angry that her eyes were wide open, and her pretty face was red like a tomato. She wanted to refute loudly, but Su Maoyang stopped her with his hand. Okay. Stop talking. Master. That was definitely the son-in-law. There's no doubt about it. These idiots actually said I was lying. I'm really angry. Lin Water muttered, unconvinced. Whether it's him or not, we'll know when we go to the dark domain. Su Maoyang had already made up his mind. Lin Water nodded happily after hearing this. Yes. Let's go to the dark domain to find the son-in-law. Let's set off tomorrow. Si Huiyun didn't expect everyone to humiliate them so much. They still dreamed of going to the dark domain to find Emperor Yunlu. I really don't know how they can be so thick-skinned. I say, you are too self-righteous. Just because you want to see Emperor Yunlu. Haha. It's really wishful thinking. I'm afraid that by then, you won't even see the shadow of Emperor Yunlu. And you will be shot on the spot. And blood will flow like a river. Lin Water said with a puff. If we are not qualified to see Emperor Yunlu, then you are even less qualified. Haha. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. My sister and I are about to go to the dark domain to participate in the concubine selection competition. By then, we will not only be able to see Emperor Yunlu, but also become his concubine. You can only dream. Ha ha ha. Si Huiyun laughed triumphantly. The arrogance made Lin Water want to slap her in the face with a shoe. Si Luoxuan, who was standing opposite, saw this scene, pursed her red lips, and gently reproached, Huiyun. After all, they are guests invited by my father. You are a lady from a noble family. Why do you have to argue with these two girls? This sounded like she was trying to smooth things over and help Su Maoyang blame Si Huiyun. But if you chewed it carefully, you would find that she was mocking Su Maoyang as a country girl who could not be on the stage and could never compare to a lady from a noble family. If Si Huiyun argued with her, it would only lower her status as a lady from a noble family. For some reason, Su Maoyang found that at first this woman had no ill will towards him. Or to be more precise, she didn't care. But when she heard Lin Water calling Jun Haotsong uncle, her gaze towards him became unusually cold. Su Maoyang knew that it was a kind of hostility. Sister, this woman wants to snatch the Yunlu Emperor from you. She is too arrogant. I really can't stand it. Si Huiyun muttered. Si Luoxuan chuckled elegantly. The concubine selection competition is open to all girls in the dark domain of Yunlu. It is normal for this girl to have such thoughts. But people should at least have self-knowledge. I can understand a genius alchemist like my sister. But I don't know where the courage comes from for others. They are not afraid of being embarrassed. Si Huiyun snorted coldly. Huiyun, don't be rude. Since this girl also wants to go to the dark domain to participate in the concubine selection competition, then come with us, sisters. It will be easier to take care of her on the way with more people. Si Luoxuan invited enthusiastically. Su Maoyang didn't expect that this person would actually take the initiative to invite her to go on the road together. Logically, shouldn't she exclude her competitors? When Xiao Linchin heard this, he frowned and cautiously reminded boss. I always feel that this woman has bad intentions. So it's better to be careful. Su Maoyang nodded and agreed with Xiao Linchin's words. But when he opened his mouth, his answer was completely opposite. Okay. Then Miss Lao Si will give us a ride. When Wang Feng, Lin Water and others heard this, they were shocked and whispered in disbelief. Master, are you crazy? Why are you going with them? Chapter 499 agreed to go to Dark Realm together. Su Maoyang ignored everyone's shock and nodded politely to Si Luoxuan. Si Luoxuan was also surprised when she saw this. She thought Su Maoyang would refuse. But she actually agreed. Should she say she was naive or stupid? She actually thought she would be kind enough to give her a ride. With such a stupid mind, she dared to compete with her for the position of imperial concubine. She was really overestimating herself. Haha. No need to bother. It's just a matter of time. It will be more lively if we go together. Si Luoxuan smiled gently. Everyone praised Miss Si for her enthusiasm, kindness and generosity. Hearing the praise from the people around her, Si Luoxuan remained calm, with a decent smile on her lips, and the cold light in her eyes flashed away, so fast that people could not catch it. Su Maoyang pretended not to see it, and turned to look at the city lord, who was also a little surprised. Lord, City Lord, I wonder when the 1 million Xian crystals will be settled to us. The city lord heard this, and came back to his senses. It will be settled right now. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Old Su, bring the card up. The old man waiting at the gate received the order and walked in quickly, presenting a silver card to Su Maoyang with both hands. Lin Water frowned in confusion when she saw it. Why was it a red card last time and a silver card this time? The color of each card is different. It's really strange. Si Huiyun next to her laughed at her. You are really a country bumpkin who doesn't even know about silver cards. Lin Wana was immediately choked by her and blushed. Fortunately, Meng Lichuan kindly rescued her. Miss C. You don't know that Miss Su and her friends are not from the Yunlu Dark Domain. They don't know much about our things here, which is bound to cause misunderstandings. Miss, our money cards are divided into several types. Cards below 1 million Xian crystals are called red cards. Cards between 1 million and 2 million Xian crystals are called silver cards. Cards between 2 million and 5 million are called gold cards. Cards between 5 million and 10 million are called purple cards. And cards above 10 million are called black cards. You should know that only our city lord is qualified to hold silver cards in the entire Xia city. 1 million Xian crystals is really a considerable amount. After hearing Meng Lichuan's explanation, Lin Water and others suddenly realized. Su Maoyang curled his lips, took the silver card, and humbly bowed to the city lord. Thank you, Lord City Lord. No need. This is what you deserve. The city lord smiled and waved his hand, seemingly not taking the 1 million Xian crystal seriously. It is understandable. If his daughter stands out in this election contest and successfully marries Emperor Yunlu, will she still need a mere 1 million Xian crystals? By then, she will have everything from wealth and honor to gold, silver, jewelry, power and status, which cannot be measured by 1 million Xian crystals. Su Maoyang just nodded faintly after hearing this. It's getting late. I'm really ashamed to bother you for so long. Let's leave first. Si Luoxuan smiled and shook his head, gently comforting. Miss Su, you helped us find the flame flower. We are so grateful that we can't say we are bothering you. It's just that it's late, so we can't stay any longer. Tomorrow morning our convoy will set off for the Dark Domain, and we will wait for Miss Su at the city gate. Okay. Thank you, Miss C. Su Maoyang clasped his fists gratefully. Seeing this, the city lord raised his hand slightly. Old Lu, send them out. Old Lu bowed his head to accept the order and stretched out his hand to lead the way for Su Maoyang and others. Seeing the Blood Battle Group members leave, Meng Lichuan also stood up and said, Lord City Lord, we'll take our leave first. After that, the members of the Battle Heaven Group also stood up and left the hall. After the guests left, the banquet at the City Lord's mansion was over. After everyone left, the City Lord frowned and called Si Luoxuan, who was about to leave. Sooner. Stay. I have something to tell you. Si Luoxuan nodded to the maidservant beside her, and everyone left the hall, leaving only the City Lord and Si Luoxuan. My daughter will leave for the Dark Realm tomorrow. Does Dad want to tell her something? The City Lord frowned and shook his head, looking very ugly, and said dissatisfiedly, Sir, you are really confused. How could you invite that woman to go to the Dark Realm with you? Si Luoxuan raised his eyes calmly, looked at the City Lord deeply, and asked with a smile, Why? Dad is afraid that I can't compare with that woman? Hey, Dad doesn't mean that. Dad just thinks that the woman is good-looking and has a good temperament. Dad is afraid. Before the City Lord finished speaking, Si Luoxuan's face was slightly cold, and disdain flashed across the corner of his eyes. He interrupted coldly, Dad, don't worry about this. There are many women who are prettier than her in the entire Yunlu Dark Domain, but Yunlu Emperor still doesn't like any of them. It can be seen that Yunlu Emperor is not a superficial person. Moreover, to become the woman of Yunlu Emperor, you can't just rely on beauty, but more importantly, you have to have strong strength and brains. However, the woman just now not only has no strength, but also no brains. Do you think she can compete with me? Hearing such confident words, the City Lord was relieved and nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. The daughter in front of him has never let him down since she was a child, and she has become his only hope in this life. Si Luoxuan was silent for a moment, and Su Maoyang's face flashed in his mind, and he exuded a strong murderous intent. However, her face is indeed a bit annoying, which makes me very uncomfortable. I can only get rid of her on the road. If you dare to covet her, don't blame her for being cruel. Hearing this, the City Lord suddenly realized and laughed. So, you invited her to go on the road together to make it easier to take action. It seems that Dad is indeed overthinking. Su Maoyang had just divided the black crystal with the Zhantian group and was on the way back to the inn. Xiao Linshan finally asked out loud, "Boss, why did you agree to that woman? I can see that she has bad intentions, and I don't know how she will stab us in the back." Su Maoyang asked calmly, "Do you think they won't stab us in the back if we don't go with them?" "Oh, that's right. If she really wants to harm us, we can't escape no matter where we are." Xiao Linshan nodded, thinking it made sense. Since we are being harmed anyway, we might as well take her car for free. Eat and drink for free, which can save a lot of money. The most important thing is that we are too weak and don't know what will happen along the way. Now we can follow the convoy and encounter other dangers. There are also scapegoats. Thinking about it, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. So I agreed. Su Maoyang glanced at Xiao Linshan indifferently and walked forward without looking away, once again shocking the brothers of the blood battle group in place. Unable to recover, the master of their family can always go to a new level of evil. It turned out that at that moment, she had already analyzed the matter thoroughly and thought about it in detail. Her brain, her thinking, and her evil heart were really amazing. They were just worried that Miss Na-Si would plot against their master. But now they were worried about her. Chapter 500. How did he get hurt? Yulu Hall. Inside the hall, the cloud-top sandalwood beams, pearl curtains, and gold pillars. The floor is covered with white jade, with gold beads embedded inside, and the ground is carved into lotus, shining with warm light. In the depths of the side hall, there seems to be a wisp of mist covering the magnificent palace, and a faint smell of medicine is wafting out. The white and clean hall reflects the crystal pearl light as clear as tears, ethereal and illusory, and the beautiful scenery is like a flower across the clouds, making it difficult to distinguish where is the real scene and where is the reflection. However, inside this magnificent hall, a man with a beautiful appearance is sleeping on a large bed. Several imperial doctors are standing by the bed, holding silver needles and ointments in their hands, treating the man on the bed. On the other side of the side hall, there is a young woman in a purple brocade dress and a mature man who looks similar to the man on the bed. "Hey, Sang'er, when will you wake up?" The purple-clothed woman looked worried and sighed. The man was relatively stable, staring at the bed expressionlessly, but the wrinkles between his eyebrows betrayed his mood. "Don't worry. Sang'er will be fine. He even survived the fall of his body. Nothing in this world can stop him." The purple-clothed woman nodded slightly, and the worry in her pupils did not diminish. Now the two armies are fighting, and the Burning Blood City may start a war at any time. "I'm afraid we can't wait. Once the king of the Yunlu Dark Domain fell, they would have no chance of winning this battle." The man was also worried about this problem. Fortunately, this matter was concealed by us. The Burning Blood City now only knows that Sang'er was slightly injured, and doesn't know that he is unconscious. Now we are holding a concubine selection competition to cover up the truth. I think we fooled it. Otherwise the Burning Blood City would have attacked us long ago. Yes, but the Imperial Concubine selection contest will eventually come to an end. What if Sang'er doesn't wake up by then? The woman sighed anxiously. The man shook his head firmly. No. He will definitely wake up. Well, I hope so. In order to prolong the contest, I have changed the competition items. I don't think any woman can pass my test this time. The purple-clothed woman's eyes flashed with a gleam, and she was determined to keep all the women out. After all, this Imperial Concubine selection contest was just a cover, not really for Sang'er to select an Imperial Concubine. The man nodded slightly, looked at the figure on the couch, frowned, and asked in confusion. Logically speaking, Sang'er's body should have recovered. Why was he diagnosed with a cold? And even when the two armies were fighting, something went wrong. He has always been cautious. This is not his style. The purple-clothed woman snorted angrily. Yes. I haven't figured it out either. It seems that this cold has been tormenting him for a while. I really don't know how He Xiao has taken care of Sang'er during this time. No. I must interrogate He Xiao. Come on, people. Call He Xiao into the palace. The purple-clothed woman became angrier and angrier as she thought about it, and she immediately yelled at the outside. Soon, He Xiao was summoned to the side hall. Seeing the purple-clothed woman's angry face, he was uneasy and saluted quickly. Subordinate. Meet the princess. Humph. Bastard. How did you take care of Sang'er? Sang'er's health is so bad, and you actually hid it from me. The purple-clothed woman scolded angrily. Her pretty face flushed. He Xiao knelt down and kowtowed. Subordinates failed to take good care of the emperor. But I beg to die. The purple-clothed woman was furious. Her eyes were as big as fists. And she slapped the table with one hand. You know that Songer values you, and can't bear to part with you. But you still say such words to force me. You are really bold. Hearing this, He Xiao was even more terrified. I dare not. Humph. I see you have nothing to fear. Today you tell me the truth. What happened at Songer's body? Even if it is a cold, it can be controlled by taking pills. But why is it so serious this time? And he is still unconscious until now? He Xiao thought of his master's instructions, gritted his teeth, and looked embarrassed. Princess, the emperor has told me that I can't say it. How dare you? Songer almost died. And you dare to hide it from me. Do you really think I dare not deal with you? The purple-clothed woman was furious. The man next to him also frowned and reminded in a deep voice, Black Owl, you must know that the emperor is on the verge of death. If you conceal anything, it will delay the emperor's treatment. You are not helping him, but harming him. Black Owl glanced at his unconscious master, anxious in his heart, and spoke with difficulty. When the emperor was in the lower plane, he deposited his soul with a woman. Later, for this woman, he lifted the seal in advance, was backfired by the power, and suffered from a cold disease. This sudden injury is because the soul was injured. So the purple-clothed woman heard this. It was like a thunderbolt. Her face suddenly turned gray and yellow, as if she was dead. What did you say? The soul was injured. The purple-clothed woman felt dizzy and almost fainted. He actually ripped out a person's soul and deposited it in someone else's body. Oh my God. He's really crazy. The man next to him was also shocked by the news. His face turned pale. His tongue stuck. And his voice choked. He really couldn't imagine that Songer would do such a crazy thing. The purple-clothed woman couldn't believe her ears at all. Her beautiful face was filled with horror and anger. So, Songer almost died because of a woman. Only then did she understand that the reason why Songer was suddenly injured was because the human soul in the woman's body was injured. Black Owl nodded and acquiesced. Seeing this, the purple-clothed woman gritted her teeth, trembled all over, and roared angrily, Who is it? Who is it? I'm sorry. I have nothing to say. Black Owl kowtowed heavily and refused to answer, although he was very dissatisfied with Su Maoyang. After all those things, from his heart, he didn't want Su Maoyang to get into trouble. And he knew his master's feelings for Su Maoyang even more. If the master woke up and heard that Su Maoyang had an accident, it would probably be no different from death. You bastard. Songer has trained you for so many years in vain. Get out. Don't let me see you again. The purple-clothed woman was so angry that her face turned purple. Her teeth were exposed, and she pointed in the direction of the exit and roared. This woman, even if Black Owl doesn't tell her, she will find out who she is. Shiyu City. Back to the inn. Su Maoyang actually asked everyone to take a bath, which made everyone confused. Master, why do we, a group of grown men, take a bath? Wang Feng looked a little embarrassed and asked with a puzzled look. Su Maoyang didn't allow them to refuse, and handed a large bag of medicine powder to Wang Feng. Everyone must take a bath with this medicine powder tonight. This is an order. After saying that, Su Maoyang turned around and went back to her room without any explanation. Xiao Linchen glanced at the medicine bag and frowned slightly. Everyone should do as ordered. The boss must have a purpose for doing this. Xiao Linchen has been with Su Maoyang for a while, and he knows her a little bit. She never wastes time doing useless things. If she says useless things, since she has told them, it is right to do it. Everyone listened. Although they didn't know what Su Maoyang was doing, they still agreed with Xiao Linchen's statement and took the medicine bag back to the room.